Chapter 81. Is there anything more important than bandaging the wound? Can't you ask me later? Looking at the scabbed wound that was accidentally stained with some broken glass. In pieces. He didn't know how to deal with it even though it was so bad. Nan Yan's eyes were red. And she couldn't help but glare at him. Although she heard something wrong in his tone. She didn't think about it carefully. At this moment, all her attention was on the back of his scarred hand. And she was so careful that it hurt more than her own injury. Fu Qingzhou, are you unconscious? Don't you see that the wound is still bleeding? If you are unhappy, just say it. No one will blame you. What kind of ability is it to be so hard on your own body? In the end, isn't it you who is uncomfortable? Are you stupid? Nan Yan was so angry that she gave him a lecture. After that, she quickly put down his hand and turned around to get the medicine box to clean his wound. Since Fu Qingzhou went to work on the construction site, he had bruises and scratches every few days. Every time she saw them, she couldn't help but clean them up for him. Over time, the medicine box at home became more and more comprehensive. She stood up and was about to leave when her wrist was grabbed by someone. Fu Qingzhou grabbed her with one hand, and his grip was so tight that Nan Yan could feel that her wrist was about to be red from his grip. The wound on the back of his hand that had already scabbed over opened again, and bright red blood beads slowly slid down the lines of the wound, and some even flowed onto her wrist. Nan Yan was so angry that she didn't know what to say to him. She didn't dare to struggle hard, for fear that the wound would open again. And finally she could only shout his name. Fu Qingzhou, what are you angry about today? Can't you just say it nicely if you have something to say? Hearing this, Fu Qingzhou looked up at her. His calm eyes slowly met hers. His black hair, which had never been taken care of, hung down on his forehead, vaguely covering his eyebrows and eyes. He looked extremely calm. So calm that he had no expression on his face. Suddenly, he asked in a low voice, I want to ask you, from the beginning, you came to help me because of Wanru's instructions? Did she really ask you to take care of me? When she heard this, Nan Yan's breathing almost subconsciously paused for a moment. Although it was imperceptible, Fu Qingzhou still caught it. She pursed her lips and clenched her fingers uncomfortably, as if she didn't want to discuss this topic. She said vaguely, why did you suddenly bring up this matter? Didn't I tell you at the beginning? Who else could it be except her? Besides, it's been so long. Why are you still asking this? Fu Qingzhou's eyes fell on her fingers that kept clenching and loosening. This was a small action she would subconsciously make when she was nervous. And just now, he didn't miss the guilty look that flashed in her eyes. Fu Qingzhou suddenly relaxed his strength and showed a smile on his face. But the smile didn't reach his eyes at all, which looked very strange. Is it really like this? You didn't lie to me? When she heard the question, Nan Yan was also slightly stunned for a moment. Probably because she felt that there was something wrong with him today, always asking such strange questions. But after she came to her senses, she still smiled and nodded, then turned away uncomfortably, slightly avoiding his gaze. Of course. How could I lie to you? But what's wrong with you today? Why do you always ask these weird questions? Did someone tell you something? She asked tentatively, and the smile on her face became a little shallow, and the whole person looked unnatural. Fu Qingzhou suddenly chuckled, slowly approached her, and then suddenly exerted force on her palm, suddenly pulled her in front of him, and stared at her closely. Nan Yan staggered forward a few steps, and her nose accidentally hit his chest, and tears came out instantly. She raised her eyes with tears in her eyes, and Fu Qingzhou suddenly sneered with extreme sarcasm. Still lying. He threw the phone on the sofa onto the table, and a familiar audio suddenly came from the phone that was originally silent. Is there really no room for turning back? If I hadn't asked you to get close to him, wouldn't it be like this between us? From the moment you asked me to get close to him, there was no possibility between us. You said that as long as I help you keep an eye on him and don't let him contact Fan Wanru, it doesn't matter who he falls in love with. Why are you holding on to this issue now? After listening to the recording, Nan Yan's face suddenly changed. Her face turned pale at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. And at the same time, a trace of panic and embarrassment inevitably flashed in her eyes. The voice coming from the audio was particularly clear, and it was the conversation between her and Jiang Xiaoyan in the hospital that day. But now she didn't care who sent the audio, but was worried about the content of the conversation. Is this what you said? You won't lie to me? And Fu Qingzhou looked at her pale face, and felt that the content of the audio was impacting his brain over and over again, and his nails almost sank into his palms. From the disbelief when he first heard the recording to the anger and despair later, he really never thought that she approached him for other purposes. Why? Why did she treat him like this? He always thought that she liked him, and she never gave up on him even when he was at his lowest. She cared about him and took care of him. But what happened? She approached him deliberately from the beginning. What comfort, encouragement, and never abandoning were all fake. From beginning to end, there was only deception, all of which were means to prevent him from contacting Wanru. What virtue and ability did he have? Could he be worth their painstaking calculations and planning? Thinking of this, Fu Qingzhou's grip on Nan Yan's wrist suddenly increased a lot, and his eyes became red in an instant, full of depression and pain. He had obviously bought a ring. It was not very expensive, but it cost him 2 months of savings. It was earned by his own hands. The only thing he could give her. The best thing. He had originally planned to hide it in the dumplings. He imagined countless reactions when she ate the ring. Would she be happy or just go crazy? After all, it was his first proposal, so he was inevitably a little nervous. He was so excited that he didn't sleep all night, and even imagined countless conversations. But he never thought it would end like this. It was really ironic. He even had an illusion that all this was fake, and he was dreaming from beginning to end. As long as he woke up, everything would return to normal. But he was so sober that it made people desperate. Tell me, is it you who is talking in this recording? Fu Qingzhou stared at her with red eyes. He tried to suppress the emotion surging in his heart. He suddenly reached out and pinched Nan Yan's cheek, pulled her in front of him, and asked her word by word. You have been calculating me from the beginning, right? You let me let down my guard against you. Didn't let me see Wanru. And all the words you said in the hospital were all tricks to fool me, right? And he believed it all like a fool. Fu Qingzhou originally thought that he was lucky, but now he recalled that it was all a scam. The mocking memories were like a huge hand grasping his heart fiercely, making him become extremely painful every time he thought about it. Did you expect that a guy like me who has nothing and is abandoned by everyone would fall in love with you when I am most desperate? What about never leaving and being grateful? It's all fake from beginning to end. The more he talked, the more hurt Fu Qingzhou's eyes became, thinking of the past of the two, thinking of the scene of her crying and shouting that she couldn't bear to see him die, and the way she kissed and hugged him with joy. So many memories. How excited he was in the past. How desperate he was at the moment. Thinking of these, Fu Qingzhou's eyes were even redder. How could I be so stupid? So stupid. I was fooled by you from beginning to end. And I even thought about proposing to you. Isn't it ridiculous? Seeing me, the former pride of heaven, circling around you like a fool. Do you feel proud? Zhou Nanyan. Tell me, what did Jiang Shaoyan give you? Can you be so reckless and even sell out your own feelings? Is your feeling so cheap? What else can you not sell? With every word he said, Nan Yan's face became paler and paler. At the end of the words, her face was almost bloodless and as pale as paper. And Fu Qingzhou directly pushed him away, which made Nan Yan's whole body unstable. Her palm accidentally pressed on the glass fragments behind her, and tears fell instantly. She wanted to apologize, but found that her voice was blocked by tears in her throat, making her speechless for a long time. She looked up at him, but the tears blurred her whole vision, making her unable to see the person in front of her clearly. Nan Yan took a deep breath, and felt the sourness in her nose become even stronger, and even her voice became more hoarse. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. At the beginning, it was indeed Jiang Shaoyan who wanted me to get close to you. But later, I really didn't lie to you. Hearing this, Fu Qingzhou suddenly looked at her with extreme sarcasm. Is this your explanation? Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. It was a deceptive relationship from the beginning. How could he dare to believe that what she said later was true? Just like now. He doesn't even know. I know. Are the tears she shed at this moment another way for her to deceive people? She is really good at lying. He has played by her like a fool. How can he dare to believe it? Fu Qingzhou's eyes were filled with mist. He turned his head and stared at her coldly. In an instant, even his breathing became lighter. He. Didn't you ask me if I would regret it in the hospital before? Now I can tell you clearly that I regret it very much. I regret why I met you. And I regret why I fell in love with you. Zhou Nanyan. You really make me feel sick. Fu Qingzhou suddenly felt a strong malice that was hard to ignore. A hatred he had never felt before. He even wanted to take revenge on her. To make her regret. To make her sad. And to make her taste the pain he was feeling at the moment. Nan Yin was obviously stunned. Especially when she saw the undisguised disgust in Fu Qingzhou's eyes. Suddenly, she felt as if her chest was stung by something sharp. And a strange pain suddenly spread from her heart, causing her to have difficulty breathing. She subconsciously covered her chest, staring blankly with her eyes wide open. The tears that had been accumulating for a long time instantly fell from her eyes. She seemed to be shaking slightly out of control. And her face was almost full of tears in the end. She looked at him, and couldn't say anything at all. Fu Qingzhou took out an exquisitely crafted silver ring from his pocket, and let go of his hand in front of her. The ring fell to the ground with a ding sound. And after rolling around, it just fell at Nan Yan's feet. That's it. It's over between us. Everything that happened before was my fault. From now on, there is no relationship between us. Please get out of here. It's best if you don't show up in front of me again. Chapter 82. Fu Qingzhou said that coldly, and he didn't even want to look at Nan Yin on the ground, and turned around and walked out the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw Fan Wanru standing outside, with tears in her eyes, and a face full of heartache and guilt. Qingzhou, I'm sorry. Fan Wanru opened her mouth, and finally could only say an apology. Fu Qingzhou just sneered and turned his eyes away coldly. And even when he saw her, his expression didn't change much. He didn't want to see anyone now, let alone talk to anyone, and walked straight past her. But Fan Wanru was very worried, especially after seeing his scarred and even bleeding back of his hand. The worry in her eyes became even worse, so she immediately followed him. Qingzhou, don't do this to me. Okay? Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes became red, with a little hope and pleading in her eyes. I know you don't want to see me now, and I also know you hate me for telling you this. But I just don't want to see you being deceived by her again. And I don't want to see you get hurt again. Qingzhou, don't blame me. Okay? Don't blame her? Why? Why? Fu Qingzhou clenched his fingers tightly. He didn't understand why. Why did all of them have their own difficulties? Why did everyone tell him not to blame them? Does he deserve to be abandoned and deceived? But have they ever thought about it? He also has feelings. He is just an ordinary person. He has 7 emotions and 6 desires. He has joy. He has resentment. He feels uneasy when he is afraid. And he hopes someone can always be with him when he cries and feels helpless. How could he not blame her? They were such close lovers. Why could she give up on him without hesitation? Why couldn't he blame her? Did she know? When he was in the most pain, helpless and even wanted to die, he secretly resented her in his heart. He was not a saint with great love and selflessness. So of course he would blame her. He blamed her for leaving him so easily. Why couldn't she hold on a little longer? Why didn't she even come to see him? Even a simple word of comfort would be fine. At this time, Nan Yin appeared. He was so painful and desperate during that time. But because of her appearance, Fu Qingzhou felt that there were still people in the world who cared about him. Not because of any other reason, but because of him. So when he had nothing, she would always stay by his side. During that time, he really thought he was the luckiest person in the world. Although the Fu family had an accident, it also made him see clearly who was the one who was really good to him, and who was the one who was most worthy of his protection for a lifetime. But what was the result? It was so ridiculous. Everything was fake. All fake. It was a scam from beginning to end. And he was the only one who foolishly entered the game. Now he even wanted to go back and pinch her neck and ask loudly, what is her heart made of? Why did she even deceive him with the last and only love he could have? The more he thought about it, the more painful it felt. Fu Qingzhou felt that his brain was in chaos. And all the good memories of the past were intertwined with the bleakness after the scam was torn apart. The chaotic emotions that kept surging in his heart were so painful that he was almost suffocating. His eyes became red again, and he walked forward regardless, unable to see the road clearly, and he didn't want to see any of them again. The originally dark sky began to rain without knowing when, and there was the sound of rain all around, and the raindrops hit his face, making him unable to even tell whether it was tears or rain. He really didn't know how she felt when she tried so hard to get close to him, accompany him, and kiss him. Was it all false? Or was there a moment when she was slightly moved? He didn't dare to think about it at all. And he really couldn't accept it. He had nothing left. And he couldn't afford to play. He was afraid that she was just playing from beginning to end. And that those intimate actions were all just tricks she played. She was such a good liar. When she smiled, her eyes were so charming. But when she cried, she looked so pitiful and wronged. He couldn't tell whether it was her true feelings or her false feelings. He didn't even know whether he hated her for her deception or felt emotionally broken because she had never been moved by him from beginning to end. Fong Wanner behind him was still chasing him. She really didn't expect that exposing this matter would be such a big blow to him and make him so painful. She finally grabbed his sleeve. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. Her eyes were full of guilt. And even her voice trembled a little. Qingzhou, don't be like this. Okay? This is not your fault. Why do you torture yourself like this? I know you hate me. We have been together for so many years. I can't hide every look from you. From the beginning, you blamed me. You blamed me for giving up on you. I know. I know it's my fault. But even so, you shouldn't hurt yourself like this. Your hand is still bleeding. Come back with me. Okay? I'll bandage it for you, and we can start over. Okay? Qingzhou, give me a chance. Fong Wanner grabbed his hand tightly, almost giving up all her dignity, and looked at him with hope. And Fu Qingzhou just lowered his head and looked at her coldly, then turned around and pulled his hand out of her arms. The moment he pulled his hand out completely, Fong Wanner couldn't help crying. She didn't understand why he didn't give her a chance. They had loved each other so much before. She just missed it once. So she would never give her a second chance again? But she already regretted it. She looked up at Fu Qingzhou in front of her, looking at his cold eyes and expressionless face, and suddenly felt helpless in her heart. It was actually her fault that this situation happened. If it weren't for her, he might not have become what he is now. I'm sorry. Fong Wanner wiped her tears vigorously. She actually had her own selfish motives. She originally thought that as she revealed the truth, he would break up with Nan Yin and be with her. But she didn't expect that he liked her so much. But even so, she couldn't help but touch his hand and comforted him in a hoarse voice. Even if you don't want to forgive me, let me take you back to treat your wounds first. Okay? I can promise you that I won't force you anymore. And I won't talk about these things anymore. It's just that you are very emotionally unstable now. And it's raining so hard outside. I'm really worried. Fu Qingzhou turned and left before she even finished her words, leaving Fong Wanner behind with an embarrassed look on her face. Just at this moment, an out-of-control car suddenly rushed towards the two of them. The road was slippery on rainy days, and visibility was poor. The out-of-control car didn't know what happened, but it rushed straight out of the intersection, hit the guardrail directly, and crashed into the two of them. Qingzhou, be careful. Fong Wanner almost subconsciously rushed up and pushed Fu Qingzhou, who was standing at the intersection, away. And she didn't have time to dodge, and was hit by the front of the car. Because of the inertia of the brakes, the huge impact force almost threw her half a meter away, and her forehead hit the ground heavily, bleeding on the spot. Fu Qingzhou was caught off guard, and the whole person was pushed forward and staggered a few steps and almost fell down. But when he realized what happened, his heart suddenly tightened, and he almost immediately rushed up and hugged Fong Wanner, who was lying in a pool of blood, into his arms. Wanru. Wanru. How are you? Where does it hurt? Tell me. I'll take you to the hospital now. It's okay. Don't be afraid. You will be fine. Fu Qingzhou picked her up with all his strength. He found that his fingers were trembling slightly. He really didn't see the car that suddenly rushed out. He didn't expect that Wanru would rush over so recklessly. And she didn't even have time to dodge. For a moment, Fu Qingzhou didn't know how to describe his emotions at the moment. There was shock, worry, and complexity. He even regretted it a little. He regretted that he had something to do with Nan Yin. But he inexplicably took his anger out on her. He had a grudge against her. But that grudge had dissipated completely when she rushed over recklessly. What was left was only heartache and guilt. He carefully covered the wound on her forehead, and her blood was all over his fingers, which made him feel guilty and sad. Why? Why did you rush up? Why are you so stupid? Wanru, I don't need your help. What should I do if you do this? Fong Wanner grabbed his fingers at this time, as if she had grabbed her last straw, and her tears flowed more and more. Qingzhou, don't leave me. Okay? The first time, I didn't catch you in time. So the second time, I tried hard to catch you. You asked me why I rushed up. This is the reason, she said. She looked at Fu Qingzhou with hope in her eyes. Promise me. Let's start over. Okay. Fu Qingzhou tried to hold her hand back. I don't blame you. You know, I didn't blame you from the beginning. I didn't blame you before. And I won't blame you in the future. From now on, let's forget about the past. Okay? Don't be afraid. The hospital will be here soon. And you will be fine soon. Fang Wanru shook her head. Tears wet her temples along her cheeks. And in the end, she couldn't tell whether it was tears or blood. Qingzhou, don't leave me. It hurts. I promise you. The moment he heard her crying and saying it hurt, Fu Qingzhou really had no choice. He would rather be hurt than hear her cry. He was really scared. Afraid that she would get into trouble. And even more afraid that if he didn't agree, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. He already owed her. And now she was even willing to save him at the cost of her life. How could he refuse? He could only agree to her. Fu Qingzhou suddenly held her hand tightly and tried to comfort her. Did you hear me? Wanru. I promised you. We'll start over. So you'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll be here with you and won't go anywhere. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt anymore. The doctor is here and you'll be fine soon, he said. And Fang Wanru seemed to have heard his promise in a trance, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She tried to smile at him, but her consciousness gradually became drowsy, until finally, she fell into a coma. The doctors and nurses quickly pushed the unconscious Fang Wanru into the emergency room, leaving Fu Qingzhou alone in the corridor of the hospital. He only came to his senses a little bit at this moment, sitting weakly on a chair in the corridor, his hands still shaking uncontrollably. His clothes were wet, and his chest was stained with Wanru's blood. To be honest, from the car accident to now, his brain was really confused, and it never stopped for a moment. He knew that he was very irresponsible now, and he agreed to Wanru's request so rashly. But he really didn't know what to do. She even gave up her life for him. If she really had an accident, he would never forgive himself in his life. Time passed quickly. Night fell quickly, and the rain that had been falling outside the house slowly stopped. Fu Qingzhou had been waiting in the hospital, waiting for the results of the operation. After almost an hour, the doctor finally came out. The operation went smoothly, and the patient was very lucky. Basically, he only suffered some external injuries. The most serious one was the bruise from the forehead to the corner of the eye. But it was not life-threatening. Fu Qingzhou stood at the window of the ICU, looking at Wanru, who was sleeping on the bed through a layer of glass, and felt that the big stone blocking his chest had finally fallen to the ground. Chapter 83. Fu Qingzhou was relieved, but he didn't know how to describe his feelings. It was probably complicated. In order to stabilize Wanru's emotions, he agreed to her request because of guilt, but he couldn't give her what she wanted, which led to the current dilemma. Fu Qingzhou stayed with her in the hospital all night until noon the next day. He hurriedly bought some toiletries and some light white porridge nearby and brought them to the hospital. He was worried that she would sleep too long and would be hungry when she woke up without anything to eat. So he bought some breakfast and bought some clean clothes to change into. He left for a short while, but when he returned to the hospital, he heard the sound of vases and teacups falling to the ground and breaking, accompanied by Wanru's desperate cry. Go away, all of you go away. Nurses were trying to comfort her at the door. Miss, calm down first. This is a hospital. Don't come in. I told you not to come in. Who told you to come here? Get out. All of you get out. Fu Qingzhou didn't know what happened, but when he heard Wanru's collapse, his face changed instantly. He didn't have time to think about it, and rushed forward to look at the situation in the room through the window. What's wrong? What happened here? Seeing the patient's family members coming back, several nurses breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and pulled Fu Qingzhou to the front. Sir, you are back at the right time. Hurry up and persuade your girlfriend. The patient just woke up and is very emotional now. Fu Qingzhou was also a little anxious for a while. Why did it become like this? You really didn't do anything to her? We didn't do anything. This lady was like this after she woke up. She refused to let us in, after confirming that it was not their problem again. Fu Qingzhou turned his head again and saw the chaos in the ward and Wanru, who had woken up but was completely emotionally broken. He could only patiently ask, Wanru, tell me, what happened? Only if you tell us can we help you. Fong Wanru stopped crying when she heard his voice, and she became more nervous in an instant. Her face turned pale, and her whole body almost subconsciously pressed against the door to prevent him from coming in. Her other hand was still tightly covering her eyes. Trembling, and even because she couldn't see clearly, she accidentally poked the wound several times. It was at this time that Fu Qingzhou realized that something was wrong with her, and his face suddenly became more serious. Wanru, open the door first. Let me see the injuries on your face. Tell me what happened. Are you feeling unwell? Fong Wanru just cried. She turned her back to him and refused to say a word, her face full of pain and despair. Fu Qingzhou became more and more impatient. Wanru, open the door first. If there is any problem, we can solve it together. It was also at this time that the original attending doctor rushed over and roughly explained the situation to him. The patient's vision may have problems. After the car accident yesterday, the scar from the forehead to the corner of the eye was the deepest and most serious. It was a ruptured cornea injury after a severe injury. So the patient's mood is so unstable. Corneal rupture? Fu Qingzhou repeated it subconsciously. He understood what the word meant without the doctor's explanation. If it was only slightly damaged, it meant that it could be repaired. But if it was severely ruptured, did it mean that she would be blind? Thinking of this result, Fu Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, he felt his brain was a little confused, and his throat became drier, as if it was blocked by something. He looked up at the doctor, his eyes full of questions. Why didn't you check it out yesterday? There were so many people yesterday. Why didn't anyone check this problem? It's true that the hospital didn't check it carefully, but there are some complications of the car accident that the hospital can't rule out 100%. The doctors and nurses also looked a little embarrassed. This was indeed their problem. But in fact, the machine could not fully check the extent of the patient's physical damage. In many cases, it depends on the patient's condition after waking up to determine it. At this moment, Fong Wanru's mood was very unstable. She curled up in a corner, holding her head tightly with both hands. She looked helpless and pitiful. Fu Qingzhou really couldn't leave her like this. He asked the doctors and nurses around to leave first, and he stood at the door, slowing down his voice and constantly comforting her. Wanru, can you open the door first? We can solve the problem together. No one can help you like this. Fong Wanru cried and shook her head, not even daring to look up at him, for fear that her current appearance would be disliked by others. No one can really help me. Now, Qingzhou, do you know? I am now blind. I am a useless person. From now on, no one will be willing to want me, and no one will care about me anymore. Even the Fong family will give up on me. Go away. Go away quickly. Just pretend that nothing happened between us. I don't want you to see me like this. I don't want you to see me so pitiful. The more Fong Wanru spoke, the more she collapsed. In the end, she couldn't control her tears and burst into tears, her voice full of fear and terror. After hearing what she said, Fu Qingzhou felt guilty and bitter, especially when he saw her so wounded now. He felt that the guilt in his heart was about to drown him. He felt sorry for her. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Qingzhou seemed to have made a decision in his heart. His throat became more and more blocked and uncomfortable. Suddenly, he said in a hoarse voice, No, it doesn't matter if the Fong family gives up on you, and I will accompany you. I won't leave you. Have you forgotten? I promised you that I will always be with you. After hearing what he said, Fong Wanru seemed to be a little stunned. She slowly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with mist, and she slowly looked at Fu Qingzhou at the door, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. You really? She couldn't believe it, tears rolling down her cheeks. Fu Qingzhou spent a long time to finally open the door. He was afraid of irritating her again, so he could only slowly approach and carefully hold her in his arms. Don't cry. Medical technology is very advanced now. If it can't be cured in China, we will go abroad. In short, I will always be with you. Hearing this, Fong Wanru almost subconsciously grabbed his arm, with such force that her nails almost sank into her skin, her eyes full of tension and expectation. Qingzhou, are you really willing to stay with me forever? Fu Qingzhou nodded slightly and said yeah. He then reached out and held her shoulders, trying to help her sit on the bed. But Fong Wanru refused to move. She looked at him with wide eyes, tears still in her eyes. Then shall we get married? Qingzhou, when I'm discharged from the hospital, shall we get married? She said this carefully. After hearing this, Fu Qingzhou's body paused slightly. He looked directly at the emotions in Wanru's eyes, which were nervous, uneasy, panic and helpless, as if she might collapse to despair if he said no. But he instinctively felt a sense of rejection in his heart. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart and tried to comfort her. Wanru, marriage is not a trivial matter. I know that marriage is not a trivial matter. But this is what I have always expected. Fang Wanru's emotions suddenly became excited. She suddenly felt very flustered. She had become like this. But he still refused to agree? As she spoke, her tears began to fall again. Her face turned pale, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Will you promise me? Qingzhou, I really have nothing now. You are the only one left. Please don't leave me. Hearing this, Fu Qingzhou seemed to sigh softly. Seeing her pitiful look, he finally reached out and hugged her whole body into his arms. Okay, I promise you. After hearing this, Fang Wanru, who was originally crying, seemed to be stunned. Then she reacted and unconsciously showed a surprised and bright smile on her face. You really agreed? And you didn't lie to me? No. Fang Wanru burst into tears and laughter. She turned around and hugged his neck tightly, buried her whole face in his neck, and said happily, I know, you still can't bear to leave me. Fu Qingzhou was silent for a long time before he whispered, well, so don't be sad anymore. Let the doctor come in and see what the situation is. No matter what the final outcome is, I will always be with you. Fang Wanru nodded and agreed, letting him carry her to the bed. But her hands were still tightly holding Fu Qingzhou's arms and refused to relax for a moment, fearing that he would disappear as soon as she let go. The news that Fang Wanru had a vision problem in her right eye due to an accidental car accident soon spread from the hospital. Originally, some families who wanted to marry into the Fang family gave up after hearing the news. The Fang family had no choice. After all, it was a business marriage, and not everyone could not mind the defect in his daughter's eyes. Because of this incident, the Fang family finally softened their attitude towards Fu Qingzhou. Perhaps it is true that a friend in need is a friend indeed, and time reveals a person's true character. Only at this time can one see a person's true inner qualities. At this time, he is the only one who stays with Wanru to take care of her and never abandon her. The Fang family is not stupid. According to Fang Wanru's current situation, marriage is impossible. Moreover, even if she really marries with a certain family, she will be despised and bullied by the man after a long time. Most importantly, the Fang family currently has assistants, and the problem of funding shortage has been solved. There is no worry, so it is better to go with the flow. Not only did it give Wanru a good home and ensure that she would not be bullied in the future, but it also maintained her former face. After all, the two were originally lovers. If it weren't for the incident in the Fu family, he would not have opposed the two being together. In the final analysis, it was fate. People who were supposed to be together. No matter how he opposed and stopped them, they were still together. On the other side, when Nan Yin heard the news that the two had a car accident, it was already 3 days later. During these 3 days, she sent many messages to Fu Qingzhou and made many calls. But the other party never responded. It was not until the 3rd day that she learned from the landlord that Fu Qingzhou had been in the hospital. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, and knowing that Fang Wanru was injured because of Fu Qingzhou, Nan Yin chuckled and estimated that the world was about to end. I just don't know what choice Fu Qingzhou will make in the end. After calming down and thinking about the situation she might face next, she went to the kitchen to cook some nourishing pork rib soup and prepared to go to the hospital to see how the two were doing. Thinking of this, Nan Yin tasted the freshly cooked soup again. After confirming that it tasted okay, she carefully packed it in an insulated box and went out. When she was about to reach the hospital, she couldn't help but call Fu Qingzhou again. But as always, no one answered the phone. On the other side, when the ringing sounded again, Fu Qingzhou and Fang Wanru looked at the phone almost at the same time. Looking at the familiar number on the screen, Fu Qingzhou felt a slight pain in his heart. And suddenly he had an irresistible impulse in his heart, and he wanted to answer it. But when he turned around, he saw Wanru's pale face and the fear and anxiety in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to hang up the phone. After seeing his final choice, Fang Wanru finally breathed a sigh of relief. but her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She knew that it was selfish to do so, but she really couldn't let go. She tried to hold his hand carefully, but he avoided her without a trace. Fan Wanru's nose was sour, and she felt a little wronged. But Fu Qingzhou patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. Okay, you take a rest first. I'll go downstairs to buy you some food. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Fan Wanru pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing and nodded in agreement. On the other side, Nan Yen had already arrived at the hospital lobby. Because she didn't know the specific information of the ward, she could only ask one by one at the front desk. Can you help me check? There is a patient named Fu Qingzhou, or Fan Wanru, who was sent here 3 days ago due to a car accident. I don't know where the ward is. Just as she was chasing the front desk and asking carefully, the elevator door suddenly opened with a ding sound. Fu Qingzhou looked up and saw Nan Yen holding an incubator not far away. The moment he saw her again, for some reason, his heart trembled uncontrollably. What are you doing here? Just this one sound made Nan Yen stop her movements instantly. Hearing Fu Qingzhou's voice, Nan Yan's body trembled slightly, and she immediately turned her head to look at the person behind her. The two of them met eyes instantly. Her lips moved, and a layer of watery light seemed to be uncontrollably in her eyes. She subconsciously took a few steps forward, but because she thought of something, she didn't dare to get too close to him. She stopped only half a meter away from him, and then looked at his face carefully. I came to find you. Perhaps she didn't expect that the two of them would meet here directly. She clenched her fingers a little uncomfortably. I heard you had a car accident, and I was a little worried. So I found the hospital to see how you were? Fu Qingzhou didn't know what he felt at the moment, but just looking at her uneasy look, he felt as if his chest was stabbed by something. And then a burst of dense pain continued to spread in his chest, making him breathe a little uncomfortably. He wondered if she was trying to lie to him again. It had only been 3 days since they last met. Why was she so pale? Her chin was pointed, and even the way she looked at him became so cautious, as if he had done something unforgivable. But she was the one who made the mistake. So why did it look like he had bullied her? Fu Qingzhou tried his best to make his voice sound normal, but the sourness in his throat still made his voice a little hoarse. I'm fine. It's Wanru who was injured. Hearing him say this, Nan Yen seemed to be relieved, but she accidentally said what was in her heart. That's good. I hope you're okay. After saying this, she realized that something was wrong, as if she was hoping that Wanru would get into trouble, and was afraid that he would misunderstand something again. So she hurriedly explained, No, don't misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask, how is Wanru injured? Is it serious? She was so anxious that her face turned red. She didn't even dare to look up at him. Her 2 fingers almost dug a hole in the thermos box. Fu Qingzhou's eyes subconsciously fell on her fingers. Seeing that her fingertips were red and had some minor scratches, he frowned immediately. He didn't want to care about it, but he couldn't help asking, What's wrong with your hand? Nan Yen was stunned for a moment, then looked down and saw some burns on her hands. Her fingers subconsciously curled up. Nothing. Just accidentally burned. By the way, this is the hot pot I just made. It's still hot and can nourish the body. You and water can drink more. It's very good for the body. As she said this, she handed over the thermos box in her hand, and subconsciously showed an awkward smile on her face. Her eyes were full of expectation and nervousness, as if she was afraid that he would not accept it. Fu Qingzhou felt that his chest was getting more and more stuffy and uncomfortable. He didn't know what to say. He was very angry that she and Jiang Shaoyan had teamed up to deceive him. But seeing how cautious she was, he suddenly felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Nan Yen was still looking at him. Fu Qingzhou let out a light breath. The depression and soreness in his chest not only did not dissipate, but accumulated more and more. He stretched out his hand and was about to take the thermos box from her hand. But Wanru's voice suddenly came from behind. Qingzhou, what are you doing? Fu Qingzhou's hand trembled subconsciously, and the thermos box in his hand was not held firmly, and it fell to the ground with a bang. The soup inside was all spilled, and most of it even spilled on Nan Yan's trouser legs. She stepped back due to the burn, and her eyes were instantly red. Fu Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he was about to go up to see how her burns were. But Wanru behind him walked to his side at this time. She looked a little embarrassed, and subconsciously reached out to pick up the insulated box on the ground. but was grabbed by Fu Qingzhou's wrist. Don't touch it. It's very hot. I'll take care of it later. Hearing this, Nan Yan looked at him palely. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but she felt as if her throat was blocked by something, and she couldn't say a word. Fan Wanru looked at the two of them awkwardly, then withdrew her hand and said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't know you were. Fu Qingzhou took Fan Wanru's hand and pushed her back a few steps to prevent her from getting burned again. It's okay. It has nothing to do with you. I didn't hold it firmly. Nan Yan looked at the extremely tacit interaction between the two, especially Fu Qingzhou's subconscious protection of her, and felt as if her chest was heavily pressed by a huge rock. It was so uncomfortable that she couldn't help but feel a tingling pain even when she breathed. You guys. Her voice sounded hoarse and even choked. Fu Qingzhou's hand that was originally held by Fan Wanru suddenly loosened, and Fan Wanru seemed to have noticed nothing. She gave Nan Yan a slightly apologetic but happy smile. Nan Yan, Qingzhou and I have decided to get married. Get married? When Nan Yan heard this, her brain was in a mess for a moment, and her whole body was a little unstable. She stared at Fu Qingzhou beside her, as if she still didn't want to believe it. But when she looked at him for a long time, and he didn't intend to refute, the tears that had accumulated in her eyes for a long time fell uncontrollably almost instantly. It felt like a piece of her chest had been dug out, and she was in so much pain that her body began to tremble slightly. You guys, really? Are you going to get married? Looking at Nan Yan's expression, Fu Qingzhou almost subconsciously took a step forward. He clenched his fingers, and suddenly felt an urge to hug her. But at this moment, Wanru responded first, with a satisfied smile on her face. Well, Qingzhou has promised me. We will get married after being discharged from the hospital. After saying that, she thought of something again, looked up at Nan Yan, and suddenly said embarrassedly, That, Nan Yan, I know this request may be a bit excessive, but I still hope that when the time comes, you can be our bridesmaid. Okay? Be a bridesmaid? Nan Yan just felt incredible. She was crying and suddenly laughed, as if to maintain her last bit of dignity. Her fingers trembled and wiped the tears on her face, then looked at Fu Qingzhou and asked, Do you also want me to be your bridesmaid? There was a faint tremor in her voice. For a moment, Fu Qingzhou felt a little tight in his throat, and he couldn't speak for a long time, especially looking at her cheeks at this moment. There was no trace of blood, white and almost transparent, and the whole person was on the verge of an emotional collapse. Then he subconsciously said, It's up to you. If you don't want to, it's okay. Nan Yan interrupted him at this time. She looked up at him, and although she was smiling at him, her tears flowed uncontrollably. It's okay. I can be your bridesmaid. When the time comes, I will dress up beautifully and come to attend your wedding. Chapter 84. After Nan Yan finished speaking, she staggered and fled the hospital in a panic. No matter what the two people behind her said or what they said, she just wanted to leave here quickly and walk away, as if only in this way could the pain in her heart be slightly relieved. The two people in the hospital just watched her walk away. Fu Qingzhou's eyes were dim. He stood there for a long time, staring at Nan Yan's thin and bleak back covered with a halo of sunlight and disappearing around the corner. Then he squatted down and carefully put away the incubator on the ground. When the two returned to the ward, Fan Wanru seemed to notice that the atmosphere between them was a little strange. She slowly leaned over and wanted to hold his hand. What's wrong? Fu Qingzhou avoided her fingers, turned his head and stared into her eyes, and said coldly, Don't do that in the future. As soon as the words came out, Fan Wanru's eyes immediately turned red, and a layer of mist quickly filled her eyes. Her emotions began to become unstable again. What? Tell Nan Yan that we are getting married? But this is the fact. You promised me. Why can't I say it? When it comes to marriage, Fu Qingzhou's heart inevitably gave rise to some rejection. He frowned and almost subconsciously refuted. But you know Before he finished the rest of the words, he was interrupted by Fan Wanru crying. She looked up and looked at him, as if the anger that had been gradually accumulated in her heart was all aroused at once. Yes, I know. I know you like her. But I still want to be with you regardless. I have abandoned all my self-esteem and face. I told myself that I can impress you. I even gave up my dignity for this. I was even trampled into the mud by you. But why can't you let go of someone who has been deceiving you? I really don't understand. She has been deceiving you. Why don't you let her go? As she said this, Fong Water couldn't help but shed tears. Even her voice trembled a little. I don't want to. I don't want to be like this. But do you know that the way you look at her really makes me feel that you may leave me one day? Qingzhou, I really have nothing now. I only have you. Don't treat me like this. Okay? Looking at Fong Wanru, who was about to collapse, Fu Qingzhou suddenly felt extremely depressed. He felt as if he was trapped in a quagmire and could never get out of it. Wanru was like his responsibility now. And he couldn't just leave her alone. After all, she was injured because she saved him. How could he? Fu Qingzhou took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little tired in his brain. He thought of what Wanru said, and thought of Nan Yin, who had been lying to her from beginning to end. As long as he thought of this, the blood vessels in his head began to clamor again, and all the impulses in his heart seemed to disappear in an instant. It also made him suddenly feel that he might as well compromise. Perhaps this is the best result. Perhaps Wanru is the person he should love the most. He shouldn't be moved by a liar again. And he shouldn't be so upset because of a few tears she shed. Thinking of this, Fu Qingzhou's mood recovered a lot. He reached out and held Wanru's hand, and comforted her in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention to your feelings. I won't say such things again in the future. You should rest first. You still need to check your body later. I'll buy you some food. After saying this, Fu Qingzhou let go of her hand, and without waiting for Fong Wanru to say anything else, he directly picked up the phone on the table and pushed the door open and went out. Fu Qingzhou left the ward and walked to the stairs, thinking of the burns on Nan Yan's legs when she left, thinking of her pale face. He glanced at his phone and finally couldn't help but call her, but no one answered. On the other side, Nan Yan felt a burning pain in her legs as soon as she walked out of the hospital. This freshly cooked bone soup was no joke. Most of it spilled on her trouser legs. Fortunately, she wore thick trousers. Otherwise she probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the hospital today. But the play had to be finished. When Nan Yan stepped over the steps at the door, she felt her knees bend uncontrollably. If someone hadn't helped her in time, she might have fallen to the ground on the spot. Be careful. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't know how long he had followed her. Seeing that she couldn't even stand steadily, he almost subconsciously rushed over, with anxiety and concern in his tone. Why are you still walking around when your legs are injured? We're already in the hospital. Why don't you want to see a doctor? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't say much. He carried her to the stone bench next to him and sat her down. He didn't care about her resistance at this moment. He just lifted up her trouser legs until he saw that her legs were burned and red, and some places even had faint bloodstains. His expression suddenly became nervous, and his tone became much heavier. Are you stupid because of the pain? You dare to move around when your legs are so burned? Sit here and wait for me for a while. Sit still and don't move around. I'll be back soon. Okay? After Jiang Xiaoyan finished his instructions, he turned around and ran towards the hospital without waiting for her reply. Fortunately, the distance was not far. It took less than 10 minutes to go back and forth. He ran out of breath and bought 2 burn creams. Without saying anything more, he squatted down and started to treat the burns on her legs. There was no hesitation during the whole process. He moved carefully and carefully, fearing that he would hurt her if he was too strong. The expression on his face has not changed from the beginning to now. He frowned and asked her from time to time if it hurt. Occasionally, he lowered his head and blew gently on the wound on her leg. Nan Yan's face was a little pale. She pursed her lips, and her expression hardly changed. Her eyes fell on his face, and her lips moved. After a long time, she asked, "Don't you hate me very much? Why do you still pretend to do these things?" Maybe she had just cried? Her voice sounded a little hoarse, as if covered with a layer of sand. Jiang Xiaoyan paused. He did not look up, but continued to apply the last layer of ointment for her, and then said with a trembling voice, "I have never hated you." He really? As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Yan looked up at him. She couldn't help but chuckled at herself. Didn't you give that recording to Fong Wanru? If you didn't hate me, why did you do those things? A layer of water soon accumulated in her eyes, and the smile she forced was very ugly, and big tears slid down her cheeks. I really don't understand what you want to do. Why do you always destroy my happiness when I am happiest and full of expectations? It was like this the first time, and it was still like this the second time, when I loved you so much. You used me and despised me. In your eyes, I was not even as good as a hair of Fan Wanru. You loved her so much that you even pushed me to someone else for her. She felt more and more wronged, and her tears flowed more violently. She was about to collapse. Have you ever thought that I also have feelings? But when I woke up, gave up, and finally fell in love with someone else, why did you come to disturb the peace I finally got? I regret it. I have obviously been very sensible and rolled away. I dare not ask for anything anymore, and I dare not disturb you again. But why are you still unwilling to let me go? Jiang Shaoyan. Can't you see me happy? Do you hate me so much? When Jiang Shaoyan heard these words, he even dared not breathe. His throat was dry, as if he had swallowed a knife. He really couldn't say a word to defend himself. He knew he was selfish, and would do anything to achieve his goal. But he really never thought of hurting her. Let alone leaving Fu Qingzhou would make her so painful. He just hoped that she could forgive him. He just hoped that they could go back to the past. Don't cry. Jiang Shaoyan was so anxious that his hands and feet were a little out of control. He didn't even dare to touch her now. He just felt that his heart was being tightened tightly. Every breath he took was like being pricked by a needle. He couldn't help but cry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really never wanted to hurt you. I just hope you can forgive me. Let's go back to the way we were before. Nan Yan. Let's leave here. Okay? Find a place where no one knows us. Let's start over. Okay. Nan Yan. I really love you. He slowly approached her, carefully stretched out his hand, trying to wipe the tears from her face. Nan Yan. I beg you. Let's start over. Okay? I'll take you away. Let's find a new city together, and no longer care about the disputes between them. Just like before. Just the two of us. This time I will definitely love you well, and I won't let you suffer any grievances. Okay? After Jiang Shaoyan finished speaking, he looked at her with pleading and nostalgic eyes, unwilling to miss any expression on her face. But Nan Yin took a step back. She looked up at him and suddenly smiled, tears dripping from the corners of her eyes. If it was in the past, I would be really happy that you could say such things to me, and I would even wake up laughing in my dreams. But now, it's really too late. Jiang Shaoyan. Please let me go. Just like when I left you. Don't bother me anymore. And don't show up in front of me again. Even if I beg you. Okay? After she said that, she pushed his hand away, refused to look at him again, and turned to leave in the direction she came from. Jiang Shaoyan, who was left alone, looked at her back as she left. At that moment, it seemed that even his heart lost its temperature. He seemed to have returned to his childhood, when his parents remarried and re-established their families, and neither side wanted him. He felt as if he had returned to the bitter and helpless moment when he was abandoned by everyone in his childhood. There was nothing left. She didn't want him anymore, and would never forgive him again. Nan Yin. After returning, Nan Yin never went to the hospital again, nor did she call Fu Qingzhou again. It seemed that they had completely lost contact. 2 months later, Fan Wanru was finally discharged from the hospital, except for the problem with her eyes. The external injuries on her body had basically recovered as usual, and even her spirit was much better than before. In the first week after being discharged from the hospital, Fan Wanru began to prepare for the wedding. During this period, Fu Qingzhou changed his job and residence at Fan Wanru's request. The small apartment he rented before had been unoccupied for a long time, but he didn't vacate it. It was just empty. For a whole week, Fu Qingzhou accompanied Fan Wanru to choose a wedding dress, buy furniture, and do some other messy things. However, as the wedding date approached, Fu Qingzhou's rejection became more and more difficult to suppress. Fan Wanru didn't notice that he was not right. She hugged his arm, and was completely immersed in the joy of choosing a wedding dress. Qingzhou, what do you think of this wedding dress? Is it suitable for me? And this one? I like the big skirt design of this one. It will definitely be very beautiful in photos. Fu Qingzhou smiled at her as usual. His eyes fell on the wedding dress inlaid with rhinestones that she pointed at in the exhibition hall, and another girl's face unconsciously appeared in his mind. He still remembered that the light was not very good that night. There was only a small warm yellow light in the store. She stood at the door of a closed wedding dress store, looking through the window glass like a child, breathing on the glass, smiling with curved eyebrows and eyes, describing the pattern of the wedding dress, her eyes full of envy and expectation, and then leaned over to ask him if the dress was beautiful. Very beautiful. She must look very beautiful when she wears it. It's a pity that he didn't say this at the time. And now it seems that there is no chance to say it again. Fong Wanra listened for a long time and only heard him say beautiful. This suggestion was the same as not saying it at all, which made her a little funny. As expected, no man's vision is reliable. I'm asking you which one is more beautiful. What's the use of just saying beautiful? I'm not going to buy all of them. Hearing her voice, Fu Qingzhou came back to his senses a little. He looked at Fong Wanru. His eyes lingered on the wedding dress inlaid with rhinestones for a long time, and then said, "Choose the one with a big skirt. That one looks better." "Really? But I saw you staring at this one for a long time. And I thought you also liked the one with rhinestones. But do you really think that one looks better?" Fong Wanru was dazzled by the selection. And when she heard his suggestion, she couldn't help but stop and compare twice, and felt that they seemed to be okay. Fu Qingzhou turned his eyes away indifferently, and seemed not very interested. "Well, let's go with that one. You have been choosing for a long time. That one suits you very well." Fong Wanru chuckled and agreed happily. Fong Wanru agreed, and the Fong family naturally relaxed. A grand wedding was being prepared in full swing, and Fong Wanru showed unprecedented enthusiasm for it. In contrast, Fu Qingzhou did not have much enthusiasm for marriage. Instead, he put all his energy into his latest work and was busy all day. During this period, Fu Qingzhou never saw Nan Yin again, which made him more certain that she was probably just acting for him. Fu Qingzhou scoffed lightly, and at the same time, he buried the slight pain in his heart completely deep inside, thinking that this might be destined. Maybe he and Wanru are the most suitable. It happened that the night before the wedding, Fu Qingzhou received a call from Nan Yin. At that time, he was outside buying supper for Wanru. On the way back, he happened to see Nan Yin standing under the street light waiting for him. It was already October, and the temperature at night was actually a little cold. She stood under the street light, and her nose tip was slightly red from the cold. When she saw him, a glimmer of light suddenly burst out from her originally lonely eyes, and then she trotted all the way to him. Fu Qingzhou didn't expect to see her at this time, and he didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment, because even he himself couldn't tell how to face her. "What are you doing here?" Seeing that she didn't say anything and just stared at him blankly, Fu Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong?" Nan Yin pursed her lips. She didn't answer him immediately, but suddenly opened the bag she had been holding in her arms, and took out some messy ID cards, passports and other documents, as well as some cash. Then, as if she had used up all her strength, she said in a trembling voice, "Let's run away. Let's leave here together. Okay? Don't care about anything. Just the two of us. Sneak away from here, and start over. Okay?" Fu Qingzhou's expression paused. He seemed a little confused. What did she mean by what she said now? Did it mean that only the two of them were together? Eloping? Just what you think. Fu Qingzhou. I don't care about anything. Let the past be the past. Okay? Let's leave together. Find a new city. And start over. Okay? She was actually very scared when she said this. Her eyes were fixed on his face, not wanting to miss any expression on his face. But Fu Qingzhou lowered his eyes. He didn't know if this was a new scam. Moreover, if he really left like this, would Wanru be completely broken? He had already caused her to lose an eye, and it was impossible for him to leave her alone like this. He needed to consider too much now, and he had long passed the age of being irresponsible for love. The more he was silent, the tighter Nan Yan's fingers clenched, as nervous as a prisoner facing trial, waiting for her final answer. After a long silence, Fu Qingzhou looked up at her, and then said calmly, "I can't leave Wanru now." Hearing this answer, Nan Yin suddenly smiled, as if hiding her last bit of dignity. Her smile was sad and ugly. She was pale, tears flashing in her eyes. And then she hurriedly put away her things. Fortunately, you didn't agree to my request casually. In fact, I was just joking with you. Haha. Look, you almost fell for it. How could I do such a stupid thing? This is a joke. I'm just here to help Wanru test you, so don't take it seriously. Fu Qingzhou was silent for a moment. He heard himself asking, "Is it really just a joke? What else?" Nan Yin forced a smile, and the mist in her eyes seemed to be getting more and more. She spoke softly. "Actually, I came here today to apologize to you. I lied to you for so long before, causing you so much harm and trouble. But I never said sorry to you. She apologized to him solemnly. Fu Qingzhou felt uncomfortable in his chest. There's no need to mention what has already happened. Then can you forgive me? Fu Qingzhou responded. Well, I don't blame you anymore. Hearing him say this, Nan Yin seemed to laugh again, but her voice became more hoarse. She asked, In that case, can you hug me again? Fu Qingzhou's eyes fell on her face, as if he couldn't understand her current thoughts. He didn't agree or disagree, just looked at her quietly. Nan Yin didn't wait for his consent. She was smiling, but a tear slipped from her eye unconsciously. You refuse to agree to such a small request. Do you dare to say that you don't blame me? Fu Qingzhou, you are still so stingy. Hearing this, Fu Qingzhou's mouth seemed to bend unconsciously. Before he could react, Nan Yin, who was standing there, suddenly rushed towards him, with some reckless impulse, and threw herself directly into his arms, and then hugged his waist tightly with both hands, refusing to relax. Fu Qingzhou paused for a moment. He just stood there quietly, without hugging her back. But he didn't push her away, because he heard her suddenly say, Fu Qingzhou, I plan to leave. When Nan Yin said this, the strength of her hands became tighter, and even her voice was a little choked. Fu Qingzhou subconsciously wanted to ask her where she was going, but thinking of their current relationship, he swallowed the words in his throat and said him softly. Her eyes couldn't stop being sore, and she continued, I'm going to a very far place, and I may never come back again. Leaving here is also good. Do you think I will meet someone who loves me like you, and is willing to accommodate me for the rest of my life in that place? Fu Qingzhou's eyelashes trembled, and he unconsciously clenched his fingers. Maybe, Nan Yin chuckled and said, Then you say, when I meet him, I will love him as much as he loves me, and I will never lie to him again. What do you think? Okay. When Nan Yin heard him say yes, she couldn't help but shed tears. Then hug me one last time. Just once. Okay? Fu Qingzhou's breathing paused slightly. He slowly raised his hand, and when he was about to hug her in his arms, he saw water standing in the corner in front of him. When he looked up, he lowered his eyes and pulled the person in his arms away. Sorry. Water can't stand the stimulation now. Nan Yin lowered her eyes to look at her wrist that was tightly grasped. He obviously wanted to push her away, but he still held her hand tightly. Nan Yin even saw a trace of begging and uneasiness in his eyes. Then she chuckled, tears flashing in her eyes. Don't worry. I won't leave for the time being. After all, I will be your bridesmaid tomorrow. Then she opened his fingers one by one and whispered a blessing. And, be happy. Fu Qingzhou. Chapter 85. She suddenly showed a relieved, slightly warm smile on her face. Her eyebrows curved like two shallow crescents, just like the look in front of the window that night. Fu Qingzhou's heart was suppressed with an indescribable impulse, as if something was about to burst out. He tried hard to grab her hand, wanting to ask something else, asking her what the meaning of coming here today was, and what she said tonight. Was it true? What did she want from him? But this time, the other party turned and left before he stretched out his hand. She took a step back and smiled at him. Tomorrow, we will see each other again. Fu Qingzhou's heart suddenly choked. After she finished speaking, she waved to him, then held the small bag in her hand tightly against her arms, turned around and left without looking back. Fu Qingzhou opened his mouth, but didn't say anything to keep her, just watched her walk away, until the thin bag completely disappeared in the night. He didn't know why. He suddenly felt uneasy, as if he would never see her again. Did he do something wrong? Why did he feel so empty in his heart? It was as if he had lost something very important. But didn't she say that it was just a joke? The wedding the next day was very lively. The Fong family was a well-known family in the city. The Fu family was also famous in the past. But now it was more famous for the news that the Fu family went bankrupt overnight. Most of the people who came to the wedding were friends. Some people lamented that the Fong family was loyal and righteous. Even though the Fu family had an accident, they were still willing to marry their daughter to a poor boy who had nothing. Some people also knew some inside information, saying that Fong Wanner's body was defective due to the car accident, and she had no choice but to rely on this ex-boyfriend who had broken up. In short, there were many people who came to attend the wedding, and many who came to help, and Nan Yin was among them. She came very early today, As a bridesmaid at the wedding, she was one of the first people to go with Fong Wanru to do makeup. Fong Wanru also specially picked a very beautiful bridesmaid dress for her. A light champagne-colored silk long skirt. Gentle and clean. When Fu Qingzhou opened the door, what caught his eye was her slender and faint figure, with the silk skirt hanging down to her ankles, standing quietly beside the mirror, as if she could touch it with just one hand. She turned her head and saw him, with some surprise on her face, and then showed a calm and sweet smile, and asked him with a smile, "Look, is it beautiful?" Fu Qingzhou's breathing paused slightly. I don't know what he thought of. Subconsciously shifted his sight, and then said calmly, "It looks good." His eyes slowly fell on the bride beside him. Fong Wanru couldn't help but smile when she heard this. Her face was full of happiness. She stroked the hem of the wedding dress with her fingers, and her eyes were filled with joy. "You made a good choice. You said this wedding dress is suitable for me, but it's a pity that the one is inlaid with rhinestones. Now that I think about it, it should be more beautiful to wear it." "Forget it. I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more I feel sorry." As expected, when choosing a wedding dress, women are often the most greedy. As she spoke, she showed a slightly satisfied smile on her face, supporting the dressing table with one hand. A few strands of black hair scattered on her forehead, and her eyes seemed to be filled with infinite warmth. Fu Qingzhou forced a smile and was about to change the subject. Just at this moment, the phone in his pocket rang. Fu Qingzhou turned around to answer the phone. After listening to what the other party said, his expression didn't seem to change. He just said softly, "Okay, I'll come over to get it now." He seemed to be a little anxious about what he said, which made Fong Wanru a little curious. So she asked casually, "What's wrong? Do you have something to go out for?" Fu Qingzhou said unto her, and replied in a light tone, "It's not a big deal. The wedding ring you asked for has been made, but the employee who sent the ring has something urgent at home and can't come. Someone needs to pick it up. I'll go over now. Don't worry." He was about to leave when Fong Wanru grabbed his wrist. "Hey, wait a minute." She glanced at her phone, and her face showed a little embarrassment. It was getting late, and the wedding scene. There are still many things that need to be handled by the groom. If he is not here now, it will be very troublesome for her to handle them alone. But it's getting late now. Is it too late for you to go alone? Otherwise, let's ask someone to send it over there. Fu Qingzhou exhaled lightly and smiled at her as if to comfort her. "Why is it too late? It's not a very troublesome thing. I will be back soon after I go." But the guests have already. Fong Wanru hadn't finished speaking when Nan Yin suddenly spoke. She smiled at the two of them and said, "Why don't you let me go? One of you is the groom, and the other is the bride. You two protagonists can't be missing at the wedding. So I'll go and get it." Fu Qingzhou frowned lightly, then quickly relaxed, and almost subconsciously said, "Then I'll go with you." As soon as he said this, the force that was originally holding his wrist suddenly increased a lot. Nan Yin was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to realize something, and quickly refused with a smile. "No, this is not a very important matter. I can go alone. If you are really worried and afraid that I will delay time, I will find someone else to go with me. I'll go with you." Before she finished her words, she suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the door again. Several people looked up at the same time and saw Jiang Shaoyan standing at the door staring at them, specifically at Nan Yin. He walked closer, moved his lips, and spoke in a gentle voice as if begging, "Let me accompany you." "Okay." Nan Yin was worried that no one would help her. When she heard him say that, she subconsciously nodded in agreement. She smiled at Fu Qingzhou. "Okay. Now you don't have to worry. I'll be back soon." Fu Qingzhou said nothing, just watched the two of them leave together. He vaguely felt a little itchy in his throat. Inexplicably, he suddenly had an urge to call her, and even he himself didn't know why this happened. This was the first time the two had been so close since the last meeting in the hospital. Jiang Shaoyan even felt a little nervous for a while. He tried to ignore the strange feeling in his heart. He had been honest and silent since he got on the car, for fear of breaking this rare tranquility, and just stared at people in a daze. He was actually a little afraid. Afraid that she would not be able to bear the blow and would do something impulsive on the wedding day. So he kept an eye on her all the time. He knew that it was his selfishness that led to everything that happened today. If he hadn't interfered, the bride at the wedding should have been hers. She could have been very happy with Fu Qingzhou. and she wouldn't have to endure the pain she's having now. Instead of being like this, Jiang Shaoyan suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of guilt and sin in his heart. During this period of time, he had really brought her too much pain. He was so selfish that even he himself hated and despised him. He was already very lucky that she didn't hate him. How could he dare to ask for her forgiveness? He was really uneasy now. Fortunately, everything was peaceful along the way. Nan Yin seemed to be very calm now. When she got the ring, she even smiled. Her eyes lingered on the beautifully packaged jewelry box. And a little envy and relief flashed in her eyes. Why are you staring at me all the time? You've been like this since we came out. What? Are you afraid that I will think too much? Nan Yin looked at Jiang Shaoyan beside her. Since getting in the car, his eyes never left her. She couldn't help laughing. Jiang Shaoyan then looked away uncomfortably. He lowered his head, and his eyes fell on the ring box in her hand. Suddenly, he whispered, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Nan Yin seemed stunned for a few seconds. But she soon understood what he meant. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. And finally she calmed down and slowly said, Forget it. I don't blame you anymore. She let out a long sigh. As if she had finally accepted her fate. She pressed her fingers on the ring box and rubbed it gently. Smiling gently, after they get married, I will leave here and go to a very far place. I may never come back. However, before he could finish his words, the car body was violently overturned by a car that suddenly rushed out from the intersection. Be careful. Nan Yin almost subconsciously threw herself on him. Under the violent collision, Jiang Shaoyan had no time to react. He only heard a loud buzz in his head. And then a dizzy feeling. The car they were in was hit and rolled on the ground twice. And finally rushed towards the guardrail. The huge impact force almost broke the railing. And the front of the car was hit and sparks flew. It hurts. Jiang Shaoyan's mind was full of this feeling. At that moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body were crushed and reorganized by a huge force. And the severe pain made his brain sober for a moment. Nan Yin. He called her name painfully, but didn't hear a response. He subconsciously lowered his head again. The warm, unconscious body in his arms suddenly made him tremble with fear. His eyes were red almost instantly. Jiang Shaoyan trembled and hugged her tightly. Don't be afraid. Nan Yin. Yin Yin. It's okay. It's okay. It will be okay. I'll find someone to save you. I'll find someone to save you right away. Jiang Shaoyan climbed out of the car with difficulty. The severe pain and weakness in his legs made him unable to stand up at all. With a bang, Jiang Shaoyan fell heavily to the ground again. The pain in his knees had long made him unconscious. But he really couldn't care about anything now. Nan Yin was bleeding. She was bleeding a lot. He couldn't stop it. What should he do? What should he do? Jiang Shaoyan's emotions were about to collapse. He took a lot of effort to carry Nan Yin out of the car. He finally regained consciousness. At this moment, he really couldn't care about anything. He could only cry and beg passers-by in a messy and miserable manner. Please, call an ambulance. Call an ambulance quickly. Some enthusiastic passers-by had already gathered to help. After Jiang Shaoyan finished speaking, he trembled and held Nan Yin on the ground in his arms. He carefully covered her wound with his coat. But looking at the wound that couldn't be stopped at all, he suddenly felt that the sky was about to fall. And tears fell uncontrollably. Nan Yin. Hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. It's okay. We will all be fine. At this moment, Nan Yin seemed to have regained some consciousness. But this body should not last long. She could feel her whole body was cold. Slowly, as if the vitality in her body was fading away bit by bit, Nan Yin subconsciously grasped his palm, struggling as if she had exhausted all her strength. Her voice was extremely hoarse and weak, and there was a slight tremor. Phone. I need a phone. Jiang Shaoyan leaned close to her lips, heard the voice, and hurriedly reached for his pocket. But his phone had been smashed in the car accident. So he hurriedly grabbed a non-mainstream young man next to him. Phone. Give me the phone quickly. The non-mainstream was startled by him, and almost fell down. But seeing that the man was covered in blood and his emotions were extremely unstable, he quickly handed over the phone honestly. Nan Yin looked at Jiang Shaoyan, moved her lips, and reported a number with difficulty. Call him for me. On the other side, when the ring rang, Fong Wanru was a little upset because Fu Qingzhou was not in a good state today. So when the ring rang, She subconsciously took the phone from him. Qingzhou, what's wrong with you today? Why are you always so absent-minded? You look at your phone more often than you look at me. Don't pay attention to these random strange calls. Okay? It must be the sales promotion designed for the wedding before. She glanced at the caller ID and hung up without hesitation. And Fu Qingzhou frowned subconsciously. He didn't know why, but he always felt very uneasy in his heart, which made him restless. However, after hearing what Fong Water said and seeing that she was in a bad mood, he barely suppressed his inner irritation and replied in a normal tone. Nothing. Maybe there are too many people today. I am not used to it. You give me the phone first. Fong Water hid the phone behind her, then looked up and coaxed with a smile. That won't work. I also know that you are not used to it today. But this is our wedding after all. Qingzhou, getting married is the most important moment in every girl's life. You don't want to be disturbed by these messy calls all the time. Right? Anyway, I don't care. I will keep the phone first. You go out to entertain the guests first. Someone just said how you are more rare than me. The bride? It's so difficult to see you. As soon as the voice fell, Fu Qingzhou was dragged out by several friends he knew, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoyan, who couldn't get through the phone, looked at Nan Yan's eyes from the initial light to the later gray, and suddenly became a little desperate. Why don't you answer the phone? Answer it quickly. Please, answer the phone quickly. Jiang Xiaoyan's fingers trembled, and he redialed several times. But in the end, the other party didn't know if he was impatient, and turned off the phone directly. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's heart trembled violently, and he didn't even dare to look up. He was afraid to see Nan Yan's disappointed eyes, and he was more afraid than ever. Forget it. Don't call. Nan Yan's tears finally couldn't help but fall from her eyes. It seemed that the sadness in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She felt powerless and lost. She reached out and held Jiang Xiaoyan's hand, which was shaking because of excessive force. What a pity. Originally, I wanted to hear his voice for the last time, but unfortunately I can't hear it. Help me. Tell him that I was serious that day. Except for the fact that I lied to him at the beginning. I was sincere later. Jiang Xiaoyan held her hand and pressed it tightly against his face. Hearing what she said, he hurriedly agreed. Okay. I'll tell him for you. I will definitely tell him for you. Don't talk for now. The ambulance will be here soon, and you will be fine by then. Nan Yan seemed to have not heard what he said clearly, and was still immersed in her own thoughts. After she finished speaking, she felt a little regretful. After thinking about it, she shook her head gently in his arms. No, let's not say it. I don't want him to be sad. I know. He is actually a very timid and insecure person. After being cheated once, he will never trust others for the second time. He is getting married soon. Such a good day. I don't want him to be sad because of my affairs again. So you should not tell him. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously and held her face carefully. Okay. I promise you. As long as you hold on, anything is fine. Nan Yan suddenly coughed, and even blood came out of the corners of her mouth. Her voice became weaker and weaker. I really didn't lie to him on purpose. She tried to say these words, and her body trembled uncontrollably because of the severe pain. Tears fell one by one, and she tightly grasped Jiang Xiaoyan's fingers. She looked straight at him, with a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. You asked him why he didn't answer the phone? Why didn't he want to listen to my explanation? For 2 months, I have been waiting for him. I have been waiting for him to come. I clearly have been trying very hard to get close to him. Why can't you trust me again? Jiang Xiaoyan listened and felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. He almost suffocated. He held her fingers tightly, and his tears fell on her face. No! You will be fine. Yan. Hold on. Okay. I will help you find him. I will bring him to see you now. I won't let him marry Wanru. I will let him be with you. As long as you are fine. As long as you hold on. You can do whatever you want in the future. I don't want anything. I don't mind anything. Yan. Did you hear me? Don't be in trouble. I beg you. Please don't be in trouble. Okay? He held her tighter and tighter, as if he had grabbed his last straw, as if he could keep her forever. When Nan Yan heard this, there seemed to be some hope in her eyes. She curved her lips and suddenly showed him a very light smile. Then look at me. Am I beautiful today? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded frantically. Tears like a broken string. Beautiful. Beautiful. But she was covered in blood now. The original color of the skirt was no longer visible. Her face and body were covered in blood. Let alone beauty. Even the human figure could not be seen. But Jiang Xiaoyan was almost crazy. No matter what she said. She agreed. Hearing this, Nan Yin was immediately satisfied. She leaned her head against his chest a little weakly. And her voice suddenly became very soft. It's good to be beautiful. Actually, I'm going to be a bridesmaid today. No, I'm going to be a bride. He promised that I will wear a very beautiful wedding dress in the future. After saying this, Nan Yin suddenly seemed to be exhausted. She slowly let go of Jiang Xiaoyan's hand and completely lost consciousness. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart seemed to have a big hole. He grabbed her fingers tightly. At this moment, he was so scared that his heartbeat almost stopped. He cried loudly, Ambulance. Doctor. Please. Call an ambulance quickly. Yen. Hold on. I beg you to hold on. Okay? Fu Qingzhou will be here soon. Really soon. I asked him to come to see you. He begged. I beg you. Don't be in trouble. Okay? On the other side of the wedding scene, Fu Qingzhou looked at the pile of white roses on the table and thought of Nan Yin unconsciously. He remembered that she seemed to have said that she liked lilies the most, and that she must use lilies as a bouquet when getting married, which symbolizes a happy marriage. Thinking about it, Fu Qingzhou subconsciously pulled a rose from the table, but accidentally got stabbed by the thorns, and a few drops of blood immediately came out of his index finger. Fu Qingzhou didn't take it seriously at first. I don't know if it's because the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Fu Qingzhou looked at the tiny, almost invisible wound, and suddenly felt a piercing pain. It was the kind of dense pain that made his heart feel like being stabbed by needles. As if he couldn't breathe, and he couldn't stop it no matter what. And even tears were about to come out. Chapter 86, Best Friend as a Shield, Ending Plus Extra. Half an hour later, Fu Qingzhou received a strange call saying that Nan Yin had a car accident. When he heard the news, Fu Qingzhou's first reaction was that someone was playing a prank on him. His heart beat faster. He tried for a long time to calm down the tension in his chest. And then, he was annoyed. How can such a thing be spread casually? It's fake. It must be fake. But until he saw the photos of the car accident scene, his face, which was originally normal, turned pale in an instant. His expression was almost distorted. At that moment, he only felt a sudden bang in his head, as if he was hit hard by a stick. He couldn't even hold the phone steadily. How could this be possible? She was fine. Half an hour ago, she was still standing next to the mirror, smiling at him tenderly, and asking him if her skirt was pretty? How could it be possible? How could it be possible that she was so seriously injured that she had to go to the hospital? They must have lied to him. Right? They must have teamed up to lie to him. Right? It's not funny. This joke is not funny at all. Fu Qingzhou's eyes turned red almost instantly. He could no longer hear what the people behind him were saying. At this moment, he just felt that his heart was about to suffocate. It was as if all the blood in his body rushed to his brain in that instant, and an extreme panic and fear surged into his heart, making it impossible for him to think calmly anymore. He didn't care about getting married or the groom, and he didn't care at all. The only thought in his mind at this moment was to go to the hospital, to find her, to see her, to see how she was doing. Fu Qingzhou rushed to the hospital frantically, and he didn't even have time to change his clothes. Fang Wanru was also with him. The wedding had been cancelled temporarily. Such a big thing happened, and she was in a bad mood at the moment. She really didn't expect such an accident to happen. She even wondered, if it wasn't for helping her get the ring, would this accident not have happened? Thinking of this, Fang Wanru's heart inevitably surged with guilt, and even her eyes couldn't help but redden. At this moment, Fu Qingzhou finally understood how Nan Yin felt when he was injured at the construction site. That time, she cried so sadly and desperately in the hospital. Was she in the same mood as he was now? Fu Qingzhou kept praying in his heart. He ran out of breath and finally rushed to the hospital. At the door of the emergency room where Nan Yin was sent, he even saw the remaining red blood on the ground, which had not even completely dried up. She bleeds a lot. It must be painful. She is so afraid of pain. But she bleeds so much. Fu Qingzhou felt that his whole heart was tightly clenched. At this moment, he was really scared. So scared that his heartbeat was about to stop. And the mist in his eyes became more and more. Please, don't be in trouble. Nan Yan. Please. In less than half an hour. The lights in the operating room went out. Several doctors and nurses in white coats came out. Fu Qingzhou saw that there was blood on their sleeves. The leading doctor asked, "Which of you is the patient's family member?" Fu Qingzhou stepped forward immediately. Because he was too anxious. He slipped and almost fell. He grabbed the doctor's wrist tightly. And his voice was trembling. I am the patient's family member. I am her boyfriend. Tell me, how is she injured? Is she okay now? The doctor shook his head at him. His face was a little heavy. I'm sorry. We really tried our best. The patient was injured too seriously. The spine was broken. There were multiple comminuted fractures all over the body. In addition, there were different degrees of internal bleeding in the chest and abdomen. When he was sent here, he had already fallen into a deep coma. So I'm really sorry. At that moment, Fu Qingzhou seemed to be unable to believe his ears. His eyes were red. And the whole person seemed to be unable to stand anymore. He staggered back a few steps. And finally banged and hit the stool next to him. He fell heavily to the ground again. But he seemed to be in so much pain that he had no consciousness. What did you say? Fu Qingzhou suddenly looked up at the attending doctor in a daze. He felt that there seemed to be something wrong with his ears. Otherwise, how could he hear the doctor say such words? The doctor sighed helplessly, shook his head at him again, said sorry, and then continued. In addition, the deceased also agreed to donate corneas for transplantation before his death. Is there a lady named Fang Wanru among you? You can prepare for this operation as soon as possible. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Fang Wanru, who was standing there, seemed to be unable to hold back any longer and suddenly burst into tears. She shook her head vigorously, her face full of guilt, and tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes one by one. The makeup on her face was all smudged, making her look extremely embarrassed. But now no one paid attention to these things. They were just a little confused. Why did she suddenly become so abnormal and cry so desperately? Fu Qingzhou's expression froze on his face. His pupils shrank, and he turned his head to look at her, as if he had a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Fang Wanru was still crying. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I lied to you. Qingzhou. My eyes are not blind at all. Fang Wanru finally broke down in tears and told the secret. She had lied to him from the beginning. She lied to everyone. Her eyes were not blind at all. She did it on purpose. Deliberately took advantage of Qingzhou's guilt and responsibility. Because only in this way would he be willing to be with her again. But she didn't expect. She really didn't expect Nan Yan to die. And she didn't expect that she would be willing to donate her cornea to her before she died. For a while, the guilt, and regret that kept surging in her chest. The endless regret and uneasiness almost overwhelmed her. She really didn't expect things to turn out like this. He would never forgive her in his life. Even she couldn't forgive herself. I'm sorry. Qingzhou. I'm really sorry. Fang Wanru's tears flowed even more. She staggered forward a few steps and tried to hold Fu Qingzhou's hand. But he shook her off fiercely. Fu Qingzhou suddenly smiled. He clenched his fingers tightly and let the tears slide down his cheeks. He felt sick at the moment. He felt very sick when he was touched. How stupid was he to be deceived again and again? He thought of the 2 months he spent being overwhelmed by guilt and responsibility. He would rather have been the one who was hit. He shouldn't suppress his inner thoughts so much. He got engaged to her. In order to take care of her emotions. He even refused to give Nan Yan the last hug on the night before the wedding for her. But she said that she had lied to him from beginning to end. What on earth did he do? How could he be so stingy that he wouldn't even hug her? She was crying and crying so aggrievedly. Why couldn't he trust her again? Fu Qingzhou really felt that his emotions were about to collapse. Especially when he saw that the person lying on the bed was motionless. Suddenly, he felt that everything in front of his eyes was dark. His knees were weak, and his whole body seemed to be exhausted. And he fell heavily to the ground. Someone beside him saw this, and quickly reached out to help him. Qingzhou, look at it more openly. The dead can't be resurrected. I don't think she wants to see you. Before he finished speaking, Fu Qingzhou stood up shakily. He waved his hand expressionlessly, and said in a hoarse voice, Everyone get out. Seeing him like this, everyone didn't dare to disturb him. After all, in the face of death, any words of comfort seemed so pale and powerless. Everyone understood that what he needed most at this moment was to calm down. So they didn't say much and turned around and left. Fu Qingzhou didn't even know how he got to her side. He saw her slightly drooping black hair at a glance. She just lay there quietly, her face pale and almost bloodless. Fu Qingzhou's fingers trembled as he reached over and curled up. He didn't even dare to touch her now, for fear that he would accidentally break her. Tears fell uncontrollably. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." He knelt all the way to the bed, and felt that the despair that kept surging in his heart was almost drowning him. He touched her face carefully. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have made you angry, let alone bullied you, and made you suffer so much. Would you please get up? Get up and scold me, hit me, or let me bear all the pain. Please, please don't punish me with this result. I haven't hugged you yet." "Nan Yan, did you hear what I said? I won't marry Fang Wanru. I won't marry her. Can you open your eyes and look at me? I beg you. Open your eyes." Fu Qingzhou lowered his head and begged and apologized repeatedly. But the person on the bed never responded. He even wondered if it would be the same as the misunderstanding he had last time in the hospital. He recognized the wrong person, and she was actually fine. Nothing happened. But why? He had waited for so long. But he still didn't hear her hiding behind him and calling his name in that funny voice, and then throwing herself into his arms, laughing at him for recognizing the wrong person, and crying like a fool. Fu Qingzhou suddenly felt an endless despair in his heart. It was different from the misunderstanding he had in the hospital last time. Her fingers had slowly become cold and stiff, and her body temperature was also gradually lost. From now on, she would never wake up again, let alone smile at him again. And he didn't even see her for the last time. When he thought of this, Fu Qingzhou's despair in his heart became deeper and deeper, and the mist in his eyes gathered more and more. He gently wiped the blood scab on her face with his fingers, looking at the girl lying quietly on the bed as if she was asleep. He suddenly chuckled. "I have something funny to tell you. You know what? You and Fang Wanru, together, have at least 400 tricks. How come you only cheated me? It's fine if you cheated me, but she cheated me too. Is it because I was born to look easy to cheat?" Fu Qingzhou picked up a clean towel from the shelf beside him, soaked it in water again, and wiped the blood off her face again and again, very gently. He laughed again as he spoke, but tears fell down his cheeks. He continued, "But I just like being cheated by you. You also know that I am very stingy. Why can't you be more patient and coax me a few more times? Do you know that when you came to apologize for the first time, I was already soft-hearted? I secretly told myself in my heart that as long as you coaxed me a few more times, I would definitely not be angry. But I waited for you for so long. You didn't come for 2 whole months. I was angry and disappointed. I thought you didn't care about me at all. So, I wanted to give up. But just when I had given up completely, you came and said you wanted to go with me." His voice trembled and became more hoarse. "But in the end, I rejected you that day. I know that I was too timid. How could a girl say such a thing first?" Fu Qingzhou lowered his head, and tears dripped onto Nan Yan's face. He wiped them away carefully. "Oh, I almost forgot that day you said you were going to a very far city. In fact, when I answered the questions you asked me, I was against my will. I don't want you to leave at all. I don't want you to meet someone who loves you like me and is willing to be deceived by you in that place. I don't want you to love him as much as you love me in the future. It's enough for me to love you alone. So, don't leave. Okay, Nan Yan?" As Fu Qingzhou said this, his heart ached. He held her hand tightly. He only felt that her already stiff fingers suddenly loosened. As if it was fate, a silver exquisite ring suddenly fell out of her palm. Ding! It fell to the floor. Fu Qingzhou came back to his senses in an instant. He lowered his head and saw the blood-stained ring on the ground. It was the one he prepared on the day of the proposal, and she had been wearing it with her all the time, and refused to let go until she died. At this moment, Fu Qingzhou could no longer suppress it. He couldn't help trembling all over, and a corner of his heart collapsed completely. Half a month later. Half a month had passed since the car accident, and the previous heat had gradually subsided. After learning about Nan Yan's death that day, Fu Qingzhou had a breakdown for 3 days. But then, he slowly calmed down. After all, Life and death are the most unpredictable, and only time can smooth everything out. Just when everyone thought he would just pass away, Fu Qingzhou suddenly disappeared. Even on the morning of his disappearance, he was still normal, enthusiastically greeting the employees of the neighboring flower shop, and bought a large bunch of lilies from the owner, and then drove out. In fact, the night before, Fu Qingzhou called an unfamiliar number on his mobile phone. After the call was connected, the voice on the other end was a strange, very young guy. "Hello. Who is this?" Fu Qingzhou paused, and asked him in a hoarse voice. "I want to ask. On October 9th, you called me many times with this number, but I didn't answer at that time. Do you still remember it?" The young man scratched his head and thought about it. He didn't have any impression at first, but when he heard him say October 9th, the memory in his mind suddenly revived. "Oh, I remember. There was a serious car accident in the city center that day. I happened to be there. But it was not me who called you, but a man and a woman." The man was very anxious at the time. So anxious that he almost cried. But he called several times but no one answered. And later the other party turned off the phone. Fu Qingzhou subconsciously clenched his fingers. His throat was dry as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. "Well, that day. Can you tell me in detail about the girl's situation at that time? Was she very sad?" "That girl. Let me think about it first. It's been too long. I don't remember it very well." Thinking of the scene at that time, the young man couldn't bear to recall it, fearing that he would have nightmares at night if he thought too much. It seemed so. The girl kept calling someone's name at that time. It seemed to be Zhou something. Zhou Qing? I don't remember it very clearly. Anyway, it should be the groom's name. She said she was going to be the bride that day. But it was a pity that the phone could not be reached. And the girl also said that she wanted to hear the groom's voice for the last time. Before he finished speaking, with a pop sound, the phone accidentally fell to the ground, and the screen instantly broke into pieces. Fu Qingzhou closed his eyes, thinking about what happened that day. How desperate must she have been, when she was in so much pain and so sad. He didn't even answer her last call. What a pity. After that, Fu Qingzhou disappeared. On the afternoon of the day after he disappeared, the police received a report that a car accident occurred near a river. A white car accidentally ran out of the fence and fell into the river. When the car was salvaged later, someone saw it from a distance. It should be a very young man. There was a car full of lilies in the car, all of which were soaked and rotten. What a pity. On the other hand, Jiang Xiaoyan's condition after the car accident was not very good. Although his life was saved, his leg injury was also very serious at the time. So he might have to spend his whole life in a wheelchair. And these are just external injuries. Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to have some mental problems after the car accident. He refused to communicate with others, and his depression became very serious. Sometimes his memory would be confused. He always regarded the day of the car accident as the day he went to the wedding with his fiancée. Because of the heavy blow, the once high-spirited Jiang Zong in his memory is now like a withered rotten wood, and the brilliance in his eyes has disappeared completely. A new group of young nurses came to the mental sanatorium near the suburban villa. They are all young girls who have just graduated from school. They especially like to get together and gossip. For example, they have heard a lot about the deeds of the young Jiang Zong recently. It's really too miserable. He went to the wedding with his fiancée, but he had a car accident halfway. His fiancée died. Not only did he lose his legs, but he even had mental problems. It's so pitiful. Who said it wasn't? It is said that his fiancée seemed to have died in his arms on the spot, because the blow was too great. She couldn't bear it, and her spirit collapsed. So, this Mr. Jiang is really affectionate. You don't know yet? I heard that Mr. Jiang has cut his wrists 3 times this month. Fortunately, he was found in time. Otherwise he would be dead. I heard about this too. It seems that her depression is quite serious. She refuses to talk or take medicine. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan was completely unaware of everything in the outside world, and was completely immersed in his own thoughts. Sitting quietly in a wheelchair, with a thick photo album on his legs. The afternoon sun was a little warm, shining on the back of his hand through the window. His skin was white and a little transparent, and the light blue blood vessels were faintly visible. His fingers stroked the girl who smiled so happily in the photo, and the corners of his mouth curved unconsciously. Chapter 87 Shadow Guard. The mission was successfully completed. And Nan Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief when she returned to the system space. This time, her system would have no reason to say that she was slacking off. Finally, she could have a good rest for a few days. Nan Yin happily leaned on the sofa and made herself a cup of honey flower tea. And then had some traditional snacks to fill her stomach. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sure enough, her small space is still good. Whatever you want, you can get it. And the service is thoughtful. But I always feel that the points are not enough to spend. It seems that I still can't be slacking off. For the sake of a better life in the future, I have to travel a few more worlds. The system had just finished clearing the points. And when she looked up, she saw her host looking so leisurely, thinking of the final outcome of the last world. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to know Fu Qingzhou's final outcome?" Nan Yin raised her eyebrows slightly. Her expression was natural, and she took a sip of the flower tea on the table. "I don't know, but I can roughly guess that he will not marry Fang Wanru anyway." In fact, after she learned that Fang Wanru had eye problems in the car accident, she had been wondering. Most of the text worlds are based on people like the male and female protagonists. These people have the luck of world consciousness. Luck is a mysterious thing, invisible and intangible, but it is still very obvious at critical moments. For example, in the last world, Fu Qingzhou and Zhou Nanyan in the original plot had a car accident together. Fu Qingzhou, who had the luck, was luckier than Zhou Nanyan. Not only was he unscathed, but he also had a happy reunion with the heroine. So before she fled, she agreed to a cornea donation agreement. Firstly, to test whether she was really blind, and secondly, to help her if she was really injured. I just don't know if she used this agreement in the end. The system saw her blinking, thought about it, and couldn't help but tell her the ending of several people. "You are right. Fang Wanru's eyes are indeed fine. On the day you had a car accident." She couldn't bear the guilt in her heart, so she told the truth. After that, she completely cut off contact with Fu Qingzhou. Half a month later, Fu Qingzhou committed suicide. Fang Wanru got seriously ill after knowing the news. She was so sick that she couldn't even take care of herself. Later, with the help of a psychologist, she slowly recovered her health and mood. After that, she was with the psychologist, and the Fang family began to go downhill because of the lack of Jiang Xiaoyan's help. In less than a year, Fang was forced to declare bankruptcy. Fang Wanru immigrated abroad with the psychologist. Before leaving, she stayed in front of Fu Qingzhou's grave for an afternoon and never came back. Nan Yin was a little surprised when she heard what the system said. Fu Qingzhou committed suicide? The system thought for a while and replied, "Yes, but his consciousness has not completely dissipated. At present, this part of the content has not been released to the main host, so I can't tell you it will." As soon as the system finished speaking, it began to urge again. "Okay, that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, I will add them next time. The next world mission is about to begin." Nan Yin immediately jumped up from the sofa, with resistance written all over her body. "What a joke. I just came back a few days ago. And Zhou Boppy is not as cruel as you. I protest. I haven't rested enough. The protest is invalid. Someone has complained to the main system space about your passive slacking in the last world. It is very kind of the boss not to deduct your points. If you don't behave yourself, be careful that the boss will send you to the punishment world." Just that one time, before she could finish her words, Nan Yin felt dizzy and was thrown into the next world without any preparation. Before she could recover, as soon as she opened her eyes, the river water rolled into her nose and mouth crazily and continuously, accompanied by turbid mud and sand. Nan Yin didn't even have time to open her mouth, and she was choked by a large mouthful of cold river water. The oppressive feeling of death and suffocation came over her, and she was instantly in trouble. What kind of hell is this? Why did she fall into the river? Thinking of this, Nan Yin didn't even have time to accept the plot, and she immediately struggled violently in the river. But the river was too turbulent, and the more she struggled, the deeper she fell. Just when her strength was getting weaker and weaker, and her consciousness was groggy, and she was about to fall into a coma, a slender and powerful arm suddenly came from behind, tightly wrapped around her waist, and then tightly embraced her in his arms. Nan Yin felt the flat and solid chest of the man behind her. From the hugging experience, it was obvious that he was a man, probably a martial artist. In such a turbulent river, the strength of his hands holding her did not reduce at all. Someone saved her. So Nan Yin simply gave up struggling. Her chin was lifted up by someone and exposed to the water. She finally breathed a breath of fresh air, but accidentally choked on a few mouthfuls of river water with a fishy smell. The two of them floated and struggled all the way, and finally drifted to the gentle downstream, after which Nan Yin completely lost consciousness. The man held her all the way, and it took a lot of effort to finally climb onto a lower river bank. Nan Yin, who has lost consciousness, is receiving the plot at this moment. This time it is an ancient world. The male protagonist is a shadow guard affiliated with Qixia Villa. He is the undisputed #1 killer in the shadow guard building, and happens to be a shadow guard who protects the original body. Qixia Villa is located between the court and the martial arts world. The shadow guard building is a place built by the previous owners of the villa to train killers, shadow guards and, however, with the intervention of the court in recent years, the forces of the martial arts world have been continuously divided, and the martial arts world has gradually stabilized. The killers who originally killed people in secret have gradually transformed into shadow guards in public due to the exposure of their identities, and began to protect the masters of the villa. The original owner, Yi Nan Yin, was a lady of Qixia Shangzhuang, and Qixia Villa had nothing but the most beauties. When Yi met her master was young, he had a good appearance. With his outstanding identity and status, he naturally married many wives. Now there are more than a dozen children in the whole villa, big and small, which is a veritable ancient version of a wealthy family. The original owner, Yi Nan Yin, was neither a legitimate child nor the daughter of the most favored wife. The only thing she could show off was her good looks. But in such a family, outstanding looks were not something to be proud of. Most of the beautiful daughters became tools for marriage, and were used by the owner of the Yi family to win over the court and consolidate the status of the world, and were used for marriage alliances. The original owner was such a chess piece. In order to get close to the relationship with the Gao family in Tianxiang City, the owner of the Yi family did not hesitate to marry his own daughter to the head of the Gao family, who was almost buried in the ground. The daughter of the head of the Gao family had already married a son-in-law and had children. She was much older than her father, the owner of the Yi family. In order to get close to the Gao family, the owner of the Yi family sent his daughter thousands of miles away to be someone's successor. God has a good eye. On the day before the two were to get married, the Gao family of Tianxiang City was wiped out by their enemies, and the head of the Gao family was shot on the spot. The wedding day with Yi Nan Yin turned into a critical moment of escape. All the servants of Qixia Villa brought by Yi Nan Yin died or escaped, and she herself was targeted by Gao's enemies. She was chased by the killers, who killed people all the way to the moat. In the end, there was no way to go. Yi Nan Yin was protected by the shadow guards, and the two could only jump into the river to escape. So this is why Nan Yin was drowned in the river as soon as she came in, and her life was almost lost. It turned out that the two were running for their lives, and the one who protected her was not someone else, but the guardian Shichi given to her by Qixia Villa. That is, the male protagonist in the plot. At this moment, the male protagonist is just a shadow guard without a proper name. He was born in the shadow guard building, and lived on the edge of a knife all day long. However, this is not the end of the story, but the beginning of the plot. It is very unfortunate that the original owner Yi Nan Yin is not the heroine. She is just a tragic first love forgotten by the male protagonist. During the process of fleeing together, the two fell in love with each other. The lady of Qixia Shangzhuang fell in love with her own shadow guard. Although the process was tortuous and difficult to understand, the two finally expressed their feelings to each other and promised to be together for life. And this matter is naturally not allowed, especially when the male protagonist brought Yi Nan Yin back to Qixia Villa. The owner of Yi Villa quickly found a new marriage partner for Yi Nan Yin. In order to escape from Qixia Villa and to be with the person she really likes, Yi Nan Yin and Shichi agreed to leave Qixia Villa together and be an ordinary couple from now on, and no longer ask about the trivial matters in the rivers and lakes and the court. The two did escape, and they did find a beautiful village to live a happy married life. But this peaceful life was soon broken. Other assassins sent by the shadow guard building came over, and the male protagonist fought hard. But in the end, he was outnumbered and was stabbed in the chest by a sword when he was exhausted. In the end, he fell off the cliff and lost all traces. And the original owner was taken back to Qixia Shangzhuang and imprisoned again. Everyone thought the male protagonist was dead. Only Yi Nan Yin tried to find him. But unfortunately her ability was too small. Not only could she not get out, But she was even punished for running away privately. And what happened afterwards was the official beginning of the plot. The male protagonist was also a blessing in disguise. After falling off the cliff, the male protagonist lost his memory and forgot everything in the past. Not only did he not die, but he also accidentally learned his true identity. It turned out that he was the young master who was lost in the Pingnan Palace more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, the princess of Pingnan returned home to visit her relatives. On the way, she was robbed by an assassin. She had no choice but to secretly put her child in a cradle of a hunter's house. She originally wanted to escape the pursuit and then come back to take the child away. But she accidentally slipped down the hillside while avoiding the assassin and finally lost consciousness. When the prince brought people to rescue her, the princess was already seriously injured and completely fell into a coma. After that, more than half a month had passed when the princess woke up again, and her child had completely disappeared. The only thing left was that she had used a secret potion to pierce a cinnabar mold the size of a grain of rice behind the child's ear. And it was with this mark that the male protagonist was recognized by the princess at a glance as the child she had lost that year. The male protagonist who lost his memory was taken back to the Pingnan Palace by the princess, and became the only legitimate son of the palace. The Shadow Guard 17 of Qixia Villa disappeared completely, and was replaced by Zhao Shiqi, the legitimate son of the Pingnan Palace. Then it was the story of the male protagonist Zhao Shiqi and the real female protagonist meeting, knowing each other, and finally falling in love. When Zhao Shiqi, who knew nothing, returned to the palace at the beginning, he often made a lot of jokes because of the instinctive reaction of the Shadow Guard. It was also the female protagonist who stayed by his side to take care of him, help him, and even taught him the etiquette and rules of the palace little by little. It was also in this process that Zhao Shiqi slowly fell in love with this gentle and considerate fiancé, abandoned the past completely. After that, the male protagonist accidentally learned the truth about his injury, and began to join the court to take back the Shadow Guard Tower. After the takeover, the Shadow Guard Tower was no longer mainly trained secret guards to kill people, but gradually evolved into the new power of the male protagonist. Qixia Villa was also attacked by the Shadow Guard building. After all, not everyone wants to live a bloody life on the edge of a knife, and Qixia Villa is the source that forces them to give up their humanity. Yi Qiuchen, the new owner of the Shadow Guard building, hates the original Qixia Villa even more. After the villa was burned down, the original people of the villa died or fled, and those who could not escape were arrested. However, Yi Nanyan was sent to the brothel because of her outstanding appearance. She cried, escaped, and asked for help. But the people in the brothel would not let her go just because she was pitiful. Yi Nanyan even wanted to die, but the madam would not let her die at all. After forcibly drinking a bowl of drugs, she was sent to the guest room that night. After waking up, Yi Nanyan wanted to die desperately. She stayed in the brothel for 3 whole months. She didn't know how many guests she had received, and she didn't know when this life worse than death would end completely. She didn't even know what the meaning of living like this was, but she just lived on, and she didn't know why. It seemed that there was always a belief in the dark that supporting her to live on. Maybe someone was still waiting for her. Even she herself didn't know the reason, but she just lived like a walking corpse. Until the night of the Lantern Festival, she saw her former lover Zhao Shiqi near the alley. At that time, he was carefully accompanying another woman, holding a beautiful lotus lantern in his hand, following the woman step by step, and was afraid that others would squeeze her or touch her, and his eyes were full of attachment and love. Yi Nanyan was stunned the moment she saw him, and tears immediately flowed out. Of course she knew who it was. How could her former lover not recognize him? But, if he was not dead, why didn't he come back to find her? Didn't he know that she had been waiting for him? Yi Nanyan rushed forward on the spot, tugged at his sleeves, and asked him why he didn't come back to find her if he was not dead, and why he forgot his previous vows. You clearly said that you would take care of her for the rest of her life. Why didn't you stay by her side when she was most desperate? Even fell in love with another woman? But her questions were mistaken for the usual means of brothel women to climb up the power, and the servant beside him kicked her away with extreme disgust, and even took out a handkerchief to gently wipe the place she touched. The girl next to him saw Nanyan's appearance and thought that she was a woman of questionable character that he had attracted by flirting outside, and her eyes were red with anger on the spot. You Zhao Shiqi, you keep saying that you like me. Is this what you like? No wonder you don't let me go out all day. It turns out you're afraid I'll see your mistress outside. Zhao Shiqi looked down at Yan, who was wearing revealing clothes, and frowned on the spot, showing a little disgust. He turned around and explained to the woman next to him patiently with a little grievance. Yan, you really misunderstood me this time. I don't know her at all. And you know that I just came back not long ago. I follow you to learn those rules every day. How could I know that kind of improper woman? That kind of woman is a name for her. Yan was completely stunned after hearing this. She looked up at him blankly. But tears fell one by one. The girl next to him heard this. Angrily and embarrassedly patted the back of his hand. And he grabbed it and put it in his arms. And finally led her away from here. And the two of them didn't even look back at her. Yan just watched him walk away. And she stopped pestering him. After returning to the brothel, she sat there in a daze for the whole night. Finally, she took out the half-jade pendant that Shiqi gave her from her arms. In the morning of the next day, when no one was paying attention, she directly set the bed curtain on fire and burned herself. Before he died, he still held the jade pendant tightly in his hand. He said that he had been wearing it since he could remember. When they escaped together, he gave the jade pendant to her as a token of love, saying that it was a betrothal gift for marrying her. But now he has forgotten all their past. He now has a new identity, a new name, and a fiancée he loves deeply. It was also on that day that all the beliefs that supported her to live completely collapsed. So, it's time for her to leave. And what happened afterwards has nothing to do with her. Only the love story of the male and female protagonists continues. In the process of the male protagonist's continuous growth and strengthening, the original owner had long been forgotten by him. Even if he later recovered his memories, his impression of Yan was just a heartbeat when he was young and ignorant. He was even a little glad that he had lost his memory at the time. Otherwise, he didn't know how to face his current fiancée. After all, the only person he really cares about now is Du Yuyan. After receiving the plot, Nan saw the original owner's later experience and had to sigh in her heart. This is too miserable. The lover forgot her completely. And even when his memory was restored later, he only classified this first love as an ignorant heartbeat when he was young, and wanted to get rid of all the past with a word of amnesia. Nan really wanted to spit at this. You are an adult, but you are still immature. Why didn't you think of these things when you hugged her and kissed her? No one knows that the only belief that supported Yan to live was to see Zhao Shiqi again. But after seeing him, it became a knife that rushed her to death. After all, no one can withstand such a blow. Chapter 88. The time point when Nan entered this world was just the beginning of the plot. The current Shadow Guard 17 was not Zhao Shiqi, the prince of the Pingnan Palace. He was currently just a Shadow Guard in the Shadow Guard building and a servant guarding her. Thinking of this, Nan suddenly felt a slight wetness on her lips, as if someone gently opened her lips and was breathing for her, carefully, again and again. The person who breathed for her was Shadow 17. Nan took too long to receive the plot, which made 17 think that she was choked in the river for too long and could not breathe on her own. So she immediately began to rescue her, gently pressing her chest with her fingers, and helping her heart and lungs to revive bit by bit. When the other party came over to breathe again, Nan subconsciously opened her mouth, licked the other party's lips, and stretched out her tongue to hook it slightly. The moist and soft tip of the tongue carefully traced the outline on his lips, like a dragonfly touching the water, and tried to slide deeper. This made Shadow 17 stunned instantly. How could a rookie who had just started out have seen such a scene? His heartbeat suddenly accelerated uncontrollably. When he reacted, he almost subconsciously stepped back. Then he watched the girl, who was originally lying on the ground, slowly open her eyes. Her black eyes moved slightly, then widened, staring at him and said, 17. You actually kissed me secretly? Although most people in the underworld do not care about trivial matters, Yan grew up in Qixia Villa after all, and the concept of status and class is deeply rooted. Naturally, she also attaches great importance to the reputation of women. Shiqi looked a little stunned, but he reacted quickly. He pursed his lips and felt the wet touch on his lips. His expression did not change, but there was a strange and weird emotion in his heart. No, I was just breathing for the young lady. He paused for a moment, probably because he felt that this explanation did not sound convincing. So he added, people who fall into the water usually have their throats blocked by mud and sand, and cannot breathe on their own. I was just helping you breathe and maintain your breathing. I did not mean to offend you. The shadow guards trained in the shadow guard building are mostly rigid, and the male protagonist is the most rigid among them. He has always been straightforward and stubborn. So when facing Nan Yan's questioning, he naturally would not admit his guilt, but kept refuting that he had not done it. Nan Yan snorted lightly, obviously unhappy. She blinked her eyes, and suddenly a little cunning appeared in her eyes, as if she was deliberately bullying him. Nonsense. You just kissed me secretly. Do normal people need to stick out their tongues to breathe? When she said this, Shichi's face suddenly showed a very subtle, slightly weird expression, and his face was a little red. He almost subconsciously retorted, I didn't. And the person who just stuck out his tongue was not me. In his anxiety, he even forgot to call him his subordinate. He looked up at Nan Yan directly, and a hint of annoyance appeared in his heart, probably because he felt that she was making a far-fetched argument. Nan Yan sat up from the ground. She touched her red lips lightly with her index finger and felt a slight sting. Her face immediately showed a little annoyance, and she glanced at him sideways. You said it wasn't you who kissed me. Then who bit me on the lip? Did I bite it myself? Shichi naturally saw the wound on her lip, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He didn't know if it was accidentally knocked when he was helping her breathe. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't dare to refute, and simply admitted his fault honestly. It's my fault. Please punish me. Mississippi. Punish me. Nan Yan also said it, and a smile seemed to flash in her eyes. She thought that there was no need to punish him, but seeing that he admitted his fault so honestly, her attitude naturally slowed down a lot. So she tilted her head and thought for a while, then suddenly moved closer to him, put her hands on his arms, and kissed his lips directly. And this action also made Shichi freeze directly. The girl's soft body and faint fragrance almost made his brain go blank. His eyes widened, his pupils slightly constricted, and it took a long time for his eyes to finally focus. He stared at Nan Yan in front of him without blinking, and was so nervous that he didn't even know what to do with his hands and feet. The little shadow guard with a blank emotional experience didn't know what was wrong with him at all. He just felt that his heart was beating a little faster, as if all the blood in his body rushed to that point in his head, making him a little out of control. If this happened in normal times, he would be finished. He had received the most rigorous training in the shadow guard building, especially when he was on a mission. No matter how difficult the mission was or how powerful the enemy was, the most important thing was to keep his mind calm, his body relaxed, and give the enemy a fatal blow when necessary. But he didn't know what happened at this moment. His limbs were stiff, and he couldn't move. His heart was beating non-stop, no matter how hard he tried to control himself. His brain was in chaos. He couldn't calm down at all. Even his breathing became a little slow. If this happened when facing an enemy, he might have been killed no less than 100 times. And Nan Yan was still kissing him hard. Actually, it wasn't a kiss. She just leaned over and bit him. She licked his lips, like a cat eating fish. When she saw something interesting, she would bite it twice, biting and licking until the corner of his mouth. She bit hard, leaving a tooth mark the size of a grain of rice, and finally retreated with satisfaction. There's no need for punishment. If you bite me, I'll bite you back. However, 17. Since you've been disrespectful to me, you're mine from now on. Only I can treat you like this. No one else is allowed to touch you like this. Remember that? After she finished speaking, she rubbed his face hard, turning his handsome face red. She couldn't help laughing again. Her slightly moist, bright red lips opened and closed slightly, and her eyes were full of smiles, shining like stars in the sky. For a moment, 17 felt a little itchy in his throat, and his heartbeat quickened. He opened his lips, but couldn't say anything to refute for a long time. He thought, who is flirting with whom? Obviously she threw herself at him. Does he have to take responsibility for this? Shichi pursed his lips and clenched his fingers unconsciously. Just when he didn't know what to do, he couldn't help but look down at Nan Yan. Naturally, he didn't miss the teasing and amusing look in her eyes. Shichi immediately understood something, and felt a little ashamed and annoyed. She pursed her lips even tighter, and lowered her head and said stubbornly, Miss, please pay attention to your status, and don't make such jokes again. I am just a lowly servant, not worthy of being yours. Nan Yan heard the tone of this person, and knew that he was unhappy. He looked so capable. And he dared to teach her a lesson. She first looked up at him, and saw the serious and old-fashioned look on his face. And then stared at him back and forth. When he was so uncomfortable that he didn't dare to look at her. She couldn't help laughing. Why are you more old-fashioned than my teacher? What status? Since I am the master. You must listen to what I say. Anyway, I don't care. I say you are my person. And you must be mine. Do you hear me? After Nan Yin finished speaking, she patted his shoulder hard. Seeing that the man still refused to respond, Nan Yin immediately stretched out her claws. And her slender and soft fingers kept rubbing her little shadow guard's cheek, leaving a red mark. The little shadow guard wrinkled his nose, feeling dissatisfied but not daring to resist. That expression was really pleasing to the eye. Nan Yin seemed to be amused by his expression, and immediately showed a smug smile on her face. There was a hint of intimacy in the corners of her eyebrows and eyes, and she said in an intimate manner, "Okay, it's not too late to talk about these things later. Help me up quickly. I've been soaking in the water for so long. I'm almost freezing. Go find a way to take me out of here." Hearing her say this, Ing Shichi also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up and took a look at the surroundings. The lower reaches of the moat were a dense forest. The forest was sparsely populated, and the road was difficult to find. It was not easy to get out. Moreover, when he looked out from the tree just now, he found that the group of killers behind him seemed to have not completely given up the task of hunting them down, and were still searching non-stop, which meant that they were not completely out of danger. So they had to leave here quickly while it was still early. Thinking of this, he immediately pulled Nan Yin up from the ground and walked downstream along the direction of the river. This walk lasted for an entire afternoon. But the two of them circled in this forest for a long time, and could not get out until dark. Nan Yin had every reason to suspect that this man was retaliating, deliberately taking her around in circles, and even said that he was the undisputed #1 killer in the Shadow Guard building. He was not afraid of the wind blowing his tongue when he was bragging. This man was clearly a big road idiot. When the two of them bypassed the familiar stream for the third time, Nan Yin couldn't help it. She looked at the man with a sad look in her eyes. 17. Don't you think this road is familiar? We seem to have gone back and forth 3 times. 17 pursed her lips, her eyes wandering, feeling guilty and not daring to meet her gaze. But she still stubbornly replied, "I'll find the way soon. You said the same thing 2 hours ago." 17. When you said this, did your conscience really not hurt? The man frowned, turned his head, and looked at her seriously, and replied in an extremely serious tone, "I'm not injured. Why would my conscience hurt?" Nan Yin. What he said made so much sense that she was speechless. Well, with a shadow guard who was particularly sincere and would not lie, she found that she needed to have a particularly strong heart. So he simply stopped and stopped moving. Now it was Shichi's turn to be helpless. He looked back at her with a little doubt in his eyes. "Why don't you move? It's getting late now. If you don't walk faster, there may be wild wolves in the jungle to hunt at night. If they were really besieged by wild wolves at that time, he would not be completely sure that he could protect her safely." "I can't walk anymore." Nan Yan's eyes moved, staring at him with resentment. The two of them fled all the way from Tianxiang City to here, and they hadn't eaten anything since morning. He was an adult man and a martial artist, so his physical strength was naturally longer than hers. But it was not easy for her, a weak woman with no strength, to hold on until now. "Come and carry me." Nan Yin pursed her lips and said, and immediately cast a look for help. Hearing this, Ing Shichi did not hesitate at all. He turned around and walked to Nan Yin and squatted down. The duty of the Shadow Guard was to do his best to protect the master's life. In addition, he had to obey all the master's orders. Moreover, for Shichi, carrying someone on his back was not a difficult thing. However, he probably underestimated the trouble of this master. If she wanted to talk, she would talk. Why did she always like to blow into his ears? She also liked to rub his face. Her hands kept doing whatever they wanted on his face. Shichi didn't pay attention, and even pulled out a few hairs. It was really a headache. For example, now, while Nan Yin was lying on his back, she was pinching his earlobes with great interest. Then, as if she had discovered something interesting, her eyes lit up, and she almost pulled his ears off. "Hey, 17. I found a cinnabar mole the size of a grain of rice behind your ear. Is it a mark you have had since childhood?" 17 really didn't know. He has been a member of the Shadow Guard building since he could remember. The only thing he wore to prove his identity was probably the half-jade pendant on his neck. As for the mark she mentioned, he knew nothing about it. So he honestly replied, "I don't remember." Nan Yin was not angry after hearing this. She smiled and rubbed his ear. The force was very light, unconsciously with a little soothing meaning. She leaned her cheek against his ear and rubbed it gently. Her voice was particularly soft and she said, "It doesn't matter if you don't remember it. I will remember it in the future. Anyway, with this mark, no matter what 17 looks like in the future, I can recognize you at a glance," she said, and smiled and rubbed the back of his neck. 17 pursed his lips subconsciously, and the boredom accumulated in his heart was quickly extinguished by this sentence. Nan Yin had just mentioned it casually, but she didn't know that the other party had really remembered it. It was probably the first time someone said this to him, and she was different from those people in the Shadow Guard building, which made him feel very novel, even a little touched, and warm in his heart. Everyone will have an inexplicable deep impression of the first person who is willing to put themselves in their hearts. And the current Ing Shichi is almost the same. It's just that this emotion also contains a hint of something else. Very subtle, graspable and elusive. A very special feeling, which makes him feel a very numb feeling in his chest. For this unfamiliar emotion, Shichi's reaction was still a little slow. He didn't really understand what was wrong with him. Anyway, whenever he felt something strange in his chest, he simply pursed his lips and said nothing. But even if he didn't say anything, he couldn't stop the person on his back from talking non-stop. She started to ask those strange questions again, and she even called it caring about the daily life of her subordinates. "Shichi, how old are you this year? Okay. Do you have a lover? No. Do you have a wife or concubine at home? No. What type of women do you like? Tall? Short? Fat? Thin?" Shichi listened seriously at first, but frowned as he listened. Then, the more he listened, the weirder it became, and his face became weird. Is this really the question that the masters who care about their subordinates would ask? What kind of master would care about the marriage of his subordinates and ask so much in detail? He thought about it and simply replied honestly, "My subordinates like those who talk less. It doesn't matter if they can't talk." Nan Yin. Don't think I don't know you are implying me. Nan Yin. She snorted softly. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. She hooked her hands around his neck and slightly tightened her force. Her tone also turned complaining. "Is it not okay to talk a lot? You are a wooden man. You are silent every day. And now there is a quiet one. Do you two plan to communicate directly with your eyes in the future?" The male protagonist was probably tormented by her enough, and now he became tough. Stubbornly turned his face away, and said, "I just like quiet people." Nan Yin couldn't help laughing, and simply pulled her hand out, and gently stroked his ear, and coaxed him softly in his ear. "Good 17. Is it really not okay to talk a lot?" The honest 17 wanted to say that it was definitely not possible on the spot. The seniors in the Shadow Guard building had long warned him that women were troublesome, and women who talked too much were even more troublesome. The one in front of him had already verified his thoughts. Besides, how could women be as interesting as practicing martial arts and swords? 17 thought he was very principled, but listening to her soft tone, he didn't know why. The no in his throat was mumbled and turned into not, no. After saying that, he felt his ears were a little hot, probably because she was too close, and the temperature of her lips was transmitted to his skin, making him feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 89. But 17 didn't feel awkward for long. He quickly suppressed the strange emotion deep in his heart. After all, he was a Shadow Guard. The seniors in the Shadow Guard building had long said that a qualified Shadow Guard couldn't always be so emotionally unstable. He needed to stay calm at all times. Otherwise, he would easily reveal flaws when facing the enemy. And now he was full of flaws. The two of them quarreled all the way, walking and stopping as they explored deep into the forest. They didn't know how long they walked until it was completely dark. It was at this time that a sharp arrow suddenly flew towards the two of them in the dim light. Originally, Shadow 17 could have dodged it, but now there was another person to protect on his back. He was afraid that the other party would be injured, so he hesitated for a moment. He couldn't dodge in time, and his clothes were instantly pierced by the sharp arrow. His shoulder was also scratched, and a trace of blood flowed out of the wound. 17 frowned slightly and looked back. He seemed to hear a lot of noise. It seemed that the group of killers from the day had caught up with him. They were really hard to deal with. 17. Are you injured? Nan Yin naturally heard the noise just now. She was also quite frightened. At this moment, she was lying on 17's shoulder and asked anxiously. She didn't dare to speak too loudly. Her cautious tone was full of concern. I smell blood. Let me down first. Let me see how you are injured. Hearing this, 17's breathing paused slightly. He hesitated for a long time. And then he fell on his shoulder belatedly. It turned out that he was still injured. 17 pursed his lips, and his expression suddenly became a little unhappy. He thought that it was definitely not because he was not strong enough, but because he had not eaten enough. In the moonlight, he could vaguely see a wound on his shoulder as long as his index finger. Fortunately, there was no messy poison on the arrow. But this little wound was really not worth mentioning. He even didn't understand why his master was making a fuss. This little wound wouldn't kill anyone. So why was he in such a hurry? 17 slowed down his breathing and said in a steady voice, Don't move. Someone is catching up with us. But they shouldn't have discovered us for a while. Otherwise the arrow wouldn't be so accurate. It should have been shot deliberately to alert the enemy. Thinking of this, 17 frowned again, and his face became serious. He didn't agree to Nan Yin, who kept making a fuss and wanted to get off his back, but instead held his hand tighter. I will take you away from here first. Nan Yin sniffed the bloody smell and slowly touched his shoulder. She felt the faint wetness between her fingers and realized that this man must have injured his shoulder. During the escape, it began to rain again. The two of them hid everywhere and finally found a hidden and narrow cave after searching for a long time. Ing Shichi immediately put Nan Yin down and hid her in the cave, whispering, There are too many pursuers behind us now. And it's raining again. It's inconvenient for me to take you away. This cave can temporarily hide from the rain and hide your whereabouts. I will lead the pursuers away first. Before that, Miss, you stay here and hide. Don't run around. Wait for me to come back and pick you up. After he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then took out a dagger from his bosom and put it into Nan Yin's hand. Also, this dagger can be used for self-defense. If the subordinate has not come back, you should keep going downstream. Soon, there should be a village and people, and then you should be saved. He turned around and was about to leave. After all, time was urgent, and there was no time to say anything more. But before he left, Nan Yin grabbed his wrist. Shichi, are you really okay alone? Of course. Nan Yin still held his wrist and refused to let go. Her voice was light and slightly hoarse. Her eyes, which were slightly clear in the rain, stared at him without blinking. Her tone was full of worry and uneasiness. I'm a little worried. What if you can't come back? Shichi turned his head to look at her, seeing his figure reflected in her misty eyes, with only him in his heart and eyes. A strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart, making his heart beat fast. His face, which originally had no expression, looked a little uncomfortable at this moment. Shichi quickly pulled his hand back, but Nan Yin held it too tightly, so he didn't pull it back. He pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and then slowed down his tone, saying in a soothing tone, They are no match for me. I will definitely be back before dawn. Nan Yin felt even more wrong when she heard this. No. 17. You think too much. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that you'll get lost. What will you do if you can't find your way back? Will I be eaten by wild wolves? 17. For the first time, he was speechless. 17, who was inexplicably annoyed, opened his eyes wide, raised his head, and glared at Nan Yin. His originally cold face also turned slightly red. He didn't know if this had touched his weakness. Anyway, 17 was very unhappy at the moment. I am a professionally trained shadow guard. As long as I have enough food, I can complete any task. I am also the #1 killer in the shadow guard building. You can disbelieve the vision of the shadow guard building, but you must never doubt my strength. I will definitely come back alive. The little shadow guard tilted his head, and the whole person was angry. After he finished speaking, he struggled to break away from Nan Yin's hand, turned around, and leaped away in the rain. His movements were clean and neat. Obviously, what Nan Yin said touched his bottom line, which made him feel very angry. And Nan Yin hid in the cave and watched him go away. Turned around and found a slightly dry place in the cave, relaxed the whole person, and then laid down to rest. until the second half of the night. The drizzle stopped, and Nan Yin finally heard a noise coming from outside the house. At first, she thought it was a wild beast. Nan Yin tightly grasped the dagger given by 17. But just as she walked to the entrance of the cave, she heard a thump sound, as if something fell heavily to the ground. When she got closer, she saw that it was a person lying on the ground. The male protagonist came back with injuries all over his body, covered in blood, and there was a hideous wound on his chest. The flesh turned outward, and the bone was exposed. With the movement, the bright red blood kept gushing out along the wound, forming a sharp contrast with the white skin. Nan Yan's face suddenly showed a nervous look. She hurried forward to help the man up, and while carefully dragging him into the cave, she anxiously called his name. 17. How are you? How did you get so seriously injured? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her wrist suddenly tighten. 17, who was still unconscious, regained some consciousness at some point. He half closed his eyes and opened them. Although he was already very drowsy, he still held her wrist and refused to let go. He turned over and buried his head in the crook of Nan Yan's neck. He murmured in confusion, "I'm back. This time I didn't get lost. I just took a few turns." After saying this, he fell asleep with peace of mind. Nan Yin stared at him for a long time without saying anything. She really didn't know what to say, especially when she saw the other person's bloody appearance. She couldn't help but show a worried look in her eyes. He was obviously injured like this, but he was still thinking about the unimportant words she said before. I don't know if he is really stupid or too stubborn. However, she didn't pay too much attention to this problem. Nan Yin soon found that his forehead was hot, and his face was a little abnormally red. It seemed that the wound was infected, and he had a fever after being caught in the rain. Nan Yin went over and was about to treat his wound, but the man reflexively grabbed her wrist and refused to let go. Nan Yin, who was very strong, almost slapped him. This was probably an instinct of their shadow guards. Even in a coma, their bodies were not completely relaxed. 17. I can't help you like this. Nan Yin called his name softly. 17 closed his eyes, and the temperature of his palms was as hot as a branding iron. His originally pale face was also burned red. Nan Yin was a little anxious, so she had to slow down her voice and comfort him more patiently. 17. You are injured, and the wound is bleeding. If you don't treat it, you will die. Please let me go first. I won't hurt you. 17's breathing seemed to be much more stable, so Nan Yin continued to coax him. Good 17. Don't you recognize me? It was not known whether he really heard what she said, or whether he had been completely unconscious due to the fever. But the hand that had been tightly holding her slowly loosened. Nan Yin then carefully bandaged his wound. Until noon the next day, Ing 17, who had not eaten for 2 days, was finally awakened by hunger. So hungry that he almost saw stars in front of his eyes. He slowly opened his eyes, misty in his eyes, and the whole person was still a little unconscious. When he looked up, he saw Nan Yin running towards him with a smile. 17. You are finally awake. She had just come in from outside the cave, and her body was still covered with mud and grass debris. Her face was black and white. Her hair was messy, and her makeup was messy, looking extremely embarrassed. But 17 looked at her like this, and he didn't know what happened. He felt a palpitation in his heart for no reason, and he didn't even hear what she said later. Nan Yin said, with a bit of grievance in her voice, and her body naturally leaned towards him, almost pressing the wound on his shoulder again. Shichi, I'm so glad you're okay. You had a fever for a long time last night, and I thought you wouldn't wake up, but you made it. By the way, look, these are all picked for you this morning. Hurry up and eat more fruits to replenish your water. Nan Yin handed him the spoils of her busy morning work, and Shichi saw that she had a lot of wild fruits in her skirt, and she wiped them clean very carefully. An indescribable strange feeling suddenly surged in my heart. 17 subconsciously reached out and rubbed his chest. He thought in confusion, wondering if it was because the injury was too serious this time. So these strange and unfamiliar emotions surged in his chest again and again? It seems that he has to ask the seniors in the building for advice when he goes back. Why does his heart beat uncontrollably fast when he sees the master? What is wrong with this? 17 thought about it, looked down at the wild fruit in her skirt again, and moved his lips. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, so he just lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, Thank you. Nan Yin smiled and handed the wild fruit over. Don't thank me. If you hadn't protected me, I would have died long ago. Come on. Eat more wild fruits. See, your lips are chapped. If you don't add more water, your voice will be hoarse, and you can't even speak. Eat this. This must be very sweet. Nan Yan's enthusiasm made 17 a little overwhelmed, and his face became uncomfortable. Maybe no one has ever been so nice to him. So for a while, he was a little confused. In fact, the life and death of the shadow guards are not that important to the masters. They are just handy tools. If the tools are broken or dead, they can just get a new one. Anyway, their lives are worthless. It is destined to be like this since birth. So Nan Yan's kindness to him really made him feel a little helpless. And 17 took a fruit and took a bite. This bite almost sent him away. A trace of distortion appeared on his face that was originally expressionless. Nan Yan, who was still holding her chin, blinked twice, and looked at him expectantly. Is it delicious? I picked it specially for you. The honest 17 hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's not delicious. Very sour. This immediately made the eldest lady unhappy. Nan Yin pursed her lips slightly, and the expectant look in her eyes was extinguished like a small flame. And she looked at him resentfully. I worked hard and climbed the tree all morning to pick the fruit for you. My hands are all worn out. Look! It's fine if you don't like it, but you actually think the fruit I found for you is unpalatable. 17. Are you really worthy of me like this? You really disappoint me. 17. He just told the truth. It was obviously what she wanted to ask him. Why can't I tell the truth? Are all girls such unreasonable species? 17 pursed his lips, looked at Nan Yan's unhappy expression, and then he tentatively picked up another wild fruit, and then took another bite. Actually, it's not very delicious. Nan Yin smiled with her lips curved, and then reached out to wipe the juice on the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, That's right. You have to live up to my hard work. You can eat a lot. Come on. 17. It's not good to be picky about food. You are so badly injured. You have to eat more to make up for it. But he didn't want to eat these things to make up for his body. 17 thought sullenly. This treatment is 100 times worse than that of the Shadow Guard building. He looked up at Nan Yin again, and then he realized that something seemed to be wrong with her. So he subconsciously pointed to her chest. What's wrong with you here? Are you injured? Why does it seem to be much more swollen than yesterday? He clearly remembered that when he helped her with CPR yesterday, her face was still flat and not so swollen. Could it be that she accidentally fell and swollen when she helped him pick fruits this morning? Thinking of this, 17's gaze became more penetrating. If it weren't for the difference between men and women, he would have wanted to help her see how badly she was injured. But for some reason, although he was clearly concerned, she suddenly glared at him angrily, and even a thin layer of blush spread on both sides of her cheeks, which was pink and looked like a layer of rouge. 17 didn't know how to describe it, but he just thought it was pretty. For a while, he was a little distracted, and Nan Yin subconsciously protected her chest. She turned around and saw the other person's stunned look. She was even more angry and slapped him. Why are you asking so many questions? Who allowed you to point and look blindly? Can you look at a girl's body casually? If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't even think about eating my fruit. 17 was stunned by her slap. He touched his cheek that was hurt by the slap, and for a moment he was still a little dazed. He didn't know what was wrong with him. But suddenly he felt his heart beating faster, especially when he looked at Nan Yin. A thought inexplicably came to his mind. It turned out that the master would also blush, and the blushing master looked different from usual. Very beautiful. 17 didn't read many books. He couldn't describe this kind of beauty, but there was a feeling that would make people feel numb. Even the glaring eyes were particularly beautiful, as if staring into his heart. Not annoying at all. 17's eyelashes moved, and his eyes fell on her lips. Seeing her lips opening and closing, he could vaguely see a hint of red inside, which was as rosy as the pink pomegranates on the tree. Very tempting. He felt that he could no longer let his imagination run wild. So he quickly turned his head to look away. But when his eyes touched the wound on his shoulder that had been carefully bandaged with a cloth strip, his heart was slightly throbbing again. 17 suddenly lowered his head and sniffed, and vaguely smelled a trace of faint fragrance left on the cloth strip. He felt a little happy, and smelled it carefully for a few times. and it seemed to be very similar to the fragrance on her body. This fragrance can make people feel comfortable if they smell it for a long time. 17's breathing gradually slowed down as he smelled the fragrance. So he subconsciously asked, "What herbs are used on this cloth strip? It smells so good. The same as the fragrance on you, miss." When he said this, his tone was obviously a little happy, and he lowered his head to get close to the bandage on his shoulder, and rubbed it lightly with the tip of his nose, as if he liked the smell very much. As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Yan's face turned even redder. She didn't know if he did it on purpose. This time, she was really irritated by his ignorance. Even the corners of her eyes were slightly red, and she was faintly charming. She turned around and slapped him again, and at the same time, a flash of shame and anger flashed in her eyes. "I told you to shut up. Why are you still asking? Can't all these wild fruits shut you up?" 17 looked at Nan Yan blankly. He was slapped again, and this slap made him a little confused. He really didn't know what he had done wrong. Why did he get beaten for even asking a question? Thinking of this, he was also a little angry, even a little aggrieved, with a stuffy chest, and turned his back and didn't want to talk to her anymore. Women are so unreasonable. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. What's the point of hitting people? And she hit him in the face. You know, no one in the Shadow Guard building dared to get close to him casually. Even the owner of the building didn't dare to fight with him casually. As a result, she not only hit him, but also hit him twice in a row. Even a clay man has a temper, let alone him. 17 glanced at her quickly, turned around to vent, and bit off half of the wild fruit with force. But it was so sour that his teeth almost fell off. He thought to himself, she wanted to shut him up with such a disgusting thing. Didn't she look down on him too much? They, the Shadow Guards, have seen the world. Right. Chapter 90. Seeing that this man was really angry and turned away like a child and ignored her, Nan Yan felt amused and couldn't help but lean over and rub his arm. "Are you really angry?" Ing Shichi didn't even look at her, turned around and continued to turn his back and refused to speak. Looking depressed, Nan Yan couldn't help laughing when she saw him like this. She went close to him again, slapped him on the face, and then gave him a sweet date. She continued to coax him in a soft voice. "Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have slapped you on the face. But who told you to talk nonsense when you don't know anything? Besides, it shouldn't hurt that much. Right? If you're really unhappy, can I hit you back?" As she spoke, she grabbed his hand and put it directly on her face. 17 felt the warm touch in his palm. His fingers curled up unconsciously twice, just rubbing against the soft and delicate skin on her neck. His fingers immediately pulled back quickly as if they were burned. And then, there was a moment of silence. Two particularly conspicuous red clouds floated on his originally pale face. "I'm not angry," 17 said in a muffled voice with his head down. He was just a little unhappy about why he reacted so strongly. They all had the same nose and two eyes. So why did she look different from other women? So Nan Yan immediately smiled, and she moved closer to him again, reaching out her hand and rubbing his face, which had just been slapped twice, with a tone that clearly contained some coaxing meaning. "Are you really not angry anymore? Okay, it's my fault. Did it hurt you? Let me rub it for you. And now you won't be angry with me anymore. Right?" How could Ing Shichi still get angry after hearing this? The little flame in his heart that was not very obvious was completely extinguished by her gentle comfort. His mind was even a little confused. He felt that the places on his face where she touched were numb, and even his chest was itchy. He wanted to get closer, but he was restrained because of the rules he had to obey since he was a child. He didn't dare to get close. It was really weird. The most important thing was that the person next to him smiled at him again, with curved eyebrows and eyes, and a particularly gentle smile. Then he came in front of him and whispered, "Shichi, counting yesterday, you have saved me twice so far. Both times are life-saving grace. Tell me, how can I repay you? Otherwise, how about giving yourself to you?" Shichi's eyes suddenly flashed with confusion. Although he didn't read much, he also knew what it meant to give yourself to you. In the storybooks, talented men and beautiful women always came in pairs. But he couldn't. He was just a shadow guard. And shadow guards had their own responsibilities and tasks. The seniors in the studio had warned him not to be easily tempted, let alone try to get involved with his master. So when he heard this, a warning bell suddenly rang in 17's heart. Shadow guards can't like their masters. He subconsciously took a half step back. And the atmosphere that had been brewing with great difficulty was also broken. 17 suddenly lowered his head and said quietly, "My life belongs to the Shadow Guard studio. Saving the young lady is what I should do. This is not a life-saving grace at all. And I don't need the young lady to repay my subordinates." Nan Yen was stunned at first, then raised her eyebrows slightly, and stared at him dissatisfiedly. "Do you really think so in your heart?" Ing Shichi felt depressed, but still nodded and said stubbornly, "Yes, I dare not think about it. My life belongs to you. You can do anything you want me to do." Hearing this, Nan Yan's smile gradually faded. She was a little unhappy and glared at him. She deliberately said, "Can you really do anything? Okay. What if I ask you to marry me? Are you willing?" This immediately set off alarm bells in Shichi's mind. He looked up at her blankly, and when he saw the serious look in her eyes, he immediately woke up and shook his head to refuse. "I dare not offend you. I am of low status. How can I be worthy of your noble status? Please don't say such things again in the future, or I will be punished." This simple and unpretentious refusal was really without any hesitation, as if he was afraid that she would rely on him and didn't care at all. Nan Yen pursed her lips and was not very happy. "Oh, identity. Identity. You have only one identity in mind from the beginning to the end. Right? You don't listen to what I say. Right? And you still dare to say that you can do anything I ask you to do?" 17 really didn't understand why she was angry again. After a moment of silence, she could only whisper, "This, I dare not. I am wrong. Please punish me. Young lady." "Oh, what's wrong with you? It's obviously me who is wrong." 17 listened to this tone, and his aura inexplicably weakened a little. Although he didn't quite know what he did wrong, he just had to admit his mistakes at this time. So he honestly lowered his head and added, "It's my fault." Nan Yen heard this and snorted, then glared at him. This was a piece of wood that didn't understand romance. She was so angry. But he didn't even know how to comfort her. He just stared at her blankly, like a wooden stake, occupying a position. He said he was wrong, but he probably didn't understand what he was wrong about. It seemed that it was too early for him to see her feelings clearly. Nan Yen didn't want to pay attention to him anymore on the rest of the journey. Maybe she was upset because she was rejected. She even looked at people with disgust. She was tripped by branches many times while walking. When Shichi wanted to help her, he was rejected without hesitation. The two walked all the way downstream. They didn't know how long they had walked. Finally, they left the dense forest and walked to a prosperous and bustling city. The noise of the market came from far away. Many local snacks were placed on both sides of the street. The air was filled with the smell of pastries, buns and fried dough sticks, mixed with the fragrance of various rouge and powder used by women. If you smell it for a long time, your nose will itch. As soon as the two stepped into the town, they slowed down unconsciously. There was no way. After all, they hadn't eaten for 2 days. They had been running for their lives in the sparsely populated jungle for 2 days. When they appeared in the crowd again, they looked no different from beggars. Nan Yen smelled the aroma of buns coming from the stall, and subconsciously nudged the little shadow guard next to her with her elbow, looked him up and down, and now she no longer disliked him, and hurriedly reached out to touch his arms. 17. Do you have any money on you? Your master is hungry now. Lend me a few taels of silver first, and when we return to Chixia Villa, I will pay you back double. Okay. 17 was embarrassed and awkward when she touched him. He wanted to hide, but was pulled by the belt and refused to let go. He was so embarrassed that his ears turned red. I really don't have money. He also wanted to be rich, but in fact he was really poor. He didn't have a single penny on his body. He was the type whose pockets were cleaner than his face. Nan Yen heard this and immediately looked at him with resentment. She thought to herself, this is totally inconsistent with your high-level configuration as a male protagonist? As an omnipotent male protagonist. How can you not have a single penny? Nan Yen searched the man inside and out, and took advantage of her little shadow guard. She really didn't touch a single penny. The only thing left was the half-jade pendant on his neck, which he hid in his arms like a treasure. This was the end, because she had no money either. At that time, they were busy escaping. So how could they think of bringing some money? She originally had a few pieces of jewelry on her, but when they jumped into the river to escape, those pieces of jewelry were accidentally washed away by the current. Now they are really penniless. Without a penny. And can't even afford a steamed bun. Let alone want to stay in an inn. Thinking of this, the two of them looked a little embarrassed. Especially when they smelled the aroma of scallion pancakes from the nearby stalls. Their stomachs suddenly growled even louder. Nan Yin turned her eyes and fell on the beggars in the corner. She reached out and patted 17 on the shoulder, whispering, "Wait here. I'll go find some friends to borrow some money. If someone wants to bully me later, you have to protect me. Don't let anyone beat me. Remember?" 17 nodded obediently upon hearing this. "Miss, rest assured, I will definitely protect you. That's all. With your word, your master can go to borrow money without worry." He originally thought that his master was really capable of borrowing money from someone. But he didn't expect that she would rush directly into the beggars. And then saw a broken bowl on the ground. Snatched it and ran away, shouting his name while running. 17. Come and help. Someone is bullying your master. 17. Is this the solution she thought of? He really didn't expect that she could do this. Go and rob beggars. For a moment, 17 really wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He was a killer, not a thug. It was okay for him to fight with others. But snatching a broken bowl from a group of unarmed beggars, isn't this too embarrassing for him, as the #1 killer in the Shadow Guard building? 17 simply couldn't bear to watch. But he couldn't just sit back and watch his master in danger. Finally, 17 could only pick up Nan Yin, who was rushing towards him, and jumped up, directly over a small alley, and completely shook off the group of beggars who were chasing him, until there was no movement behind him. He looked down at Nan Yin, then let her go, and asked with a slightly strange look, "Miss, is it not good for us to rob beggars like this?" "Who robbed?" "I said I borrowed it." Nan Yin ran out of breath and glared at him. "Why are you so speechless?" "I will definitely return it to them when I return to Qixia Villa. And I will treat them to a big meal at that time. Now we are in trouble. What's wrong with asking them to help? Is it difficult?" 17 pursed her lips after hearing that, but couldn't help but whispered back, "But you are the master. It's easy to get hurt when you snatch things from them. There are red marks on your forehead." He touched her forehead with his fingers, then subconsciously retracted them, staring at the slightly red spot, feeling a kind of silent annoyance in his heart. It was just that a little beggar hit her with a stone. If he hadn't moved faster, her forehead would probably have been broken. "I've never seen such an outrageous master." Nan Yin buried her head in his chest and rubbed it. Her tone as casual as always. "Isn't it because you are here? I know you are here, so I dare to go. Don't be angry. Okay?" 17 snorted and simply stopped talking. Anyway, he couldn't argue with her. And he was a shadow guard who only had to obey orders and couldn't care about others. Nan Yin took a long time to calm down. When she looked up and saw that the man was still sulking, she gently hooked his palm with her finger, then took out 3 cents from the bowl and handed it to him with a smile. "Look, we are rich now. 3 cents can buy 2 buns. That's really rare." "Is he concerned about the 2 buns?" 17 glanced at her palm and remained silent. She didn't know why he was angry at all. He was not afraid of losing face. What was embarrassing about fighting with beggars? He had also snatched food from wild dogs. He was upset that she didn't care about his safety at all. Moreover, he had been staring at her for so long. But she still didn't realize it. She thought he was unhappy because he was embarrassed. So she felt even more uncomfortable and didn't want to pay attention to her. Nan Yin was at her wit's end. This man was soft-hearted and did not respond to hard words. She thought that he had embarrassed her just now, so she had to coax him now. So she reached out and shook his arm again, coaxing him softly. "Okay, 17. I won't do this anymore in the future. Okay? Really? I promise you. Okay? Your master is so hungry now. So hungry that he is almost out of strength. Okay, 17. Let's go buy some food. Okay?" 17 really couldn't do anything with her. He found that he couldn't get angry with her at all, as long as she coaxed him a few times in a soft voice. His whole brain would be a mess. Finally, she had to compromise. Nan Yin took people to the nearest bun shop and bought 2 steaming buns. 3 cents for 2. Just enough for each person. Then she happily led her little shadow guard forward. Just as they reached the entrance of the alley, someone suddenly rushed out of the alley and accidentally bumped into her shoulder. The collision made Nan Yin take a few steps back, and the bun in her hand fell to the ground with a click. The bun didn't even have time to react. The stray dog that passed by rushed up and took it away. She didn't even have time to blink. And the bun was gone. Nan Yin was really stunned. When she came to her senses, the expression on her face was about to cry. She turned around and subconsciously threw herself into the arms of her little shadow guard for comfort. She kept rubbing her head against his chest, and her voice was almost aggrieved. 17. My bun was eaten by a dog. 17. Help me beat it. 17. I'm so pitiful. Nan Yin kept crying in front of his chest. She was really aggrieved at this moment, and even tears came out of her eyes. 17 couldn't help but curl his lips. He really didn't expect things to turn out like this, especially seeing his master crying so sadly and aggrieved because of a bun. He actually found it a little funny. Nan Yin looked up at him again, tears in her eyes. 17. Are you laughing at me? I saw it all. Don't hide. You can't even hide the corners of your mouth. Even you are laughing at me. 17 turned his head and coughed, then reached out and pressed her head that kept moving, pushed her away a little, and then pretended to be calm and said, I didn't laugh at you. I just choked. Hearing him say that he was choked, Nan Yin reacted, and her eyes subconsciously fell on his hand. The bun was served, and she stared at it eagerly. Shichi, how does your bun taste? Is it delicious? I didn't even taste the one just now. 17. Who was born in the Shadow Guard building, was born with an instinct to protect food. If it was a training mission, no one could snatch his food. If anyone dared to take his food, he would beat him to death. But seeing his master drooling, 17 suddenly found it very interesting. He pretended to stop, and her eyes followed him around. Exactly, just like the rabbit he raised when he was a child. It ate whatever he fed it, and its eyes followed it around. And it was so fluffy that it didn't know how adorable it was. Although the braised rabbit meat was also delicious in the end, the master was still different from the rabbit, and the master couldn't eat it. The corners of 17's mouth curved up unconsciously, but soon suppressed again, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. He was honest and didn't see that he was doing anything bad. It tastes okay. It's still hot, and it should be delicious. Hearing this, Nan Yin tightened her grip on his belt instantly. She slowly moved closer, and the two of them were closer, with almost half of her body pressed against his chest. She moved her mouth, and said in a low, weak voice, I can see that it is indeed very fragrant. 17. I am also very hungry, and my waistline has become thinner. If you don't believe me, feel it. As she spoke, she directly grabbed his palm and put it on her stomach, leaning her whole body towards him. And 17 was unexpectedly thrown into her arms. This made him a little at a loss. He didn't even have time to avoid it. Even if he was slow to react, he still felt something strange, especially the difference between men and women's bodies. The bulging part of her chest was so tightly pressed against his chest. 17's face flushed instantly. He was a little nervous. His palms clenched unconsciously, and his throat rolled twice involuntarily. He wanted to push her away, but she was unable to stand steadily, as if she had no bones. He subconsciously held her slender waist to prevent her from accidentally sliding down. As a result, he felt that his heart in his chest was about to jump out of his throat. But the person in his arms was still unaware, and was looking at him with a wrong look. 17. I'm so hungry. 17's eyelashes trembled, feeling the strange and weird reaction in his body. He handed the bun in his hand to her without hesitation. You eat. I haven't touched it yet. Chapter 91. When Nan Yin finally let go, Shichi almost fled away in a panic. He said he would go to the corner to check again to see if there were any subtle marks left by the Shadow Guard building before, and maybe he could still contact them. Of course, this was just an excuse. The real reason was that Shichi found that his body was getting more and more abnormal. He seemed to have a fever, and his body was getting hotter and hotter. When Nan Yin touched him slightly, he would have an inexplicable impulse, wanting to get close to her and smell the warm breath from her lips and teeth, wanting her to rub against him, and wanting to press her under him and kiss her delicate and soft skin on her neck hard, and then commit a crime. This idea really scared him. Shichi's face flushed. There was only one thought left in his mind. That was to escape from here. Stay far away. Otherwise he really didn't know what stupid things he would do. But before that, Shichi was very considerate and settled Nan Yin in a remote temple with no one around to prevent anyone from noticing. She also covered the door with a layer of dense weeds. After doing all this, Shichi left the temple in a hurry and hid in the depths of a distant stream. He hid in the deepest part, and no one noticed him. He then covered his chest, as if he couldn't breathe, and pulled the collar of his clothes, which slightly opened, revealing the wound inside that she had bandaged before. Shichi looked at the bandage and thought of the remaining fragrance on it. He lowered his head as if possessed by a ghost, and carefully moved his nose over, sniffing it gently like a thief. The smell was actually very light, but it was still tangible. It was the faint fragrance that emanated from the master's body when he pounced on him. As 17 smelled it, he felt inexplicably hot. He didn't know what was going on. The nameless impulse at his chest not only did not dissipate, but became more and more swollen, as if a fire suddenly ignited in his body, burning him all over, making him unable to vent it. And this discomfort was accompanied by a strange itching, a feeling he had never had before. And this feeling was too strange. Inexplicably, he remembered a certain morning moment in the past, when he was awakened by the heat. After waking up, he found that there was something wrong with his penis, and he thought it was himself. I didn't write anything, because he was too embarrassed. He didn't dare to tell anyone about this matter. But after that, he never dared to drink water before going to bed every night, for fear that he would accidentally do that again. The feeling now was too similar to that time. So similar that he felt embarrassed even though he didn't understand anything. His cheeks flushed, "It's nothing," and he clenched his fingers. But he didn't know what to do. So he subconsciously lowered his head and saw, "It's nothing," and then stared at the slightly raised part of his body, completely stunned. On the other side, Nan Yin temporarily hid in the ruined temple alone. There was nothing unsafe here except for some spider webs and dust. After all, the two were running for their lives, so they shouldn't be too ostentatious. Otherwise they would be chased and killed again. I don't know how long I waited. When Nan Yin heard the movement from the door again, I thought the other party had finally returned. So I didn't think much about it. I quickly pushed the door open and greeted him, and then threw myself into the arms of the person who came, complaining and shouting, "Shichi, why did you come back just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. You left me here alone. Where did you go secretly?" "Shichi?" Yi Qiuchen subconsciously repeated. He was suddenly thrown into Nan Yin's arms, and he didn't have time to avoid it for a while. However, after hearing what she said, he knew that he was in the right place. "Fourth Miss, you recognize the wrong person. I am not Shichi. I am Yi Qiuchen, the new shadow guard of the Shadow Studio. I came to pick you up." "Yi Qiuchen?" Nan Yin heard the voice and realized that something was wrong. She subconsciously raised her head and saw that the person in her arms was not Shichi, but Yi Qiuchen, the shadow guard whose clothes were very similar to Shichi. She was surprised. "How could it be you? Where is Shichi? Where did he go?" Nan Yin naturally recognized Yi Qiuchen. He was also a killer of the Shadow Guard building. In the original plot, she was used to protect her third brother's Shadow Guard. But in this plot, Yi Qiuchen's life was not very good, and it could even be said that it was very miserable. In the original plot, the third brother Yi had sinister means, a flamboyant personality, and was very hedonistic. He had no mercy on these brothers and sisters, who were also born out of wedlock. Not to mention these servants. He almost didn't treat the servants around him as human beings, especially the shadow guards, who were killed and played with them as if they were chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs. He even built a zoo in the dark part of the shadow building, where he raised all kinds of ferocious beasts, and liked to throw all the servants around him into the zoo to fight with the beasts. Only those who survived were qualified to become his shadow guards. Yi Qiuchen also suffered a lot of serious injuries, and suffered a lot of crimes because of this. It was precisely because of this that he hated the Shadow Guard building, Xixia Villa, and everyone in it. Later, during a trip, Brother Yi San was retaliated and seriously injured. During the escape, due to the disparity in strength, the guards around him were killed one by one. Yi Qiuchen had tried his best to save him, but he was not grateful at all, and pushed Yi Qiuchen out to block the knife. It was also Yi Qiuchen's fate that he did not die after sliding down the hillside after being stabbed several times. But Brother Yi San broke his leg because of his escape, and was finally caught up by a group of killers. Yi Qiuchen hid in the dark and watched him being hacked to death one by one. and inexplicably felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. It turns out that the masters who are high above will cry like ordinary people when they are slaughtered. This is the first time that Yi Qiuchun has endless malice in his heart. That idiot is even worse than him. The way he kneels down and begs for mercy is really ridiculous. Afterwards, Yi Qiuchun returned to the Shadow Guard building and reported the truth about the people being hunted down, but concealed part of the truth that he did not save them. He was also severely punished by the punishment building for 200 whips for failing to protect his master. On the day when the punishment ended, his entire back was beaten to pieces, and he was bleeding all over and couldn't stand steadily. His face was as pale as paper, and he almost lost his life. But he gritted his teeth and held on, because only by enduring could he survive. And now he is alive. But now, he still needs to make meritorious contributions to make up for his crime. Coming here to pick up the fourth lady is his current task. However, when Yi Qiuchun looked at the many Yi family members in Qixia Villa at this time, his mentality had undergone some subtle changes. He even had a hint of hatred towards them in his heart. He felt that his life had become so miserable because of them. He did not think that they were superior to others, nor did he feel that he was born to work for them. If he is given a chance, he can definitely do better than them and go further than them. To be honest, Nan Yin can actually understand his revengeful mentality and his desire to climb up, especially in the end, when he joined forces with the male protagonist to destroy Qixia Villa. She did not feel too much resentment, but felt that it was good that such a place that harbored filth was destroyed. After all, everyone longs for freedom. And the original owner was also a weak person who had been imprisoned and had no choice. But when he became the next owner of the Shadow Guard building and tasted the benefits of power, his mentality changed completely. Swinging a knife at the weaker ones could not satisfy his revengeful heart. He was just simply abusing them. His final act of retaliating against the innocent women of the Yi family made her feel even more unacceptable. Yi Nanyan in the original text was just a chess piece. The biggest difference between them was their different identities. Yi Nanyan had never hurt anyone. She even asked someone to call a doctor for him when he was injured. But she was wrong because she should not have been born in Qixia Villa and should not have been the daughter of Yi Manor. But this identity did not bring her any benefits. Instead, it was a lifetime of confinement. She spent her whole life exchanging benefits for Qixia Villa. If the Gao family had not been wiped out at the beginning, she would have had to marry a dying old man as her successor. She finally escaped from this ghost place with her beloved, but was caught again in the end. She was obviously a pitiful person, but the final ending was the most miserable. Nanyan was surprised and said huh, and quickly let go of the collar that she had been holding tightly. She also looked behind him for several times. Seeing that no one was following her, she raised her head to look at him. How could it be you? Where's 17? Yi Qiuchun said calmly. I didn't see 17 on the way here. I saw the mark he left on the wall, so I followed him all the way here. Then what are you doing here? Nan Yin asked again. Yi Qiuchun then looked up at her and continued to reply. I am here to take the young lady back. The owner heard that the Gao family was destroyed and the young lady had lost her whereabouts the day before the wedding. So he specially ordered me to come to investigate the news. And if the young lady is still alive, take her back. After he finished speaking, Nan Yin immediately understood, and a look of understanding appeared on her face. So you came here because you saw the mark left by 17. She breathed a sigh of relief, stepped back a few steps and continued. But I can't go back with you now. 17 hasn't come back yet. I have to wait for him here. Yi Qiuchun frowned unconsciously when he heard this. He was a person who was guilty of meritorious service, so he naturally wanted to complete the task quickly to hand it in. But he didn't expect that the fourth young lady would refuse to go with him. If he delayed time, if he goes back, won't he be punished again? He thought for a while and continued. Miss, don't worry. I will leave the mark of the Shadow Guard building here. When 17 comes back and sees the mark, he will naturally know where you went, and he can catch up immediately, so there will be no delay. Nan Yen shook her head at him, her face full of displeasure. No. I promise 17 that I can't leave here at will. I won't go with you. Yi Qiuchun had never seen such a stubborn master, and he was a little impatient in his heart. He exhaled lightly, and then suppressed the emotions in his chest, and continued to persuade. But on the way here, I saw a lot of beggars mixed in the crowd to inquire about the whereabouts of the young lady. Maybe the killer who killed the Gao family before is caught up. If you don't leave early, It will be dangerous. Then I can't leave 17 alone. He doesn't know about this yet. And he's injured. I don't know if he'll be in danger if he meets them, she said. Her tone seemed a little anxious. And she turned around and hid in the ruined temple again, her eyes still carefully looking around, for fear of seeing any strange figures. Yi Qiuchun immediately looked at her with a strange expression. Still respectful on the surface, but full of ridicule in his heart. But how can 17's status be compared with that of a young lady? Of course, the safety of the master is more important. Nan Yen didn't even look at him and continued to refute. No, I won't go with you. Anyway, no matter what you say, 17 is as important as me in my heart. Yi Qiuchun suddenly fell silent for a moment after hearing this. His eyes fell on Nan Yen not far away. Seeing her dirty appearance, he didn't have any special feelings in his heart. But after hearing what she said, he had a different impression of her. I don't know whether what she said just now was sincere or false. But whether it was true or false, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he was not her shadow guard. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuchun suddenly chuckled. I don't know what he was laughing at. Anyway, he took a few steps forward and walked in front of Nan Yen. His attitude was still respectful. It's not up to you, young lady. I was ordered to take you back. I can't leave you here alone. As for 17, he will come to find you when he comes back. When Nan Yen saw him approaching, she subconsciously stepped back, with a flash of annoyance in her eyes. What do you want to do? I said I won't leave. Do you dare to do anything to me? I dare not. I am only here to take you back. You still say you dare not. Who told you to touch me? I have already said I will not leave. Let go. I really have no ill intentions. I am just following orders. Please do not embarrass me. Young lady, Yi Qiuchun said as he stretched out his hand and grabbed Nan Yen's wrist. Nan Yen could not dodge in time. And because of inertia, she was uncontrollably thrown into the other's arms. This also caught Yi Qiuchun off guard. He originally planned to knock her out and carry her back. But Nan Yen struggled too hard. Her fingers kept waving and poked his eyes several times. This made Yi Qiuchun unable to subdue her for a while. He simply locked her in his arms and held her tightly. After all, she was the master, and he could not really do anything to her. Nan Yen was still struggling. Her face was red with anger. Her eyes were full of anger and grievance. Asshole. It's obvious that you are making things difficult for me. I said I won't leave. Why do you have to take me away? 17. Come and save me. There are bad guys bullying me. 17. She began to call 17's name. Her voice became more and more aggrieved. Originally, 17 was still rushing back here calmly on the road, until he heard the crying and shouting from the ruined temple. His face suddenly changed. He didn't even see who was holding Nan Yen, and he directly chopped with a sword. Fortunately, Yi Qiuchun reacted in time, pushed Nan Yen away with his backhand, and jumped to avoid the attack. But when he saw who was behind him, his face became a little cold. 17. What are you doing? Yi Qiuchun turned around and questioned 17. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been killed. When did this man become so cruel to his companions? 17 ignored him. He hugged Nan Yan's waist and held her in his arms. He gently rubbed her forehead with his chin, with a kind of comforting meaning, as if he was holding a lost treasure. The force was so strong that even Nan Yen felt a little back pain. He was not good at comforting people. But when he heard her call for help, he was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out. His palm subconsciously pressed against her back and patted her gently. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. When Nan Yen heard the voice, she knew that someone was backing her up. She simply buried her head in Shichi's chest, rubbed her cheek against his neck, and began to cry and complain. Shichi. It's him. He bullied me. After hearing this, Shichi saw her appearance at the moment. She looked like she was bullied. Her eyes were slightly red from crying. Her hair was loose, and even her collar was torn, revealing her fair skin. When Shichi saw it, his face suddenly became very ugly. His lips were pursed tighter, as long as he thought that such a master was also completely seen by the person opposite. For a moment, a murderous intent suddenly emerged in Shichi's heart. He almost subconsciously drew his weapon, and his two eyes shot straight at Yi Qiuchun like sharp arrows. Then, without saying a word, he launched another wave of expressionless attacks. You bullied her. 17 was really angry this time. more angry than ever before. He didn't even know what was wrong with him, especially when he saw Nan Yin looking like she was bullied. He was so angry that he wanted to kill the person opposite with a knife. Yi Qiuqian knew something was wrong when he saw his expression. He subconsciously retorted, "I didn't." But the other party obviously didn't believe it, because the sword was already slashing towards him, which was totally unethical. He was obviously here to take Yi Nanyan back to the villa. So what was the point of fighting with him? If the mission was delayed, both of them would be in trouble. Yi Qiuqian also had a temper, and this man started attacking without saying a word, which made Yi Qiuqian very angry. But he was no match for him, so he could only dodge the attack while trying to explain. "Ing Shichi, don't forget that I am also from the Shadow Guard building. What are you doing now? I came here to pick up the fourth lady. I can assure you that I definitely did not bully her." Nan Yin was still not confused enough, and kept fanning the flames beside her. There was a trace of mist in her eyes, and her tone was even more aggrieved. "Nonsense! Shichi, don't believe him. He bullied me. He really bullied me. He just touched me. Touched my waist." As soon as she said this, Shichi's attack became more fierce, and his eyes became colder and colder. If he was not injured, he would have to break this man's hands today. He didn't even dare to touch the lady's waist. How dare this bastard offend her? Shichi felt that he was really getting angrier and angrier. Yi Qiuqian on the other side really couldn't understand. When did this guy become so unreasonable? He had never been so cruel in the fight in the Shadow Guard building before. Even if he became the fourth lady Shadow Guard, he wouldn't be so ruthless. He clearly came here to protect the fourth lady. What was going on with him being suppressed by him now? "Ing Shichi, are you crazy? I've already said it. This is just a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to offend the fourth lady." She rushed over on her own. Really, it would have been fine if he didn't explain. But with this explanation, Shichi really didn't even have the last bit of mercy left. Try to say it again? He clenched his knuckles. Yi Qiuqian was also annoyed. "It's the same no matter how many times I say it. I've already said that I didn't offend her. Then why didn't you push her away? Why should I push her away? I came here to take the fourth lady back." "Ing Shichi, haven't you forgotten your identity? The fourth lady is the master. You are so nervous about her. Do you have any intentions towards the master?" The last sentence was really heartbreaking. Shichi clenched his weapon. His moves became more and more fierce, and his attacks became faster and faster. Yi Qiuqian's arm was scratched several times. In the end, the two of them fought from outside the house to outside the house, and the noise was so loud that even this small temple was almost overturned. In the end, both of them suffered a lot of injuries and had to stop because of exhaustion. But even so, they still glared at each other fiercely. Chapter 92. When the two finally stopped fighting, Yi Qiuqian stared at Ing Shichi defensively to prevent him from attacking for no reason again. He felt that this time was really inexplicable. He originally came to help him protect the fourth lady, but this man not only did not appreciate it, but also chopped him up when he caught him, which made him really angry. But after being angry, he gradually calmed down. Yi Qiuqian looked back and forth at Ing Shichi in front of him. Seeing the strangeness in his eyes, he suddenly seemed to understand something. And then he sneered. "Ing Shichi, you like the fourth lady, right?" A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He was surprised that he actually liked his master. It was ridiculous. Now he was not worried, as if he had a handle on him. He glanced at him contemptuously and said, "Shichi, it seems that you really forgot your identity. You know, deceiving the master and committing a crime are capital crimes for the Shadow Guards." Shichi pursed his lips. "I didn't." He didn't deceive the master. He only realized not long ago that he still had such thoughts about the master in his heart. But as long as he didn't admit it, who could do anything to him? "I didn't commit a crime." Shichi said this, raised the long sword again, and pointed his cold eyes at the other party. Yi Qiuqian obviously didn't believe it, and a vague smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His tone became more casual. "Really? Ing Shichi, if you can take back the murderous look in your eyes, maybe I will believe you more. And if you really don't have any improper thoughts about the fourth lady, then why are you so angry?" 17 stared at him closely, holding the weapon tighter in his hand. "That's because you bullied her. I'm the Lady Shadow Guard, so I have to protect her." Yi Qiuqian also frowned when he heard this, and he subconsciously argued, "I've said it all. I'm here to pick up the fourth lady. This is originally a misunderstanding. You didn't know right from wrong. And you came up with a sword to cut me. Shadow 17 didn't listen to his explanation at all. Of course, he didn't say all the real thoughts in his heart. Because he was also venting. As long as he thought of this bastard hugging the master, tearing the master's clothes, and touching her waist, he felt angry all over his body. And he couldn't calm down. The only thought in his mind was to teach him a lesson. That's because you offended first. 17 pursed his lips. And the coldness in his eyes became even more severe. Didn't you hear that she was crying? Why did you force her? Yi Qiuqian really had nothing to say now. He stared at him for a long time. And finally put away his weapon. He didn't want to explain to him. He couldn't reason with this stubborn person. I've told him so many times. It's not an offense. It's not an offense. Why can't this guy understand? Is his head made of a donkey? Why is he so stubborn? When the two were deadlocked, Nan Yin finally came over from the ruined temple. She ran to 17 and saw that his forehead was covered with water droplets. She subconsciously pinched her sleeves and gently wiped his face, her eyes full of concern and nervousness. 17. How are you? Are you injured? Is the wound open again? Let me take a look. As she said this, she directly reached out to pick his collar, not caring about the crowd standing not far from the two of them. 17's originally cold face suddenly became embarrassed, with a hint of weakness on the outside, and his ears were slightly red. He was already uneasy because of his thoughts, and Nan Yan's touch made him even more nervous. 17 subconsciously took a step back and avoided the intimate movements of her hands, fearing that he would have some unbearable and shameful reactions later. I'm fine. And my wounds haven't split open. He turned his face away in a depressed mood, not daring to look up at her. His originally cold and hard aura was gone in an instant, like the big dog that looks fierce, but completely loses its temper when its owner comes. It has no deterrent power at all. Nan Yan looked at his avoidance. Her expression was obviously somewhat dissatisfied, but she didn't care for too long, because this man has always been a wooden man. It's not so easy to make him completely enlightened. She took a few steps forward, not hiding her closeness. I'm glad you're okay. Nan Yin breathed a sigh of relief, and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. But why are you sweating so much? Even your clothes are soaked? She took a closer look and found something wrong. Hey, it doesn't seem to be sweat. 17. Did you accidentally fall into the river? Why are there water dripping from the ends of your hair? When he said this, the expression on 17's face became obviously a little subtle. He glanced at her obscurely. His lips moved, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. In order to solve the strange reaction of his body, he jumped into the river to wake himself up. He finally suppressed the hot and impulsive emotions in his body. But somehow, as she got closer and closer, the inexplicable impulse in his heart began to show signs of emerging again. 17 took several steps back, and only stopped when her hands could no longer touch him. Then she exhaled lightly and said in a hoarse voice, I am really fine. Miss, don't worry. He really didn't know how to explain, so he just kept his head down and avoided her questions. Perhaps Nan Yin was unhappy because of the other party's continuous avoidance. She stared at him unhappily and said in a muffled voice, If there is nothing wrong, then why are you avoiding me? You were hugging me so tightly just now. Why do you start to dislike me now? Did someone say something bad to you again? As she said this, she turned her head and glared in Yi Qiuqian's direction, as if she meant something, and her expression became even more unhappy. She looked at him with a pair of eyes full of resentment. Shichi, didn't I tell you? You are my shadow guard. You only need to listen to me. You don't need to care about what others say. You don't need to care about what others do. You only need to care about me. Why can't you remember it? Shichi's expression fell silent again after hearing this. He was sullen, motionless, and silent, like a wooden stake that had turned into a spirit. Nan Yin was so angry that she stepped hard on his instep. Shichi, say something. Shichi then looked up at her, and saw the slightly mocking look of the man not far behind her. He hesitated for a moment, with a bad feeling in his heart. He moved his lips and said directly, I am the young lady's shadow guard, so naturally I only need to listen to what the young lady says. He didn't know how many times he had repeated this. Whenever Nan Yin pressed forward, Shichi would stop her with such words, and he knew it in his heart. As expected, Nan Yin was irritated by this man's stubbornness again. And she became irritable. Her chest rose and fell. And even her breathing became more rapid. You know that's not what I mean. Shichi's eyelashes moved slightly. And his head lowered again. He repeated it again, without any emotion in his tone. And there was no expression on his face. I don't understand. I am just the lady's shadow guard. And I won't think about anything else. Listening to this long-lost cold voice, Nan Yin suddenly remembered the scene when they first met. At that time, this man also had this attitude of keeping people at a distance. And he was cold and unpopular. It was not easy for her to train him to be a little lively. But he was beaten back to his original state in an instant after just a short time. I don't know how long this man can endure. Hearing what he said, Nan Yin simply couldn't bear it anymore. She was so angry that her eyes were red. She threw the fruit in her hand at him and shouted at him aggrievedly. Shadow guard. Shadow guard. Shadow guard again. Who wants you to be my shadow guard? Go away. Go now. Don't show up in front of me without my order. 17 paused when he saw her expression of wanting to cry. He moved his feet slightly and wanted to go forward to comfort her immediately. But when he saw Yi Qiuqian staring at him from the side, he forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart. Subordinate. Shichi opened his lips, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he said nothing. He just stared at Nan Yin for a long time, then looked away with a little grievance, and finally turned away with his head down. That look is really hard to describe. He looks aggrieved and lonely, just like a puppy abandoned by its owner. He droops his head and walks forward pitifully. He even looks back at her halfway, with an expression that he doesn't know what to do. It seems that as long as Nan Yin calls him, he will immediately rush over and wag his tail at her. But Nan Yin doesn't say anything at all, just watching him walk away. 17 didn't actually walk very far. He hid himself in a nearby tree as he did before, and then kept staring at this side, fearing that Yi Qiuqian would do anything excessive again, and also preventing her from being in danger again. Staring at this side all the time. When Nan Yin saw that he really left, she was immediately furious. This wooden head is really stubborn and stupid. He doesn't listen when he should, but listens very obediently when he shouldn't. Thinking of this, the anger in Nan Yin's eyes suddenly became more obvious, and her eye circles were a little red. At this time, this guy didn't come to coax her, but he actually dared to leave. He didn't worry that she would be snatched away by someone. Nan Yin bit her lips tightly, kicked the pebbles under her feet in anger, turned around and didn't want to care about him anymore. Let him die of stupidity. After 17 left, the air suddenly became quiet. When Yi Qiuqian saw the embarrassed and nervous expression on Nan Yin's face, he asked himself that he was not a stupid person, and naturally saw the little thoughts of this master. As for Ying 17, he could naturally feel that the guy was obviously moved. Yi Qiuqian thought of something. He suddenly walked in front of Nan Yin, and asked in a light tone, "Does the fourth lady like 17? Nan Yin heard the voice and realized that there was someone standing next to her. She turned her head and looked at him. At this moment, she didn't care about his rude behavior just now. After hearing what he said, she just replied sullenly, "Even you can see my thoughts at a glance. Why can't that wooden-headed person understand?" She frowned in depression and distress, as if she was talking to herself, or complaining to him. Yi Qiuqian's heart moved slightly, and his face suddenly showed an understanding expression. He said to Nan Yin, "Perhaps it is because the parties involved are confused, and the bystanders can see clearly. In fact, I can also see that 17 is also very concerned about the 4th Mississippi speaking of this." Nan Yin was a little annoyed. What's the use of him caring? He cares about a lot of things. Not to mention that he cares about me now just because of the responsibility of the shadow guard. If he changes someone else to protect, he will still care about others. What's the point of this kind of care? I don't want it. Nan Yin simply turned her face away and didn't want to pay attention to him. You say you don't care, but you still care in your heart, right? Yi Qiuqian coughed and had to explain more clearly. I'm talking about the kind of care a man has for a woman. 17 is just moved without knowing it. Why do you have to be so sad? And I have a way to make 17 understand my true feelings and make your wish come true. Are you serious? Nan Yin turned her head subconsciously when she heard this, her watery eyes full of hesitation. She raised her eyes, and the corners of her eyes were still a little red, as if covered with a layer of mist, which was indeed a kind of otherworldly beauty. But Yi Qiuchen only cares about the value that her appearance can bring. The fourth lady can be valued by the owner of the manor, so she must have more say than these servants. Yi Qiuchen was absent-minded for a moment, but he quickly reacted and nodded. Of course it's true, but I have something else I want to ask you for help. I was punished for not protecting the third master before, and now I am still guilty. I can't go in and out of the Shadow Guard building at will, and I can't be trusted by the owner of the manor. I hope you can find a good place for me, and no longer be restricted to the Shadow Guard building. Nan Yin pursed her lips and glanced at him, as if she understood what he meant, with a hint of displeasure in her tone. Are you asking me to do this? Yi Qiuchen immediately bowed his head to admit his mistake, kneeling on one knee and said, I dare not. I just want to ask you for a favor so that I can leave the Shadow Guard building and re-enter Qixia Villa, so as to avoid being confined in the Shadow Guard building and wasting time. I beg you to help me. Nan Yin looked at his sincere attitude, thought about it, hesitated for a long time, and then turned to look at him. This matter, if you can really make that wooden head come to your senses, I can help you. I will ask my father to ask him to change your master. Okay? Hearing this, Yi Qiuchen's eyes immediately flashed a glimmer, and he replied in a deep voice, Yes, thank you for your help. Mississippi. Only when he leaves the Shadow Guard building and re-enters Qixia Villa can he see more things. If he is trapped in the building for his whole life and cannot go in and out, he will be replaced by a new Shadow Guard sooner or later. At that time, he will die in the Shadow Guard building like those predecessors, and live in fear all his life. Then what is the method you just mentioned? When Nan Yin asked this question, she was still a little uncomfortable. After all, as a woman, she always had some awkward emotions when facing love. Yi Qiuchen showed a smile on his face, staring at the girl in front of him. Master, don't you know that even the most dull men have possessiveness? If the fourth lady really wants to make 17 open up, just let your subordinates play a play with you. The acting that Yi Qiuchen said was naturally not an ordinary acting. No one can remain calm when seeing the woman they like being attended to another man. Even a dull and stubborn person liking 17 cannot avoid it. And Nan Yin naturally agreed. She thought to herself, this man's brain is indeed faster than 17's. No wonder he became the owner of the Shadow Guard building in the end. Just based on his ability to observe facial expressions, his future strength should not be underestimated. But there is no way. Who made this man harm the entire Qixia Villa in the end? The two reached a short-term cooperation. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Qiuchen had to find a farmhouse nearby. The three planned to stay there for one night and leave tomorrow. After all, it was inconvenient to travel at night, and staying in an inn would easily expose their whereabouts. There were still many assassins in the city who were tracking them. This group of pursuers followed the traces all the way from the moat to here. It was impossible for them to give up so easily, so staying in a farmhouse was the safest. Nan Yin finally had the opportunity to change clothes. Yi Qiuchen took care of the three people's food, clothing, housing and transportation. He gave the couple in the yard a few taels of silver. The three of them stayed in the yard for one night. The next morning, he prepared some simple meals for the three people. The few people did not dislike it. In this wilderness, there was no need to care about status. The three of them ate very happily together, especially when eating. Nan Yin also took advantage of the situation, and did what Yi Qiuchen said very obediently. She very considerately picked up a chopstick full of vegetables for him, and said with a smile, Come on, Yi Qiuchen, eat more. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise we would have to sleep in the wilderness again last night. Yi Qiuchen also accepted it honestly, without any resistance on his face, and said respectfully, Thank you for the reward, miss. And Ing Shichi on the side was depressed. He stared at the full bowl of vegetables in Yi Qiuchen's bowl, then looked at his own bowl with nothing in it, and his eyes fell faintly on Nan Yin on the side, especially watching the two of them going back and forth. And even the meal was not delicious. 17 suddenly felt sour in his chest. Sour water kept coming up. He pursed his lips, unconsciously tightened his chopsticks with his fingers, and intentionally or unintentionally moved the bowl closer to the table, trying to let her see that his bowl was still empty. But Nan Yin just didn't look at him. She pursed her lips and smiled, raised her hand and picked up another chopstick and handed it to Yi Qiuchen, and winked at him. Come on, brother Qiuchen, eat more. It was my fault yesterday. I didn't understand what you meant and misunderstood you. I'm really sorry. You didn't get hurt yesterday. Yi Qiuqian listened to this tone. Suddenly, he felt a little bit of pain in his teeth, especially when he felt the knife-like gaze on the opposite side stabbing at him, as if to burn him through. He was really worried that this person would stab him in the back. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, miss. Before he finished speaking, Ing Shiqi on the other side couldn't help it anymore and put down the bowl. The bottom of the bowl hit the table, making a bang sound, which suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. The two looked up at the same time. Shiqi didn't look at anyone. He just put down his chopsticks, then lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, I'm full. I'll go to the road ahead to check the situation. His voice was hoarse and a little nasal. It was obvious that this person was unhappy. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would really drag the guy out and beat him up again. Before he came, the master only smiled at him and was only nice to him. What was going on now? Chapter 93. Seeing this man not even raising his head, speaking in a sullen voice, his whole body constantly releasing cold air, he did not even look at the two of them, turned around and walked out of the house without hesitation. Nanyan also stood up immediately. She looked at the direction where Shiqi left and subconsciously wanted to chase him. But Yi Qiuqian beside her held her shoulder. Miss Forth, have you forgotten what I said? Nanyan looked at him hesitantly. Her fingers curled up unconsciously twice. She wanted to chase him, but was a little hesitant, seeing that figure getting farther and farther away from the yard. Her eyes showed a little anxiety and worry. But Shiqi seems a little angry. Doesn't anger just show that he cares in his heart? Yi Qiuqian suddenly chuckled. Miss Forth, what are you afraid of? Isn't this what you want to see? But I'm still a little worried. Looking at Yi Qiuqian's light and calm eyes staring at her, Nanyan silently swallowed the rest of the words into her throat. Seeing this, Yi Qiuqian's eyes showed a clear look of disapproval, and he said in a calm tone, What is there to worry about? If the master has always wanted to do this, then go. Anyway, I have already informed you in advance. If you fail to achieve the master's goal, then it is not my fault. After he said this, he let go of her hand calmly and let her make her own choice. When he let go, Nanyan instantly gave up the idea of chasing after her. She pursed her lips and watched the back figure disappear completely. Then she turned her head to look at Yi Qiuqian beside her. You are right. I can't keep accommodating him like this. If I think of coaxing him every time he gets angry, it won't solve the problem at all. This piece of wood will never open up. As she spoke, a smile of joy appeared on her lips again. She turned around and patted Yi Qiuqian on the shoulder, thanking him with curved eyebrows. Your method is still useful. He almost couldn't help it just now. He obviously cares about me. So why doesn't he admit it? Yi Qiuqian also smiled and replied, That's it. As long as he can't help it, the fourth lady's goal will be achieved. And then 17 will not be able to deny it. When she thought of this, Nanyan's cheeks were slightly red. She looked up at Yi Qiuqian, and her eyes were slightly uncomfortable. After all, she was exposing her thoughts to another man, which inevitably made her feel a little embarrassed. Well, thank you this time too. What happened in the ruined temple before was indeed my fault, and I caused you to suffer some minor injuries. When we return to Qixia Villa, I will definitely let my father help you. Be careful. Before she finished her words, it was at this time that something strange happened. Several willow-shaped hidden weapons suddenly broke through the window paper and shot towards the two people in the house at a rapid speed. Nanyan was caught off guard and was hugged by someone. If Yi Qiuqian hadn't moved quickly and lifted the wooden table to block it, the two of them might have been pierced through by the dart on the spot. What happened? Seeing the hidden weapon nailed to the table, Nanyan's face turned pale instantly, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. It should be the group of killers from before that caught up with us, Yi Qiuqian explained briefly, and then added, We must leave here as soon as possible. When he said this, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. This group of people would not let them go so easily. They should have a backup plan. Yi Qiuqian said this and began to gather his strength. He didn't know what happened. His brain suddenly became chaotic and his consciousness was groggy, as if he had been drained of all his strength. He couldn't even use a trace of internal strength. He staggered back a few steps and couldn't even stand steadily. If it weren't for Nanyan who was beside him, Yi Qiuqian might have fallen to the ground on the spot. What's wrong with you? Are you injured? Why can't you even stand steadily all of a sudden? Nan Yen supported Yi Qiuchun beside her with all her strength, especially when she saw his groggy look. Her eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Yi Qiuchun bit his tongue and shook his head hard, which made his groggy consciousness barely maintain a little clarity. We should be being plotted against. Yi Qiuchun's voice was intermittent, and his palm subconsciously covered his chest. The pain that continued to spread in his chest almost made him stand unsteadily. His eyes slowly shifted, and then fell on the food just now. A chill flashed in his eyes, and he understood something instantly. There is something in the food. This time he was really too careless. He thought that not staying in the inn would reduce some risks, but he didn't expect that the other party would have an ambush even in this wilderness. As soon as he finished speaking, his chest was in pain again, which made Yi Qiuchun have no strength to support his body. Cold sweat kept coming out of his whole body, and even his forehead. Nan Yen hurriedly understood something, and her eyes fell on the food that had just been scattered on the ground. She didn't have time to think about anything else for a while, and only asked anxiously, "But, if there is something in the food, how can I be fine?" Yi Qiuchun shook his head weakly, his face pale. I don't know. This was also what Yi Qiuchun was confused about. But he quickly reacted. He coughed a few times and clenched Nan Yan's wrist with his palm, trying to make himself stand more steadily. But it still didn't work. At this moment, his whole body was leaning on Nan Yan, and even his voice became a little hoarse. "Maybe Miss Four doesn't know martial arts, so this medicine has no effect on you." Nan Yan's eyes flashed with understanding after hearing this, but her face became paler. "Then what should I do now? How is your health? Can you still stand up?" Yi Qiuchun could only shake his head helplessly. "Miss Four, hurry up and run away alone." Hearing this, Nan Yen immediately grabbed Yi Qiuchun's wrist in panic, holding it tightly, and her eyes also showed obvious tension. She was obviously very scared, but she still shook her head and said, "No. How can I leave you alone and run away?" Hearing this, Yi Qiuchun's chest surged, and he coughed violently a few times. His expression did not change, but he could not stop mocking in his heart. These masters are really ridiculous. They will always say these false words, and then continue to deceive these lowly shadow guards to work for them. The woman in front of him was the same, as were all the masters of Qixia Villa. No matter how nice she said, when it came to a critical moment of life and death, she would still abandon him and run for her life. When necessary, she would even use their bodies to block the knife. Yi Qiuchun had seen too many such things. No one would really care about their shadow guards. They were servants, assassins, shadow guards locked up in the studio, and slaves who didn't even deserve a name at the beginning. Even if they died, they would just lose a handy weapon. There were still hundreds of shadow guards in the studio for them to use. No one would really care about their life or death. It was normal for them to die a shadow guard. And the most useful shadow guards were like Shadow 17, who were completely reduced to a killing tool that could not think and could only obey orders and tasks. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt resentment and murderous intent in his heart. Why should he die for others? His life was also very precious. He didn't want to be reduced to a tool and didn't want to be controlled by others all his life. Is this wrong? But why was he born inferior? Yi Qiuchun really didn't understand. He tried hard to suppress the hatred in his heart. He took a few deep breaths, and even his breathing became more and more rapid. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qiuchun suddenly shook off Nan Yan's arm and said in a low voice, "They came prepared this time. This assassination is definitely not only aimed at the Gao family in Tianxiang City, but also at the shadow guards in our Qixia Villa. I don't know what kind of poison I have been poisoned with. I have no strength in my body. I really can't protect you. While there is still time, Miss Fourth, please escape from the back door." The more Yi Qiuchun spoke, the more cold sweat he got on his forehead, and his face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, it was not that he was loyal and willing to sacrifice himself for others. In Yi Qiuchun's heart, his life was the most important at any time. But he was originally a criminal on this mission, because he had already committed a capital crime against the Shadow Guard building for not protecting the third young master. Although he survived by chance, his future life would not necessarily be easy. If he left Yinan alone to escape again this time, even if he really returned alive, the Shadow Guard building would not let him go again. He would die anyway. So he might as well fight here. The most important thing is that he is now poisoned and weak all over, and he can't run far at all. So it's better to let this woman go first. After all, if she died, there would be no need for him to return alive. But Nanyan wanted to refute. But she couldn't find any reason after opening her mouth. Seeing that the footsteps behind her were getting closer and closer, she was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Yi Qiuqian pushed Nanyan again and luckily avoided a sword for her. A black shadow rushed out of the door quickly, holding a long sword in his hand, and slashed at the two without hesitation. Yi Qiuqian dodged and retreated, sweat pouring down his forehead. He almost used up all his strength to push Nanyan to the back door, and shouted at her in a hoarse voice. No more hesitation. Fourth miss. Run away quickly, while I still have a little strength to cover your retreat. Otherwise, if you delay any longer, the master and I will die here together. Nanyan staggered and almost fell down after being pushed by him. When she got up, she immediately ran towards him and helped him up. No. You can't even lift the sword now. How can you cover my retreat? Hurry up. Hold on. We will leave here together. 17 will come back to save us soon. Yi Qiuqian pursed his lips tightly, breaking her expectation without hesitation. Miss, didn't you find that there are not many assassins here? Someone must have delayed them. Besides, 17 ate those meals just like his subordinates. He can't even save himself now. How can he save us? Hearing this, Nanyan's eyes almost instantly turned red, full of worry. How is it possible? Will 17? Yi Qiuqian hurriedly explained in the chaos, and his resistance became weaker and weaker. The number of people here has not increased, which means that 17 is not in trouble for the time being. If Miss 4 doesn't leave now, she won't be able to leave. As he said this, he pushed the person out again, and this time he directly pushed the wooden table to the door, completely blocking the aisle she rushed over, and also blocking the way for the assassins in the house to chase after her. Nanyan looked at him through the window in panic. She wanted to rush over again, but she stopped because of the sharp sword. Yi Qiuqian was pierced through the shoulder blade by the sharp sword because he could not dodge in time. Blood immediately gushed out and dripped down along the wrist bone. The young lady, who had been raised in the villa since she was a child, had never seen such a bloody scene. Her eyes were red in an instant, and she retreated palely in fear. Yi Qiuqian. She subconsciously called him and reached out to him through the window. But she was frightened by the sudden sword and immediately shrank back. Her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and fear and anxiety almost surrounded her whole body. At this moment, the situation was too urgent, and there was no time for her to hesitate. I'm sorry, but I really... Nanyan shook her head at him with red eyes. She retreated in panic, step by step, and even turned around and stumbled away without finishing her words. She fled in a mess, covered in mud. Before she fled, she looked back at him, her eyes full of guilt and uneasiness. Yi Qiuqian had clearly expected this result. But when he witnessed this moment of being abandoned without hesitation again, the hatred in his heart continued to surge, and the gushing resentment almost annihilated him. He was unwilling, really unwilling. These so-called masters are all selfish, cowardly and incompetent. Why should he work for such a group of villains? Why should he be abandoned and die here, and no one even collects his bones? Yi Qiuqian clenched his weapon tightly and tried to resist the fierce attack of the killer on the opposite side. However, his strength was getting weaker and weaker, and he couldn't even stand steadily. In addition, the injury on his shoulder worsened. Yi Qiuqian was cut by a sword on his wrist. He was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't even hold the weapon. The whole person and the weapon hit the wall with a bang sound, and then fell to the ground and rolled twice, and finally spit out a mouthful of blood. It was not the first time that Yi Qiuqian was forced into a desperate situation, but it was definitely the moment closest to death. So when the long sword came towards his head with force, Yi Qiuqian closed his eyes subconsciously. It was a lie to say that he was not afraid of death. He was actually very afraid of death. So every time he went out on a mission, he would do his best to save his life. That's why he didn't say a word when the third son saw him hiding in the dark and asking for help, and watched him being hacked to death. He was afraid of dying meaninglessly, and even more afraid of dying in such a wilderness, where no one would collect his bones. But this time he was really helpless. He was in the dark, but no one saved him, especially at this critical moment of life and death. Yi Qiuqian closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the sword to hit him. But he waited for a long time. But the sword didn't come down. Instead, he heard a puff sound, and the sound of the long sword piercing the flesh. But this time, it didn't seem to be stabbed on him. He didn't feel the pain. Yi Qiuqian opened his eyes suddenly, just in time to meet the somewhat unbelievable eyes of the killer in front of him. The killer looked down at his chest, turned his head, and looked at the attacker behind him. She was very pale, with some dirty blood on her face, and her black hair was messy on her shoulders. She met Yi Qiuqian's sight in panic, and was so scared that she almost cried. Obviously, she was in a mess. But at that moment, Yi Qiuqian only felt that his breathing was slightly choked, and his heart seemed to be hit by something. It began to beat violently, uncontrollably. He couldn't calm down no matter what. That scene remained in his mind for a long time, until he heard her stuttering and aggrieved voice, and then he came back to his senses. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. She even apologized to others, tears flashing in her eyes. But the sharpened bamboo in his hand did not loosen, but pushed forward more forcefully. The bamboo tip instantly pierced the flesh, and blood kept pouring out. The killer was also stunned, and after reacting, the severe pain made him subconsciously raise the long sword in his hand and stab the attacker behind him. Nan Yin took a few steps back in panic. Her fingers hurriedly loosened the broken bamboo. The whole person was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Yi Qiuqian also took advantage of this moment to pick up the weapon on the ground and pierce the chest with his sword from behind. He kicked the man away with one last kick, then pulled Nan Yin, who was still in a state of daze, and started running outside. The two stumbled and fled for a distance. Yi Qiuqian's feet suddenly softened, and almost his whole body leaned on Nan Yin. He opened his lips and suddenly couldn't help asking, "Master, why are you back again? Aren't you afraid of dying with your subordinates?" Nan Yin struggled to lift up Yi Qiuqian's shoulders and tried to help him up. Hearing what he said, she was afraid and angry, and her voice was full of resentment. "Am I such a selfish person in your eyes? You have risked your life to protect me. How could I abandon you? But I can't do anything. I can only secretly find an opportunity to attack them to save you." Yi Qiuqian really didn't expect this. He seemed to have almost forgotten that the fourth lady was just a powerless woman from beginning to end. Even if she really stayed, it would only involve another life at most, and it would not change anything. But he never expected that she would come back to save him. He even wondered if he had followed her from the beginning. Wouldn't everything that happened before have happened? Yi Qiuqian glanced at Nan Yin secretly, his emotions surging, and he couldn't help asking, But I am just a shadow guard. Even if I die, it's what I should do. Right? How can you let the lady risk her life for me?" Nan Yin took the time to look back, and vaguely saw someone chasing after her. She seemed helpless when she heard his question in a panic, and could only scold angrily. "It's time now. Why are you still fussing about this? If I say that I don't value these identities at all, you will definitely think that I am lying. It's just that everyone has different ideas. I can't care what others think. But I will never abandon you. I will never leave you alone to escape." Yi Qiuqian paused for a moment, and the strength of holding her wrist was slightly tighter, which seemed a little unbelievable. "Really? I will never abandon my subordinates. Will I lie to you?" Her tone was muffled, with a little annoyance of not being believed. Yes, Yi Qiuqian thought. Could she lie to him? She was the master, and she could have escaped by herself. But she stayed and saved his life. He was just a shadow guard. The most valuable thing on his body was this life. What else was worth her lying? Thinking of this, Yi Qiuqian hesitated for a moment, and asked tentatively, "Then, if it was 17 lying there today, would the master do the same?" "That's natural." Her voice was soft, but there was no hesitation. After finishing her words, Nan Yin glanced at this person with resentment, as if she was a little annoyed by his talkativeness. "Why do you have so many questions to ask today? Can't you wait until we are safe before asking?" Yi Qiuqian couldn't help but smile this time, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a subtle arc. He didn't really understand why he was happy. It was probably because it was the first time that someone really cared about him. Someone cared about his life and death, and would never abandon him. This feeling was really novel. So Nan Yan's dislike of his talkativeness was completely ignored by him. He asked again, "So in the master's heart, Qiuqian and 17 are equally important, right?" Nan Yan was worried that the more he talked, the slower he would walk. So she subconsciously perfunctorily said, Yes. In my heart, Yi Qiuqian and Ing 17 are equally important. So no matter whether it is you or 17, I will feel distressed and sad if anyone is injured. Okay. Stop talking. Okay? Save some strength first. Your wound is still bleeding. We have to find a place to hide quickly. Chapter 94. Ichiyochin said honestly, lowered his head, and coughed twice, trying to hide the blush on his cheeks and the upward curve of his mouth. But he couldn't calm down at all. What should he do? Ichiyochin clenched his fingers. Probably because it was the first time that someone paid so much attention to him. And he couldn't suppress the emotion surging in his heart. The corners of Ichiyochin's mouth curved, and he turned his head to secretly glance at her. The more he looked, the more he felt strange and happy in his heart. How could there be such a master? She obviously didn't know any martial arts. But she dared to come back alone to save him. She said that he was the same as 17. And both were very important to her. She also said that she would never abandon him. As long as he thought of this. As long as he thought that he would never be abandoned by others. Ichiyochin's heart beat suddenly, and then accelerated uncontrollably, making him want to keep talking to Nanyan beside him, and want her to care and watch him all the time. Ichiyochin's lips moved, and his face was obviously as pale as paper, but his eyes showed unprecedented joy. He endured for a long time, and couldn't help it. He glanced at Nanyan, and lowered his head uncomfortably. Your subordinate. Can I say a few more words? Your subordinate wants to thank the master for saving his life. In the future, he will do his best to protect the master like 17. He said this with some trepidation, wondering why he suddenly became a lot dumber in words. He was obviously very eloquent in front of the masters of Chishia Villa in the past. His words were particularly beautiful. But in fact, he had no respect in his heart. Even if he changed his identity, he would definitely be more cruel and ruthless than those selfish masters. But now it was obviously a little different. Especially when facing Nanyan. He had a strange feeling from the bottom of his heart, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Nanyan looked at him silently after hearing this, and then looked at the wound that was still bleeding. She looked at him helplessly. Forget it. You can't even protect yourself now. How can you protect me? That's true. Ichiyochin also looked down at himself. The wound on his shoulder was still bleeding. The bright red blood beads accidentally stained her fingers. He subconsciously retracted his fingers. And at the same time, a flash of annoyance flashed through his heart. This poison was really taken at the wrong time. He couldn't let the master see his true strength at all. And he almost dragged the master down. Isn't he a little too unqualified as a shadow guard? I wonder if the master will dislike him. Ichiyochin looked at her sideways again. Muffled. A little light. Unwilling to admit his incompetence. I was just caught off guard for a moment, and was calculated. In fact, my ranking in the Shadow Studio is not low. And I can do a lot of things, including murder and arson. If the master doesn't believe it, I can prove it to the master in the future. Please don't dislike it. And my brain is smarter than 17. Nanyan. I really didn't see this. What's more, why did she ask him to do things like murder and arson? It seems that there are indeed many problems in the Shadow Guard building. A good person has been distorted in his 3 views. The trained Shadow Guards are more or less abnormal in their brains. 17 is already like this, and it will be difficult for her to deal with another one. As they were talking, the two of them happened to run to a fork in the road. Nanyan supported Ichiyochin and subconsciously chose the secluded path covered with dense grass. However, no matter how the two of them fled, the group of killers behind them would always find their tracks and catch up with them. Nanyan was so helpless, angry and amused that she almost pinched his ears and scolded him. Why are you so full of such messy things in your mind? Why do I want you to help me kill people and set fires? You can help me the most by protecting your own life honestly. No one can be more important than your own life. She started to talk again. Also, have you forgotten that we are still running for our lives? Can we put those unimportant things aside for now, and hurry up to run for our lives? We have been chasing all the way. Why haven't we stopped yet? Ichiyochin only then reacted. Yes. They are still running for their lives. How can they be so lax? He looked back at the traces behind him. The two of them accidentally left a lot of blood and footprints on the road they walked. There were bloodstains on the ground and in the bushes. He looked at the wound on his shoulder again. It was still bleeding. No wonder the group of people behind him had not given up after chasing for so long. This won't work. Ichiyochin immediately covered his wound tightly, stopped, and told the story without hesitation. Master, Please let me go first. My wound has been bleeding and left traces. Those people followed the blood all the way to find me. If they continue like this, they will be caught up sooner or later. Hearing this, Nan Yin also stopped. She saw some bloodstains in the bushes behind her. But there was no way now. Unless God could rain immediately, these traces would not be removed. She looked at Yi Qiuchen's wound again. The wound on his shoulder was very deep, and the surrounding fabrics were stained red with blood. Some of the blood was even slightly black. She was anxious and subconsciously used her sleeve to block it. But it didn't help. She could only ask nervously, "What should we do?" Yi Qiuchen glanced at Nan Yin. Although he was a little hesitant, he still said the best way directly, "We can split the troops into 2 groups. Let the subordinates lead away the group of pursuers, and the master will lead by another way. In this way, we can completely get rid of the group of pursuers." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit hard on the head, which made him a little dazed. It didn't hurt much, but it felt a little strange. Yi Qiuchen subconsciously touched his forehead, and then heard the person opposite say, "I finally rescued you. You are so injured. If I let you lead away the pursuers again, will you still be alive and come back? Besides, I didn't save you to let you die. Look at what messy and stupid ways you have thought of. You still say that your brain is smarter than 17. I think you are all the same. And you don't have much brains." Nan Yin exhaled heavily, turned her face away, and didn't want to pay attention to him. She was obviously unhappy. Yi Qiuchen was still a little unresponsive, his eyes fixed on Nan Yin. He actually didn't understand, because this was the best way. Wasn't she afraid of being dragged to death by him? But, although Yi Qiuchen was a little hesitant, she was still the master after all, and a certain command engraved in his bones made him subconsciously make a choice. "Don't say but. Your master won't agree." He was interrupted by Nan Yin before he finished speaking. Without any hesitation, she refuted the plan without even looking at him. She squatted in the bushes and looked around, carefully observing the movements behind her. Suddenly, she reached out and patted Yi Qiuchen's shoulder, as if she noticed something, and asked in surprise, "Hey, wait, do you hear the sound of water flowing? I seem to hear the sound of a river flowing." "River?" Yi Qiuchen also held his breath and listened attentively for a while. "Yes, the sound of flowing water." She stood up and looked in the direction of the sound, and Yi Qiuchen followed her. The two of them supported each other and walked forward for a distance. Finally, they saw a very wide river not far away. There were many reeds and water plants growing around it. If someone hid in it, it would be difficult to be discovered. Nan Yin subconsciously patted his arm and pulled him to the riverside and said, "Now there is a way, Yi Qiuchen. We can hide in the water, so there will be no bloodstains." 17, and I also jumped into the river to escape before. She was about to pull him into the river, but Yi Qiuchen grabbed her wrist. He didn't hold it very tightly, but there was a trace of hesitation and embarrassment on his face. "Wait, master, are you really going to hide under the water?" Nan Yin turned her head to look at him, and seemed a little not sure why. "What's wrong? Do you think this method won't work?" Yi Qiu's expression suddenly became more difficult, and even his voice was a little muffled, particularly unnatural. "Of course not. The method is very good. But I am not good at swimming." To say that I am not good at swimming may be a polite way. He is actually a little afraid of water. Half a year ago, the third young master invented a new method to train the endurance of the shadow guards underwater. The shadow guards were locked in different cages in batches, and then thrown into the water. Unfortunately, there was only one key. If you want to survive, you can only defeat the opponent and grab the key to unlock the cage and escape. Although Yi Qiuchen survived, he has had an unspeakable fear of deep water since then. It would be better to let him lead away the pursuers than to let him go into the water. Nan Yin was a little bit unconvinced when she heard this, and looked at him in surprise. How is it possible? How can a shadow guard not be good at swimming? Yi Qiuchen really found it difficult to speak. He knew that at this moment, he was really unqualified as a shadow guard. Not only could he not protect the master, but he also frequently dragged the master back. It was unprecedented. He immediately let go of Nan Yin's hand, exhaled lightly and said, "I really can't swim, but I can help the master to lead away the pursuers. Please don't dislike me." He stood up and was about to leave, but was grabbed by Nan Yin's wrist. She was anxious and amused and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I told you that I won't let you die. Why don't you listen? It doesn't matter if you can't swim. Don't you still have me? Just hold my hand honestly, and don't let go. And then you don't have to worry about anything. Remember? After Nan Yen said that, she pushed him into the river. Yi Qiuchun staggered and almost fell, and was choked by the river water. His face changed immediately. The memory of the fight emerged in his mind, and he was afraid. He immediately took a few steps back, and wanted to go ashore to discuss and make another decision. Maybe they could think of other ways, and they didn't have to go into the water. But Nan Yen didn't give him too much time to hesitate. After taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, and directly dragged Yi Qiuchun into the deep water. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In panic and fear, Yi Qiuchun choked on water again, and struggled uncontrollably. This time, it was really like grabbing his last straw. He could only hold her hand tightly, and refused to let go, for fear that if he let go, the person in front of him would abandon him, and leave completely. The water surface soon returned to calm, and the blood from the wound on Yi Qiuchun's shoulder quickly dispersed in the river water. The river was very deep, and there were fish swimming at the bottom of the water. The bloody smell on the two men attracted several fish to circle around them. Yi Qiuchun could still hold on at first, but as time went on, the air in his lungs was slowly exhausted. Soon, he felt like his brain was about to explode, and the pain of suffocation came over him. It seemed that countless blood vessels in his head were clamoring, crazy and chaotic, making him unable to control himself at all, and he began to struggle. For a moment, Yi Qiuchun felt as if he had returned to the time when he followed the third young master, worrying about his life all the time. He didn't want to die. Didn't want to die in such a cold place. And he had just found someone who cared about him. He didn't want to die here. But the more he struggled, the faster the air in his lungs ran out. Until the last moment, Yi Qiuchun really felt that he had reached the limit. After a burst of pain in his brain, it gradually turned into chaos. He felt that he couldn't hear or see anything at this moment, and his consciousness became more and more drowsy. And the hand that had been tightly holding Nan Yen loosened at some point, and the whole body suddenly fell back and fell straight to the bottom of the lake, unconscious, as if no one cared anymore. Nan Yen only felt her wrist suddenly loosen. When she looked back, Yi Qiuchun, who had been following closely behind her, suddenly didn't react. She turned around and subconsciously swam towards him, reaching out to protect his head directly. But the other party had already fallen into a coma. His face was pale due to extreme lack of oxygen. He was dying, and had no reaction. Nan Yen stretched out her hand and pinched his philtrum, but there was still no movement. Nan Yen was a little anxious. She hurriedly grabbed the wrist hanging by her side, and gently felt the pulse. Fortunately, there was still a heartbeat. So she leaned over again, and kissed the other's lips gently, and then carefully passed the air in the lungs to him a little bit. At the moment of the kiss, Nan Yen noticed that the other's eyelashes trembled slightly, like the little life that a drowning person had finally obtained. Unconsciously opening his lips, and absorbing it with force. And his hands were tightly wrapped around her waist, holding the person in his arms. Finally, Nan Yen couldn't help it. Hearing the movement on the shore gradually faded away, she pushed the person in front of her away with force, and then directly grabbed the other's wrist. It took a lot of effort to finally swim out of the water. As soon as the two of them got on the shore, Nan Yen couldn't help but cough hard. Yi Qiuchun beside him was like a drowning man who finally got a chance to live. He coughed out a mouthful of river water, and his pale cheeks showed an abnormal red. He exhaled tremblingly in his lungs. His eyes were misty and clear. His gaze subconsciously fell on Nan Yen's face, then slowly moved down, and slowly fell on her lips. Yi Qiuchun's eyelashes moved slightly again, and water drops slid down his cheeks. His Adam's apple rolled for a moment. He didn't know why. Even though he could breathe on his own, he still felt like he was suffocating. He hadn't forgotten the scene when the master gave him air when he was underwater just now. Now thinking back, he felt that his whole cheeks were a little hot, and his fingers were trembling slightly, as if all the strength in his body had been drained by the kiss just now. Nan Yen looked at his abnormal state, and thought something was wrong with him. She quickly grabbed his shaking fingers, and asked carefully, "How are you? Are you okay?" I'm fine." Yi Qiuchun's breathing became heavier. He didn't dare to look up at her. He spoke incoherently, and his ears turned red instantly. He didn't know what it felt like, but his chest became so strange, as if all his internal organs were soaked in warm water. and his whole body was warm. The warm and slightly moist kiss just now seemed to have completely taken away his soul, making him unable to recover. Yi Qiuchun subconsciously covered his chest. Nan Yin saw his action and thought that the poison had taken effect and his chest hurt again. So she immediately went over to help him up. Does your chest hurt again? Come on. Let's get up first and find a place to rest quickly. It's not safe here anymore. As soon as he said that, Yi Qiuchun's knees suddenly softened, and his whole body fell forward uncontrollably, directly pressing Nan Yin under him tightly. The two were facing each other, and Nan Yin looked up at him. Yi Qiuchun was a little stunned. The girl's soft body was cushioned under him. The distance was so close that he could kiss her face as long as he lowered his head. His brain almost went blank, and his heart almost jumped into his throat. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend the fourth lady. Nan Yan's expression was distorted by him. She kept patting his back with both hands, and her cheeks were red. Her watery eyes stared at him angrily and aggrievedly. She was really angry now. Why don't you get up quickly? Are you going to crush me to death? Yi Qiuchun hurriedly said oh several times, and hurriedly climbed up from her body in a hurry. Because his limbs were weak, he stumbled and almost fell again. He didn't know where his fingers touched in the middle of the way, but he felt that the soft touch underneath was something he had never felt before, and he finally stood firm. He didn't dare to look up at anyone, and waited obediently for the master to lecture him. He was 100 times more nervous than when he was in the Shadow Guard building before. His heart was beating hard. He didn't do anything, but the soft touch on her body seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind, and he couldn't forget it. He couldn't think about it. The more he thought about it, the hotter his ears felt. Chapter 95. Nan Yin was pressed hard, and tears came out of her eyes uncontrollably. She rubbed the back of her head that was hurt, and looked at Yi Qiuchun, who was standing there blankly. She was immediately furious. Why do these shadow guards like to be wooden stakes? They don't even know to come and help her. Are they stupid? She immediately glared at them angrily and depressed. What are you still standing here for? Why don't you come and help me? Let's go together. Yi Qiuchun's body stiffened, and then he reacted, and quickly reached out to hold the wrist that was stretched out. The soft touch made his palms sweat a little. He wiped his palms hard before he dared to reach out, and then carefully pulled the person up, looking at her with a little nervousness. Master, don't you blame me for offending you? His voice was hesitant and a little uneasy. Nan Yin had barely stood firm, but immediately lost her temper when she heard that. She turned her head to look at him, then let go and patted the dirt and grass debris on her body. Then she said in a muffled voice, somewhat helplessly, Okay, what kind of offense is this? And why do you still care about these details at this time? I'm not the kind of vicious lady who specifically bullies young guards. The most important thing is that we quickly find a safe place to rest. Also, can you stop thinking about all these messy things all the time? I don't really blame you. I got it. Yi Qiuchun's face flushed slightly when he heard that, and he nodded honestly, then followed subconsciously. But it was obvious that the poison in his body had not been cured yet. Just as he took a few steps with his strength, his chest felt stuffy and painful, and some blood came out of the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Then even his head felt dizzy. Yi Qiuchun shook his head hard, but it didn't work. His whole body suddenly fell forward uncontrollably. If Nan Yin hadn't helped him in time, he would have fallen hard again. What's wrong? Is your chest hurting again? Nan Yin hurried forward to hold the man's shoulders and asked anxiously. At this moment, the two were very close to each other. Yi Qiuchun leaned half of his body on her. He could vaguely smell the light fragrance from her hair. His breathing instantly became lighter, for fear that others would find out that he was different. I'm fine, my master. Don't worry. He said this, but his ears couldn't help but feel a little hot. In his heart, he felt satisfied and happy because of Nan Yan's concern. He was a typical hypocrite. Now he felt an unprecedented joy spreading in his chest, which was more satisfying than the moment when he saw his enemy die with his own eyes. Nan Yin didn't listen to his stubborn words this time. She simply supported Yi Qiuchun and returned to the small dilapidated temple where they met before. They couldn't go back to the original farmyard. Who knows if there is an ambush there? Another thing is that they don't know where 17 is, and don't know if he is injured. In short, they returned to the original place after going around in circles. The location of this dilapidated temple is naturally extremely remote. It is a distance away from the farmyard, because it has been in disrepair for a long time. A bunch of weeds and wild trees have grown around it, which tightly blocks the dilapidated temple. The safety problem has been solved temporarily. But I don't know if 17 will come here to find them after he is out of danger? The two spent the night in the ruined temple. Fortunately, the fire starter that Yi Qiuqian brought with him was still usable. Nan Yen picked up some dry wood nearby and ignited it. After some effort, they finally started the fire. At this time, Yi Qiuqian had completely fallen into a coma. In the second half of the night, Yi Qiuqian's symptoms became more serious. I don't know if it was because of the poisoning, but his whole body began to feel cold. Such a tall man shivered and curled up into a small ball because of the cold. Like a newborn bee's cub who lost the care of his mother, looking fragile and helpless. It seemed that if he was not careful, he would not survive. Nan Yen immediately hugged him into her arms again, gently lifted his head, and rested it on her shoulder. Perhaps he felt a little warmth. And Yi Qiuqian almost unconsciously hugged Nan Yan's waist all of a sudden, like a drowning person grabbing a floating grass, tightly circling Nan Yan's waist, making her unable to move at all. If he was not still unconscious, Nan Yan really wanted to slap this guy a few times. He was already unconscious, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Her old waist was almost broken by his strength. The two of them spent the second half of the night hugging each other. When Yi Qiuqian regained consciousness, it was already the next morning. He slept a little unclearly last night. In his coma, he always dreamed of fighting and struggling with his companions in the past, and finally escaping from death with great difficulty. These memories made him fall into a nightmare, as if he could not escape no matter what. Finally, he seemed to hear a very gentle voice in a trance. In a daze, he could still feel a soft and warm palm gently on his cheek, constantly comforting and coaxing him, saying something to him. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. It's all right now. And so on. And it was not until the second half of the night that he really settled down. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuqian slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into his eyes was the side face of the master who was sleeping quietly. The two were very close to each other, so close that he could almost see the fine hairs on the master's face. This made Yi Qiuqian stunned. And then he realized that he was actually leaning on the master's shoulder, with his head resting on her shoulder. This cognition immediately made his head a little dizzy. He wanted to get up quickly, but he was worried that too much movement would alarm her. So his whole body seemed to be stiff, completely out of control, and he couldn't move at all. Master! Master! Yi Qiuqian's hands and feet suddenly became weak, and he didn't know what to do. He didn't dare to touch her or move. Nan Yen didn't hear his call. She was still sleeping very soundly. Seeing this, Yi Qiuqian subconsciously lightened his breathing. His eyelashes moved slightly, fearing that he would wake her up accidentally, thus breaking this hard-earned, beautiful, and quiet moment. Wait until his breathing calmed down. Yi Qiuqian blinked his eyes and stared at his master's profile. She slept a little uncomfortably against the stone statue. Her thin eyebrows slightly frowned, and her lips were not as bright red as yesterday, especially when the mottled light fell on her face. Her cheeks were as white as porcelain, and her black hair hung on her chest. Seeing Nan Yen so gentle and soft, Yi Qiuqian subconsciously held his breath. And suddenly a very strange impulse surged in his heart, making him unconsciously stretch out his hand, then carefully lean over and gently touch her lips. At this moment, Nan Yan's mouth seemed to move unconsciously, and Yi Qiuqian was so nervous that he quickly retracted his hand. The soft and slightly dry touch made his throat a little itchy. Yi Qiuqian's throat rolled subconsciously for a moment, and an extremely strange and soft emotion spread in his chest, making him want to get closer. Closer. Yi Qiuqian even felt that he was a little crazy at this moment. Why did he think that such a master was unwelcome before? Why did he feel annoyed? And why did he think that she was no different from those people in Xixia Villa? Obviously not the same at all. Yi Qiuqian slowly sat up straight. He was not short in height, but he looked particularly cramped because he was curled up on her shoulder. He looked particularly tall when he sat up straight, with his hands around. He could easily circle the other party into his arms. Although the noise was not loud, it still woke Nan Yen up accidentally. She whimpered twice and opened her eyes in a daze, then subconsciously reached out and patted his chest, mumbling, "It's okay. It's okay. I'm here." When Yi Qiuqian called out uncomfortably, "Master," Nan Yen finally woke up. She blinked her eyes, and her mind was confused for a while when she saw the dilapidated scene in front of her. And then she looked at Yi Qiuchen beside her. Seeing that his complexion had almost recovered, Nan Yin smiled again, then subconsciously reached out and touched his forehead, and checked the wound on his shoulder. After confirming that there was no problem, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the fever is finally gone, and the wound doesn't seem to continue bleeding. The recovery is pretty good. But you can't touch cold water again. You didn't pay attention yesterday and touched the unclean river water, so you had a fever in the middle of the night. She kept mumbling for a long time, and checked his whole body over and over again. Although her eyes were full of concern and worry, she didn't have any other thoughts. But Yi Qiuchen's face was still swish red, and his heart was beating uncontrollably. He turned his face away uncomfortably, and his voice was low and a little hoarse after waking up. I'm fine now. Thank you for taking care of me last night. Nan Yin suddenly smiled with her lips pursed, her eyebrows curved, and she smiled sincerely. Then she reached out and knocked on his head, and said jokingly, "What's all this? I'm your master, and I have the obligation to take care of you when you are sick. What's more, you got this injury to protect me. How could I just leave you alone?" The pair of clear eyes reflected his uncomfortable look at this moment, and all he could see was his figure. Yi Qiuchen's heart seemed to skip a beat, and he blinked. Just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden noise at the door. The two looked up at the same time. Yi Qiuchen's face changed slightly, and after reacting, he almost subconsciously stopped Nan Yin behind him, and stared at the wooden door with vigilance, worried that the group of people coming yesterday would come again. But this time it was obviously not the case. The broken door was pushed open, and the person standing at the door was Ing Shiqi. Yi Qiuchen's eyes showed a little surprise, and he didn't expect him to come so quickly. He let down his guard and breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qiuchen was about to say hello to him, but before he could say anything, Nan Yin, who was hiding behind him, had already rushed over. She almost subconsciously threw herself into his arms, grabbed the corner of Ing Shiqi's clothes with both hands, and then buried her head in his chest. She was almost crying with grievance. "Why did you come just now? Don't you know that I have been waiting for you for a long time? I was almost worried to death. When I was most scared, you didn't even stay with me." Nan Yin really cried, and cried very aggrievedly. Tears fell one by one along her cheeks. She looked very aggrieved, and her nose was red from crying. It seemed that she had finally found a home, and then she wanted to vent all the depression, worry and fear in her heart in the past 2 days. She hugged Shiqi's neck and cried very sadly. Ing Shiqi was not in a good condition at the moment. His face was dirty, and he had some external injuries. His clothes were covered with dried blood, some of which had already scabbed. Only his eyes were still bright. But the strength he held Nan Yin was no less than hers. He almost used all his strength to hold the person in front of him tightly in his arms, rubbing his chin against her forehead. When he saw her crying, he carefully wiped her tears with his fingers. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's my fault." He shouldn't have walked away alone in anger that day. It was only after he left the yard that he realized something was wrong around him. Not only were his hands and feet weak and his internal strength could not be raised, but he was also surrounded by a group of black-clothed killers. Fortunately, the poison he was infected with was not serious, but it took a lot of effort to get rid of the group of people. And then he fainted due to exhaustion. The first thing he did when he woke up was to return to the courtyard. But there was no one in the courtyard. The courtyard was burned to pieces, and there was a dead body lying in the house. Ing Shiqi also found a piece of torn cloth in the corpse's hand. After a little identification, he knew that it was from Nan Yin's skirt. He was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Then he followed the traces on the road and found this small temple. Then he found the two people. Fortunately, she was fine. Shiqi looked at Nan Yin carefully from top to bottom and found that except for her pale face, there was no obvious external injury on her body. It should be fine. At this moment, Yi Qiuchen had been ignored by the two. Yi Qiuchen's eyes fell on Nan Yan's face subconsciously. He felt a little depressed and uncomfortable in his heart. It seemed that something was blocked in his throat. He couldn't say a word he wanted to say. Nan Yin was very calm in front of him. Even when she was facing the killer and was extremely scared, she didn't shed a tear. But in front of 17, she became completely different. It seemed that the only person she relied on from beginning to end was Ing 17. Only in front of him would she show her fragile and aggrieved side. Yi Qiuchen rubbed his chest. He didn't know if it was because he was injured too badly. He suddenly felt very uncomfortable there, especially when he saw her throwing herself into 17's arms. Seeing the two of them hugging each other, they were like each other, and it was particularly annoying. But the two people at the door were obviously unaware. Nan Yen listened to his clumsy tone, and sweat broke out on her forehead. She kept repeating the same two words to comfort him. For a while, she couldn't help laughing. She tiptoed gently, wrapped her arms around his neck, and buried her head in his neck. She said in a muffled voice, "Shichi, please don't leave me alone in the future. When you were not there that day, I was really scared. I was afraid that I would never see you again." As she spoke, she seemed to recall the emergency situation at that time, and tears came out unconsciously again. Shichi felt her neck was wet and a little hot, so he subconsciously stroked the back of her head. This was probably the first time that Shichi coaxed someone so patiently, but he was always tongue-tied and couldn't say some fancy and pleasant words. He could only hold her in his arms with his arms and legs. "No, I will never leave the lady again in the future. It was my fault before. I won't do it again. Never again." As he spoke, he gently patted her back to comfort her. Nan Yen seemed to be comforted. She hummed softly, stepped back a little, and looked at his eyes, and then fell directly on his lips. Unfortunately, this guy is just a blockhead. He didn't understand her hint at all. It's impossible to expect him to take the initiative. Don't you see that the atmosphere is so suitable now? As long as he lowers his head, he can kiss her lips. But this guy just doesn't understand what she means, and blinks in confusion, then lowers his head and rubs her forehead affectionately with his chin, thinking that she likes this very much. What's the difference between this and a big dog asking for favor? No, it should be that dogs are more proactive than him. Nan Yen pursed her lips and snorted in her heart. Since he is unwilling to take the initiative, then naturally she can only come. Just when she was tiptoeing and was about to lean over to kiss the other's lips. Bang! There was a sound of tiles breaking behind him. The two people at the door were immediately startled by the noise. Nan Yen also remembered that there was someone behind her at this time. She quickly stepped back from Shichi's arms and pretended that nothing had happened. "I almost forgot that Chiochin is still in there." Nan Yen originally wanted to be close to her, but was interrupted by the noise. Her cheeks suddenly turned slightly red, and she looked at him a little embarrassed. She reached out and gently tugged at Shichi's collar, deliberately changing the subject. "Chiochin was seriously injured to protect me yesterday. He was also poisoned. I stayed with him for a whole night before he woke up. You go and see him." Shichi heard this and immediately said him. He was just a little slow in emotions. Not really a fool. When Nan Yen came over just now, she obviously wanted to do something, but she was interrupted by someone. Then he heard her call Yi Chiochin's name so intimately a few times, and he was even more unhappy. He had not forgotten that the reason he left that day was because of him. He even thought in his heart that it was better that he was poisoned. If the master had not been picking up food for him that day without even looking at him, he would not have been poisoned the most. Well, he deserved it. Chapter 96. After 17 came, Nan Yan's mood was visibly better, and she smiled more often. She looked really good when she smiled. All the worries and concerns between her brows disappeared. She held 17's fingers and kept talking. Her eyebrows were curved like two crescent moons. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her eyes were full of the other person's figure, which made people want to get closer. But that beautiful smile was only for Shichi. Yi Chiochin's eyelashes drooped slightly, making it difficult to see the expression in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that when the shadow guards were first assigned, he should have been the one to protect the fourth lady. Originally, he was the shadow guard assigned to the fourth lady, but the owner said that he was scheming and would not do anything to compromise. He was afraid that the fourth lady's gentle temperament could not suppress him. So he gave Shichi, his favorite disciple who he personally trained, to the fourth lady, and he became the shadow guard of the third young master. If it were not for the owner's words, he should have been the one to accompany the fourth lady. When he thought of this, Yi Chiochin clenched his fingers unconsciously. He kept thinking in his mind that if this was the arrangement, then the person standing next to the fourth miss should be him. And the person that the fourth miss would like and rely on now would not be Shichi, but him, Yi Chiochin. It was Shichi who accidentally took the position that originally belonged to him, and that should have been his. Thinking of this, Yi Chiochin's eyes fell on the two people at the door again. Nan Yen was checking his wounds over and over again. Her soft white fingers were touching and kneading his waist and abdomen. And she almost took off his clothes to take a closer look. This unrestrained action also successfully made 17's cheeks red instantly. He lowered his head, and his body subconsciously retreated. He wanted to avoid her, but she held him tightly. In the end, he didn't dare to look up and look at her directly. He could only whisper, "Don't touch. Don't touch. In fact, there is no serious injury. Just some skin injuries. It doesn't hurt anymore." 17's face was red, and his breathing was a little rapid when she touched him. What he was most worried about was when the master checked his body. He didn't know why. He didn't feel anything when he touched it himself. But every time the master touched him, he always worried that it would swell up again. While nervous in his heart, he also had a secret expectation that was unknown to others. He was afraid that the master would find this strangeness. And his heart became more and more ashamed. And his face became redder and redder. Until he checked the man from head to toe and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Nan Yin finally let go of the collar that she had been holding. As if she was relieved, she lingered on the wound on his chest for a while, and then asked in a worried tone, "Are you really okay? Are you sure there are no injuries elsewhere? And is the wound on your shoulder better? It hasn't split again?" 17 pursed his lips and said then shook his head honestly, looking very obedient. There was a slight glimmer in his eyes. His 2 eyeballs were black and misty, and his eyes fell on the person in front of him. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up, and then quickly smoothed it out. He knew that this was the master caring about him, so he was very happy in his heart. The subordinate is really fine. Nan Yin smiled gently at him again, rubbed his head. "Well, I'm glad you're okay. By the way, there's Qiu-Chen. Go and see how he is. He was seriously injured yesterday. Lost a lot of blood, and had a fever in the middle of the night." 17's good mood really became a little bit not so good when he heard the master muttering the names of other shadow guards. And Yi Qiu-Chen in the temple was obviously the same. He stared at the 2 of them calmly, and the more he looked at them, the more he felt annoyed. His expression did not change. But he suddenly remembered the first thing he learned in the shadow guard building: to snatch, to grab, to fight. Only things that are controlled by oneself are theirs. Just like every time they snatched food, the weak and incompetent shadow guards could not get food, and would eventually be abandoned by everyone. The owner of the building taught them the most important truth: the things and people you want can only be obtained by fighting for them. If you don't fight for them, you will get nothing. And now he has something he wants very much. A desire he has never had before. He wants to be cared for by his master. He wants her to always only look at him. And he doesn't want her to be snatched away by others. Nan Yin hurriedly dragged 17 to Yi Qiu-Chen again, and then pushed him forward. "Anyway, you martial artists must know more about the injury than me. 17. Check him quickly to see if it's serious." 17 could only check it with his head down. Although his expression didn't change, he was very unhappy in his heart. Especially when he saw the look in Yi Qiu-Chen's eyes when he looked at his master. It was the kind of look that someone coveted something he cared about. He had seen it too many times when he was in the shadow guard building. Every time someone stared at his food, they would show such a look, which made 17's heart suddenly alert, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. He was about to say something to warn the other party, when he turned around and saw his master's serious and worried expression. 17 paused, pursed his lips, and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. It was found on the bodies of the assassins he killed. He threw it over neatly and said, "It's not a big deal. This injury won't kill anyone." In the past, when he was training in the shadow guard building, the degree of injury was much more serious than this. And he didn't show such a vulnerable side? Yi Qiu-Chen raised his hand to catch the porcelain bottle, and after hearing what he said, he couldn't help coughing twice, then opened the medicine bottle and poured out a pill and took it directly, and said to Nan Yin with a relaxed expression, "Thank you for your concern, Miss 4. I'm really fine now. Don't worry about these minor injuries." Hearing that both of them said that they were fine, Nan Yan's smile deepened a lot, and she was finally relieved. However, seeing that Yi Qiu-Chen's face was still a little pale, Nan Yan's face was still worried. She stepped forward and helped Yi Qiu-Chen sit down and lie down, and whispered some things. Turning around, she saw that the firewood on the ground was almost burned out. So she quickly told 17 to go to the forest to pick up some firewood, and she went to the river to get some clean water. The 3 of them first made some food and then left here. 17 glanced at the two of them intentionally or unintentionally. Although he was a little dissatisfied that Ichiochen didn't have to do anything. This was the master's order, so he naturally wouldn't say much. So he turned around and went to the forest. And when he came back, he brought back a small bundle of firewood and a very fat pheasant. Nan Yen immediately smiled at him, and 17's mouth curled up. Without waiting for anyone to tell him, he squatted aside and prepared the pheasant and roasted it next to the fire. Yi Qiuchen on the other side also wanted to help but was stopped by Nan Yen on the grounds that he was seriously injured. This made Yi Qiuchen feel a little embarrassed and a little happy at the same time. The master still cares about him, doesn't he? When the pheasant was roasted and the fragrance was overflowing, 17 no longer had the instinct to protect the food before. He carefully cut the chicken with a dagger, and then put it on a clean leaf, and then handed it to Nan Yen, his eyes sparkling as if asking for her praise. Nan Yen couldn't help but puff, laughed, raised her eyes again, and praised him generously. Then she took the leaf from him, and then walked to Yi Qiuchen on the side, and directly handed all the food in her hand to Yi Qiuchen, whose face was still pale, and said in a gentle voice, "Eat first. You haven't eaten much since yesterday afternoon, and you have lost so much blood. You must be very weak. You have to be replenished first." At this moment, it seemed that both of them were a little stunned. 17 stared at his master, pursed his lips, and unconsciously clenched the dagger in his hand. His expression was obviously unhappy. He didn't understand. Those were obviously prepared for her. How could she hand them to others? Yi Qiuchen was obviously a little surprised by Nan Yen's care. He opened his mouth, looked at the food in her hand, and couldn't help looking at Nan Yen's face. When he was about to refuse, Ing Shichi on the side couldn't help at first. He walked over and grabbed Nan Yen's hand and took it back. His lips moved, with a stubborn and dull expression on his face. "This is for you. If he wants to eat, he can find it himself." Nan Yen turned her head and looked at him. It seemed that she didn't realize that he was angry. She still handed the leaves in her hand over. "It's okay for me. Just eat some later." Qiuchen was the most seriously injured, so of course he had to eat more. "I know you are doing this for my own good, but if Qiuchen hadn't tried his best to protect me, you might not have seen me." As she spoke, she gave 17 a soothing smile, patted the back of his hand, and said soothingly, "Okay, don't worry about these little things. Okay? Qiuchen was injured because of me. I can't be so ungrateful." 17 stared at her tightly, still unwilling to let go. But protecting the master is what the shadow guard should do. And his injury is not serious, so he doesn't need the master's considerate care. He said that, and his heart was even more uncomfortable. Obviously, his injury has not healed yet. Why is she only concerned about Yi Qiuchen now, and doesn't care about him? After saying this, Yi Qiuchen beside him flashed his eyes, and then nodded, and added in a low voice, "Miss 4, don't worry about your subordinates. 17 is right. Protecting the master is the responsibility of the shadow guard. Miss 4, don't care so much. The subordinates are the same as 17, and he shouldn't be asked to take care of me." After hearing this, Shichi nodded, indicating that what he said was right, and he didn't hear the hidden meaning in this person's words at all. But Nan Yen on the side was obviously unhappy. Her eyes fell on Ing Shichi, who didn't understand anything in front of her, and her tone was obviously unhappy. "So you protected me, took care of me, and almost gave up your life for me, just because of your responsibility as a shadow guard?" Ing Shichi, who was stubborn, didn't really understand the difference between what she said and what Yi Qiuchen said just now. So he nodded subconsciously, and then looked at people blankly, not thinking that there was anything wrong with his answer. However, when he looked at Nan Yan's rapidly changing expression, his natural animal intuition made him vaguely aware that something was wrong. But he didn't know what to say for a while. Nan Yen in front of him was obviously even angrier. She looked up and stared at him. "Then let me ask you. If one day you are no longer my shadow guard and no longer need to obey my orders, will you no longer take care of me and protect me like this?" Hearing this, Ing Shichi almost subconsciously frowned, then shook his head and said, "No. I will always be your shadow guard. I will not leave you, and I will not disobey your orders. This kind of thing will never happen." Nan Yen was really mad at this stubborn wooden head. "Really? You can't even say a nice word? Can't you even coax people?" She was angry and annoyed. And now even her mood began to be upset. She glared at him resentfully. "Do you understand what I mean?" I said, as if there really comes a day when you are no longer the shadow guard of the Shadow Studio, and I make a big mistake, and I also anger my father, and I am no longer the owner of Chixia Villa, then if the people of the Shadow Guard building want you to kill me, will you obey the order and kill me mercilessly?" As soon as the voice fell, 17's expression was stunned. To be honest, he really never expected this to happen. His head has never been able to fit such complicated and troublesome things. So it has always been simple. As long as it is the master's order, he just obeys it. And the orders of the building residents are also obeyed. But he really never thought that if one day the building owner asked him to carry out the task of hurting Nanyan, then what should he do? How can this be possible? This is the first thought in 17's mind. Just thinking about this order made him full of resistance and rejection. How could he possibly hurt her? Impossible. But if he didn't obey the order, wouldn't that be betrayal? If he betrayed, wouldn't he no longer be the shadow guard of the studio? If he wasn't a shadow guard, wouldn't he be able to stay by her side anymore? The twists and turns of the problem were finally sorted out by him. 17 turned his head and stared at Nanyan in a daze. He obviously wanted to say something, but his lips opened, but nothing came out. He couldn't react for a while, and felt that his brain had suffered a new shock. Which one was more important? The master's responsibility or the shadow guard's responsibility? But his silence was seen as hesitation in the eyes of others. In the face of such a thing, he actually hesitated and considered. It seemed that he really didn't take her to heart. Nanyan became more and more angry as she thought about it. And finally she pushed someone hard in anger. She simply turned around. And even her eyes were a little red. "If you can't figure it out, go away and think about it. Don't stand in front of me like a wooden stake. Looking at me makes people upset." 17 stretched out his hand, wanting to say something but stopped. Especially when he saw Nanyan's eyes were slightly red. He instinctively wanted to go forward to comfort her. But in the end, because she refused to pay attention to him, he could only squat silently at the door, reflecting hard there. What did he do wrong? It was obviously just because of a roast chicken at the beginning. Why did she get angry again later? On the other side, Yi Qiuchen's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing Nanyan's unhappy look, he subconsciously reached out and pulled her sleeve, intentionally or unintentionally comforting her. "Don't be angry. Fourth Miss. 17 doesn't know anything. It's not worth it for the master to be angry about him." Nanyan had a stern face at first, but after hearing that, she looked up at his cautious expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She tore the chicken in her hand into small pieces and handed it to him, staring at him with watery eyes. She looked so bright and relaxed, without any sign of anger. Yi Qiuchen just felt a little strange. Who said I was angry? He's such a blockhead. If I keep getting angry with him, I'll get angry to death. Nanyan blinked at him again. A hint of obvious smile flashed in her eyes. Then she leaned over and whispered in his ear in a low voice. "Isn't this what you call acting? I just played along and deliberately provoked him." She sighed softly after she finished speaking. Her tone was really a bit helpless. "Who made him a fool? He doesn't know anything. If I could get him to understand earlier, I wouldn't have to stare at him like this every day. This stupid guy doesn't know what I want at all. And he can't even do the simplest tricks to coax people." But when he heard what she said, Yi Qiuchen's expression suddenly changed, and his face turned pale in an instant. He subconsciously grabbed Nanyan's wrist and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it all acting? Then was the master's kindness to me all fake?" Nanyan seemed to be startled by his sudden serious tone. After reacting, she patted her chest and turned her eyes to Yi Qiuchen's face. Then she reached out and poked the other's head with her white fingers. She couldn't help laughing. "What are you thinking about?" She looked at him strangely, as if she was laughing. "Why have you become as stupid as 17? Of course, my kindness to you is not fake. I just played along with him and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. How could I lie to you?" After she finished speaking, she stared at Yi Qiuchen again and again, her eyes smiling with a bit of a playful look. And when she made him feel uncomfortable, she continued, "You helped me so much, and saved me yesterday. With so many favors added up, how could I possibly lie to you?" As she spoke, she handed the shredded chicken to his mouth. Yi Qiuchen smelled the overflowing fragrance, and then saw that it was handed to him by the master himself. His expression suddenly became uncomfortable, and his voice stuttered. I can do it myself. The master doesn't need to do it himself. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. Nan Yin glanced behind her and said deliberately and nonchalantly, "Why bother about these things? Your master finally snatched it from that stingy guy. Do you want to eat it or not?" The stingy guy on the opposite side became even angrier when he heard this, and his hand was so strong that he almost broke the branch. Yi Qiuchen hesitated for a moment, and when he saw Shichi's eyes about to burst into flames, he immediately lowered his head and opened his mouth, and ate the meat honestly. Seeing this, Nan Yin smiled with satisfaction and continued to feed him. "Don't worry. I will not forget your kindness to me. When I return to Qixia Villa, I will definitely give you a satisfactory surprise, so that you can't say that I am ungrateful anymore." Surprise? Yi Qiuchen took a bite of the chicken. His mind was still a little dizzy, and he was a little stunned when he heard her say surprise. He didn't expect that one day the master would carefully prepare a surprise for the servants. This made him feel a little novel and moved, and at the same time, there was a hint of expectation in his heart. What kind of surprise would she be talking about? Would she give up Shichi and choose him instead? If so, then this is indeed a real surprise. Chapter 97. After that, the three of them left the ruined temple together and continued to move towards Qixia Villa. On the way, they were worried that the long journey would cause Yi Qiuchen's injuries to worsen, so they rented a carriage at a nearby inn. The carriage swayed for half a day and finally arrived at the sphere of influence of Qixia Villa. Perhaps because of this, the group of pursuers behind them never appeared again. After returning to Qixia Villa, Nan Yin was naturally taken back by the servants in the courtyard. Although her status and position were not as valued as the legitimate heirs of the manor, she was the master of Qixia Villa after all. Therefore, these servants were very respectful to this young lady who escaped death, and Nan Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she could relax for a while and no longer fight and kill. As for Yi Qiuchen and Shichi on the other side, they obviously went back to the shadow building to report. Although both of them were injured on the way, they were still scolded when they came back this time. The owner of the Shadow Guard building thought that their mission was not good enough, and they delayed for too long, and they didn't even figure out who was chasing them. This also made the owner very angry. He didn't even say a word of comfort, and directly asked the two to go back to the punishment building to receive punishment. After that, both of them went to receive their punishments, and Shichi returned to Nan Yan's yard after receiving the whipping. He was different from Yi Qiuchen. He was the Shadow Guard of the young lady alone. When he didn't receive other orders, the only thing he had to do at this moment was to protect the master. However, when the master was not in danger and there were no orders, he was not allowed to appear at will to disturb the master. Otherwise he would be punished. On the other side, Nan Yin heard that the two were punished again, and there was a little worry in her eyes. So she found an excuse for the little maid who was serving beside her, and took the opportunity to send her away. Then she took some gold wound medicine from the pharmacy to see how the two were injured. She first went to the place where Yi Qiuchen lived. Qixia Villa was very large, with a well-organized front and back layout. The places where the master and the servants lived were naturally clearly divided. Yi Qiuchen was a criminal and had been injured. After receiving the whipping this time, his injuries were aggravated a lot. Fortunately, his foundation was not bad. In addition to suffering some physical pain, his life was not in great danger. When Nan Yin came, she saw the other party sitting on the bed, blood seeping through his outer shirt. The man was leaning on the edge of the bed, his clothes half undressed, and one hand was carefully applying medicine to the wound on his back. Because the injury was on the back, his movements were very clumsy, and several times the powder was spilled outside. Nan Yin only took a glance, and her face turned pale. She bit her lip and rushed in almost subconsciously. "Yi Qiuchen, how are you? How could you be so badly injured? Did the people from the Shadow Guard building beat you again?" Yi Qiuchen was startled by the sudden voice, and his hand trembled. The half bottle of golden wound medicine that was originally left was accidentally spilled. Before he had time to feel sorry, he looked up and saw who was coming. Two red clouds immediately appeared on his face, and he began to tidy up his messy clothes in a hurry. "Fourth Miss, why did you come here?" Yi Qiuchen was really embarrassed. He was seen in such a disheveled state. There were also scars on his back that had accumulated over the years. I don't know if she saw it clearly. It must be very ugly. I don't know if the master would dislike it. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuchun actually felt a rare sense of embarrassment in his heart, which he had never felt before. Nan Yin obviously didn't know what he was thinking. After seeing the scars on his back, she quickly walked forward and stopped him from putting on his clothes. She was very angry, especially when she saw the scars on his back. She didn't know what to say to him. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that you would be injured so badly. She thought about it, and still felt very sad. She bit her lip, and her eyes were red. You guys, clearly on the road, one by one told me that you were fine. But now, the wound on your shoulder is already red, swollen and cracked. And you dare to be stubborn with me. Why are you hiding now? I saw it all. And you spilled all the medicine outside. And the wound hasn't been applied yet, she said as she pressed down his shaking shoulder. Then took out a bottle of brand new wound medicine from her sleeve, lifted his clothes directly, and carefully cleaned up for him, and went upstairs. Seeing this, Yi Qiuchun's body suddenly stiffened, especially when he saw the pair of white and soft fingers accidentally stained with blood from the wound. He inevitably felt a little strange in his heart, and his face became a little uncomfortable. He lowered his head, his face slightly red, and explained with a little embarrassment, Miss Four, don't blame yourself so much. In fact, it was about to get better. It became like this because of the whipping when you came back. It looks serious, but it doesn't hurt much. Nan Yin just snorted softly, obviously not believing what he said. Yi Qiuchun didn't know why, but when he heard her angry snort, he felt a little joy in his heart for no reason. He turned his head to look at her face, but she slapped him on the back of his head. Don't move. Can't you see I'm applying medicine to you? Yi Qiuchun heard the words and said oh again, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. His fingers were tightly clasped on the clothes on his knees because of nervousness. Suddenly, he thought of something, and then asked tentatively, Did the fourth lady come to visit me directly? Didn't she go to 17th place? Nan Yin seemed to be completely unaware of his little thoughts. She carefully wiped the blood stains from his wound and sprinkled medicine powder on it. When she saw the blood stop, she said and answered directly, Of course, I came directly to you. You are so seriously injured. It will be very troublesome if no one takes care of you. As for 17, you don't have to worry. I will go to see her later. Hearing the words, Yi Qiuchun's heart inevitably rippled. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he even thought uncontrollably in his heart. The reason why the master came to visit him first was because she cared more about him than Ning 17. So she did this. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuchun subconsciously pursed his lips to smile. Before he could confirm, Nan Yin, who was behind him, seemed to be relieved after applying the medicine, and began to remind him again, Okay, don't get hurt again these days, and don't touch water, otherwise even gods can't help you. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something, blinked at him twice, and smiled gently. By the way, do you remember the surprise I told you about before? I have already told my father that I want to find you a new master. Xiao Qi is gentle and introverted, and you will definitely not have any trouble with her. When your injury is healed, you can go directly to her. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong with the man in front of her. Is this the surprise you mentioned? Not only do you not want me anymore, but you also want to throw me to someone else? He then grasped Nan Yan's wrist vigorously, somewhat unbelievably, staring at her face without blinking, and even the aura on his body became a little colder. What is this? Throw it away after use? It was clearly agreed that she would never abandon him. But why? Why did she throw him to someone else as soon as she came back? Nan Yan's expression seemed to be completely stunned, and her watery eyes stared back at him blankly. What's wrong? Didn't we agree on this before? She seemed to be a little confused as to why he was so reluctant, and there was still some doubt in her eyes. She looked at him inexplicably. Didn't you say that? As long as you accompany me to play a play, I will help you get out of the studio later. Isn't this what you want most? Of course not. Yi Qiuchun held her wrist tighter and tighter, so tight that his body even trembled a little. Maybe this was indeed the result he wanted most before. But it's different now. They have been together for so long, fled together, lived and died together, and she took care of him in the ruined temple for a night. Isn't this enough to make him change? How could she not care at all? He thought. She liked him at least a little in her heart. But he didn't dare to say these words, because these words would only make him sound cheap. He was just a shadow guard, a servant of low status, And she was the high and mighty master. His love for her would be ridiculed. But she was so good to him. Even better than 17. So good that he thought she actually liked him. Are those all his illusions? He didn't understand why she could say such things. But seeing Nan Yan's confused expression, Yi Qiuchen knew the result. There was not so much he thought. From the beginning to the end, she had never liked him. And Nan Yan saw his tense and suppressed emotions, and subconsciously reached out and patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't be angry first. You can tell me if you are not satisfied. If you don't want to go to Xiaoqi's place, I can also help you change a place. In short, I will definitely satisfy you. Okay? She smiled at him. Her tone was gentle and soft, and there was a hint of coaxing, but it only sounded more harsh in Yi Qiuchen's ears. Obviously, he was like this, but she still had that unhurried attitude, as if she didn't care at all. Does Miss Four really not understand at all? Yi Qiuchen couldn't help it, and tightened his grip on her wrist, asking this question with a burning look. What? Nan Yan was slightly stunned, as if she didn't quite understand what he meant. Her wrist was pinched and felt uncomfortable. She frowned and struggled slightly with the shackles on her hands. But she couldn't break free. She could only look up and continue to look at him. What happened to you today? Did I make you angry? What do you want me to understand? Yi Qiuchen's eyes were red, and his eyes were obviously much tougher. He was aggressive and even a little depressed. He looked particularly deep when he stared at people with an expressionless face. Master, don't you understand that acting also requires true feelings? Miss Four used his subordinates to make 17 jealous. So I will help Miss one last time. Okay? Let 17 see clearly what the young lady and her subordinates do when they are together. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly pressed down on Nan Yan. Nan Yan was caught off guard and was pressed down. Fortunately, there was a soft bed behind her, so it didn't hurt when she fell down. But Nan Yan was obviously also shocked by his actions at the moment, and a trace of panic appeared on her face. She just wanted to struggle, but was pressed down by the person on her body, and then leaned over, attacked and invaded, and kissed the other person's lips deeply. This time Nan Yan was really scared. She didn't expect him to do this. Her watery eyes were wide open, and she forgot to struggle for a while. However, Yi Qiuchen on her body became more and more excessive. His body pressed closer and closer, and the breath between his lips became more and more rapid. The tip of his tongue lingered on her lips, trying to slide deeper. What are you doing? Nan Yan also woke up at this time. She struggled hard, but the man held her wrist with his backhand, and then took the opportunity to detain her above her head. Unable to move, she was about to speak, but he took the opportunity to probe her mouth. She was so anxious that tears almost came out. She could only shout aggrievedly, 10. 7. At this time, bang! The door was kicked open with great force. Yi Qiuchen was so confused that he didn't prepare for the movement behind him. He was pulled hard by gravity, and directly knocked over the table behind him. The water cups and porcelain on the table were broken into pieces. This fall also caused Yi Qiuchen's back to bleed due to the violent impact. A sharp pain spread immediately, making him stare at the person in front of him with cold eyes and mockery. At this moment, 17 really wanted to kill the man in front of him. He never thought that he would see such a scene one day. And he never thought that after seeing such a scene, his emotions would be out of control like this. He felt as if his head was hit hard by something. His chest was heaving, and his original calmness completely disappeared, especially when he saw Nan Yan lying on the bed, with her lips bitten and red and moist. He still couldn't get rid of his hatred and pulled up the other's collar, staring at him with murderous eyes. If you bully her again, I will really kill you. This was the first time that 17 couldn't suppress the murderous intent in his heart towards his companions, and he really wanted to kill the person in front of him. Yi Qiuchen sneered, raised his head provocatively, and looked straight at her without showing any weakness. Why? You are allowed to covet secretly, but I can't like her? Or have you forgotten the growth process of the Shadow Guard? You need to snatch back the things and people you want. But you can't snatch me. The black eyes were immersed, without any emotion. You can't snatch me from childhood to adulthood. You are not as good as me in everything. The master is also mine. Mine alone. I won't give you a chance. After he finished speaking, he grabbed his collar and threw him back hard, not even giving him a chance to refute. turned around and picked up Nan Yin on the couch, and left her quickly. Yi Qiuqian, who stayed where he was, sneered and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He would not let go just like that. It was so hard to meet someone I really liked. How could I give up so easily? On the other side, Nan Yin was carried all the way back to her room. The maid had been sent away and had not returned yet. The room was empty and no one was there. As soon as Nan Yin was put down, Shichi closed the door. Nan Yin instantly felt that something was wrong with the man in front of her. Perhaps he was too stimulated, and he was emitting a chill all over his body. Although this wooden man was not very smart, when he was really angry, his eyes were quite intimidating, especially his eyes, which were dark and foggy, without any emotion. It was as if he had given up the repression and restraint when he was a shadow guard, and released all the desires in his bones. He just stared at her straight. It made people feel creepy for no reason. Nan Yan's lips moved, and a trace of fear unconsciously appeared in her eyes. She was probably frightened by his murderous look, and she almost subconsciously stepped back. Why are you staring at me like that? Yi Qiuqian and I are not what you see. As soon as she finished speaking, she subconsciously wanted to open the door to make herself safer. But she was grabbed by the other party, and then pulled hard. The whole person was directly pressed against the table, with her back against the table and her hands imprisoned above her head. And she couldn't struggle. You take me for a fool. 17 was really angry this time. I'm not a fool. I understand everything. You said you like me. Why did you let him kiss you? Especially when he saw the marks on her lips. 17 subconsciously rubbed them with his hands, and then lowered his head and bit them directly. He really bit her. But luckily it didn't hurt. He pressed her down heavily, kissed and touched her, and didn't stop even after the kiss. In the end, he directly grabbed her hand and covered the most fatal part of her body. He blinked twice, then raised his eyes, staring at her with those dark eyes without shame. This is what I want to do to my master, even in my dreams. And Nan Yin pinched him twice for no apparent reason. This time it was his turn to freeze. Perhaps he really didn't expect her to be so direct. The cold and ruthless corners of his mouth, which had been brewing with great difficulty, could not be held tight in an instant. His face flushed slightly, and he tried to put on a cold look. Don't divert your attention. I'm not angry yet. Nan Yin couldn't help laughing when she saw his helpless look. Oh, he was coaxed. Her moo was really strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She didn't delay any more and told him directly. Are you still angry with me? But Yi Qiuqian and I are fake. We are just acting. The person I like from beginning to end has always been you. 17. Are you angry with me even in this way? Acting? 17 was stunned. He didn't expect that the two of them were acting from beginning to end. But the look in Yi Qiuqian's eyes, when he looked at his master, was obviously not fake. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at Nan Yan's face again. Her eyes were moist and slightly aggrieved. This was certainly not a lie to him. Although Shichi was a little bit dumb, he was not stupid, especially when it came to Nan Yan's affairs. So from the beginning, she only liked him. She didn't like Yi Qiuqian. She and Yi Qiuqian were just acting to deceive him. Thinking of this, Shichi's anger almost dissipated instantly. But when he thought of the rude actions he had just done to his master, he suddenly became nervous again. He hurriedly pulled his hand out of the man's collar, and almost didn't dare to look up at him. Although he was very fierce just now, he was furious. Now that he was angry, he was gone in an instant. I just offended the master. I'm sorry. He stumbled for a long time, but couldn't make sense. Seeing his bewildered look, Nan Yin couldn't help but want to tease him again. This guy was very intimidating when he was angry just now, so he had to get back at him. You did offend me just now. A smile flashed in her eyes. You touched me. What do you say I should do? 17 almost subconsciously took out a dagger from his arms and handed it over without thinking. Master can punish you in any way you want. Nan Yin ignored him and asked, What are you being punished for? I just want to ask you. How did you feel just now? Ah? This question made 17 a little confused. He raised his eyes and saw the master's smiling eyes, and recalled the soft touch just now, and his cheeks immediately turned red uncontrollably. He lowered his head and thought for a long time, but didn't say a word. And Nan Yin was still asking him, Do you think it's big enough? Shichi felt dizzy and nodded subconsciously. A layer of mist appeared in his dark eyes uncontrollably. Finally, he answered honestly. Big. Do you think it's soft? Shichi. Nan Yin successfully teased him to the point of blushing and speechless. She couldn't help but move closer. Shichi. This is not fair. You just touched me. But I haven't touched you yet. Shichi subconsciously looked down at his chest. Then compared the parts of the two. And finally replied very embarrassedly. I didn't. Who said I was going to touch there? This really made people think about it. Shichi really felt that the shock he received today was a bit big. And he didn't know how to respond at all. He was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead. And his legs were unconsciously clamped together. If she didn't touch the chest, where else would she want to touch? Nan Yin couldn't help laughing. Especially when she saw the man's stupid look. She couldn't bear it anymore. So she put her hands behind her back and pinched the man's buttocks hard. 17. The master's hobbies are indeed different from those of ordinary people. But for some reason, she actually felt a little disappointed in her heart. Chapter 98. Since the last time they talked it out, the relationship between the two of them has also developed rapidly overnight. The young shadow guard, who has just begun to fall in love, is obviously a little worried. Especially when facing Nan Yin. He always feels uneasy. When the maids and servants are all there, Shichi never shows up. He is still concerned about the reputation of his master, and can't bear to see her being blamed after the incident is exposed. So he is usually very vigilant. But as long as the two are alone, this person is the most unbearable and the least tolerant. And he becomes more and more sneaky when he sticks to people. The young shadow guard has a handsome face and looks like a 17 or 18-year-old young man with high spirits. Like a piece of top-grade unpolished jade waiting to be polished and developed. But this piece of jade was intercepted in advance. And it was only later that Nan Yin found out that this person was actually 1 year younger than her. A true younger brother. He was a straight-minded person. Not very smart. And usually, he was fooled around by Nan Yin with just a few words. He was confused and would forget one thing or another. But Nan Yin was often so angry at this stupid guy that she didn't want to pay attention to him. Every time this happened, the little shadow guard would lower his head to admit his mistake, and take the initiative to stretch his head over for her to touch. His cheek would gently rub against his master's neck, and then kiss her carefully. And his warm breath would spray all over the soft skin. He especially liked to leave his mark on his master, and act like a spoiled child with him, without any burden. The little shadow guard, who had just tasted love for the first time, really gave all his inner emotions to his sweetheart, and loved him without reservation. He felt full of joy just by secretly looking at his master's face every day. And he was in a trance, and even dreamed of his master's face. But this is normal. After all, he grew up in the Shadow Guard building. He has never seen any big scenes, and knows too few things. His world is almost isolated. The only purpose of the first half of his life is to survive, and go out. And now, 17 really understands the meaning of his life. It is the luckiest thing in his life to meet the master. Woo! I really like the master. But the good times did not last long. Before the relationship between the two was confirmed, Nan Yin soon got a new news. Her father, Yi Zhuangju, was ready to give her to the only son of a city guarding general as a concubine. The only son was a sickly child. He was not in good health, but he was very lustful. He was a real sex-hungry ghost. Just to climb up the relationship with the court, Yi Zhuangju ignored the weak father-daughter relationship and insisted on marrying Yi Nan Yin. After all, the relationship with the Gao family in Tianxiang City was gone. So it was natural to find a new way out for Qixia Villa. When Nan Yin learned the news, the marriage was already confirmed. The only son of the general, who guarded the city, already had a wife. And he married a noble lady from the capital, who was well matched with him. However, the only son had been ill for a long time. But he did not know how to control himself. So he had no children for so many years. This time, he took a concubine for the purpose of getting married. Originally, a daughter of a martial artist like Yi Nan Yin would not be accepted by such an official family. But the general wanted to marry her for impure reasons. First, Yi Nan Yin's appearance was indeed good, which suited his son's wishes. Second, Qixia Villa was willing to use a life-extending goo as a dowry. It was rumored that the life-extending goo of Qixia Villa was not poisonous, but a life-saving tonic that was slowly grown by feeding the goo worm with various precious medicinal materials. However, this goo was difficult to cultivate. Qixia Villa had cultivated it for more than 10 years. but only cultivated 2 or 3. One gu could extend his life by 10 years. He would not lose out no matter how he thought about it. So he naturally agreed. In order to build up a relationship with the imperial court, Qixia Villa had definitely spent a lot of money this time. They had to send Nan Yin and her dowry to the general's mansion. Everyone was used to this. Although the maids discussed it privately, they did not dare to say anything in front of their masters. Moreover, the previous ladies had been said to marry, so the fourth lady naturally could not escape. When Nan Yin learned about this, her face turned pale almost instantly. When she found 17, the other party didn't know what had happened. She just felt that after a while, the person in her arms was already trembling with panic. 17. What should I do? She choked and called out his name. Her voice was wronged and pitiful, like a helpless young animal that was about to be abandoned, with a strong panic in her eyes. And she held his arm tightly and refused to let go. What's wrong? 17 almost subconsciously hugged her in his arms. Since they had been together, he had never seen her so scared, helpless and wronged. 17 felt depressed for a moment, and he kissed and coaxed her, carefully patting her back to comfort her. Who bullied you? Tell me. I'll help you teach him a lesson. For these intimate actions between lovers, he is now very skilled and natural. Nan Yan's fingers tightly grasped his collar. Her lips were pale to begin with, and now they were slightly pursed, leaving a slightly pale mark. Her face looked weak and pitiful, and tears were about to come out. My father wants to marry me to a sickly person. They have already set the date, which is the 7th day of next month. There is only half a month left. I also heard that the sickly guy coveted beauty and got a lot of serious diseases. He also used some secret methods to torture women. Many maids in the room were tortured to death. What should I do? 17. I don't want to marry him. The person I like is you. I don't want to marry someone else, she said, holding tighter, and buried her whole body in 17's arms, her body still trembling slightly. And 17's embrace tightened instantly. It seemed that she didn't expect to hear such news. After reacting, she also subconsciously comforted her, and her palm continued to pat her back gently. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. No, I won't let you marry someone else. When he said this, he seemed to have thought of something. His clear and distinct black eyes revealed obvious murderous intent. His expression was tense, and he stared at her seriously and said, I will kill that sickly guy, so you don't have to marry him. He never thought deeply about problems. After being a shadow guard for so many years, the simplest way he learned was to kill people. Since the master wanted her to marry, he only needed to kill the person she wanted to marry, and the master would naturally not be able to marry, so there would be no more problems. But Nan Yin still grabbed his palm and shook her head and sobbed. No. 17. Even if you kill this one, there will be another one. My father will not let it go. He will not let me go. He will definitely continue to choose more marriage partners. By then, I will still marry someone else. 17. This cognition also made 17 frown unconsciously, and he didn't know what to do for a while. And Nan Yin cried so aggrievedly, her eyelashes stained with water vapor and trembling slightly, and the tip of her nose was red from crying, like a young animal cub with nowhere to go, pitiful and helpless. Seeing that his heart was in great pain, 17 could only kiss her eyes subconsciously. Then tell me, what should we do? As long as you say it, I can do anything. He carefully reached out and wiped the tears on her cheek, trying to make his tone sound calmer and more steady. He was a man, and when his sweetheart was afraid and worried, he should take up the responsibility of being a man. He had to protect her. As long as he was there, no one would bully her. 17 pursed his lips and tried to learn to grow up. I am not as smart as the master, and I am stupid. I can't think of a good way to help the master solve the problem. But as long as you ask me to do something, no matter what it is, I will do my best. His voice was muffled, slightly nasal, but particularly sincere, and his lips kissed her cheek lightly to comfort her. Hearing this, Nan Yin subconsciously looked up. She bit her lip and glanced at 17 hesitantly, as if she still didn't want to believe it. Is anything really possible? 17 nodded without hesitation. Anything is possible. Those eyes were clear and bright from the beginning, just like a newborn baby, pure and simple, without any extra impurities in his eyes. Just looking at her seriously and affirmatively, Nan Yin pursed her lips, as if she was afraid and worried. Finally, After a while, she said softly, "Then let's leave here. Okay? Just the two of us? Leave secretly. I won't be a lady of Chisha Villa anymore. And you won't be a shadow guard of the Shadow Guard building anymore. Can you take me away from here?" 17? 17 was slightly stunned when he heard this. Blinked twice. Is this, meaning to elope? He never thought that he would stop being a shadow guard one day, let alone betray the Shadow Guard building. But when he thought about being with his master, he found that he was not afraid, but instead felt a faint sense of excitement and anticipation in his heart. He subconsciously clenched his master's hand, fearing that she was lying and would regret it the next moment. As soon as Nan Yin finished speaking, her eyes instantly turned red. Tears slid down her face, and a layer of misty water mist accumulated in her eyes. She tried to create a woman's struggling and uneasy emotions when facing such a thing. Her eyes fell on the face of the man in front of her, fearing that she would miss any expression on his face, fearing that he would hesitate and fear that he would refuse. After all, this was elopement, which was not a good thing. It took great courage for the two to escape together. 17 held Nan Yan's waist tightly, his eyes gleaming slightly, and he squeezed his head in front of her, staring at her with his clear and distinct eyes. Are we really the only two? He raised a nervous and excited expression, without a trace of fear in his eyes, but full of anticipation. Nan Yin looked at the man's happy look, turned her face slightly, and replied in a muffled voice, "It's hard to say. Maybe after we leave, there will be more people." As soon as the voice fell, 17 frowned. The smile on his face gradually withdrew, and his expression became tense. And then he clenched the weapon in his arms, as if he was ready to fight with anyone at any time. "If anyone else wants to snatch you from me, I will kill him right now." Fighting and killing all day long. Nan Yin glanced at him, then grabbed his hand and put it on her belly. After a while, she said quietly, "Why are you so fierce? I mean, after we get married, there will naturally be Xiao Shiqi here. Are you going to kill your own child by then?" Xiao Shiqi. His own child. Shiqi was stunned for a moment, and his expression was a little stunned for a while. He subconsciously lowered his head, and his eyes fell on her belly. His brain, which was not very rational, became even more chaotic. It took him a long time to digest the steps of this matter. What was it? Oh, right. First get married, then enter the bridal chamber after the marriage, and finally give birth to a child. When he connected these things one by one, then the look over there instantly became surprised, staring with watery eyes, pursing his lips again and again, nervous and excited, and finally even breathing became rapid, as if a child could be born immediately inside. The sight was so hot that it could burn through people. 17. He wants little 17. This one can't be killed. He tightened his grip on Nan Yin with his backhand. His ears and nose were red, and her appearance was reflected in his misty eyes, and his heart and eyes were full of her. "Master, I want little 17. This man can't control his emotions easily when he gets excited." Then he thought of something else, and his expression suddenly changed. "No, we have to leave quickly. He wants to take her away from here. The master is his alone, and the cub is also his alone. He can't let her marry someone else, and he can't let her be bullied. He wanted to take her away from Chisha Villa, go to a place where no one knows them. From now on, only the two of them will be together. Build a simple and neat little house. Raise some chickens, ducks, cats, dogs and small animals, and raise some flowers and plants in the yard. And then they will start over." Thinking of those, at that moment, Ing Shichi's heartbeat suddenly became very fast. He only felt that the muddled life in the past seemed to become clear at this moment, and everything was stained with brilliant colors because of the person in front of him. Shichi hugged the person into his arms and kissed him again and again, but felt that he could not express his love in any way, and his face showed a happy smile like a child. Clean and pure. I want the master. And I also want Xiao Shiqi. Nan Yin was amused by his reaction, and couldn't help laughing. Seeing this man was like a big fool. There was no momentum of a shadow guard. Silly. After saying that, Shichi carefully brought her head close to his chest, feeling the soft and gentle ball in his arms. He felt that his heart was about to melt into a pool of warm water. He didn't read many books, but he had secretly read a few storied books. He felt that at this moment, he was like the thief described in the story books. He was bold and shameless to steal the beautiful treasure carefully raised in the owner's home, and then secretly defected, and finally took the treasure away. But no matter what, he successfully escaped with Nan Yin, and the two left Qixia Villa completely. This incident also caused an uproar in Qixia Villa. No one expected that things would develop like this. Ing Shiqi, who was the most rigorous and rigid in behavior, actually defected. He also abducted the fourth lady. It was simply unforgivable, especially when the owner of the Shadow Guard building learned about this. He was extremely furious. Shadow 17 can be said to be the most effective killing tool he has carefully trained over the years. All the Shadow Guards have been instilled with the idea that they cannot betray their lives since they can remember. This attribute is almost engraved in their bones. Shadow 17 is the best among them. He is obedient and powerful. He has never failed since he performed his mission. And no one thought that such a rigid and stubborn person would actually betray the Shadow Guard building and the owner of the manor, and even elope with the fourth lady overnight. How could such a thing not shock everyone? So after the shock, the capture of Shadow 17 began immediately. Qixia Villa released almost all the Shadow Guard killers to capture the two betrayers. This naturally includes Yi Qiuchen, especially after he learned that Ing Shiqi eloped with the fourth lady. He almost crushed the token in his hand. Why? Why didn't she tell him? Didn't she say that she would never abandon him? What is this now? Liar! She lied to him from beginning to end. The only person she cared about was Ing Shiqi. She even gave up being a lady for him. But she didn't care about him at all, she clearly said. Yi Qiuchen clenched his fingers tightly, and his finger bones were so tight that they turned white. At this moment, he actually felt a little resentful in his heart. Why couldn't she take him with her if she wanted to leave? She didn't even notify him in advance. This liar. He would catch her. And he would definitely catch her with his own hands. The two people on the other side had no idea what happened next. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. The two of them successfully left the city gate before curfew. The carriage avoided the official road and drove on the small road for a day and a night, completely away from the prosperous and bustling Luoya city, leaving behind all the hustle and bustle behind, and also away from the former Qixia Villa. Finally, it passed through a lush field and finally arrived at a small village with beautiful mountains and clear waters. That was where they were about to live in seclusion. And Nan Yin couldn't help but get out of the car a long time ago, and happily lay on the shoulder of her little Shadow Guard to look at all the scenery around. She looked at everything new, touching and looking around. Even the wild flowers on the roadside couldn't help but get close to smell them, and then pointed to the most beautiful one among them, and asked 17 to pick it. 17 jumped up, picked the most beautiful one for her neatly, and then pinned it on her bun very considerately. And Nan Yin subconsciously smiled at him. 17. From now on we are free. And we don't have to worry about anyone separating us anymore. She couldn't help but be happy. And after saying that, she leaned over to kiss him again, and threw herself into his arms, almost burying her head in his chest. And 17 hugged him tightly, firmly, and his ears unconsciously turned red with shyness. And he turned his face away a little uncomfortably. Well, no one will separate us anymore. And I will protect you forever. Chapter 99. This will be our home from now on. Nan Yin jumped off the carriage impatiently after saying that, and smiled at the person behind her. Shiqi couldn't help but smile too. His smile was not so obvious, but his eyes were sparkling, like the stars in the sky, and he could only see her. The two of them quickly entered the village. This village was secluded, and there were not many strangers coming and going, and the villagers rarely went out. However, over the years, some young people would choose to go out and make a living, and most of those who left would never come back. However, the people here were particularly warm and hospitable. The villagers worked from sunrise to sunset, and their lives were peaceful and beautiful. It was a good place with extremely simple folk customs. Nan Yin didn't hesitate much, and directly made up the image of an unmarried couple whose family had fallen into poverty, because the elders in the clan were strong and oppressive, and robbed the family property. She and her fiancé were forced to go to the countryside to avoid disaster. After the villagers learned about this, they believed it, without too much suspicion or malice. They took the two to see the village chief. The two finally bought the empty house at the head of the village. After some renovation, it became a bamboo house that was warm in winter and cool in summer. In front of the house was a yard surrounded by a wooden fence. The weeds in the yard were all cleared by the kind-hearted villagers. Only a few clusters of small yellow flowers were left. The vines were wrapped around the fence, like a beautiful woman leaning against the wind, shy in the cool breeze, and swaying in the warm sun. After the enthusiastic villagers left, this place finally belonged to only the two of them. 17 cleaned up the weeds around them, fearing that the weeds with sawtooths would scratch his master's palm. His master was so happy that he became more and more lively and cheerful since leaving Chixia Villa. She looked around the yard with joy and plucked a bunch of bright yellow thorns. She started to bully him when they disagreed. She pinned them on 17's ears and hair one by one, stuffing his head with small yellow flowers. Seeing butterflies and bees circling around him, she finally looked helpless, but had to compromise. She couldn't help but lean over and kiss him. Then he laughed and threw himself into the other's arms, wrapped his arms around his neck and coaxed, "Shichi, I like you so much." Shichi also hugged her in his arms and carried her back to the house. When he saw that she had laughed enough, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead, saying softly, "The subordinate also likes the master." As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Yen raised her eyes and said, "No." She held Shichi's face with both hands. Her bright and moving eyes curved into two crescents, and said with a smile, "You can't call me master anymore. It will be exposed. You have to change the name." Shichi thought about it and fell into her eyes, looking at the expectant look of this person. So he tried to say, "Then miss, is it okay?" Nan Yen was instantly amused and laughed, and her whole body fell on his chest. "What's the difference between miss and master?" 17 blinked twice, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his originally calm face, as if it was not an easy thing for him. "Then what should I call you?" Nan Yen smiled and pinched his face. "Call me sister." 17. He is not stupid. Okay. As a man, how can he call the woman he likes sister? This is too incompatible. 17 pursed his lips, and simply turned his head away and ignored her. He knew that this person had bad intentions again, and clearly wanted to see him embarrassed and in trouble. Nan Yen didn't give up, and laughed particularly arrogantly. She pressed heavily on him and pushed him against the table. While saying this, she tickled him. "Call me sister. Hurry up. Call me sister, because you are younger than me." This really made 17 depressed. If he had known, he would not have told her about his age. He turned his head to try to avoid the harassment of his master, but he couldn't avoid it. He simply gave up hiding, because he didn't feel anything anyway. However, seeing this person so arrogant and complacent, he also felt a little itchy. He simply grabbed the other's wrist, exerted a little force, and turned over. Before the other party could react, he successfully pressed the person under him, and then leaned over and kissed her lips. "Yen Yen. I call you Yen Yen." Nan Yen was particularly arrogant at this moment, and she didn't realize that the situation had reversed. "No. You have to call me sister?" 17 bowed her head when she heard it, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. "Then why don't you call me brother 17 first?" Nan Yen was really confused. She looked at him with her eyes wide open and watery. She didn't expect that her little shadow guard would tease people. In the end, she couldn't help laughing. "Stinky 17. Are you shameless? You are obviously younger than me." 17 was serious again this time. He twisted Nan Yen's shoulders. His eyes were shining, and he insisted that she admit, "I am not younger at all. The master has obviously touched me." This wave of key points is well grasped. It diverted attention in an instant. Nan Yen's cheeks couldn't help but turn red in an instant. She bit her lip and glared at him, her eyes moving. Even a dead tree should be in spring. But this person still had no reaction, and was stunned. Obviously, the atmosphere was so good. But as long as you meet this idiot, it feels that no matter how good the atmosphere is, it's useless. The pair of dark eyes looked at people seriously. The subordinate is really not small. Nan Yen. What else can I say? I didn't get the point. I don't know why. Maybe this person is really stubborn. So when it comes to these principal things, he has no shame. Nan Yen was pressed down by him and couldn't resist. And she couldn't open her eyes. In order to prevent a real accidental discharge, she could only compromise helplessly. "Okay, 17. I'm wrong. You are not small. Not small at all. I won't force you to call sister. Can you let me get up first? Something on your chest hit me. It hurts." 17 got up immediately when she heard her say she was uncomfortable, and helped the person up. Then Nan Yen reached out her hand and rummaged in her little shadow guard's arms. After rubbing for a long time, she finally took out a square wooden box, which should be all of her little shadow guard's belongings. When she opened it, it was full of silver coins and banknotes. Nan Yen was delighted and couldn't help but lean over to kiss him, and then muttered, "I'm rich. I'm rich." Later, she learned that these were the rewards and salaries her little shadow guard received when he went on missions before. For more than 10 years, all the silver had been hidden in the tree hole in front of the door. This time, the two of them went away together, and the little shadow guard was very considerate to take all the silver with him. Nan Yen held the silver and couldn't help but smile all the time. She touched him with her arm. "My 17th brother. It's all because you are so stingy. You don't have a single penny on your body. I thought I would have to starve to death if I followed you. I didn't expect you to hide such a large amount of property." Nan Yen couldn't help but smile at him, counting the silver like a happy miser. But this miser's appearance seemed so happy in 17's eyes. He just liked the way that his master and he were inseparable. 17 stared at Nan Yen with clear eyes and answered honestly. "The senior said that silver is very important and should be saved for marrying a wife in the future. So I also want to." The voice behind was getting lower and lower. And in the end, his ears felt a little hot. And he was a little uneasy in his heart. He didn't know if she was willing to marry him. When Nan Yen saw him like this, she couldn't help teasing him. She stretched out her hand to rub his face, rubbing him until his face was red, and then leaned over to ask, "What are you thinking? Tell me. I can only know if you tell me. What do you want?" 17 pursed his lips, and his watery eyes blinked, seeming to contain some helplessness, but had to compromise. He knew the master's bad taste long ago. She liked to see him nervous and liked to tease him. 17 hesitated for a moment, then slowly leaned over and kissed her ear, then hesitated for a while, and then whispered, "I want to give birth to little 17. After saying this, her cheeks flushed, and she didn't dare to raise her head. Nan Yen tilted her head, and she didn't agree immediately, but stuffed the box in her hand back into his arms, and then stared at the man in front of her. And when his face changed slightly, she couldn't help but puffed and laughed. Her eyes were bright, like spring water. She stretched out her fingers to poke his chest, and her voice was gentle. "It's not impossible to want to give birth to little 17, but we haven't got married yet, and you haven't even given me a betrothal gift, but you want to coax me to marry you. How can there be such a good thing in the world?" After she finished speaking, she hummed softly and turned her head away, with a girlish and charming look on her face. This time, 17 finally got it. Perhaps all male creatures will spare no effort to show all their financial resources in the process of courtship. And the 17 in front of him is the same. He felt around in his arms, and finally found a semicircular jade pendant strung with a red thread in the innermost layer. The jade pendant was pure and flawless, with a white and clear color. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. In fact, since he could remember, this jade pendant has been hanging around his neck. Later, when he grew up, he put the jade pendant away and hid it in the inner layer of his clothes to prevent it from being lost. He had no parents and grew up in the Shadow Guard building since he was born. In fact, he sometimes wondered if this jade pendant was a token left by his parents when he was just born. When he grows up in the future, his parents will come back to find him. But now, those things are no longer important, because he has found the most important person in his life. 17 put the jade pendant in Nan Yen's palm. The jade pendant had been hidden in his arms for a long time, and had a trace of his body temperature. Nan Yen clearly felt the temperature in her palm. He pursed his lips, then looked at her and said, "Is this okay?" He was still very tongue-tied, especially at such an important moment. He couldn't say many nice words. At this moment, only this true heart was completely given to the person in front of him. He moved his eyelashes and tried to say to her word by word, "This was my most important thing before, but from now on, the master is my most important treasure. I like the master and want to be with the master for the rest of my life. Okay?" He moved closer and obediently put his head in front of her. Yen, can 17 marry you?" He used to be a shadow guard, with deadly weapons hidden all over his body that could kill people. But now, he has let go of all his defenses, completely exposing the softest inner flesh inside, willing to be driven by her, and completely become her shadow guard. The pair of slender eyelashes are close at hand. Nan Yen pursed her lips, and a trace of mist gradually appeared in her eyes. She leaned her head on the other's chest, listening to each other's heartbeat, and then nodded gently. Well, I promise you. She bit her lip, leaving a faint mark on her lips. But you can't bully me in the future. You have to stay by my side for the rest of your life. Always accompany me, protect me, and you can't lie to me. Her voice was muffled, and there was a bit of heavy nasal sound. 17 hugged the person tightly in his arms. I won't do that. 17's eyelashes trembled, as if he felt the uneasiness and anxiety in her heart. Then he lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead with piety and solemnity. I am the shadow guard of the master, and I will naturally guard the master for life. And I will not let anyone bully the master. After that, the two settled down here completely. The villagers soon knew that a young couple had just arrived at the entrance of the village. The two had not officially married yet. Although they were unmarried, they were no different from a formal couple. During this period, Nan Yin was almost a useless person because of the care of the other party. She had everything she wanted. Her little shadow guard was particularly good at doing housework. He could clean, cook, and catch prey in the mountains. Whatever she wanted to eat, she could just go around in the mountains and forests. Because of his outstanding ability to support his family, her little shadow guard has won the favor of many young girls in the village, especially the youngest daughter of the village chief. Every time 17 goes out to hunt in the mountains, he always comes to her for a while. Not for anything else, just to leave a deep impression. But her 17 is a real fool. He met her more than 10 times on the road, but he didn't even see her face clearly. In the end, he said, "Auntie." The girl was so angry that her eyes turned red on the spot. She turned around and left without looking back. When her little shadow guard came back, he was still puzzled. He turned around and told his master about it. He felt very aggrieved because the women he met recently were too fierce. I met a very strange woman on the road today. She always glared at me. After I called her auntie, she glared at me more fiercely and left with red eyes. Don't you think this is very strange? Nan Yin, what's wrong with this fool's head? He can see that people are glaring at him even if they wink at him. She suddenly remembered that she also winked at him at the beginning. No wonder he was indifferent. Did he think she was glaring at him? This is the first time she has met such a weird male protagonist. Nan Yin was speechless. She reached out and poked the other person's head. She couldn't help laughing. You are the weird one. Right? They obviously like you and wink at you. How could they be glaring at you? 17 pursed her lips and replied stubbornly. That's different. I'm not a fool. They don't like you. Besides, I don't like them either. It's the young man next door who brought you water. He really has bad intentions towards you. Don't think he doesn't know. That guy has come several times. And every time he takes advantage of his absence to bring water, vegetables and food. This has given 17 a great crisis. After all, the village is not like the Shadow Guard building. He can't just kill the person who covets the master. Fighting is not an option either. He can only teach him a lesson in secret a few times, so that the other party will give up. Although Taihanhan was particularly slow to react to his own affairs, as long as it involved the person in his arms. Some things would naturally come naturally without a teacher. And he would be more noisy than a woman when he got jealous. He buried his head in the crook of Nan Yan's neck and kissed her gently. Yan Yan, when can we get married? I can't just follow you without any status. Can I? I heard from the aunties at the entrance of the village that men should find a good woman to marry while they are young and can have children. Otherwise no one will care about them when they are older. I don't know where he heard these messy words from. Probably the incident when the group of aunties persuaded Widow Li at the end of the village to remarry. But why did these words sound so awkward when they came to his mouth? Nan Yin couldn't help laughing. Then she tapped his head and counted on her fingers. Well, the wedding doesn't need to be grand anyway. Just wait for you to go to the city tomorrow to buy maltos, colorful silk, wedding candles, and some basic things for marriage. When you come back, we will ask the elders in the village to be witnesses, and then we can get married. When she said this, her eyes were full of expectation and smile. And 17 couldn't suppress his joy at all. He hugged the person in his arms tighter and promised, I will buy it tomorrow. And when I come back, we will get married. Nan Yin seemed to be amused by his reaction. Her eyes curved with laughter. And then she touched his forehead affectionately. Silly. Shichi also laughed. And he found that just looking at her, he could not stop feeling happy and admiring in his heart. The marriage of the two was finally settled. The next morning, Shichi followed the village's ox cart to the city to attend the market. He still remembered what Nan Yin said last night, that he would buy more gifts for the wedding. He was so energetic that even the old man driving the car couldn't help teasing him. And Nan Yin was not idle either. She was learning to make snacks from Grandma Yang in the village recently. After a few days of learning, the results were obvious and significant. Coincidentally, the locust flowers in the yard were in full bloom recently, and the whole yard was filled with a light fragrance. Nan Yin saw that it was a pity to throw away the fallen locust flowers, so she collected all the petals, washed them all, and dried them, preparing to make some locust flower snacks. After 17 left, Nan Yin started to pack up the petals. That silly guy even said that he would eat the locust flower cake she made when he came back. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle. The courtyard gate in the village has never been closed, so when visiting, you can always easily hear the movement next door. And today, I don't know what happened. It was quiet, and there was no one. I don't know when there was a burst of footsteps in the courtyard. Nan Yin was holding a basket and carefully selecting petals when she heard the footsteps at the door. She thought it was 17 who came back. She didn't look up, but subconsciously asked, "Aren't you going to the market? Why are you back so soon?" 17. Didn't you forget to bring silver again? Until the figure stopped in front of her. The cold scabbard suddenly pressed against her chin, and then lifted it up, forcing her to look up. "Miss 4. I have been looking for you for a long time." Chapter 100. Nan Yin paused in her action of collecting the petals. The flower tray on her knees also fell to the ground with a pop and broke into pieces. The fragrance of the dried flowers continued to spread around, and the petals scattered at her feet, on her shoes, and on her clothes. The remaining fragrance was overflowing, elegant and sweet, with a refreshing taste that instantly enveloped the two of them. Nan Yan's body trembled slightly uncontrollably, especially when her eyes touched the face of the person in front of her. A layer of mist condensed in her eyes almost instantly. She bit her lip. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her expression was full of panic and fear, as if she had seen some scary monster. She stumbled to her feet and staggered back a few steps. You. She was so scared that she couldn't even finish her words. Her lips had been bitten without a trace of blood, and her whole body was still trembling. Staggering back unsteadily, Yi Qiuchen raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at her with a dim gaze, as if he was amused by her dying struggle. "Is Miss 4 afraid?" Yi Qiuchen chuckled sarcastically. "This is normal. After all, Miss 4 instigated the shadow guard to elope, betrayed the owner, and even betrayed everyone. Now that she has been found by your subordinates, it is natural for her to be afraid. Am I right, Miss 4? Nan Yan's eyes were red in an instant. She shook her head lightly, and she really didn't know what to do. And the person in front of her was still approaching slowly, firmly in control of the dominant position, as if a beast in the jungle was catching its prey carelessly but determinedly. He took a few more steps forward with the sword raised, and pushed the people into the house until he could no longer retreat. His body suddenly stopped because it hit the edge of the table behind him. And then he smiled and said meaningfully, "Why do you look at me like this? Miss 4's delicate and weak appearance will make me feel that I am rebelling against my superiors and plotting something bad?" Nan Yan's fingers trembled suddenly, and she accidentally knocked over the cup of freshly brewed flower tea on the table. The tea spilled and soaked the pile of neatly arranged she characters on the table. Heh. Yi Qiuchen narrowed his eyes, and his eyes suddenly became cold, especially after seeing the pile of brand new 11 characters. A feeling of resentment and jealousy suddenly arose in his heart, and the long sword he raised pointed directly at her chest. His voice also became sarcastic. "I didn't know that the 4th lady was so bold. In such a remote and desolate place. You had an affair with your own subordinate without a matchmaker and got married privately. Is this something you, a lady of noble status, can do?" Every word in this sentence came out of his mouth with a sense of ambiguity and eroticism. I don't know if he did it on purpose or was so angry that he tried to humiliate her with words. Nan Yan's face turned pale instantly, and she unconsciously clenched her sleeves. She looked up suddenly, with some anger and embarrassment after being humiliated, but she still stared at him stubbornly, refusing to beg for mercy. And she didn't think she had made a mistake. Yi Qiuchen naturally saw her thoughts. He suddenly chuckled, and there was a kind of coldness in his laughter. Although he was laughing, his eyes became colder. What a beautiful Chinese character for happiness. It's a pity that 17 will never see it in her lifetime. Miss 4 probably doesn't know yet. He didn't finish his words and left it in suspense. Then he turned the sword and easily picked up the Chinese character for happiness on the table. The sword light swept past and casually made a sharp and complicated sword flower. The neat Chinese character for happiness was instantly torn into pieces by the sword blade and scattered everywhere. He sneered and looked down at her with mockery in his eyes. Your marriage cannot be completed today. And 17 will never come back in this life. Miss 4. Don't you think that your subordinates have the ability to find you? But not the ability to killing 17, who went out to the market. Hearing this, Nan Yan's face suddenly changed. And her expression became panic almost instantly. She opened her eyes wide. As if she couldn't believe what he said. But she had to believe it. Finally, the tears accumulated in her eyes fell uncontrollably. 17. What did you do to him? She rushed forward with a sob, not even caring about the long sword across her chest, and subconsciously grabbed Yi Qiuchen's sleeve. What did you do to him? Yi Qiuchen subconsciously shifted the sword's edge an inch as soon as she rushed over. After realizing his unconscious action, he became even more angry, especially when he saw the other party crying helplessly, and a hint of pleasure of revenge was faintly born in his heart. So the corners of his mouth curled up and continued. What else can we do? Ing Shiqi's betrayal of the manor master is already an unforgivable crime. Moreover, he betrayed the master's trust, committed treason, deceived and lured the master to elope with him, and finally destroyed the master's reputation and tried to imprison the master in this remote place. Such a traitor deserves to die 10,000 times. What good end can the master expect him to have? As soon as the words fell, Nan Yan opened her eyes wide and looked at him in shock, as if she couldn't believe what he had just said. She shook her head vigorously, and tears fell from her cheeks one by one like beads that had broken off the string. No, it's not like that. She grabbed Yi Qiuchen's hand tightly, her eyes full of pleading. He didn't deceive me. It was me. I deceived him. It was my fault from beginning to end. He was forced by me to betray the studio. Please let him go. The people on the opposite side were indifferent. Nan Yan held his palm tighter. No longer had the previous stubborn attitude. Her lips were pale, and she was just a poor woman who wanted to save her lover at this moment. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced him to take me away. I'll go back with you. I'll marry whoever you tell me to marry. I'll never run away again. Please don't hurt him. Okay? I beg you. Her tears were getting more and more violent. Her nose was red from crying. And in the end, she was about to collapse emotionally, looking at him with tears in her eyes. As long as you can let him go, I can do anything. I really beg you. Yi Qiuchen clenched his fingers. He had never seen her so out of control and humble, especially when he saw her crying so heartbrokenly. His heart was filled with crazy jealousy. It felt like a thin thread was twisted into his chest, pulling wildly, sour and faintly painful, and it was very uncomfortable, making him even have difficulty breathing. Does she like Ing Shiqi so much? Can you ignore everything for him? He stared at Nan Yan in front of him, and his anger became even worse. He was jealous. Jealous that 17 could get her wholehearted love. If 17 could, then why couldn't he? She clearly said that she would never abandon him. Why couldn't she care more about him? Yi Qiuchen had a blank expression on his face. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Nan Yan's wrist, then pulled her in front of him with force, and asked word by word, "Is it really possible?" He curled his lips slightly, and his eyes were colder. For Ing 17, Miss 4 is really willing to do anything? Nan Yan subconsciously nodded. She nodded her head, and when she heard this, she seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She grabbed his sleeve tightly, and even her voice became clearer. I am willing to do it. I know I was wrong. I will go back with you. I am willing to bear any punishment. I just ask you not to kill him. Okay? Yi Qiuchen suddenly let go of her hand, looked around her, then shook his head and whispered. Miss 4 misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What? Nan Yan's voice choked. She raised her head slightly. Her eyes were red from crying, and her tearful eyes were looking at him anxiously. And there was a hint of confusion. Yi Qiuchen's eyes were dim, and his eyes suddenly became wanton and ambiguous. He raised the scabbard and slowly passed it from her waist, then went up, passed it across her chest, and finally stopped at the opening of her clothes. With a light touch, He revealed the clean and soft undershirt inside, as well as some fair and delicate skin. Nan Yan's face changed, and she subconsciously covered her chest tightly. Yi Qiuqian chuckled, his thin red lips slightly opening and closing. And then he said something lightly. What I mean is that the master has an outstanding appearance and a gorgeous appearance. Especially after washing off the makeup and wearing this thorn hairpin and cloth skirt. She has a unique beauty of being pure and refined. As for me, a rough man, I don't have much experience and have no great ambitions in my life. The only thing I lack is some experience in women. But I think that if 17 can do it, then I should be able to do it too. Right? After he said that, he moved a little closer, his eyes wantonly scanning her body, completely losing his previous cautious and respectful attitude, and looking down at her completely from a high position. Nan Yan was stunned, and for a moment she even suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. But when she realized that it was not an illusion, her face turned pale instantly. She bit her lips tightly, probably because she was really scared. She backed away in panic, trying to pretend to be calm and scold, but her body was already shaking. You, Yi Qiuqian, you are so presumptuous. Do you know what you are saying? How dare you? How dare you say such words to me? Yi Qiuqian looked at her with burning eyes, and continued to press step by step until she had no way to retreat. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward, completely pulling her in front of him, forcing her to look directly at him. Why don't you dare? Master, do you care about your identity? Eloping with 17 is a serious crime of adultery. Isn't the master also guilty? What's more, as a slave, how can the subordinate be inferior to 17? Or is the master biased from beginning to end, only willing to give 17, the traitor, but not to the subordinate? Nan Yan felt humiliated when she heard this. Her fingers trembled as she clutched her collar tightly, and her lips had been bitten until there was no trace of blood left. You bastard. She kept saying this over and over again. Yi Qiuqian chuckled. Yes, I am a bastard. But do you have the right to refuse? At this point, she no longer had the ability to struggle and resist. From the moment she escaped from Qixia Villa, she became a sinner and abandoned child. And she couldn't even maintain her last bit of dignity. Nan Yan finally showed a look of fear in her eyes, and could only look at the man in front of her with tears in her eyes. No, please, don't do this to me. Even if, considering that we once fled together, and that I saved you. Don't do this to me. She shook her head and cried, not knowing that the more pitiful she cried, the more moving it was to look at her. It was really worthy of the 4 words pear blossoms in the rain, and it could more and more arouse the plundering and invading psychology hidden deep in the man's heart. Yi Qiuqian's eyes flickered, seeing such an embarrassed and weak posture. A trace of pity flashed in his dark eyes. It seemed that he was really moved by these words. Not only did he loosen his hand, but he also stepped back tactfully, giving her enough safe distance. However, the next moment, Nan Yan heard this man say meaningfully, Okay, if the master doesn't want to, the subordinate will naturally not violate the master. But, he paused slightly, then smiled lightly, and said in a gentle voice, I just don't know how long Shadow 17 can hold on. Anyway, this time the owner of the manor and the owner of the building sent out 3 groups of assassins. Not only did they give a death order, but they also ordered their subordinates to bring back the body of the traitor 17 and cut it into pieces to set an example and deter those shadow guards who want to defect. This is the end of betrayal. He emphasized the word corpse with murderous intent in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was not lying. After hearing this, Nan Yan lost her balance for a moment and stumbled back a few steps. She tried hard to hold the edge of the table behind her and barely maintained her shaky body. Then tears came out again. She obviously thought of what Qiqi would encounter. The more she thought about it, the paler her face became. She felt as if she was trapped in an inescapable dilemma. After a long silence, she looked up at Yi Qiuqian in front of her, her eyes full of despair. What you said is true? Yi Qiuqian chuckled, as if he particularly appreciated her desperate expression at the moment. Then slowly put away his weapon and continued. What else? Master, do you think your subordinates will use this matter to deceive you? Master wants 17 alive. In fact, this is very simple. As long as the master is willing to pay something, the subordinates will naturally find a way to spare his life. But if you are willing to do nothing, Why should the subordinates risk their lives to help you? It will be very disadvantageous. Nan Yin closed her eyes. Her heart was full of. It was a struggle. But when she opened her eyes again, she had already made up her mind. She tried hard to suppress the trembling of her voice and asked with a sob, "What should I do to satisfy you?" Hearing this, Yi Qiuchen's fingers holding the hilt of the sword tightened immediately, and her eyes were a little cold, as if she couldn't believe that she could really do this for a man. "You want me to be satisfied, right?" Yi Qiuchen's eyes became colder and colder. "Okay. Then take off your clothes first, and then come to my arms. I don't need to teach you these things, right?" Nan Yin suddenly raised her eyes, and a tear slid down the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were full of despair after being humiliated. But as long as she thought that 17 was still in danger and had to commit herself to him, in the end, she bit her lips tightly to suppress the humiliation in her heart. And the fingers pressing on the belt began to tremble uncontrollably. When Yi Qiuchen saw her fingers unbuckling the belt, his face turned completely cold. How could it be possible? How could she really agree? He originally just wanted to see how far she could go for the traitor. So he deliberately used this matter to test her. He thought she just didn't want to get married, so she joined Ing 17 to escape together. But what is this now? She would rather be humiliated by him, give up her innocence, and save the traitor's life. Does she like him so much? She likes him to this extent, so she can abandon her self-esteem without scruples and give up everything? Thinking of this, Yi Qiuchen's anger and jealousy, which he had suppressed with great difficulty, surged into his heart at the same time, making his expression almost distorted. And his reason was completely gone. He was jealous to death in his heart, but he had no way to deal with the man in front of him. At this moment, Yi Qiuchen was so angry that he couldn't even breathe smoothly. He had never been so angry before. How could she? Why? Why could he get all her love? Why could she do this for him? Why could that traitor have all this? Ing Shiqi. Damn Ing Shiqi. He would definitely kill him. He would definitely kill him. At the moment when Nan Yan's outer garment fell off, Yi Qiuchen felt the anger in his heart rising up. He was so angry that the veins on the back of his hand emerged. Then he grabbed her wrist, pulled hard, and suddenly pulled her in front of him. His tone suddenly became cold. "Are you crazy? You dare to do it? Yi Nan Yan? Do you want to see what you are like now? For a Ing Shiqi, for a damn traitor. You even gave up your last bit of self-esteem." But Shiqi. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yi Qiuchen rudely. "Shut up. I don't want to hear his name now." Nan Yin was frightened and shivered. She dared not say a word immediately. Yi Qiuchen continued. He sneered. "You are really good. A proper young lady is unwilling to do it. But you have to live this kind of fearful and precarious life with a slave. A traitor. What kind of magic potion did Ing Shiqi feed you to make you do this for him?" Nan Yin trembled in his arms, protecting her chest with both hands. It was not known whether it was because of the cold or shame. Tears fell one by one, and instantly soaked his clothes on his chest. Yi Qiuchen's hand around her waist tightened, so tight that Nan Yin felt that she was almost out of breath, and her waist must have been bruised. And the man in front of her still knew nothing, until he had ridiculed enough, and saw the trembling and miserable appearance of the man in his arms. His heart surged with greater anger again. She was obviously so scared, but she dared to provoke him. He turned his face away, directly lifted the skirt on the ground with his scabbard, and then wrapped the person up with force, and said with an indifferent, but extremely irritable expression, "Why don't you put on your clothes quickly?" After hearing this, Nan Yin looked at him fearfully, and tears instantly rolled in her eyes again. It was clear that she didn't understand what he meant. "Don't you want to?" Yi Qiuchen's face suddenly became very ugly. He moved his mouth, but when his eyes touched her pale face, he finally suppressed his anger and stopped saying those embarrassing words. "If you dare to say these messy words again, I can take you now." Nan Yan's face turned pale again. Yi Qiuchen frowned even more tightly. "I don't want to because I disdain it. There is no man in this world who is worthy of you to please him in this way. Put on your clothes quickly, and I will take you to find him." After hearing what he said, Nan Yin was a little stunned for a while. When she recovered, she finally had some reaction and hurriedly put on her clothes. Chapter 101. Yi Qiuchen heard the rustling sound of clothes rubbing behind him, and he felt angry for no reason. When he took off his clothes, he cried and hesitated, with a face full of reluctance, as if he was forced. Although this was true, When he put them on, he wished he had 8 hands. If he had known this, why would he go against him? It was clearly asking for trouble. After a while, until the sound of clothes rubbing behind him gradually stopped, he heard a subtle and uneasy voice again. I'm done. Yi Qiuchun sneered in his heart. He put away any expression on his face, turned around and stared at her with misty eyes. Nan Yan's eyes were slightly red because she had just cried. There were still traces of tears on both sides of her cheeks. Her lips were bitten and looked a little rosy. Her skin was white, and her black hair was a little messy and scattered on her shoulders. Her collar was a little messy, revealing a little white and soft skin. Yi Qiuchun walked towards her subconsciously, but Nan Yan was frightened and her face changed slightly. She quickly took a step back. This action was obviously adding fuel to the fire. Yi Qiuchun's face turned cold in an instant, and then he became even more angry. He grabbed Nan Yan's wrist and held her in his arms. Why are you hiding? Weren't you very capable when you took off your clothes just now? Which part of your body did I not see? I have seen it all. Will you die if I hug you? Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyes quickly showed a layer of hazy water light. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, biting her lips. She wanted to refuse, but dared not say anything. In the end, she could only put down her hand that wanted to resist with grievance. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Seeing this person showing such a pitiful expression again, it seemed that if he just used a little more force, or was a little more excessive, he could break her apart and crush her. Yi Qiuchun was really full of anger, especially when he was looked at with such eyes. He couldn't vent his anger even if he was very angry. He really didn't understand where the cleverness of this young lady in the past had gone. Did he say whatever he said? When had she ever been so obedient? If she was really so obedient, why couldn't she listen to him more? Why did she dare to collude with Ying Shiqi to elope together? It was clearly that she didn't know how to live or die. Yi Qiuchun strongly suppressed the anger in his heart, and clenched his slightly whitened finger bones tightly. When he finally calmed down, he found that as long as he confronted her, no matter what he did, he would always be dissatisfied and angry. It was not her who asked for trouble, but himself. Yi Qiuchun's eyes were heavy, although he thought so in his heart. His expression softened unconsciously, although he was still cold. There was a sense of guilt after scaring people in his coldness. So he explained with great disdain. Your pace is too slow. If you want to go out to find him by yourself, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this remote village until dark. I'll walk faster if I hold you. After saying that, seeing this man pursed his lips. His eyelashes drooped slightly, and he didn't dare to refute. He couldn't help but soften his heart. So he added, Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I don't mean disdain when I say I don't. You don't have to worry that I will force you. Only then did Nan Yan come back to her senses a little. She raised her head with trembling eyelashes, glanced at him nervously, and quickly retracted her eyes when he looked over, and then pretended that nothing had happened, for fear of attracting his attention. Long and thick eyelashes covered the look in her eyes. Yi Qiuchun looked at her and felt that she was probably really scared by him this time. So every move revealed her uneasiness in her heart. Yi Qiuchun took Nan Yan away. Although he was going to take her to find Ying Shiqi, he settled her in a remote courtyard halfway. Nan Yan felt even more uneasy. She was anxious but dared not reveal it. She could only hold his sleeve tightly and ask softly, Where is this place? Why did you bring me here? Didn't you say, to take me to find Shiqi? The following words became lower and lower under his gaze. And finally she was silent. Her eyes became fragile, and she could only look at him pitifully. Yi Qiuchun snorted coldly, and shook off her entangled fingers. He was not angry this time, but instead explained coldly, What's the point of you running so far away? I can find you, and the other shadow guards can find you too. If you don't want to see you when 17 comes back, just stay here honestly. Nan Yan pursed her lips when she heard this. Still a little worried, Yi Qiuchun naturally saw through her thoughts, and sneered in his heart, and suddenly asked back, What do you think I'm going to do? He looked around her. His deep pupils reflected the redness in her eyes at the moment, and he glanced at her without hesitation, and then scolded her with great disgust. What can I do with you? Now you can only cry and don't know any martial arts. If you go, you will only distract 17. What's more, the killers in the Shadow Guard building are not like me, who are philandering and sympathetic. They don't care about your identity as the fourth lady. If they can't bring you back alive, they will only bring back your body. Are you sure you want to follow me and make things worse? Nan Yin didn't seem to have thought of this question. But after hearing what he said, she obviously understood his difficulties. For a moment, she felt very sorry in her heart. She bit her lip, then raised her eyes, and met his gaze with some uneasiness. After hesitating for a long time, she said in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. I misunderstood you." Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and her hands tucked into her sleeves unconsciously clenched her knuckles. Seeing her shrinking look, Yi Qiuchen snorted coldly, and was too lazy to argue with others. He turned around and was about to leave, but those thin and soft fingers subconsciously grabbed the hem of his clothes, like a newborn bird poking its head out of the nest to grope. Carefully testing, the movement was so light that it was almost negligible, and then said meekly, "Thank you." Yi Qiuchen's eyes fell on that hand. After a moment of silence, he looked up and met those misty eyes again, and suddenly felt a little helpless. He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, then raised his hand and caressed her cheek without hesitation. If it were based on the past, his action would have been considered disrespectful. But the person in front of him was frightened today and did not react for a while. She just opened her eyes and let him touch her twice honestly without any resistance. The original anger in Yi Qiuchen's heart was completely extinguished at this moment, and his voice became gentle, without the initial indifference and alienation, and implied affection. "Master, if you really want to thank me, don't be so willful in the future. Also, treat your subordinates better in the future, and it's best to keep it in your heart. Although your subordinates have offended you before, forget the past if you can. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Now just stay here and don't run around. Anyway, wait until I bring the person back." Nan Yin said him softly this time, although she was still a little uneasy in her heart. She nodded to him trustingly after a moment of silence. After seeing her soft expression, Yi Qiuchen couldn't help but give her careful instructions. After confirming that there would be no more accidents, he really turned around and left this time. As for 17 on the other side, after encountering batches of chasers, he was now covered in wounds. From the moment he walked out of the city gate, the murderous intent that emerged from all directions could not be hidden. The swords ambushed in the jungle flashed a cold light. At the beginning, Shichi was still at ease. After all, he was the undisputed #1 killer in the Shadow Guard building, and his ability was naturally not to be underestimated. But as time passed, wave after wave of Shadow Guards ambushed and assassinated him continuously, and it became more and more difficult to resist. At this moment, he had suffered many knife wounds and bled a lot, and even the hand holding the hilt of the sword was trembling slightly. But this is not the end. There are less than 20 people left. Only after dealing with these can he go back alive. He can't die. Absolutely not die. Yin Yin is still waiting for him to go back. They have already agreed that they can get married after returning. He will protect her for the rest of his life. In the future, they will have a little Shichi together. He must not die at this time. He clenched his weapon tightly and was about to fight back. Swish! In the chaos, a sharp arrow flew towards his face like lightning. At the same time, a sharp blade suddenly passed behind him. 17 was in a hurry to avoid the attack behind him, but he was unable to dodge the crossbow arrow in front of him. His cheek was instantly cut by the sharp arrow, and a series of blood beads immediately flowed out of the wound. Blood dripped down his chin. At this moment, 17 was full of murderous aura. The position of his brow bone was stained with a trace of blood that had dried to black, which made him look more fierce and terrifying, and his eyes became colder and colder. He pursed his dry lips. Because of the violent movement, his breathing had become more and more rapid. Because of the excessive blood loss, his face became more and more pale. The dirty blood stains were stained on his face, and even the sweat in his palms turned red. At this moment, 17 was simply a demon crawling out of a pile of corpses, with no vitality on his body. If it weren't for the dark eyeballs that moved from time to time, it would really make people think that Shadow 17 was an extremely dangerous monster at this moment. And there were dozens of dead bodies lying on the ground, attacking from the front and back, attacking from the left and right. The tactics of the Shadow Guard building have always been like this. If they can't resist, they will delay time, besiege the enemy and wait for death, and don't give the enemy a chance to escape. It was the first time in his life that 17 was forced into such a desperate situation. But there was no solution. It was not so easy to kill them with one blow. Not to mention that he was already exhausted at the moment. If he couldn't quickly get rid of this group of people, then he would die. But what he was most worried about at the moment was not himself, but Nan Yin, who stayed in the village. Since this group of people had the ability to rob and kill him here and delay time, then whether Yin Yin had been found by them, he didn't dare to think about what happened after that. The more he thought about it, the more he felt uneasy. His eyes were red, and a murderous intent that he had never had surged in his heart. 17 had never been so worried. He shouldn't have left her. He shouldn't have gotten carried away because of marriage and forgotten that they were still on the run. If anything happened to Yin Yin, he would never forgive himself in his life, let alone let this group of people go. With severe pain rolling in his chest, 17 forced himself to swallow the blood that surged up his throat. He couldn't die. Never let anyone bully her. 17 wiped the blood from his palms randomly, and his fingers began to tremble slightly. And he couldn't hold the hilt of his sword. He pursed his lips and simply took off his hairband and wrapped it around the hilt in his hand. He tied it tightly. This time he had to fight for his life. No matter what, he had to be the one who survived. He wanted to go back to find her, and he had to go back alive. With this belief, Ing Shichi's strength recovered a little. The quiet and deserted wilderness once again became a killing ground. In an instant, corpses were everywhere, and blood was everywhere. In the chaos, another arrow hit his shoulder. 17's movements were slightly slow, and then without any hesitation, he cut the enemy's throat with a backhand knife, and the blood splattered all over the ground. The remaining shadow guards tried to attack from behind, but 17 failed to dodge this time, and was about to be injured again. At the critical moment, someone blocked the knife for him. Then 17 reacted quickly, rolled on the ground, and wiped the attacker's neck cleanly. After he dealt with the next killer, he looked up at Yi Qiuqian beside him. He was already bloodthirsty at this moment, and he was also very vigilant when facing Yi Qiuqian's appearance. As long as he dared to attack from behind, he would definitely take action first without hesitation to deal with him. But Yi Qiuqian did not attack him, but started to kill the surrounding shadow guards. This made 17 a little confused, but he had no time to think deeply. At this moment, someone was helping him, so he naturally would not refuse. The two of them joined forces, and quickly dealt with the last batch of shadow guards. By the time the crisis was completely resolved, 17's face was covered with several bloody scars. But fortunately they won, and winning meant survival. 17 panted and knelt on one knee, his palms blood-stained and his chest heaving violently. He looked up at Yi Qiuqian, who was much cleaner than him, staring at him without blinking, his expression very tense, obviously not completely letting down his guard. "You also betrayed the Shadow Guard building?" Yi Qiuqian sneered and turned to look at the person next to him. "You are the one who betrayed, not me." 17 endured the pain in his chest and pursed his lips. Obviously, he didn't understand what he meant, so he asked again, "Then why did you help me?" Yi Qiuqian then wiped the blood off the sword. "I'm not helping you. I'm helping the fourth young lady. Do you think that as long as you run far enough, the shadow guards won't be able to find you? Stupid. Not only can I find you, but other shadow guards can find you too. If it wasn't me who came today, the fourth young lady would have been captured long ago." Hearing this, 17's face changed instantly. His previous vigilance had long gone. He staggered forward a few steps and asked anxiously in a hoarse voice, "How is Yin Yin? Is she injured?" "Yin Yin?" Yi Qiuqian's eyes gradually turned cold, especially when he heard the intimate name from him. Jealousy surged in his heart again. He tried hard to suppress his inner emotions, and then looked at him calmly. "Don't worry. She's fine now. I put her in a very safe place." Then he changed the subject again, turned around and stared at him with a faint look. "But you'll be in trouble soon." As soon as he finished speaking, 17 didn't even react to what he meant by what he said. His head was still immersed in his thoughts just now. At this moment, something unexpected happened, and a silver light flashed across his chest. Puff! The sound of clothes being pierced was heard. The sword blade, which had not even been completely wiped clean, pierced into his chest, and blood immediately flowed. A few drops of blood splashed on Yi Qiuqian's brow bone, slowly dripping down his chin. He stared coldly at the person in front of him who had not yet reacted, without blinking, and said sarcastically, "Do you know what I hate most about you? Naive and stupid. As a killer, how can you listen to others at the last moment? How can someone like you be able to protect her? You have nothing but your martial arts. Even if you take her away, you still can't give her a peaceful life. How can you get all her love? Ing Shichi, I said that I will definitely snatch her from you. Since you can't protect her, just die honestly. You have occupied the master for so many days. And it's enough. From now on, I will replace you and stay by the master's side wholeheartedly. And I will not let anyone hurt her again. As soon as he finished speaking, the strength in his hand suddenly increased, and he stabbed the sword in more viciously. Then he pulled it out quickly without blinking, and the blood splashed all over the floor. He also pulled out the silver hairpin that he had carefully hidden in his chest, and the hairpin fell to the floor. The severe pain spread from his heart to his whole body. 17 spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. You lied to me. Yen Yen. He wanted to ask her what happened to her, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the blood in his mouth flowed everywhere, and his lips and teeth were full of blood stains. So he couldn't even finish a sentence. He tried to support his body and stand up, but the severe pain made him fall to the ground uncontrollably. 17 could even feel the passing of life. Yen Yen. He wanted to see Yen Yen. You let me see Yen Yen. He promised her that he couldn't die. He would go back and marry her. He covered his chest and saw the pearl hairpin on the ground, and struggled to pick it up. He bought it to give it to his wife. He had heard from the men in the village that if a man liked a woman but couldn't say it, he could buy her a beautiful hairpin. This was called a token of love. After receiving the token, he could understand the other person's feelings. He was so stupid that he always made her angry and couldn't say nice words to coax her. So he had to give her a token of love, so that she would know how much he liked her. He spent a long time in front of the stall this morning to choose the most beautiful one. It must look good on her. It's a pity that he couldn't give it away. More and more blood flowed out of his mouth. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Sticky blood dripping. He finally picked up the hairpin, but accidentally stained it. Shichi wanted to wipe the blood off the hairpin. He tried to raise his hand, but found that he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. What should I do? He stained a token of love. Yen Yen will be angry again if she knows. She doesn't like dirty things. Yi Qiuchen, who was standing aside, stared coldly. His face was cold and without any emotion. From now on, he was the only one who stayed by her side. Chapter 102. Yi Qiuchen's eyes were dark, with murderous intent, but without a trace of guilt, and his expression was even more deep and indifferent. He looked at the man on the ground calmly, until the man completely lost consciousness, and then poked his wound with a sword. The blood that kept coming out soaked his clothes, dripping all the way to his feet. After confirming that Ing Shichi really had no reaction, Yi Qiu exhaled heavily, and his face returned to calm, as if he had solved the most important worry in his life. Then his eyes fell on the pearl hairpin in his palm, hesitated for a moment, and walked over. Then pried open the finger that was gradually stiffened due to excessive force, and put the blood-stained pearl hairpin into his arms. On the other side, Nen Yin had no idea about this. She was sitting in the room waiting anxiously. Her knuckles were unconsciously clenched. Her finger bones were slightly white because they were stretched so tight. Her lips were bitten and lost their color. Her face also turned pale. She was very uneasy at the moment. She had no idea when Yi Qiuchen would bring 17 back. She also didn't know if the two were injured. If they were injured, how serious were they? What should they do next? Where should they escape to? As she thought about it, she became more and more worried. Her heart was beating like a drum. She couldn't calm down. At this moment, there was a burst of hurried footsteps in the yard. Hearing the sound, Nan Yin thought that the two had returned. She didn't think much about it at the moment. She immediately opened the door and looked anxiously. 17. Is that you? You're back. As a result, before she finished speaking, her voice completely stopped, because the people who came were not Ing Shichi or Yi Qiuchen, but two extremely unfamiliar shadow guards, with indifferent expressions and cold eyes staring at her, like the eyes of wild wolves surrounding their prey, full of murderous intent. This made Nan Yan's face pale, and her body took a step back uncontrollably. When she recovered, she stared at the two people in front of her with suspicion and a little fear, and her voice almost trembled. Why are you here? How did you find me? Where are Yi Qiuchen and Ing Shichi? After all, Yi Nan Yin was still the master of Qixia Villa, and the two naturally did not avoid her questions. One of the shadow guards stepped forward and explained indifferently. Shichi colluded with Yi Qiuqian to betray the Shadow Studio and was ambushed and killed on the spot. The fourth lady is the master, and the owner of the manor specially ordered 2 of his subordinates to come and take the master back. The 2 men said respectful words, but there was no change in their expressions. Even their eyes were cold, and they exuded a chill from head to toe. When Nan Yen heard the words ambushed and killed on the spot, her eyes suddenly froze, and then her whole body seemed to be poured over by a bucket of ice water, and her heart was completely cold. She subconsciously took a step back, loosened her hand that had been holding the door frame, and then suddenly raised her eyes. A layer of water condensed in her eyes in an instant, and her face was full of disbelief. You are talking nonsense. Shichi is not dead. He won't die. He promised to come back to see me. Don't try to lie to me. I won't go back with you. The 2 shadow guards clasped their hands and repeated it again. Before leaving, the owner of the manor told his subordinates that if 17 was stubborn and refused to admit his guilt, they must do their best to kill 17 with a sword as a warning to others. Now the traitor 17 has been killed, and his body fell off the cliff and his whereabouts are unknown. Please don't make things difficult for the 2 of us, Miss Forth, and go back with us honestly. Maybe you can avoid the owner's punishment. Nan Yan's eyes turned red when she heard this, and tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. She almost collapsed and shouted at the 2 people. Don't even think about it. I will never go back with you in this life. Liars! You are all liars. 17. I won't die. I won't leave. I won't leave. I will wait here for him to come back until he comes back. The 2 shadow guards looked at each other. Their expressions did not change, and even their pupils did not have a trace of warmth. Then they continued. We 2 subordinates are only ordered to take the 4th lady back. If the 4th lady insists on going against us, then we 2 subordinates will have no choice but to offend her, whether she is alive or dead. The 4th lady must go back with us today. Hearing this, Nan Yan's tears flowed more violently, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She trembled and took out a delicate and small dagger from her arms. It was the self-defense weapon given to her by 17. And then she shouted at the 2 people in panic, her voice trembling. Assholes! Have you forgotten who you are? She stumbled back, staggering a few steps, her body unstable. You dare to be so presumptuous. If you dare to come forward again, I will really kill you. But before she finished speaking, the 2 shadow guards had already taken a step forward, obviously not taking her words seriously. Especially the long swords in their hands were emitting a hint of cold light, and the sharp murderous intent almost pierced her skin. Nan Yen really couldn't dodge. She really didn't know what to do at this moment. She retreated in panic. Her body swayed, and her tears became more and more violent. In the end, she could only hold the dagger tightly and stab the man in front of her regardless of anything. This time it was full of flaws. She didn't know martial arts at all, and even her strength was pitifully small. The 2 shadow guards easily jumped to avoid her attack, and then they counterattacked, and the back of the sword hit her wrist heavily. The dagger instantly fell to the ground with a ding. There was a crisp sound. Nan Yen also fell forward uncontrollably due to inertia. She was unlucky. There were still some sharp stones on the ground. She was about to get her head broken and bleeding. At this moment, something strange happened. Be careful. At the critical moment, someone jumped up and hugged her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would be injured and die if he came a step later. Nan Yen felt that she was almost out of breath. At this time, the attack behind her had not stopped. When the 2 shadow guards saw Yi Qiuqian appear, their offensive became severe and urgent. Every move became more and more fierce and oppressive. Because Yi Qiuqian was protecting Nan Yen, he could not dodge for a while. His whole body completely blocked Nan Yen and protected her tightly. This time, all his weaknesses were exposed. He was accidentally stabbed by a sword from behind. The sword almost pierced his shoulder. He was kicked in the wound by someone. He only heard a muffled groan in his throat. A sound, painful and suppressed. The whole person's face turned pale instantly. Nan Yen subconsciously looked up at him when she heard the voice. With worry in her eyes, she touched his back with trembling hands, and felt that her hands were full of sticky wetness. Qiuqian. She was pale and trembling as she called his name. Yi Qiuqian felt a sharp pain in his back and almost knelt down on the spot. But his body still reacted subconsciously, holding her head tightly against his chest. The 2 rolled on the ground for several circles, and when they stood up again, they spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. After Nan Yin reacted, she immediately stepped forward and covered his chest. Panicked and worried, nervous tears slid down her cheeks. Yi Qiuchun, how are you? At this moment, the situation was urgent, and Nan Yin was in no mood to ask him about the 17th. She could only protect his wound first to prevent more and more blood from flowing. Yi Qiuchun coughed twice, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He tried to suppress the fishy sweetness in his throat. Seeing Nan Yin's panic, he said soothingly, I'm fine. Don't worry too much. There are still many things to be solved. These unsolved things naturally refer to the two people opposite. Nan Yin still couldn't help but worry. Her voice choked, and she held his hand tightly. But your injury. Ahem. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Yi Qiuchun stared at the two people in front of him, with murderous intent in his eyes. Nan Yin wanted to go forward to help him up, but he carefully pushed her aside. He was afraid that he would hurt her in the fight later. Nan Yin staggered when she was pushed, and it was at this time that she realized that Yi Qiuchun in front of her was already covered with wounds. The blood on some wounds had even dried and scabbed. His face was also forced to look tired, and his chest was violently heaving. Obviously, he had just experienced a bad fight. She clenched her fingers subconsciously, especially when she saw him rushing up to fight with the other two without caring about anything. Her heart was instantly tightened by a palm, fearing that he would be hurt again. The bloody smell in the yard became stronger and stronger, and the sound of swords colliding pierced people's eardrums. Fortunately, Yi Qiuchun's martial arts was not bad, and he could resist 1 against 2. In the end, he used another stab in the shoulder as a lure, and pierced the chest with a sword, luckily killing one of them. The other person was also too seriously injured to resist Yi Qiuchun's counterattack, and was finally cut down by the sword. The bloody scene scared Nan Yin so much that her face turned pale. She bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from shouting. Only after he had completely dealt with the two men did Yi Qiuchun's knees go weak, and he suddenly fell to the ground uncontrollably, as if he had lost his strength. A stream of blood gushed out from the wound on his shoulder, and the flesh turned inside out, revealing the bones. At this moment, he was really miserable. His face was as white as paper, and his body was covered with bruises. Nan Yin almost subconsciously rushed over, and with red eyes, she helped him up, carefully preventing his wound from splitting again. How are you? Is it serious? I'll help you find a doctor now. Before she finished her words, someone grabbed her wrist. Yi Qiuchun shook his head at her, and after calming down for a long time, he finally recovered a little bit of blood and coughed a few times, saying, No, you can't go out now. There are still many shadow guards outside looking for you. I'm fine. I won't die. These are just skin injuries. They look scary, but they will be fine after they are bandaged. Nan Yin seemed relieved when she heard that he was not in danger of life, but her face was still worried. She helped him up, and then helped him sit on the stone bench in the yard. After his breathing stabilized, she let go of the hand that had been supporting him, and then looked towards the door several times, looking uneasy, and hurriedly asked, Where is 17? Is he injured too? Why didn't I see him? Didn't you say you would bring him back? Yi Qiuchun's eyes sank slightly when he heard this. His body suddenly stiffened, and his face was obviously not looking good. He looked up at Nan Yin, moved his lips but said nothing, and remained silent, as if he didn't know how to say this. Nan Yin seemed to have expected something. Her eyes were red, and she grasped his palm tightly to try to hide the panic in her heart. Her lips trembled slightly, and she didn't know whether she was trying to convince herself or to tell him. I know. He was seriously injured. Right? It must be like this. You are injured like this. He must be more seriously injured than you. That's right. It must be like this. Her voice was choked, and she cried a little hoarse. Yi Qiuchun, can you tell me? Is it because he was too injured to walk, so you settled him in another safe place? So he didn't come back with you. Is that right? He didn't die, right? Nan Yin was looking forward to it, with a pleading look in her eyes. She was afraid that the answer he gave would be the same as what the two shadow guards said just now, and her whole mood was about to collapse. Yi Qiuchun's eyes slowly calmed down, and he hugged the emotionally collapsed Nan Yin into his arms, and was silent for a long time before he said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry. It was too late when I went there. 17 was too badly injured and couldn't hold on. Although I didn't see his body, I heard from the group of shadow guards, who were chasing him, that 17 did fall off the cliff by accident. Nan Yen couldn't hold back anymore. Tears burst out instantly. Tears slid down her chin in big drops. And her voice was intermittent. You lied to me. 17 won't die. He promised me that he would protect me and take care of me for the rest of my life. We are going to get married. And he won't die. She didn't even finish her words. Because of the huge shock. Her chest suddenly felt stuffy and painful. And her head felt a dull pain. Then she fell into a coma. She was dying. And her face was abnormally pale. Yen. Seeing this, Yi Qiuchen's heart tightened. And in panic, he even called out her maiden name. He pulled her into his arms. And subconsciously grabbed the hand hanging by her side. Carefully felt her pulse. And after confirming that she was just fainting due to palpitations, he quickly lifted her up and carried her into the house. He was extremely nervous throughout the whole process. Carefully protecting her head with his palms. And slowly put her on the couch. Fearing that she would accidentally bump into something. And he didn't care about his injuries at all. As for the messy corpses and bloody things in the yard. After settling Nan Yen, Yi Qiuchen quickly ordered his subordinates to clean them up, so that she would not be frightened when she woke up and saw them. After that, he hurriedly asked a nearby doctor to prescribe some medicine to calm the nerves and nourish the qi. Women's physiques are different from men's, and palpitations can easily cause other diseases, especially since she was sad and crying these 2 days, and suffered such a big blow and shock. Yi Qiuchen was really worried that she would fall ill. Nan Yen slept for a whole day and night. Because of excessive shock and sadness. She didn't wake up until noon the next day. Yi Qiuchen was guarding her beside her. He didn't take care of his own injuries seriously. He just bandaged them casually. There were some obvious bruises on his face. It was obvious that he had been guarding her for a long time. Now he looked not much better than her lying on the bed. And looked very haggard. But Yi Qiuchen was unconscious. At this moment, all his thoughts were on Nan Yen on the bed. Especially after he felt the slight movement in his palm. Yi Qiuchen almost subconsciously raised his head and looked over with burning eyes. But he was afraid that he would scare her again. So he even slowed down his voice. Are you awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? He said, and hurriedly poured a cup of warm water from the table beside him. Gently helped the person up. And then held the teacup and carefully handed it to her lips. Come on. Drink some water before talking. Nan Yen coughed a few times. Her throat was indeed a little dry. And she couldn't even speak clearly. So she gently took a few sips of tea from the other person's palm. And her lips finally regained a little bit of their rosy color. Then she shook her head at him again. And scanned the room. She didn't see anyone else. And her eyes were moist again. She tried to grab his clothes. And a very weak voice came out of her throat. Where is 17? How is he? Yi Qiuchen paused for a long time before whispering. There has been no news about 17 since he fell off the cliff. I went to look for him during the time you were unconscious. But I didn't find the body. I only found this on the edge of the cliff. As he spoke, he suddenly took out a delicate and small pearl hairpin from his bosom and handed it to her. Nan Yan's eyes slowly fell on his hand. When she saw what it was, tears instantly fell. Her fingertips trembled as she took the pearl hairpin from his hand. There was a trace of blood on it, which had dried up. The silver petals were even missing a petal. And it was no longer as delicate and beautiful as when it was complete. But Nan Yen could no longer hold back, and pressed the pearl hairpin tightly against her chest. And then sobbed softly. Liar! Liar! He promised me. Yi Qiuchen saw her heartbroken again, and felt his chest ache and swelling. He couldn't bear to see her cry anymore. So he could only pat her back, and comfort her softly. Don't cry. Okay. You just woke up, and you're still very weak. The doctor said you've been worried too much recently, and need to rest. You can't be so happy or sad anymore. It's easy to. He didn't say the rest of the words completely, but the meaning was obvious. However, this consolation didn't work at all in the other person's ears. She soon cried red eyes again, and even because she cried too hard, she started to have trouble breathing. Yi Qiuchen simply hugged her in his arms, and patted her chest gently. Don't cry. Don't cry. Calm down first. Listen to me. Ing Shiqi just disappeared. His body was not found under the cliff. Maybe he's still alive. That was almost impossible. Yi Qiuchen thought calmly. Unless he really had a destiny and was blessed by God. It was impossible for a normal person to survive after being stabbed in the chest and thrown off a cliff. The reason why the body could not be found was probably because it was eaten by wild wolves. After all, there were the most wild animals under the cliff. And Shichi had lost so much blood. The bloody smell would easily attract these beasts. And they might have dragged the body back and eaten it clean? The reason why he said this was just to appease Nan Yan's emotions. He had to give her a thought to live, and not let her be dragged down by this matter at this moment. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Nan Yan's crying gradually stopped. She subconsciously grabbed his hand, trying to get some comfort from him. Her eyes full of expectation and anxiety. Are you telling the truth? You said 17 is still alive. He is really not dead? Yi Qiuchun was silent for a moment, then explained. He just disappeared. No body was found under the cliff. Maybe someone rescued him. Or maybe 17 was too seriously injured to come back for a while. In short, you have to take care of your body first. Otherwise, when he comes back, how can you be with him? Nan Yan's eyes were slightly red. She obviously didn't believe what he said. She suspected that he was lying to her. But she didn't want to let go of this last hope. After hesitating for a long time, she nodded and said with a choked voice, Okay, I'll listen to you. I will take good care of myself. Take medicine obediently. And then wait for 17 to come back. When he comes back, I will never bully him again. We will get married and stay together forever. Chapter 103. Yi Qiu said him in a light tone, and saw that she finally recovered a little. He didn't say anything to refute her, but his eyes were slightly dim. He didn't want to hear her discuss these annoying things. So he changed the subject directly and said, Yan Yan, you have been in a coma for a long time. You should be hungry when you wake up. I will go to the kitchen to get you some food. He smiled at her again, trying to make her not overly immersed in the thoughts just now, hoping that she could come out as soon as possible and then try to live. Nan Yan looked up at him after hearing the voice, and seemed to have just noticed the person standing next to her. Seeing his dark eyes and haggard face, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed and guilty, and subconsciously asked, I'm sorry. I didn't know yet. How is your injury? Yi Qiuchun smiled sincerely this time, and touched her head affectionately with his palm, his eyes full of gentle smiles. Don't worry. I'm a man and a martial artist. These minor injuries are no longer a problem. Okay. You take a rest first. I'll go to the kitchen to get you some food. It will be fine soon. He said that without giving Nan Yan a chance to refuse. He lifted the bead curtain and turned to go to the outer room. Yi Qiuchun's movements were indeed very fast. In just a moment, he brought a bowl of steaming white porridge and a few very light side dishes, then carefully mixed it with a spoon, scooped up a small spoonful, and carefully brought it to her mouth. But Nan Yan had no intention of eating at the moment. Her heart and eyes were on the pearl hairpin, which she had been holding in her hand against her chest. Finally, she couldn't help it and turned to look at Yi Qiuchun beside her, looking at him expectantly. Can you take me to the place where 17 disappeared? I want to go there to see if there are any other traces. Okay. Yi Qiuchun was silent for a long time before saying, You are still sick and there are shadow guards outside who want to take you back. I will take you to see it when it is calmer outside. Nan Yan sat up subconsciously. Her eyes began to moisten again. No. I can't wait any longer. I have to go to the place where he disappeared quickly. Otherwise, after a long time, there will be no trace at all. Yi Qiuchun, can you help me? Her eyes revealed a strong pleading look. Yi Qiuchun looked at her bloodless lips and suddenly felt a little depressed and bitter. After taking a deep breath, he suppressed the discomfort in his heart and whispered, Okay, I can take you there. But you have to eat your meal and drink the medicine honestly before I take you there. Yi Qiuchun knew that he had chosen the situation today, because only by fighting and robbing could he get what he wanted. He did not regret it. He did not regret killing Shichi with his own hands. Otherwise, he would never have the opportunity to get close to her and take care of her in this life. From now on, he will completely eliminate Shichi from her life. He does not believe that a person who has died and completely disappeared can stay in her heart for a long time. And he does not believe that he can't compete with him. A dead person. So it doesn't matter if she is a little sad for him now. As long as time passes, she will always have a day to forget. After hearing what he said, Nan Yan nodded almost subconsciously, with a grateful smile on her face. I understand. I will eat well. I will listen to you and work hard to recover. And I will never let you worry. As she spoke, She could not wait to lower her head to bite the spoon he handed over. In a hurry, she moved too quickly and even choked accidentally, holding her chest and coughing non-stop. Yi Qiuchun was really helpless now. But he could not blame Nan Yin, who looked so pale. He could only sigh lightly, then sit on the bed and pat her back, trying to comfort her. Don't be like this. Okay? I said I would take you there. And I will definitely go. But before that, you must take good care of your body. You should know what kind of personality I have. If you make me worry like this again, it will be difficult for me to agree to your request. After Yi Qiuchun finished speaking, he looked at her steadily again. Nan Yan's body seemed to stiffen for a moment, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The originally nervous mood seemed to slowly calm down under his gaze. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, obviously thinking of what happened before, biting her lips. And she didn't dare to ignore her body like this anymore. She began to drink the porridge in small sips with his fingers. After she finished eating this small bowl, she rested for a while, and her face finally regained some color. Seeing her look full of expectation, but not urging her, Yi Qiuchun didn't say much. He bent down to put on her shoes for her, and then took out a plain white cloak from the cabinet, wrapped her completely, and covered her face tightly. After making sure there was no mistake, he took her out. He knew that Nan Yin would not give up. She would definitely see the place where Ying Shiqi disappeared with her own eyes before she would give up completely. So he had already arranged it. So when Nan Yin really went to the cliff and saw the bottomless cliff, her heart sank for a while. She looked at the cliff with a pale face. Looking down, there was an abyss of dozens of feet. The terrain below was rugged. Even a normal person with high martial arts skills could not guarantee that he would not die after falling down. Not to mention that Shiqi was seriously injured after falling into this abyss. Is there really a chance of survival? In other words, Ying Shiqi's death was already doomed. No one could fall from such a high cliff and remain intact. Not to mention that he was hit by such a sword. Nan Yin seemed to have expected this ending. She walked forward in disbelief, seeing the knife marks carved on the gravel on the edge of the cliff, and some dried blood on the ground. He bleeds a lot, and even the soil has turned dark red. At such a height, even Nan Yin herself can't convince herself. Not to mention that Shiqi can come back alive. Tears fell almost instantly. Before Yi Qiuchun could react, she rushed directly to the edge of the cliff. If Yi Qiuchun hadn't been paying attention to her expression, when he noticed that her expression was wrong, he would immediately rush up and pull her back, hugging her in his arms at a very fast speed, and didn't let go even though the wound on his shoulder hurt, for fear that she would fall down accidentally, seeing the person in his arms still crying and struggling. Let go. Let me go. I want to find 17. Yi Qiuchun was also really angry at this person for the first time. His eyes were heavy, and the hand around her waist almost broke her waist. He scolded her harshly. Are you crazy? You dare to rush forward on such a high cliff. What do you think of your life? Do you want to die so much? Yi Qiuchun was panting. His face was horrifying, and he twisted her body fiercely. Yi Nan Yin, have you forgotten what you promised me? He lowered his head and saw her tears, and his heart was inevitably stabbed again. This damning Shiqi. It's really restless even in death, thinking that her body can't be hit again recently. In order to prevent her from being overly frightened, he could only suppress his anger in his heart and scolded in a low voice. I didn't bring you here to let you seek death. Have you forgotten what I said? Ying Shiqi is just missing. It doesn't prove he must be dead. If you jump, you will never see him again in this life. Is this the result you want? There is still a chance if you live. Right? Do you want no one in this world to remember him anymore? These words seemed to move Nan Yin. Nan Yin raised her head and stared at Yi Qiuchun in front of her. Tears flowed silently. Finally, she couldn't help but threw herself into his arms, holding his clothes tightly, and burst into tears. Yi Qiuchun didn't say anything else, but just patted her back to comfort her. He knew that she had to have an outlet. Only by venting all the pent-up emotions in her heart could her body really get better. After that, Yi Qiuchun took her back to the small courtyard. Nan Yin didn't know how he did it, but the shadow guards, who had been searching in the town before, did not track them down again. The lives of the two seemed to have returned to peace. Yi Qiuchun took good care of her, and her spirits were getting better day by day. He never frightened her like before, but he would restrain her occasionally and not let her go out. But there was nothing he could do, because it was really dangerous outside. The people in Chixiao Villa had not given up on catching her back. And Yi Qiuchen's ability to clean up the mess was indeed better than Ning Shiqi's. He even cultivated some of his own people in the studio over the years. So he received more accurate information than before. After a while, Nan Yan's health finally improved a lot. Although she would still secretly cry at night while looking at the pearl hairpin in her hand. She was not immersed in the grief of the past all day. She looked much more energetic. She would occasionally smile at him. With light eyebrows and plain face. Without makeup. Perhaps she had a serious illness. And there was a bit of weakness between her eyebrows and eyes. But it doesn't matter. As long as you take good care of yourself. Your body will recover completely one day. Just like Ning Shiqi, who will die completely from her heart one day. Yi Qiuchen was sure of this. Especially the next day, when he heard that Nan Yin was going to cook a dinner for the two of them in person to thank him for taking care of her during this period. He was really happy in his heart. Happier than ever before. This made him feel that his efforts during this period were effective. Although she was just grateful. She would eventually realize that he was the only one who would always be with her. When he heard the news, Yi Qiuchen was really relieved. With a little more smile on his face. And the gloom and sorrow that had accumulated in his heart in the past disappeared at this moment. Yi Qiuchen was really happy at first. And a kind of unprecedented satisfaction spread in his chest, making him unable to control the upturned corners of his mouth all day long. He was originally worried that her body had not fully recovered, and that it would be easy to be overworked if she cooked by herself. So it would be better for him to do it instead. She just needed to help out. As long as it was her intention. He didn't care whether she made it by herself or not. He only cared about her from beginning to end. But until she handed him a bowl of boned soup with added ingredients. Yi Qiuchen's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes stagnated for a moment. His eyelashes drooped slightly. And his eyes fell on the bowl of milky white steaming soup in front of him. And a mocking smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. She probably didn't know that these shadow guards had experienced countless kinds of poisons and knockout drug resistance training since childhood. With this inferior drug, did she want to knock him out? Yi Qiuchen unconsciously clenched his fingers under the table. His eyes were dark and his expression became more and more obscure. He really didn't understand why she drugged him. Was he not good enough to her? Or was someone threatening her behind her back? Until this moment, Yi Qiuchen still refused to believe that she really wanted his life and wanted to kill him. Did she smile at him before and say that she was grateful to him? But it was all fake. Yi Qiuchen suddenly raised his eyes and stared at the person in front of him expressionlessly. He didn't expose her, but just looked at her. Nan Yin was obviously a little nervous. It was probably the first time she did this. She was evasive and didn't dare to look at him. She didn't even realize that her fingertips were burned red. On the contrary, Yi Qiuchen couldn't help at first. He didn't know when the smile on his face was restrained. He frowned and took the soup bowl from her hand and put it on the table with a bang. Then he took her hand and checked it carefully and began to scold her. Are you stupid? Don't you know to ask me for help when you have something to do? You didn't even use a piece of cloth to pad the hot soup just out of the pot. Your hand is burned red and you don't feel it? Doesn't it hurt? As he said this, he subconsciously blew on the burned red place twice. And Nan Yin pulled her hand back uncomfortably and pushed the bowl in front of him. I'm fine. It's just a little red. It will be fine soon. This soup is specially made for you. You were injured so badly before. And you have to take care of me all the time. These are just right to replenish your body. You hurry up, drink it while it's hot. At the end of the words, the voice was obviously a little stumbling. And she didn't even raise her head. Her eyelashes trembling. And she didn't dare to look at him at all. Yi Qiuchen looked at her expressionlessly. And after a long silence, he suddenly chuckled. With a somewhat unclear meaning. Why are you suddenly so nervous? Are you worried that the soup doesn't taste good and I will dislike your cooking skills? Nan Yin was stunned for a moment. Then nodded subconsciously. Her voice was dry and a little nervous. Yes. It's my first time cooking. So I'm a little worried that you won't like it. After saying that, even the hands placed on her knees clenched unconsciously. Seeing her nervous look, Yi Qiuchen suddenly felt extremely sarcastic in his heart. He smiled and said, Then you don't have to worry. Because as long as it is something delivered by Yan Yan herself, even if there is poison in it, your subordinates will drink it all up. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the bowl on the table and drank it in big gulps. And Nan Yin paused. And then her whole body froze a little, accidentally knocked over the chopsticks on the table, and then raised her eyes, staring at the person in front of her. After Yi Qiuchun finished drinking the bowl of soup, he put the empty bowl on the table with a pop sound. His eyes suddenly became cold, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Well, I finished drinking. Are you surprised that I didn't faint because of you? I'm so sorry. Miss, don't you know that the shadow guards have been trained in drugs? Next time you want to faint your subordinates, remember to choose a stronger drug. Of course she knew it. Otherwise she wouldn't have chosen the worst one. Yi Qiuchun suddenly changed the subject. But then again, he grabbed Nan Yan, who was already pale with fear, and pulled her in front of him, then stared at her expressionlessly, his eyes becoming more and more gloomy and dark. Do you hate me so much? You want me to die? So you put drugs in the soup to poison me? Nan Yan's eyes quickly filled with a layer of mist. There was guilt in her eyes, but also stubbornness. Then she turned around and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Her eyes became more determined. Since the things in the soup had been discovered, she simply did not deny it. Yes, you are right. I put drugs in the soup. But I just want to know the truth of some things. Yi Qiuchun was stunned, and his strength suddenly loosened a little. The truth? What truth do you want to know? In fact, he vaguely guessed what she wanted to ask about the truth. But he really didn't expect her to use this method to poison him. Is Ying Shiqi so important in her heart? Nan Yan's tears fell instantly. She took out the dagger from her bosom and put it against his chest. She became more and more excited. You lied to me. You clearly said that you would bring Shiqi back to see me. But why? Why was it that you were the only one who survived that day? And Shiqi was dead. Yi Qiuchun, tell me the truth. Did you kill him? Yi Qiuchun's grip on her wrist suddenly loosened. It seemed that he didn't expect her to say such a thing. And he didn't expect that her dagger was pointing at his heart. He looked down. And when he looked up again, his eyes suddenly showed an extremely sarcastic expression. So in your eyes, I should be the one who died that day. Right? Nan Yan's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to say that she didn't mean that. But seeing the look in the other person's eyes, she couldn't say that sentence anyway. Is that the kind of person I am in your eyes? Yi Qiuchun saw the doubt in her eyes, suddenly sneered, then took the initiative, grabbed the dagger in her hand, pressed it tightly against his chest, and approached her step by step. Yi Nan, you are so cruel. You drew your knife against me. You want to kill me, so that your lover can be buried with me. Right? I just... Nan was frightened by him, and her face turned pale. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she dared not move the dagger in her hand, for fear of really hurting the other party. In fact, she had no evidence to prove that he killed Shiqi, and she drugged him just to test him. But now facing such an emotional Yi Qiuchun, she seemed to really feel that she had done something wrong, as if she had really wronged him. Yi Qiuchun was still not giving up, his eyes full of sarcasm and indifference. You masters have never really cared about the feelings of a servant. In your eyes, only Ying Shiqi really likes you, and the feelings of others are all cheap. Just because I like you, you can trample on and belittle my feelings without scruples. But if it weren't for me, do you know what you would be like now? Yi Qiuchun stared at her straight, with a cold smile on his lips. You would have been taken back by those shadow guards a long time ago. You will marry the sickly only son of the general's family. Do you know the tricks he uses to play with women? Do you know how he will treat you? That sickly son is not in good health, but he is very good at bullying women. All the worst things you can think of will happen to you. Do you know? As long as I send you back, the owner won't care about my negligence. I betrayed the studio and the owner for you too. But you treat me like this? Hearing this, Nan Yan's face suddenly became paler. She seemed to think of the things he had done for her during this period of time. Just to make her feel better, he would coax her every day, accompany her, and tell her interesting things happening nearby. He would also catch small animals for her, rack his brains to make her happy, and cook for her every day to nourish her body for fear that she would have a bad appetite. He was really good to her. So good that Nan Yan couldn't help shaking the hand holding the dagger whenever she thought of those things. And Yi Qiuchun was still pressing step by step. He obviously wanted to solve all her doubts at once, and let her never dare to mention it again. You want to kill me and bury your lover with me, right? Yi Qiuchun noticed the loosening of her expression. His eyes turned cold, and the strength of his palm holding her suddenly increased. The dagger pierced into her chest an inch, and the blood instantly soaked her clothes. He groaned. His face turned pale with pain, but his eyes were still fixed on Nan Yin opposite him. Okay, then you might as well kill me. And Nan Yin was really scared this time, especially when she saw the blood oozing out from the tip of the knife. She almost subconsciously loosened her hand, and the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Tears also flowed out instantly. She tightly covered the wound on Yiqiuchen's chest, shook her head, and cried uncontrollably, her voice full of guilt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I never thought of hurting you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Chapter 104. Nan Yin covered Yiqiuchen's wound, feeling the sticky bloody liquid between her fingers, and the mist in her eyes became thicker and thicker. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have vented all my resentment about 17's disappearance on you. I was just too worried. She cried, and carefully opened his chest, and saw that next to the new stab wound, there was a 1.5 inch wide wound that almost penetrated the entire shoulder. She remembered it all at once. This was obviously the sword he blocked for her when she was arrested by the shadow guards in the yard at noon that day. But until now, the wound has not healed completely, and because of the stab she just stabbed, the scabbed wound accidentally split again, and faintly oozing blood. Guilt immediately spread throughout the chest, and the original doubts in her heart disappeared without a trace with this emotion. Nan Yin paused, and the tears on her face kept falling like beads from a broken string. I'm sorry. I really didn't want you to die. You can scold me, or you can stab me. You were so badly injured for me, but I actually hurt you. I really... Nan Yan's face was full of guilt, and she was almost drowned by this emotion. She really didn't know how to compensate him, and even thought about letting him stab her. When Yiqiuchen heard what she said, his face changed slightly. He wanted her to dispel his doubts, but he never thought of hurting her. So he coughed, and a trace of blood flowed out of the wound on his chest. He pressed her fingers and said palely, I'm fine. You don't have to worry so much. Nan Yin choked up and retorted. Her voice was intermittent and tearful. How could it be possible? How could you be okay? You have lost so much blood. Yiqiuchen felt a little relieved in his heart. He was indeed fine. The wound only looked serious. In fact, it was only a layer of skin and flesh. When he saw her fingers trembling as she took out the dagger, he knew that a lady like her must have never killed anyone. She was usually so scared to kill a chicken. How could she really dare to kill him? The reason why he stabbed her was to completely cut off her suspicion of him. And he did succeed. At this moment, Nan Yin not only did not doubt him, but was full of guilt, as if she was afraid that he would really die, and cried heartbrokenly. However, Yiqiuchen saw her crying so sadly, and his chest felt a little stuffy. He touched her cheek with trembling fingers, carefully wiped away the tears, and coaxed her in a hoarse voice. Don't cry. Okay. I'm really fine. If you really want to compensate me, can you bandage my wound first? He deliberately changed the subject again, wanting her to not be so sad. Also, can you make me a delicious dinner tomorrow? I didn't eat enough today. After saying that, he looked at the food on the table with regret. Tonight, because of this sudden change, neither of them had any mood to eat. And Nan Yin, because of this test, directly put different amounts of knockout drugs in his favorite food. Although he was not afraid of the drug, he naturally couldn't eat this meal anymore. When he heard what he said, Nan Yin nodded almost subconsciously without thinking, and tears fell from her eyelashes because of this action. Okay. I promise you. I promise you. I will definitely make you delicious. When she came to her senses, she wiped the tears from her face, raised her head and looked around to see if there was anything to stop the bleeding. Yes. Yes. I'll bandage your wound first. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. After she finished speaking, she hurried back to the room, rummaged through the boxes and cabinets for a long time before finding the gold wound medicine and gauze, ready to clean his wound. After that, the two of them tacitly never mentioned the matter of 17 again, fearing that it would cause an uproar again when they talked about it. And Nan Yin was a little afraid to face him because of guilt. She even avoided him a little these days, although she would smile at him. This was obviously not the result Yiqiuchen wanted. What he wanted was for her to trust him wholeheartedly and rely on him, rather than choose to avoid him because of guilt. Yiqiuchen knew that the matter was her hard knot. She was still thinking about the disappearance of Shichi, so she never let go of him. And he had to let her untie that knot. He didn't believe he couldn't do it. So when a carriage appeared in the yard the next day, Nan Yin was a little stunned for a while, not knowing what happened. What's wrong? Did something happen? She subconsciously took 2 steps forward and looked up at Yi Qiuchen beside the carriage. Yi Qiuchen was tugging at the reins of the carriage, and his movements were very delicate, which made her even more puzzled. Are you leaving? Nan Yin thought he was leaving because of the several bundles piled on the carriage, so she couldn't help asking. But Yi Qiuchen's next words made her a little stunned. Yi Qiuchen turned his head and looked at her. After sighing softly, his tone suddenly became a little relieved. It's not me who is leaving. It's Miss Four who is leaving. I want to leave, Nan Yin repeated in surprise. And then a more confused expression appeared on her face. But where should I go? Yi Qiu looked into those dark eyes, and his eyes suddenly became very obscure. The master is not happy with me, so I decided to let the 4th lady leave alone. No matter where the master wants to go in the future, it has nothing to do with me. I don't want to make the master unhappy again. Nan Yin understood in her heart, but she still had to play dumb. In her heart, she had to admit that this guy's brain was much smarter than Shichi's. Look at this method of retreating to advance, which is even more perfect. She bit her lip, as if she was a little surprised that he would make this decision, and subconsciously asked, "What about you? What would he do after letting her go?" Yi Qiuchen was silent for a moment, and then said calmly after a long time, "I have decided to go back and apologize to the owner of the building. Although the failure of the mission is inevitable, the studio has suffered heavy losses this time, so there is a high probability that I will be punished. Miss Four doesn't have to worry about these. You'd better leave as soon as possible, lest I regret it." As soon as these words came out, Nan Yan's face suddenly changed a little, and the guilt in her eyes became deeper. She was not a fool, and naturally knew that the "a little punishment" he said must be more than a little. So she subconsciously grabbed his sleeve. "You can't go back. They won't let you go." She looked up at him blankly, her eyelashes trembling, and her face became paler and paler. But Yi Qiuchen had obviously made up his mind. He chuckled and said in a gentler tone, "It is enough for me to hear what 4th Miss said. I will not die anyway. As long as the master can think about me more in the future, I will be satisfied." He turned around and took the bag on the frame. Inside were all the pastries and snacks he had carefully prepared. He was worried that she would be hungry on the road. When Nan Yin saw those things, she subconsciously grabbed his wrist, hesitated for a moment, and then said directly, "Take me back." Her eyes were a little moist, and she turned her face away. Her eyes were a little red. "If you go back alone, they will definitely not let you go. Send me back, so that you can make up for your crime. And even if they want to punish you, they won't punish you too severely." Yi Qiuchen paused for a moment. This answer was obviously beyond his expectations. He thought Nan Yin would feel guilty. She would try to keep him, but she never expected that he would let him take her back to make meritorious deeds. This also made him a little depressed. Why did his master never follow his routine? Yi Qiuchen would never send her back. He finally snatched her away. So how could he give her to someone else? Yi Qiuchen's eyes fell on her hesitant face, and suddenly asked in a deep voice, "Master, do you know what you will encounter when you go back?" Nan Yan's face became paler, and a faint mark was left on her lips. Of course, she knew what she would encounter when she went back. But if she had to let others suffer for her, she would definitely feel more guilty. So she looked up at Yi Qiuchen in front of her. Nan Yin finally nodded stubbornly. "No matter what happens, I am still a master, right?" She looked at him steadily. "They can't take my life. The worst is that I will be sent to the general's mansion in a sedan chair to be someone's concubine. What's more?" She didn't say anything after that. Her eyes were a little lonely, and the meaning was very clear. Just because Shichi was gone, it didn't matter who she married. This cognition made Yi Qiuchen feel a little angry. But as long as he thought that she was willing to go back because she was worried about being punished, he softened his heart for a while. Yi Qiuchen really felt helpless. It seemed that he had been completely controlled by her in his life. Even when he betrayed the owner of the manor and the studio, he didn't hesitate. But he fell again and again with her. He turned his hand and grabbed Nan Yan's fingers. "No, I don't agree. I finally rescued you. How could I watch you marry someone you don't like? What's more, you know the character of that person. Do you really want to ruin yourself like this? Nan Yen lowered her head and remained silent. Yi Qiuchun felt very irritated, especially when he saw her shrinking turtle look. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his chest blocked and dull, and the hand holding her wrist became tighter and tighter. He was determined to speak out his thoughts and tear through this window paper. I know you are frustrated because of 17's matter, but what you do not only hurt yourself, but also hurt the people who have always cared about you. I don't believe you don't know that I like you. When she heard this, Nan Yan's eyelashes moved slightly, but she still didn't react. She lowered her head and didn't know what to say. With 2 fingers curled in her sleeves, Yi Qiuchun simply turned her shoulders and forced her to look directly at him, and then looked over with a fixed gaze. I like you. I like you very much. I like you so much that as long as you are unhappy, I can never appear in front of you for the rest of my life. I know you don't want to owe me anything because you feel guilty, but I don't want to see you unhappy all your life. If I really let you marry that sickly guy, it would be better for the owner to kill me directly. Do you understand this feeling? Nan Yen looked up at him blankly. Her expression was obviously a little stunned, and her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but as long as she thought of her missing lover, she couldn't say anything. After Yi Qiuchun finished speaking, he didn't give her time to hesitate. He turned around and was about to leave, but Nan Yen subconsciously grabbed his fingers. Now it was Yi Qiuchun's turn to turn around and look at her. Nan Yan's eyes were a little wet. She didn't cry, but she looked like she was covered with a layer of mist. After hesitating for a long time, she spoke in a soft and hoarse voice. Don't go. Don't go. Okay? I'm not unhappy because of you. I just feel guilty. So I hide every time I see you. This is not your fault at all. It's my own problem. I haven't let it go yet. Don't go back, okay? Yi Qiuchun looked into those watery eyes, held the other's hand with his backhand, and then hugged him into his arms. Master, don't you blame me for not saving 17? Nan Yen was silent for a moment, and then said after a long time, It's not your fault at all, and you have been seriously injured in order to save me. How can I blame you for this? This is too ungrateful. I was too impulsive before and accidentally hurt you. I'm sorry. Yi Qiuchun's expression finally eased. He was a little happy in his heart, and couldn't help but whispered, I can stay. But can Yen Yen also try to let go of her guard and try to get along with me? Nan Yen hesitated for a while, then said seriously, Okay. Yi Qiuchun was finally satisfied. He couldn't help but smile, and his body slowly relaxed. But the strength of holding people did not relax at all, but became tighter and tighter. He knew that as long as he was willing to persevere, one day she would be moved by him. On the other side, when the carriage team of Princess Pingnan passed a wild bamboo forest on the way back to Beijing, one of the red-brown horses suddenly rushed out madly, and the carriage almost alarmed the princess in front. Fortunately, the driver had good horse-driving skills and pulled the mad mare abruptly. However, on the way back, he suddenly saw a young man covered in blood lying in the bushes. It was also because of the strong smell of blood that the horse was frightened and ran out madly. The first person to discover the situation was, of course, the driver. He was so frightened when he found the young man that he thought he was dead because of the blood and flesh. He quickly reported the matter to the guards around the princess. The guards came to check and sighed in their hearts. They didn't know what kind of revenge this man had suffered from his enemies. There was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. Even his breathing was more inhaling than exhaling. He was about to die. But their princess was a kind-hearted person. Since the princess was assassinated and lost the young prince more than 10 years ago, she has been depressed for so many years. She eats vegetarian food and chants Buddhist scriptures all day long, and is dedicated to doing good, just to see the missing young prince again in her lifetime. When the driver told her that there was a dying young man in the bushes outside, the princess softened her heart and asked the guards beside her to rescue him. She originally planned to send him to a nearby clinic after entering the city. But when the carriage stopped, the princess suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, as if she had some kind of telepathy, and she accidentally lifted the curtain and looked outside. That was the one who saw the young man's eyebrows and eyes clearly, although his face was covered with a large amount of blood. The face was still familiar. The more the princess looked at the young man's face, the more familiar it seemed, as if she had seen him somewhere. But she couldn't remember it for a while. This made the princess feel confused, and she thought it was the child of an official in the capital. and she had probably seen him at a banquet before. Until the princess suddenly remembered her husband when she was young. Jiawen, the prince of Ping'an, had been her childhood sweetheart. They had been in love since they were young couples. The young man's eyebrows and eyes looked exactly like her husband when he was young. At that moment, the princess' heart tightened, as if she thought of something unbelievable. And even the string of Buddhist beads in her hand was accidentally torn off. The princess immediately stopped all the carriages, and almost subconsciously, with the help of the maid, she directly lifted the curtain of the carriage, and then looked at the young man sleeping on the mat. The more she looked, the more she felt that he was like her husband when he was young. She didn't even let the servants get close to the young man, but carefully checked the young man's ears with trembling fingers, and confirmed that there was indeed a red mole the size of a grain of rice on his right earlobe. The princess' tears fell almost instantly. This is her child. The child who has been missing for 18 years. When she was hunted by assassins, she took great pains to hide the child in a hunter's house. She originally wanted to go back to pick him up after escaping the hunt, but she accidentally rolled down the hillside and fell into a coma. Although she was rescued by the prince, she was too seriously injured and woke up too late. More than half a month had passed, and her child had completely disappeared. Even the hunter never appeared again. For so many years, she has been looking for her child for 18 years. This matter has almost become a knot in her heart. She originally thought that she would never see this child in his life, but she didn't expect that she finally found him today. The princess's fingers trembled. She wanted to touch him, but didn't dare to touch him, especially when she saw the child covered in blood. She was heartbroken and couldn't speak because of the pain. The servants beside her didn't know what happened, but the princess's dowry Nani was not young anymore. After lifting the curtain and looking inside, he saw that the young man's eyebrows and eyes were indeed somewhat familiar. Then he saw his master's cautious movements. After all, he was an old man serving in the mansion. At that moment, he immediately understood. He didn't care whether the person inside was real or fake. He immediately helped the princess into the carriage and ordered the driver to hurry back to the palace. After that, he invited dozens of doctors in a row. After the doctors examined him, they all shook their heads and said that the young man was too seriously injured. If the sword in the chest was half an inch off, he would definitely die on the spot. However, this young man was not destined to die. The palace even invited the imperial physician, who had worked in the palace for decades, to come over. They fed him all kinds of ginseng and snow lotus for prolonging life, and brought the young man back from the brink of death. After that, the young man was in a coma for 7 days. The princess took care of him personally during these 7 days, especially after she carefully wiped the blood off the child's face that day. Even the prince couldn't help but burst into tears. They were really too similar. There was a bit of the elegance of his princess when she was young between her eyebrows. This was definitely the heir of his Zhao family. It wasn't until the morning of the 7th day that the young man lying in bed finally woke up. It didn't matter that he woke up. What mattered was that the child didn't remember anything after waking up. Chapter 105. And according to the maids, who came back to report the news, they cried and said, "Princess, please go and take a look. The prince has woken up, but he seems to be a little abnormal after waking up. Not only does he not recognize people, but he even dares to hit people. We originally wanted to help the prince change the medicine, but the prince was too fierce. He didn't let us touch him at all, and refused to eat the food we sent. I just went a little bit, and the prince almost broke my arm." When the princess heard the news, she was also very surprised. She immediately led a large group of maids and servants to rush to the courtyard. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to say. This child must have suffered a lot. Now he woke up and looked like this. How could she not feel distressed? Especially when she wiped the external wounds on his body that day. She also saw a slave branded on the inside of the child's arm. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. Her child had been a slave for more than 10 years. This was a piece of flesh that fell from her body. He should have been the most noble young prince of the Ping'an Palace, and should have enjoyed a life of luxury and wealth. But her child had disappeared for 18 years. He was born in her belly. And not only did he not have a good day, but he became someone else's slave. I don't know how he survived for these 18 years, and what kind of life he lived. When the princess thought that her child had to do his best to survive, and even had to protect some unknown masters and block the knife for the other party, she felt that it was more painful than cutting out her heart. Thinking about these things, The princess led a group of people through the corridor and quickly came to the courtyard. At this time, a chaotic and noisy voice suddenly came from the prince's bedroom. "Don't touch me. Where is this place? Who are you?" The princess's hearing is not bad. As soon as she entered the yard, she could vaguely hear a slightly hoarse male voice, and she knew that the child's spirit had recovered well. She felt comforted in her heart. Thank God. Her child was finally out of danger. The princess immediately quickened her pace and took a few steps forward. The voices of the maids begging for mercy and consoling her became more obvious. "Prince, please calm down. We just want to help you change the medicine. We have no ill intentions. Prince, please stop moving. I have asked someone to invite the princess. She will come to see you soon. You should lie down first. Take care of yourself. Otherwise your wound will open again." 17 couldn't hear what the maid said at this moment. He was really confused. His mind was blank. He couldn't remember anything and didn't recognize anyone. The unfamiliar scene in front of him made him feel uneasy subconsciously. He felt vaguely that he shouldn't have woken up in such a place. Especially the crying maids and servants in front of him who were trying to get close to him. They really gave him a headache. It was more complicated than ever before. It seemed that countless blood vessels were intricately intertwined in his head, making his brain chaotic and unable to think of anything. There was also a sharp pain in his chest, which made him instinctively feel repulsive. At this moment, a maid boldly took a few steps forward, trying to help him up while he was trying to recall his past memories. Shichi almost instinctively twisted the other person's arm, and with a backhand, he pinched the other person's neck hard, then pressed the person down on the table, staring at her closely, with a trace of cold murderous intent suddenly leaking out of his eyes. "Do you want to die? I told you not to touch me." The maid was immediately frightened and pale. She never thought that the prince, who had just woken up, was so terrible and really wanted to kill her. Her face turned pale, and she trembled all over and dared not resist. She began to cry and shout, "Prince, spare me. Prince, spare me. I really have no ill intentions. I just saw that you were uncomfortable and wanted to help you. I really have no other thoughts." Shichi's head was throbbing again because of the crying. It hurt so much that his mind was full of blank snowflakes, and he couldn't remember anything, especially when he looked at the trembling maid in front of him. He felt his brain was muddled. He threw the man to the door with a backhand. The maid stumbled and almost fell to the ground. At this time, the door was opened. When the maid saw who was coming, she knelt down and greeted the princess with sobs. But the princess's attention was all on the young man in the room, especially when she saw that the child was repulsed and uneasy about the surrounding environment, and that the maids were not serving him attentively enough. They didn't see that the wound on the prince's body was bleeding again, and they were still crying there. The princess was distressed and angry, and she immediately scolded him. "How can you cry so much? I asked you to take care of the prince, and this is how you do it. Didn't you even notice that the wound on the prince's chest is bleeding again? Now you still have the nerve to cry in front of me? Shut up. Everyone. If you dare to cry and make a fuss again, I will send you out." After the princess scolded, the room suddenly became quiet. In fact, these maids were also frightened by 17's cruelty. They never thought that the prince, who woke up, would be so unapproachable. Originally, a few brave maids wanted to go up and reapply medicine to the prince's wound, but they were pinched by the neck and thrown out by the prince. It was really thrown out. The maid accidentally knocked over the rosewood treasure cabinet in the house. She was so scared that she cried. She even had a broken forehead and bled a lot. These people were a group of little maids who had never seen the world. They had lived a stable life for a long time. Even if they really made mistakes, they would be scolded by their masters at most. How could they have seen such a bloody and brutal scene? They were so scared that they lost their sense of proportion and couldn't help crying for a while. Fortunately, the princess arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows what would happen. The prince seemed to be much more stable. 17 didn't recognize the lady in front of him, who was dressed luxuriously. But the princess subconsciously took a few steps forward. Her eyes were a little moist, but her voice was soothing. "Child, don't be afraid. Don't hurt yourself. This is the residence of the King of Pingnan. You are the prince of the King of Pingnan who has been missing for many years. I am the princess of Pingnan, your mother," the princess said while reaching out to him. The pair of very similar eyes were looking at him lovingly at this moment, full of tears of guilt. After waking up, this child looked more like the King of Pingnan. The two were almost cast in the same mold. Hearing what the lady said, 17 felt something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. He always felt that it shouldn't be like this. There was a sense of disharmony between him and her. But he couldn't remember anything. And he didn't know why. His body seemed to instinctively reject anyone's approach. It was like the current environment made him feel very uneasy. And his chest felt empty. As if he had lost something very important. But he couldn't remember it. The harder he tried to recall, the more severe the throbbing pain in his head became. The blood vessels on both sides were clamoring, painful and confused, making him almost subconsciously overturn the vase on the table. 17's forehead was bulging with veins, and he clenched his fingers and immediately shouted at the other party. I don't remember anything now. I don't know you. Don't come over. And don't touch me. The princess almost subconsciously stopped, fearing that she would scare 17 in front of her, especially when she saw the child with an unbearable headache. Her eyes were full of worry and heartache. Okay. I won't come over. I won't touch you. Mother knows that you are unfamiliar with the surroundings. But this is indeed your home. The princess was still trying to comfort him. You were seriously injured. And Mother went through a lot of hardships to save you. Don't be afraid. The doctor said that you have injured your head. If you can't remember the past, don't think about it. If you can't remember it, don't think about it. After hearing this, 17 felt a little better. No one would let themselves continue to be in pain. 17 also found that as long as he didn't think about what it was like in the past, the pain in his head seemed to be relieved. The room was silent for a moment. 17 pursed his lips, covered his forehead and stepped back. His heart was still confused at this moment, although he had no memory. But he didn't know why. Looking at the loving eyes and actions of the lady in front of him, he knew that she was not lying, and had no ill will towards him, and even felt an indescribable closeness in his heart. He didn't know what the reason was. He just looked at her subconsciously. And when the princess saw that his comfort was effective, her eyes suddenly became more moist. Perhaps it was the nature of mother and son. She felt soft-hearted when she saw the child's moist eyes. For so many years, in order to find this missing child, she and the prince didn't know how much thought they had spent. And they didn't know how many times they were disappointed. Now that he was really standing in front of her, she felt like she was dreaming, afraid that in the blink of an eye, the person in front of her would disappear again. The princess subconsciously took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from her face, and then reached out to 17 again, this time with a gentler attitude. Don't be afraid, child. I am really your mother. The little mole behind your ear was placed by your mother, and it was because of this mark that your mother was able to find you. Perhaps her comfort really worked. 17 did not retreat this time, and the princess tried to move forward a few steps. 17 frowned, but did not move. He could feel the kindness of the person in front of him, and the care hidden in his eyes, which made him feel a little at a loss. He didn't know what was going on, but a very strange but particularly intimate emotion suddenly surged in his heart. Something he had longed for but never had. The princess was still patiently approaching. She stretched out her hand towards 17, wanting to touch his face. Just when she was about to touch 17's cheek, suddenly, a woman's gentle and docile voice sounded at the door. And I heard that the prince's cousin woke up. This is the medicine that the kitchen has just boiled. I brought it to you. It was this voice that interrupted the princess's action. The person who spoke was none other than the heroine in the original plot. Diyu Yin in the original book was also considered half a master in this palace. Her father was a vanguard general under the prince's command. Later, he died on the battlefield to save the prince. Diyu Yin's mother was in labor at the time. After accidentally learning the news, she accidentally had a difficult delivery and passed away after giving birth to Diyu Yin. The prince and his wife felt deeply guilty about this, so they took the young and unattended Diyu Yin and raised her in the mansion as a half-young lady. Later, Diyu Yin always called the princess aunt, and the two families were also considered to have this in-law relationship. At this time, Diyu Yin didn't know what happened in the house. She just passed the corridor and saw the maids rushing to the kitchen to get medicine. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, she realized that it was the seriously injured prince who woke up and accidentally knocked over the medicine. So the maids were a little anxious. Diyu Yin didn't say anything, just took the medicine box from the servant, and then went to 17th yard. She originally had good intentions and wanted to visit the injured prince's cousin, but she didn't expect that as soon as she entered the door. Before she even saw the situation in the room clearly, She was grabbed by the shoulders, and the hands were pinching her neck. The action was fierce and brutal as if to kill her, and she didn't have time to resist. The people in the room did not react. Originally, 17's emotions had stabilized under the comfort of the princess. But who knew that this sudden voice interrupted his thoughts again? At this moment, 17 seemed to be shocked, and his body instinctively wanted to control the stranger who suddenly approached the door. And those hands subconsciously attacked the most fatal part of the other person's body. The force of this attack was naturally not light. If he really hit her, Du Yan would be injured. The princess was so shocked that she immediately shouted, "Yan Yan, be careful." It was this shout that made 17 stop his movements suddenly. Almost everyone thought that Miss Du was going to be injured, and even the maid beside her was frightened and pale. But the prince's movements stopped after hearing the princess's shout of "Yan Yan." 17 frowned. He was also a little confused at this moment, not knowing what was wrong with him. Especially after hearing that "Yan Yan." He inexplicably had a very strange emotion in his heart, and his body instinctively did not want to hurt her. He turned his head and looked at the other person. His black and white eyes stared at her straight. At first, he was expressionless, but after staring for a long time, a trace of confusion slowly appeared in his eyes. He tilted his head, and then found that he still couldn't remember anything. "Your name is Yan Yan?" 17 hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked. Du Yan was really scared by this man. At this moment, her face was still a little pale, but under the other party's unscrupulous look, the originally pale face gradually turned a thin layer of red. This made her turn away uncomfortably. Then she nodded gently and replied in a gentle voice. "Well, my name is Yan Yan. Do you have any impression of me, Prince?" 17 pursed his lips, not knowing whether he knew her before. But at this moment, it was obvious that he had no impression of her. However, for some reason, when he heard the name Yan Yan, his heart beat faster uncontrollably, and he subconsciously released the hand that had been holding her. 17's eyes fell on her face, and the more he looked at her, the more confused he felt. In the end, he couldn't help but ask in a muffled voice, "Did I know you before?" Although he had no impression of her, he had a good impression of this name. Du Yan was also a little confused now. She didn't know what the prince meant by saying this. Could it be that they had really met somewhere before? As soon as she was released, the maid immediately came forward to support her. Du Yan rubbed her aching shoulder and looked at the princess beside her. The princess also looked puzzled. Her eyes circled back and forth between the two of them, looking at her son's straight eyes. She suddenly understood something in her heart. Just when Du Yan was about to tell the truth, the princess suddenly smiled and spoke. She affirmed several times in a row, "You know each other. Of course you know each other. Yan Yan is your fiancée since childhood. How could you not know her?" she said and winked at Du Yan. And then in the other's surprised and shy eyes, she went forward and took Du Yan's hand, and smiled and pushed her in front of 17. 17 frowned but did not reject. I don't know if it was because of what the princess said, or because he really had a special impression of this Miss Du. The princess also saw that 17 had a special feeling for Du Yan, so she immediately followed the topic and said, "You lost your memory, so you don't remember? But do you have an inexplicable, familiar feeling towards Yan Yan?" Seeing 17's lips move, but he couldn't say anything, and his face still had a confused expression of "How did you know?" The princess could guess without asking. Her child is really silly. This is clearly love at first sight. So the smile on his face deepened a little, and he stepped forward and patted the back of 17's hand. "That's it. That's your fate. You two have been engaged since childhood, so it's normal for you to have an impression of her. You must not hurt her again this time." Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the prince treats this Miss Du differently, and they can't help but start to wonder in their hearts. This is really strange. Obviously, no matter which maid approached before, the prince would beat her away. But it was different when Miss Du came. Isn't it obvious that the two of them are destined to be together? Anyway, whatever the master says is what it is. And the maids below naturally dare not say anything. Du Yan's cheeks were flushed by her aunt's words. She was too embarrassed to say a word of rebuttal. After all, she was an unmarried woman and in her prime. How could she not react to such teasing? After hearing what her aunt said, Du Yan felt a little shy. She didn't know whether her aunt said this as a temporary measure or if she really intended to do so. But as a girl, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She looked up again and secretly glanced at 17. This time she looked up. She happened to meet 17's eyes. His eyes were clear and transparent, dark and a little moist. His eyes were not dodging or hiding, which made Diane feel a little uncomfortable. She blushed and looked away. She also knew that this person was the child that her aunt lost that year. But why did this person seem a little bit unintelligent? 17 didn't know what this person was thinking. He just felt that the lady in front of him, who claimed to be his mother, had completely hit the nail on the head. When he heard this name, he really felt a very stuffy and indescribable feeling in his chest. So this person was his fiancée. But why didn't he remember anything? He lowered his head and thought dully, and couldn't help but whisper her name a few times. Yen Yen. Yen Yen. The princess next to him felt that everything was perfect. Not only was the child found, but now even the daughter-in-law was booked. Chapter 106. 3 months later, 17's body finally recovered completely. During these 3 months, he also sorted out his thoughts and completely accepted his current identity. The most delighted were the couple of the Pingnan King. In their middle age, they did not expect to find the child who had been lost for 18 years. During this period, the Pingnan King Zhaoan also reported the matter directly to the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, and officially determined the identity of the 17th Pingnan King as the legitimate son, and changed his name to Zhao Shiqi, and then included it in the imperial family jade record. The Pingnan King and the current emperor are brothers from the same mother. When they were young, they were very trusted by the emperor. When the new emperor ascended the throne, the Pingnan King also strongly supported him. After the emperor ascended the throne, he let him go out to fight all over the world. So he also offended many people. Later, the princess had an accident and the only child was lost. This blow was too great, causing the Pingnan King's old illness to relapse. After a serious illness, he gradually withdrew from the court. Everyone knows that the Prince of Pingnan and the princess are childhood sweethearts, and they have a deep affection for each other. Unfortunately, the prince is a notoriously stubborn lover. When the princess was being chased, she was stabbed in the waist and abdomen. Although the doctor rescued her and saved her life, she will never have children. Their only child was lost, which means that the Prince of Pingnan will have no descendants. Even the current emperor had advised him privately, advising him to think more open-mindedly and stop being so stubborn. As a prince of the royal family, it is most important to marry a concubine to continue the bloodline. Unfortunately, the prince is also stubborn, and he just hangs on the tree of the princess and refuses to marry again. After that, no one dared to persuade him. Didn't you see that he didn't even give face to his own brother? Who else would dare to persuade him so blindly? Aren't they afraid of being beaten? You know, when he was young, the Prince of Pingnan was a real troublemaker in the capital. Not only did he have a bad temper, but he was also favored by the emperor. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble to go against him? And Zhao Shiqi was the only child of the couple. The couple really spoiled the child to the core, wishing to make up for the time they missed in the previous 18 years. Especially the princess, who was almost doting on him. Zhao Shiqi also slowly let go of his heart in this environment of being loved by his parents, because he found that he did not reject this kind of feeling, but instead had a faint desire in his heart. Although Zhao Shiqi lost his memory, he was not stupid. He could distinguish between good and bad, and could also feel the kindness of others. After regaining his status as the crown prince, the princess arranged for people to teach him the etiquette and rules of the palace, so that he could recognize his royal identity, and teach him what is the master, what is the servant, and what is the difference between the superior and the inferior. And he is the only legitimate heir of the Pingnan Palace, so such an identity is naturally extremely noble. Zhao Shiqi felt unfamiliar when he first came into contact with these, and even made a lot of jokes during meals. Fortunately, Diane patiently taught him, perhaps because he had lost his previous memories. Zhao Shiqi not only did not feel repulsive when learning these, but gradually integrated into this class. He accepted everything in the palace and accepted his identity as a master. The reason why the princess was so well-intentioned was entirely because of the slave on the child's arm. The mark of the word E was her not. Whenever she thought of her child being a slave, the princess could not stop feeling sad. With such a noble status, how could she let the instinctive reaction of a slave remain in him? Those bad things must be completely eliminated. From now on, he is just the most noble legitimate son of the Pingnan Palace. Fortunately, the child has lost his memory, so it is particularly worry-free to teach him. In addition, with the help of Yuyin, it seems that she as a mother, is a little redundant. The princess was naturally happy, and was very happy with the special way her son treated Yuyin. She really wanted to marry Yuyin to Shichi. After all, Yuyin was a child she watched grow up. Needless to say, her character and appearance were very considerate and gentle to Shichi, especially as they got along day by day, and saw that the relationship between the young couple was gradually getting closer. The princess felt that they were a good match, and she felt more and more relieved in her heart. After Zhao Shichi learned about these things in depth, he also knew that his experience before he lost his memory was not a good experience. The slave symbol on the inside of his arm further verified his thoughts. He had been a slave. What is a slave? Even if Zhao Shichi is not smart, he knows what it means to be a slave. Slaves have no freedom. The descendants of slaves are also slaves. They have to serve their masters all their lives, and be servants of their masters through life and death. Compared with his current identity, even if Zhao Shichi doesn't remember anything, he knows that he must have lived a very humiliating life before he lost his memory. As long as he thought of these, Zhao Shichi suddenly had a very subtle emotion in his heart, which made him slightly repulsive to the things before he lost his memory. Perhaps it was because the past experience was too embarrassing that he subconsciously wanted to forget it. Anyway, no matter what, the former self has disappeared, and he is now Zhao Shichi, the prince of the Pingnan Palace, and Pingnan King Zhao, and naturally has high hopes for this only legitimate son. Since Zhao Shichi recovered from his injury, the father and son often exchange martial arts in the martial arts training ground. Pingnan King has fought in the battlefield and killed enemies, so his kung fu is naturally not bad. But he immediately found the problem when he fought with Zhao Shichi. When this child attacked people, every move was fatal, just like the dead soldiers and shadow guards he had seen in his early years. This also made Pingnan King understand instantly that his child was trained as a shadow guard killer since he was a child. And he also crawled out of the real bloody sea. If he wants to survive from the killers, he is undoubtedly pinning his head on his waistband. If it weren't for his good luck, it might be really hard to imagine this life. The child suffered so much, and as a father, he not only missed more than 10 years of his son's company and growth, but also did not fulfill his father's responsibility for a day. How could he deal with this? Pingnan Wang felt extremely guilty for a while, and then he became angry. This anger naturally wanted to vent, so he immediately asked people to check what happened in the suburbs during that period, to find out how the prince was injured, and everything before he lost his memory. After spending half a month, the people under his command finally found some clues. About 3 or 4 months ago, the shadow guard building of Qixia Villa chased a traitor near the suburbs. The specific reason was unclear, but based on the time and place of the pursuit and the injuries on the prince's body on the day he was found, the people under his command could roughly guess that the traitor being hunted should be the prince. Upon hearing this news, the prince of Pingnan was furious. How dare you? What kind of person is this Qixia Villa? They murdered the prince in broad daylight and killed innocent people. How can I sit back and watch? The subordinates were also very sensible and immediately replied respectfully. Qixia Villa's sphere of influence is not very large now, but in recent years it has been trying to rely on the court, and it is also well known in the martial arts world. And the Yi Manor owner is short-sighted and greedy for wealth. If the prince really wants to seek justice for the prince, he will inevitably report to the emperor. After all, the court and the martial arts world have always kept their distance from each other. But the martial arts world is too powerful, which will inevitably have an impact on the court. In recent years, the court's control over the martial arts world is mainly to govern the martial arts world with the martial arts world. On the surface, the court will not interfere with the affairs of the martial arts world, and the martial arts world cannot interfere with the handling of cases by local officials. After understanding the cause and effect, the king of Pingnan naturally reported to the current emperor. The emperor had pity on his sons and daughters, and now that he finally found the child, he naturally wanted to seek justice for him. So after thinking it over again and again, he let him do it. After all, it was just a small Qixia Villa, and the sphere of influence involved was not large, and it had already intersected with the court, so it would not have much impact to rectify it. Zhao Shichi naturally would not object after learning about this. When he woke up, he had seen the wounds on his body, and it was indeed a narrow escape, although he didn't know what he had done wrong. But for anyone who wanted his life, Zhao Shichi would fight back mercilessly. Moreover, this place did not leave a good impression on him. That slave made him more embarrassed, and the humiliating past made him more repulsive. Thinking of this, he also felt a little more disgusted. Soon, the news of the court's rectification of Chixiao Villa spread. Karma had come to an end. Master Yi was arrested, and the owner of the Shadow Guard building had no time to escape. When he resisted, he was killed on the spot, and Master Yi was detained in Tianlao for the crime of murdering the royal family. As for the women of Chixiao Villa, the prince was kind and merciful, and did not want to harm his family, so he let the women live. But after Master Yi fell, no one in the huge Chixiao Villa could hold up the stage. The wives, concubines and children in the family lost their backbone, and the people were scattered for a while. They were also worried about the subsequent revenge of the court, so they scattered and fled. In just 3 or 5 days, all the wives, concubines and children who had been attached to Master Yi left, and the servants in the villa took the opportunity to take a lot of money and ran away. It was half a month after Nanyan learned of the news, when Yi Qiuqian brought Nanyan back to Chixiao Villa. Chixiao Villa was now deserted. In just half a month, the huge house had already shown signs of decay. Most of the brothers and sisters had left the city and returned to their hometowns, and they might never see each other again in this life. The servants had also left without a single one left, leaving only this empty house with no one paying attention to it. In fact, the fall of Chixiao Villa was not a bad thing for the children in the villa, who had been treated as tools since birth. After all, Master Yi had left a lot of property over the years. She was not sure whether King Pingnan had plundered it in the end. But for the families who had left the city and returned to their hometowns, they must have made a fortune in advance. This could be considered a good ending, and at least they would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Unlike the tragic ending in the original plot, Yi Qiuqian did not take the opportunity to retaliate against the old master. So many people left alive. Yi Qiuqian has been busy these days. The previous owner of the Shadow Guard building died, but the Shadow Guard building was secretly taken over by him. When the disaster is imminent, the masters in the villa, who can't help the wall, will not care about the life and death of these Shadow Guards. When chasing 17 before, the Shadow Guard building had already suffered heavy casualties, and now there is a Pingnan king who has come to get involved. Yi Qiuqian naturally took the opportunity to take the initiative and completely took the Shadow Guard building into his pocket and made it part of his power. However, this person did not do anything special when taking over the Shadow Guard building. Instead, he has been honestly guarding her side. And now, he is also taking her back to Chixiao Villa to take this last look. Looking at the cold and dilapidated courtyard in front of her, Nanyan didn't feel anything in her heart, but she still showed a sad expression on her face. Her eyes were a little wet, and she turned to look at Yi Qiuqian beside her. Her voice became softer. Chixiao Villa is gone. Xiaoqi and the others are all gone. The servants have also run away, and now there is nothing. Yi Qiuqian could naturally see the sadness in her heart. Although she had fled Chixiao Villa early, this was also where she grew up. Anyone would be sad to see the former homestead become what it is now. Yi Qiuqian went straight forward and hugged her in his arms. No matter what happens, I will always stay by my master's side. After hearing this, Nanyan obviously thought of something sad, and the mist in her eyes instantly became thicker. She stopped struggling and leaned quietly on his chest, her voice becoming more choked. Can I believe you? Mingming. 17. He also said that to me. But she didn't say the rest. Yi Qiuqian felt the moisture on his skin and felt a stuffy chest. He subconsciously touched the back of her head with his hand and heard her whisper, Believe me, as long as you are willing, I can stay with you forever like 17 and take care of you. Nanyan didn't say yes, but fell silent. Yi Qiuqian was not in a hurry. He knew that she hadn't let it go. Anyway, there was a long time to come, and he would always be the only one with her. A year passed like this. During this year, Zhao Shiqi learned a lot of things. He used this year to make himself a qualified prince of Pingnan. Under the guidance of the princess, his relationship with Du Yuyan became closer. After all, she was his fiancée, and she was very good to him. When he didn't know anything at first, he was the only one who stayed with him and taught him patiently. The past was gradually let go by him completely. Everything now slowly occupied his whole mind. Perhaps it was the influence of the previous environment. In fact, Zhao Shiqi was not stupid. He was just a little slow in emotions. He was very good at learning things and had a strong ability to accept things. The most valuable thing was that he could still keep a pure heart after learning many new things. The Prince of Ping'an, who made a fool of himself even when eating, has grown up surprisingly now. Even Du Yuyan couldn't help but look at him sideways. How could she not like such a simple, sincere and somewhat silly fiancé? Du Yuyan liked to tease him until he blushed. She used to think it was incredible. How could a prince blush so easily? But if that person was Zhao Shiqi, it seemed that nothing was impossible. Moreover, she liked him more when he compromised and whispered Yin Yin. Hearing him calling Yin Yin again and again, it was gentle and sincere, as if it touched people's hearts, making people unable to help but soften their hearts. The maids and servants in the courtyard often said privately that the prince was very cold and didn't like to laugh. But only Du Yuyan knew that Shiqi only cared about the people he cared about. And there were 3 people he cared about in the palace: the prince, the princess, and the remaining one was her. On the other hand, after the defeat of Qixiao Villa, the 2 never went back. And the life that they had expected with 17 was lived with Yi Qiuchen instead. During this year, Yi Qiuchen took good care of Nan Yin. He let Nan Yin slowly come out of the sadness of the past, and also made her face gradually smile more. As long as the 2 did not mention the past, she seemed to become the former Miss Yi who loved to laugh and bully others. And Nan Yin also felt that Yi Qiuchen was getting more and more outrageous. Since taking over the Shadow Guard building, this guy has not focused on his career, but has become more and more like a house husband. Nan Yin had never realized that this man had a hobby of quarreling with others. Every morning, he would carry a small vegetable basket on his arm. First patrol the vegetable market, then pick and choose, and then start quarreling with a group of aunties and aunties selling vegetables. The quarrel was so fierce that even the aunties buying eggs next door felt ashamed. He could still argue with others over a dozen cents of pork without blushing or panting, making the boss's wife pale and wanting to roll up her sleeves to fight him. In the end, after a lot of effort, the man took away a pig's tail without hesitation when he left, which made the pork beauty so angry that she wanted to chop people with a knife every time she saw him. She had never seen anyone who was so good at taking advantage. He quarreled not only with the pork seller, but also with the egg seller. In the end, the lady next door complained to Nan Yin. "Madam Yi, your husband really knows how to live. He asked me for a handful of chopped green onions as a bonus for the 3-cent egg, and said you like it? I have never seen anyone more thrifty than your husband in my life." Nan Yin, all the people around here think that the 2 are a couple. Nan Yin also explained it, but it was useless. Yi Qiuchen was quite happy to see it happen, and he was so thick-skinned that he wanted everyone to think that they were a couple. Nan Yin also felt that it was outrageous. This guy is like someone has possessed him. Not only does he quarrel with the aunties in the vegetable market, he also bullies other people's children. The fat kid next door always likes to climb over the wall of her house. Every time he is caught, he throws himself into Nan Yin's arms. The little guy is sweet and coaxing, and he keeps saying that he wants to marry Miss Yi as his wife when he grows up. Doesn't this make Yi Qiuchen angry? He has worked hard to wait until today, but he hasn't even touched her hand. Oh, no. This morning, when Yin Yin wasn't paying attention, he did secretly touch that soft little hand. But that's not the most important thing. The important thing is that he hasn't taken the position until today. So how could he let a fat kid, who is not even as long as his legs, get there first? So when Nan Yin just pushed the door back, she saw a big man like Yi Qiuchen bullying the fat kid next door. The fat kid was in his hands, like a wooden doll, being tossed around by the back of the collar, crying with tears and snot. Yi Qiuchen asked him with a smile, "Is it fun? Do you dare to climb over his wall or steal his people again? If you dare to jump into my arms again, I will chop off your fingers. 1 finger for each jump. After the fingers are chopped off, I will chop off your toes." The little fat boy was so scared that he burst into tears. Nan Yin was speechless. She rushed to rescue him and glared at him. "Yi Qiuchen, how old are you? Why are you arguing with a child?" But this man said to her quite confidently, "I didn't care. I was playing a game with him. The seniors in the Shadow Guard building also played with us when we were young. Look how happy this little fat boy is crying." Nan Yin. She didn't know what to say for a while. Chapter 107. Nan Yin couldn't help but raised her hand and knocked his head, angry and amused, and then began to scold him. "How dare you say that? Today, the aunt next door complained to me again, saying that you didn't know how to give in when arguing with the old man. She is so old. What if she gets angry with you again? And you bullied her 5-year-old grandson? Yi Qiuchen. When can you be serious? Yi Qiuchen turned serious in an instant. I have. Nan Yin stared at him. When? The other person's eyes fell on her face. And suddenly laughed softly. And his eyes became very gentle. Of course when I am with you. I am always serious. Yi Qiuchen. I am talking to you very seriously. Nan Yin was angry again. And couldn't help but call his name. Her cheeks were slightly red. And her voice was a little annoyed. Wanting him to stop joking at this time. I'm talking to you seriously. This time. Yi Qiuchen was obviously serious. He took a few steps forward. And Nan Yin took 2 steps back unconsciously. Now, she was firmly pressed against the corner by him, and couldn't escape at all. He whispered, Yin Yin, don't hide. Okay? His voice was very calm. With a slight hoarseness. The people and things in the past are completely gone. It's been a year. Can you open your eyes and look at the person in front of you? I'm not worse than him. I can even do better than him. Why can't you look at me? Besides, you don't hate me that much. Right? In fact, Yi Qiuchen had reminded and hinted to her many times in this year. But each time she was brushed aside or talked about something else. Yi Qiuchen felt disappointed at first. But then he thought about it carefully and felt that something was wrong. If she really had no feelings for him, she could just reject him directly. Because she had done so before. But she didn't know when her rejection was not so obvious. This seemed to make Yi Qiuchen understand a little. She should have feelings for him. And maybe she didn't even realize that she had long been accustomed to his existence. But she hadn't completely let go of Ing Shichi in her heart. Nan Yin didn't expect him to say such words at this time. She pursed her lips and her eyes were a little evasive. But her cheeks were a little red because of anger. She was embarrassed and annoyed. Blaming him for saying such words at an inappropriate time. Which made her a little flustered for a while. What are you talking about? What happened to you today? She tried to push away the man's restraints and walk out. But she was held tightly by him, and couldn't move at all. Nan Yin really didn't know what to do now. She was getting more and more angry. But she didn't dare to look up at anyone. Yi Qiuchen was still looking at Nan Yin without blinking. Especially seeing her ostrich attitude without raising her head. She knew that this person wanted to change the subject and pass it over. Since she refused to admit it. Yi Qiuchen was determined to tear this window paper apart. Can't you really feel it? Yi Qiuchen grabbed her shoulders. He didn't believe that Nan Yin couldn't see it. But she just refused to face it. Nan Yin was forced to retreat. So she could only look up helplessly, and asked in a muffled voice. What? The two were very close. So close, that Yi Qiuchen could smell the fragrance of her hair, when he lowered his head. There was a very light herbal fragrance on the black hair, that had just been washed. Which was fascinating. I like you. Yi Qiuchen said directly. And this time, he completely tore the window paper apart. His confession was serious, but also outrageous. Let me tell you this. I want to marry you. Spend the wedding night with you. And have a baby with you. You should understand this. Right? Nan Yin was stunned by his thoughts. And for a while, she was a little confused and just stared at him. After waiting for a long time without a reply, Yi Qiuchen was not angry. He seemed to have expected this result. His eyebrows were slightly raised. He didn't want to push her too hard. Nor did he want to wait too long. So some words could only be said inadvertently. You don't know yet. The charming widow across the street has been coveting me for a long time. Especially recently. The way she looks at me is like a dog seeing a meat bun. It can glow green at night. Not subtle at all. I said. How can you not have a sense of crisis? At least be more possessive. Don't be ungrateful. I am very popular. Besides, in this year, my clean reputation has been almost ruined by you. Can you find a day to take me in? Otherwise, it would be too pitiful for such a young and handsome husband like me to end up being abandoned. He has been waiting for too long. So long that he doesn't want to wait any longer. Ing Shichi has died a long time ago. And she should let go of the past. Facing reality is the most important thing. Nan Yin. This is the first time she has seen such a shameless person. And is he saying the opposite? What kind of clean reputation? How dare he say that? Nan Yin was speechless the more she thought about it. She was almost convinced by this man. What a mess, he said. In the end, she couldn't help but pinch the shameless thief. Who ruined your reputation? It's obviously you who are shameless. You talk nonsense with people in the vegetable market every day. And you told the old lady who sells vegetables that I have a big appetite recently. My waistline is thick. And it's getting harder and harder to take care of. As soon as I go out, the old ladies stare at my belly and ask me how many months it has been. Tell me, didn't you spread these messy things yourself? Yi Qiuchun looked around with his head down. The eyes that looked over. His mind was a bit strange. Your appetite has increased. And your waistline has indeed become thicker. I didn't lie. Nan Yen pinched her harder when she heard this. How dare you say that? Who told this guy to cook such delicious food? He handed it to her like she was serving the old Buddha every day, and persuaded her to eat a few more bites at mealtimes, like chanting a mantra. Eat a few more bites. What's the problem with just a few bites? And it would be a waste if she didn't eat. He had said so much. If she didn't eat a few more bites of such delicious food, would she still be worthy of her mouth? Yi Qiuchun's expression was slightly distorted by being pinched, and he held the palm of his hand, then put it on his chest, patting his chest to say, Okay, I was wrong about this matter, and I ruined your good reputation, so I will take responsibility for you. Nan Yen glared at him again. You're dreaming. Yi Qiuchun couldn't help laughing softly. He suddenly bent down and nodded as a matter of course. Although he was joking just now, his voice was more serious than ever before. I am dreaming. So can you give me a chance? Promise me? Just give me a legitimate identity, and let me accompany you for the rest of my life? Every time this was mentioned, the atmosphere would unconsciously become stagnant. Nan Yen turned her face away, as if she wanted to pull her hand out of his arms, but found that she couldn't pull it out. She didn't know what to do. Her eyes were also dodging. Her cheeks were a little red with discomfort, and she couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Yi Qiuchun paused and sighed in his heart, knowing that she couldn't sort out her thoughts for a while. So he simply took a step back, thought about it, and then held her fingers and said softly, Otherwise, let God decide. Okay. Nan Yen looked up in confusion, obviously not understanding what he meant by this. Yi Qiuchun's mouth curved. Tomorrow night is the Lantern Festival. I heard that young men and women will walk from the south to the north of the city. If they are really destined, they will definitely meet on the road. Shall we try it once? Just give each other a chance. If we succeed, will you promise me? Nan Yen didn't seem to expect that he would choose to use this method to solve the problem, and hesitated for a while. In fact, in this year, neither of them mentioned much about emotional matters. Yi Qiuchun knew that she had not let go of 17 in her heart, so he never said these words that made her embarrassed and sad. But now a year has passed, and a year is really not a short time for a man who knows martial arts. Even if he is seriously injured, a year of rest is enough to recover completely. If 17 is really still alive, he will definitely come to find her. But he didn't. He has never appeared since he disappeared, which means that he may really be gone. And Nan Yen seems to understand this truth, but she still can't let it go in her heart. So after hearing Yi Qiuchun's words, Nan Yen was silent again. She recalled the past of the two and didn't know how to reply. The two have been together for a year. It is impossible to say that there is no affection. Even if ordinary people raise a pet, a year of affection is enough to make people unforgettable. What's more, he has taken care of her and accompanied her in this year. He is really good to her. So good that even if the two don't say anything, others can see the unique tacit understanding between them. So Nan Yen hesitated. She looked up at Yi Qiuchun, who was pretending to be calm despite his tense eyes. After a moment of silence, she finally responded, Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her waist tighten. Before she could react, she was pulled into his arms. Yi Qiuchun stared at her with shining black eyes, like a beggar who picked up money on the street, full of surprise and joy. I heard you agreed. You can't deny it now. Don't regret it. His happy look made him look silly. Nan Yen couldn't bear to see him like this. After thinking about it, she couldn't help asking him, What if we don't meet tomorrow night? Yi Qiuchun's eyes flashed, and his sight fell on Nan Yen's face. His eyebrows slightly raised. And then, he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her while she wasn't paying attention. And then he replied without hesitation, If we really can't meet, it means that we are not destined to be together. And at most the child will take your surname in the future. Nan Yen only reacted after hearing this. And then her face turned red with anger, and she couldn't help but curse. You are shameless. Then he pushed the man hard, turned around and left without looking back. Yi Qiuchun smiled at her back, waiting for so long, and finally waited for the day when she was willing to open her heart to him. The Lantern Festival in July and midsummer is a unique festival for young men and women in Luoya City. And it is lively, especially at night. Under the moonlight, all kinds of colorful lanterns are hung along the street. Unmarried young men and women will split into two groups, circling from the south to the north of the city. Groups of young men and women each hold a lantern in their hands and walk forward while enjoying the moonlight. If they can meet each other halfway, it means that the two are very destined, and naturally they can also achieve a beautiful relationship. Yichiochen said that he would let God decide, which is what he meant. On the day of the Lantern Festival, there are many young men and women going out, and it is not easy to find each other among hundreds of people. But in order to make Nanyan relax, Yichiochen racked his brains to think of such a way that she would not directly refuse. Not to mention that he would definitely find her in the vast crowd. The noise of the market came from far away. After it was completely dark, all the lanterns on the long street were lit up. The air was filled with the aroma of various foods and snacks, mixed with the aroma of some cosmetics, flowers and fruits. The closer you get to the center of the market, the more young men and women are around you. Nan Yin and Yichiochen also separated, and both walked forward in the direction they chose. But there were too many people tonight, and the more people there were, the more Nan Yin could not help but stop slowly, and then admire everything around her with interest. She looked at the various vendors on both sides of the road, one next to the other. There were many ornaments and hairpins on the shelves that were popular with young girls, and some celebrity calligraphy and paintings in the temporary shops. But the most popular ones were still the small vendors selling lanterns. There were all kinds of lanterns placed together, including little rabbits and little foxes, which looked lifelike and naive. She was so excited that she couldn't help but buy a green lotus lantern. Then she walked forward slowly with the lantern in her hand. Perhaps there were too many people on the street. Nan Yin didn't walk far before she was pushed hard by someone behind her. This time, she bumped into a young girl in a blue skirt next to her. The girl didn't pay attention and staggered back a step. The lantern in her hand fell to the ground accidentally, and was stepped on by someone and immediately deformed. Fortunately, the little girl standing next to the girl was quick-witted and helped her in time, so that the girl didn't fall to the ground. The young girl was sharp-tongued and protective of her master. When she saw her master being hit, and saw that the culprit was only Nan Yin, she immediately rushed up and scolded her. "How can you walk like that? Can't you see our young lady is standing right here? Can you afford to pay for the damage to our young lady?" Nan Yin also stood firm at this time. Her shoulder was a little sore from being hit. She was a little embarrassed because she did accidentally bump into the other person. So she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't stand firm just now. Are you okay, girl?" The little girl snorted coldly, becoming more and more unreasonable. "Are you blind? How can it be okay? Didn't you see that we broke Our Lady's lantern?" The lady's attention was still completely on the trampled lantern. Seeing this, the little girl immediately stepped forward to pick up the lantern. The woman reached out to take it, her eyes full of heartache and pity. "How could it be broken? I finally asked him to make it by hand. It hasn't even been one night, and it's been trampled to pieces. It's such a pity." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes also showed some pity. Thinking of something, she immediately raised her head and glared at Nan Yin. "Yes, miss. It's all because of the woman in front of you. She is clumsy and doesn't even look at the road when she walks. She actually broke the lantern that the master made for you." Hearing this, Diyuyan finally came to her senses. She looked up at Nan Yin in front of her and saw the guilty look on her face. Then she saw her own girl's unreasonable attitude. So she chuckled uncomfortably. "Sorry, girl. My girl doesn't know etiquette. She was a little impolite just now. Please don't mind it. However, there are too many pedestrians on the long street tonight, and it is inevitable that there will be an accidental collision. This is not entirely the girl's fault." Nan Yin was slightly startled when she heard the words, and then she smiled at her. She took 2 steps forward and saw the trampled lanterns in the hands of the 2 people. It vaguely looked like a little fox, so she couldn't help but reach out and touch it. I didn't blame her. It was my problem. Although you don't blame me. It was me who accidentally bumped into you first. I have seen this style of lanterns on the stall in front. How about this? You go over there with me, and I will buy a new one to compensate you. How about it?" Diyuyan hesitated and was about to say no. The little girl beside her interrupted in an inappropriate way, with a tone of obvious disdain. "How can the lantern sold on the roadside compare with the one in Our Lady's hand? Do you know who made this fox lantern? This is made by our family's master himself. Just to kill time for Our Lady. Du Yin couldn't help but scold her this time. Pei, don't be rude. You talk too much tonight. Pei saw the unhappy look on her master's face. So she retreated timidly and kept silent completely. Du Yin also looked a little uncomfortable. She smiled awkwardly at Nan Yin. To be honest, my girl doesn't mean to look down on you. It's just that this fox lamp was made by my fiancé himself. It's different from others. So what she said just now was a bit abrupt. Nan Yin couldn't help but chuckle when she heard it. She blinked at her twice with a little teasing. It seems that the girl and her fiancé are very affectionate. So she cares so much about his things. Hearing the other party mention the sweetheart, Du Yin's smile instantly became more real. And thinking of his silly look, a layer of light red could not help but spread on both sides of her cheeks. And then turned away uncomfortably. He is different from others. He is not very smart. But I just like his dull and stupid look. And he is very nice to me and never makes me angry. When talking about her heart, Du Yin was really happy. And she didn't even care about the lantern being trampled before. Maybe what the other party said really suited her mind. Du Yin, who originally planned to let it go, couldn't help but follow Nan Yin to the small shop in front. The two exchanged names and ages along the way, and talked about many things along the way, and became a pair of friends who met by chance. Nan Yin brought her to the stall they had been at before, but unfortunately they were late. The similar fox lamp had already been bought, and Du Yin was a little disappointed. The two were picking and choosing in front of the stall, and suddenly heard a familiar male voice behind them. The voice was a little anxious. Obviously he had come all the way here. Yin. They both turned around at the same time. But Nan Yin was standing in front of Du Yin. And when she turned around, she happened to be blocked by her body. She only saw the man in the distance striding towards her. His lips tightly pursed, and his expression looked obviously unhappy. Didn't I tell you to stay where you are and not run around? And then wait for me to find you? As a result, you disappeared as soon as I turned around. Did you deliberately make me worry? Du Yin immediately smiled and greeted him, with some joy and satisfaction on her face. Sure, Chi. You found me. I just stayed in the mansion for a long time. So, I just wanted to get some fresh air. What's the difference between staying with you and staying in the mansion? Zhao Shiqi frowned. He still didn't like this crowded environment. He always felt it was very noisy. But there are a lot of people outside. It will be dangerous. Du Yin couldn't help laughing at him and stretched out her hand to pull his sleeve. What's the danger? It's obviously you who are too sensitive. Oh, by the way, I also met a new friend tonight. Her last name is He. Come here, and I will introduce her to you. As she said that, she pulled Zhao Shiqi beside her and walked in front of Nan Yin. But the moment the other party saw him, his whole body froze. He was stunned and didn't even know when the lantern in his hand fell to the ground. 17. She called him softly, and tears almost instantly overflowed from her eyes and slid down from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 108. Hearing this soft shout, Zhao Shiqi on the opposite side suddenly froze. And even Du Yin, who was standing next to him, was a little surprised. She turned her head to look, and Zhao Shiqi's eyes followed and slowly fell on the woman in front of him. The moment he saw her, for some reason, his heart suddenly beat quickly. Although it was only a moment, Zhao Shiqi still felt it. A very strange emotion inexplicably surged in his heart. This feeling was not very comfortable, and he frowned subconsciously. Now Zhao Shiqi is no longer the person who knew nothing before. In this year, he has learned a lot of things, and naturally learned how to hide emotions without making a sound. He tried to suppress the inexplicable emotions in his heart. Then he looked up at the woman in front of him, with no extra expression on his face. His eyes were calm and without any waves. Do you know me? As soon as the voice fell, the woman in front of him subconsciously took 2 steps forward. She opened her eyes and looked at him without blinking. But tears fell one by one along the corners of her eyes. She called him softly again, with a faint tremor in her voice. Almost at the moment when no one reacted, she rushed up and threw herself into Zhao Shiqi's arms. Her fingers first gently grabbed his sleeves. After confirming that the person in front of her was not an illusion, she hugged his waist forcefully without caring about anything, almost burying her whole body in his arms, crying helplessly and pitifully. Why don't you come back to find me? Don't you know that I have been waiting for you? She cried so sadly that she couldn't even say a complete sentence. Zhao Shiqi could almost feel the warm tears soaking the clothes on his chest. The woman was crying so hard that her whole body was shaking slightly. But the force under his hands was getting tighter and tighter. No one expected her to suddenly rush over. And no one reacted. Even Zhao Shiqi didn't recover. And for a moment, he forgot to push her away. But when he saw Du Yin standing aside and her face turned pale in an instant, his heart tightened. He heard from his mother that Yan Yin had been in poor health because of her dystocia at birth. This situation must have stimulated her. Let go! Zhao Shiqi scolded almost subconsciously. He pulled Nan Yin in his arms hard to try to pull her away. But she held him too tightly, as if she was holding his last straw. Zhao Shiqi was trapped by her, and his breathing became a little rapid. His voice became more and more impatient. You recognize the wrong person. I don't know you at all. Zhao Shiqi frowned. He had no impression of the woman in front of him. He didn't know who she was, nor did he know what he had done with her. At this moment, Zhao Shiqi's attention was all on Du Yin beside him. When he said this, he was also looking at Du Yin, his eyes full of anxiety and worry, fearing that she would misunderstand something. But Nan Yin cried even harder. She shook her head and cried, her hands tightly around his waist, and refused to relax at all. I won't let go. I won't let go again. Hold me. 17. Hold me. Okay? I beg you. I miss you so much. I'm waiting for you every day. Why don't you come back to see me earlier? I knew you wouldn't die, because you promised me that you would protect me forever. Her tears were surging. Her voice was choking. And her words were incoherent and intermittent, with no context. And people couldn't understand what she was saying at all. Zhao Shiqi was really annoyed now. Especially when he saw Yu Yin's red eyes, and her unbelievable look. An unprecedented, uncontrollable emotion entangled in his heart. He didn't know what was wrong with him. And he suddenly became abnormal. Have you hugged enough? I said. I really don't know you. He tried hard to push the person in his arms away. But he failed after several attempts. Finally, Zhao Shiqi couldn't bear it anymore. His patience was exhausted. He shouted to the servant beside him. Zhao Jia, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you pull this crazy woman away? The servant responded immediately and rushed forward to pull Nan Yin away. But Nan Yin cried even harder. Maybe she was too emotional. She heard the word crazy woman from his mouth. She didn't react for a while. Her hands were still tightly grasping his sleeves and refused to let go. She looked at him with pleading eyes. Don't. I don't want to leave you. 17. Don't do this to me. At this moment, Zhao Shiqi couldn't care about her at all. He only had the sad Du Yin in his eyes. Seeing that the woman behind him was still pulling and tangling, Zhao Shiqi was even more irritable for a while. He didn't think about it, and directly shook the person away. Then he walked quickly to Du Yin, took her hand and explained anxiously. Yan Yin, believe me, I really don't know her. Du Yin shook his hand away, turned around, and was so angry that tears fell. Don't touch me. Zhao Shiqi. You treat me like this? She looked up at Nan Yin beside her, and saw that she was outstanding and good-looking, especially crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Not to mention that men were soft-hearted. Even she herself couldn't help but start to doubt, and suddenly misunderstood the relationship between the two. No wonder you always tell me that it's not safe outside, and ask me to go out less. It turns out that you are worried that I will find out about the woman you keep outside. Zhao Shiqi. How can you treat me like this? Are you doing me justice? Du Yin couldn't hold back any more after she finished speaking, and tears slid down her cheeks one by one. She has always been in poor health, and the stimulation she suffered tonight was too great. As she cried, her face became paler and her chest ached. She was a little unstable in an instant. Fortunately, the maid beside her supported her all the time. Zhao Shiqi was even more anxious now. He pushed the maid aside and took her into his arms. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were fixed on the pale Du Yin in his arms. He explained with grievance and sadness. Yan Yin, believe me, I really didn't. I didn't keep women outside. I don't know her. She threw herself at me. Please don't cry. Okay? Du Yin turned around, obviously still not believing it. The little maid next to her couldn't help but redden her eyes when she saw her master crying sadly. She hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Miss, don't cry. You are not in good health, and can't cry for a long time. The prince is right. It was that woman who threw herself at him. Who could have thought of this? And we servants saw it clearly. We know it clearly. The prince only cared about you from the beginning to the end. Miss, have you forgotten the prince's current status? Which of those women who want to climb up to the powerful and wealthy doesn't use these despicable tricks? The little girl was indignant and said more and more. She grew up in the palace and had seen many women who climbed up to the powerful and wealthy. Seeing that her master was sad, she subconsciously regarded Nan Yin as that kind of woman. This woman clearly planned it in advance. I have seen it many times in private. Miss, you treat her as a friend. But she wants to seduce the prince by relying on your relationship. Miss, don't cry. Don't be fooled by that woman. It will be bad if you really get angry with the prince. Zhao Shiqi frowned even more when he heard this. He didn't know if what the maid said hit the bottom of his heart. His eyes subconsciously fell on the woman beside him, who was already in tears. And a sour emotion surged uncontrollably in his heart. After listening to the little maid's words, Duyan seemed to realize that she was really confused. She thought carefully about what happened just now. Shiqi really didn't take the initiative from beginning to end. He didn't even react. It was indeed the woman who climbed up on her own. Thinking of this, the doubts and disappointments in her heart slowly dissipated. She raised her eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembling, and her eyes fell on Zhao Shiqi's face in front of her, and then asked hesitantly, "You and her really have nothing to do with each other?" Zhao Shiqi nodded immediately. "I really don't know her." He carefully grasped her hand, then put it on his chest, and explained seriously, "You know, since I came back, you are the only woman who has stayed by my side and is willing to contact me. My mother said that we were engaged since childhood. Don't you really believe me?" Duyan bit her lip, as if she realized that she had wronged him. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly and asked in a muffled voice, "Then, did I really wrong you?" Zhao Shiqi's chest was also a little stuffy. He didn't know if it was because she refused to believe it, or because of what happened tonight that made him uncomfortable. He always felt that he couldn't grasp it in his heart, and the strength of holding her palm suddenly tightened. "Believe me, the person I care about is you, and I will only marry you in the future. I don't like those things, and I won't mess around with these messy women," Zhao Shiqi repeatedly assured. Duyan gradually believed it, but she was still sad. She was even a little angry. She knew that she cared about him so much. So why couldn't she be more vigilant? Moreover, his kung fu was so good. Usually when she approached from behind in the palace, he almost broke her arm. How could he let a woman hug him so easily today? In the end, it was because he didn't care enough. And Nan Yin only realized that something was wrong with Shiqi at this time. She looked at the two of them in disbelief, and even suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. Otherwise, how could she hear Shiqi say that he was going to marry someone else? It must be an illusion. She heard it wrong, until she saw Shiqi gently and considerately wiping the tears from her face. Nan Yin was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly turned pale. She seemed to have just reacted, and then she could no longer suppress it. She struggled harder, and finally got rid of the servant's pull with almost all her strength. Then rushed over with her clothes in disarray and tightly grasped Shiqi's arm, crying so hard that her nose was red, and her tears flowed like beads with broken strings. "What did you say? What messy woman? How could you not know me? Obviously, I am your wife." She forced open the two people's tightly clasped palms, and her nails almost pinched into the flesh of the two people because of excessive force. Then pushed Duyan beside her away, squeezed over, and held him tightly. "I am your fiancé. The one you like is me, and the one you want to marry is me." She cried so hard that she almost got a stitch in the side. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she repeated over and over again, "It's me. I am your Yan Yan." 17. "Look at me." Duyan, who was standing by, staggered when she was pushed by her. If it weren't for the help of the maid next to her, she might have really fallen down. It was also this that made her doubts that had been dispelled in her heart resurface, especially when she saw the intimate tug-of-war between the two. She turned around and left in anger. Zhao Shiqi subconsciously wanted to chase her, but was held tightly by Nan Yin. He was really annoyed this time, and a feeling of anxiety arose uncontrollably in his heart. I don't know what happened to him tonight. He was entangled by the same powerless woman again and again, and he didn't dodge twice. This also completely exhausted Zhao Shiqi's patience, especially when he watched Duyan walk away. The expression on his face turned cold instantly. This time, he didn't even turn his head to look at her. He just pushed her away without mercy. I told you. I don't know you. If you keep pestering me, I will really be rude to you. This time, he used a lot of force, and even had some internal force in his palm. He pushed her away in an instant. And Nan Yin didn't expect him to do this. The whole person fell backwards almost uncontrollably. And it seemed that he was about to fall badly. Zhao Shiqi's pupil shrank unconsciously. He subconsciously took 2 steps forward. Maybe he didn't even realize that at this moment. He actually had the urge to rush up and catch her. But at this time, someone squeezed out of the crowd. Yi Qiuchen heard someone crying from a distance. He thought there was something exciting to watch. But when he walked in, he found that the crying person was Nan Yin. Especially when he saw a man pushing her mercilessly. Yi Qiuchen's heart skipped a beat. And he felt as if his heart was being tightened, almost jumping out of his throat. He didn't think about it, and almost subconsciously rushed over here, then grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms, so that she didn't fall to the ground. He didn't know what happened at the moment, but he just wondered why she was bullied so badly when he was away for such a short while. And she didn't even ask for help when she was bullied. What's the point of crying? She usually didn't show any mercy when twisting his ears. So why didn't she do that when she was in front of others? Yi Qiuchen was really furious this time. The sweetheart he held carefully in his palm, whom he couldn't bear to say a harsh word to, was actually bullied like this? Especially when he heard her crying. He felt that he had to drag the person who bullied her out and cut him into pieces to vent his hatred. What's wrong? Who bullied you? I just left for a short while. Why are you crying like this? Tell me. Who bullied you? I will definitely help you. Before he finished speaking, he looked up and saw Ing Shiqi standing in front of him. The palm that was originally around her waist suddenly froze, and then the force suddenly tightened. At that moment, the air seemed to be stagnant. Yi Qiuchen stood stiffly in place. His expression was even a little distorted at that moment. He really didn't expect. Ing Shiqi, he didn't die. For a guy who couldn't die like this, should he say that he really didn't deserve to die? Yi Qiuchen inevitably felt a little nervous in his heart. He really didn't expect that he would see Ing Shiqi alive in his life. That didn't kill him back then. What's the point of this now? Are you going to take revenge on him? Or are you going to snatch Yin back from him? Yi Qiuchen narrowed his eyes, and a cold murderous intent emerged in his eyes without any scruples. He was thinking whether he should strike first, but in this crowded street, in front of Yin, he couldn't be so reckless. And no matter which one it is, he won't let go now. However, Zhao Shiqi on the opposite side frowned slightly. He looked at the 2 people snuggling together in front of him, and didn't know what was wrong for a while. The wound on his chest was slightly stinging, and it was obvious that the wound had been healed for almost a year. This made him unconsciously feel very repulsive to the 2 people in front of him, and a deep feeling of disgust surged out of his heart uncontrollably, as if his heart was torn by something, and even his breathing was a little uncomfortable. Zhao Shiqi unconsciously clenched his fingers. He stared coldly at the 2 people in front of him. He didn't know why he suddenly hated the 2 people in front of him. But when he saw the woman's messy hair and red eyes, he inexplicably felt a surge of regret in his heart. He really shouldn't have done anything to a weak woman just now. Thinking of this, Zhao Shiqi took a deep breath again, trying to calm down the complicated and chaotic emotions in his heart, and whispered, "What happened just now was indeed my fault. But I'm really not the person you are looking for. Please don't bother me again in the future." When Zhao Shiqi said this, he was looking at Nan Yin in the man's arms. His eyebrows and eyes drooped slightly, although there was no expression on his face. He could still hear a hint of boredom and indifference in his tone. This also made Yi Qiuchen pause with his originally tense body. His first reaction was what kind of tricks Ing Shiqi was trying to play. Is he trying to take advantage of the situation? Yi Qiuchen raised his head and looked at the man who looked exactly like Ing Shiqi carefully. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. The 2 had very different temperaments. The aura of the shadow guards was always silent, although the man in front of him was also low-key. He was different from the shadow guards in terms of keeping a low profile. Then a very strange thought gradually emerged in Yi Qiuchen's heart. This man? Maybe not Ing Shiqi? Yes. If it was the real Ing Shiqi, he would not be so calm when he saw him. And he would not be so rational when he saw him holding Nan Yin and said that she had recognized the wrong person. So, the man in front of him was really not Ing Shiqi. Yi Qiuchen's eyes flashed slightly, and he quickly guessed the cause and effect. He also knew why the person in his arms was crying so sadly. But it was not easy for him to say it directly now, After Zhao Shiqi on the opposite side finished speaking, his eyes paused between the two of them. And then without any hesitation, he turned around and left. But Nan Yin behind him still refused to give up. She struggled hard and wanted to chase after him. But this time Yi Qiuqian held her very tightly, making it impossible for her to break free. Chapter 109. Yi Qiuqian watched Zhao Shiqi leave without stopping, and hugged Nan Yin tighter. The person in his arms was probably too tired from crying. She stared blankly at the direction where the person disappeared, and forgot to struggle for a moment. What happened tonight was too unexpected. Yi Qiuqian didn't have the heart to continue at this moment, especially when he saw the person in his arms looked so bullied. Yi Qiuqian directly picked him up and prepared to go back. It was only later that he heard people around him talking about the man who looked exactly like Yin Shiqi. He was the prince of the Pingnan Palace. He had been kept in the big Buddha temple for many years due to illness. He was only brought back to the palace in recent years. He rarely went out on weekdays, so it was normal that others didn't recognize him. Yi Qiuqian sneered in his heart, his eyes slightly lowered. In fact, no matter what his identity was, no matter whether he was the real Yin Shiqi or the most noble prince in the Pingnan Palace, as long as he didn't appear in front of them, didn't disturb their peaceful life, and didn't snatch Nan Yin from him, he could ignore everything. Yi Qiuqian carried Nan Yin back to the small courtyard where they had been living. The empty courtyard in the past has now become a very warm and lively home. There are several orchids she likes planted in the courtyard, right in front of her window. When the flowers bloom, the fragrance of the orchids can spread to her room through the gaps. And he has planted a row of white cabbage in the open space next to it. She used to laugh at him for being unromantic. Why plant cabbages next to orchids? It would look so ugly. But he just thought they looked beautiful and were a good match. Her precious and delicate orchid matched his cheap white cabbage, didn't it? She was clearly the one who had no sense of romance. Yi Qiuqian put Nan Yin down and sat on the stool. She looked like she had lost her soul since she came back. Tears were flowing silently, and her eyes were slightly red and swollen from crying. Yi Qiuqian felt really distressed. He quickly went to the house to get a basin of cold water, soaked it with cotton cloth, and then carefully wiped the tears from her eyes. Don't cry. His voice was low, distressed but helpless. His hands moved more slowly, fearing that he would break her with a little force. He sighed softly. Do you know what you look like now? Nan Yan's eyes were red, and her nose was sour when she heard his words. Then she had a little reaction. Her eyes slowly fell on him, and there seemed to be some doubt in her eyes. It's good that she reacted. Fortunately, she didn't ignore him. Yi Qiuqian pursed his lips, gently pressed the tear marks on both sides of her cheeks with a wet cloth, and continued. Very ugly. Your eyes are swollen like two walnuts. So ugly. Nan Yin. Now it's good. Others will think that you are even less worthy of my handsome and intelligent husband, especially the romantic and passionate young widow next door. I'm afraid she will stop me and offer her love again. What do you think I should do now? Nan Yin was still brewing sadness, and she almost couldn't hold back her expression after hearing this. If she was amused, her character would be ruined. She pinched her fingertips hard, and then she stabilized her emotions. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and tears followed. She knew that he deliberately said this to divert her attention and make her happy. But she really couldn't be happy at this moment. So the corners of her mouth pulled stiffly, and her face showed an expression that was uglier than crying. Yi Qiuqian sighed softly, pressed her head into his chest, and coaxed her patiently. Stop laughing. Laughing is uglier than crying. Do you want me to have a nightmare at night? Yi Qiuqian talked to her for a while, and the atmosphere in the air gradually eased. Nan Yan's expression relaxed a lot, but thinking of the close distance between the two of them now, her body stiffened a little. She reached out and slowly pushed the man away, then gently said, Shiqi is not dead. He is back. Yi Qiuqian subconsciously retorted, That is not Shadow Shiqi. When Nan Yin heard this, her eyes immediately moistened, and even her voice became a little nervous. She repeated several times in a row, No. He is Shiqi. I know. I can feel it. He is Shiqi. I will not recognize the wrong person. Yi Qiuqian took a deep breath. He suddenly felt a little helpless, then reached out and twisted her shoulders, looking into her eyes seriously. Yan Yin, listen to me. He is not Shiqi. He is just a person who looks like Shiqi. He is the Prince of Pingnan Palace. Prince? Do you understand? He is high above. Noble. Definitely not the obedient little shadow guard Shichi around you. Can you face the reality? You lied to me. You are lying to me again. Nan Yan's emotions obviously became out of control after hearing this. She struggled with her body shaking slightly. She slapped his hand away and cried loudly at him. I won't believe you. Liar. You liar. He is 17. My 17. Don't touch me. And don't even think about deceiving me again. Okay. Okay. I won't touch you. Just calm down and listen to what I have to say. Okay? After noticing Nan Yan's body trembling, Yi Qiuchen subconsciously let go of her hand, fearing that she would get too excited and hurt herself. He slowed down his voice and continued to comfort her. Listen to me. If he is really 17, why doesn't he come back to find you? If he is really 17, how could he watch you being carried away by me and remain indifferent? Don't you remember? Once in the ruined temple, I accidentally touched your waist, and he chased me and killed me for half a night. He likes you so much. It is impossible for him to turn a blind eye to you, let alone push you away. Have you forgotten all this? Yi Qiuchen told her about the past bit by bit, revealing all the most obvious truths in it. If that person is really 17, he would not hurt her. Nan Yan's tears finally fell. She didn't know how to explain this, especially when she thought of the scene on the street. He was taking good care of another girl in front of her. And he also said that he would marry her in the future. How could she accept this? But how could she give up? She waited for him with great difficulty. Nan Yan wiped away her tears vigorously. Her mind was still a little confused for a while. Her eyes were wandering, and she racked her brains to find all kinds of suitable explanations and excuses for his abnormality. Maybe it's because he was injured. Yes, it must be like this, she explained incoherently. And she might not even believe this reason. You know, the cliff is so high. How can an ordinary person not get hurt if he falls down? He must have been seriously injured. So he forgot about me for a while. As long as I stay with him, as long as I tell him all about our past, he will definitely remember it. He obviously likes me so much. She nodded hard, trying to convince herself. And then she seemed to remember something and took out the jade pendant from her arms. It was the one he had worn since childhood. And it was their token of love. With it, he would definitely remember it again. She really couldn't give up this time, Nan Yan said as she held the jade pendant in her palm, trying to hold it close to her heart. Tears fell from her face, and she clenched her fingers tightly, as if she had grasped the most important thing in her life. Yi Qiuchen looked at her like this and suddenly asked in a low voice, What about me? Nan Yan's body stiffened slightly when she heard this. Her eyelashes trembled, and her eyes fell on Yi Qiuchen in front of her. His expression was a little complicated and embarrassed, with a trace of sadness and pleading. He stared at her without blinking. You promised me that you would give me a chance. Are you going to give up on me now? Yan, please don't be like this. We can still live this ordinary life together like before. Isn't it good? I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Can you forget him? He walked in front of her without knowing when, and grabbed her shoulders with both hands. And the force became tighter and tighter. Nan Yan was silent for a moment. And after a long time, her lips moved and she said softly, I'm sorry. The person I like from beginning to end is only 17. Accept him. Is it not possible for others? Nan Yan's eyes showed a trace of guilt. She bit her lip and finally nodded. I'm sorry. 17 is 17. No one can replace him. Accept him. No one else can. Her tone was so firm. Yi Qiuchen let go and took a step back suddenly, especially after hearing her affirmative answer. He felt cold all over, as if he was drenched from head to toe with ice water, and his heart was completely cold. He didn't know how to describe his emotions at the moment. He just felt stuffy and a little painful in his chest. It felt very uncomfortable, as if someone was squeezing his heart heavily. If he breathed a little harder, he felt like he was pierced by countless needles, and the dense pain continued to spread in his chest. How could this happen? Why did it become like this? Yi Qiuchen really felt that he was powerless. Obviously, he had worked so hard for so long. He had done so many things, and spent a happy year with her. There were so many good memories between them. He thought she liked him more or less. But why? Why? Shichi only appeared once. Just that one time. She regretted and retreated without hesitation. And all his previous efforts were in vain. Why couldn't he get her attention even after trying his best? Is it true that she has no feelings for him at all? Yi Qiuchun suddenly felt a little sour in his eyes. He deliberately recognized her face, and didn't want her to see the expression on his face clearly. But when he caught a glimpse of her reluctant look at the moment, he really didn't know what to do in his heart. At this moment, his chest was empty, as if it was hollowed out by something. And the dense stabbing pain gradually spread throughout his body, making his brain a little chaotic and painful. He really didn't expect that he tried his best to take care of her. But in her eyes, he was still not as good as Ing Shiqi, and he could never replace him. Yi Qiuchun subconsciously took a few steps back. He staggered, as if he couldn't bear it anymore, and turned around and walked out. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That is, he wanted to leave here, far away, and never come back. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would really do something bad. Yi Qiuchun's face turned pale. He clenched his fingers, and almost fled the yard in a panic. Nan Yin looked at his back as he left. With guilt in her eyes, she opened her lips. But in the end, she didn't say anything to keep him. Nor did she chase him. At this moment, all her thoughts were on 17. And she had no time to care about what others thought. What she was thinking about now was how to make 17 remember her. Nan Yin tried to recall the days when they lived in seclusion in the village. And the day before they were going to get married, when that silly boy held her tightly and refused to let go, blushing as he whispered to her about giving birth to Xiao Shiqi. And the next day before he left, he said he wanted to eat the locust flour cake she made. But unfortunately, he didn't eat them in the end. And her cakes were not finished. There were so many memories between them. He obviously liked her so much. He just forgot temporarily. As long as she told him, he would definitely remember. Nan Yin wiped her tears gently, and soon calmed down, thinking of the things in the past. She felt a little comforted. Now she could finally make it for him. Nan Yin got up early the next morning. Yi Qiuchun hadn't come back last night, and she didn't know where he went. In short, she really didn't have the heart to care about him now. She was busy all morning, and finally prepared everything, and then went directly to the Pingnan Palace. She heard the servant beside him say yesterday, and later asked someone to inquire. Now 17 is not the little shadow guard who knows nothing. He is Xiao Shiqi, the prince of the Pingnan Palace. But in her eyes, no matter he is a shadow guard or a prince, she only cares about him. Nan Yin walked for a long time before finally finding the mansion of the Pingnan Palace. It was a real high-gate courtyard. There were 2 majestic and tall stone lions in front of the gate. The mansion was heavily guarded. As soon as Nan Yin walked to the door, she was stopped by 2 guards. Where did you come from? You wild girl? Do you know where this is? You dare to trespass into the palace? Are you trying to kill yourself? Nan Yin was pushed by the 2 and staggered back a few steps. She hurriedly explained, I am not trespassing. I am here to find your prince. Can you help me inform him? Just say that a girl named Yan Yin wants to see him for something. Okay. The guard waved his hand decisively and refused with great disgust. What do you want to inform? It's useless for us to inform you. The prince has not been in the palace these days. He went out for something. Nan Yan's face turned pale, and she immediately asked anxiously, What are you talking about? Really? Is 17 really not in the mansion? Where did he go, and when will he come back? The guard was annoyed by her questioning, and waved her hand to get out of the way. How can you be so nosy? Woman? How dare we spy on the prince's whereabouts? Anyway, the prince is not in the mansion, and we don't know anything else. Nan Yin kept asking questions for a long time. And finally the guard couldn't stand it anymore and let out a little bit of news. It was said that the prince's fiancée fell ill after the Lantern Festival that day, and the prince went out to see a doctor, and it would take at least 2 or 3 days for him to come back. After knowing this, Nan Yin felt a little disappointed. But there was nothing she could do. She could only sit in front of the palace gate and wait for 3 days, going back and forth every day. There were several times when she simply fell asleep sitting in front of the stone pier because she waited too long. It was not until the 3rd morning that she finally waited for someone. Xiao Shiqi finally came back. Nan Yin saw a carriage coming towards the main gate of the palace from a distance. Especially when she saw Shiqi getting out of the carriage. She almost subconsciously rushed up with a happy smile on her face, and then reached out and grabbed his sleeve tightly. Shiqi, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I have been waiting for you at the door these days. Xiao Shiqi subconsciously turned around to see who the person was when he heard the voice. When he saw who it was, and saw the other person's pale face, his brows unconsciously frowned. Why is it you again? What are you doing here? I have already said that I don't know you. Zhao Shiqi felt upset when he saw her. He thought of Yan Yan, who was sick. Maybe she was really angry that night. Yan Yan fell ill as soon as she returned to the palace. She was so sick that she couldn't even stand up. When he saw the lively culprit in front of him, Zhao Shiqi's face unconsciously turned cold. The butler at the side hurried forward to greet him. Prince, you are back. Dr. Zhang, this. Zhao Shiqi came back to his senses. He turned around and ordered the butler. Take Dr. Zhang back to the mansion first. Let him see how Yan Yan is doing. Wait for me to deal with the things here first. The butler took the doctor into the mansion after receiving the order. And Nan Yin was still holding his sleeve tightly, watching him coldly ordering everyone. Such a strange momentum. And he didn't even want to look at her. This made Nan Yan's face turn pale instantly. She pursed her lips and looked a little uneasy. 17. I'm here to find you. Where have you been these days? Why didn't you tell me? Zhao Shiqi felt completely puzzled. He didn't think it was necessary to tell a stranger about his whereabouts. Not to mention that this person was the culprit who made Yan Yan sick. Zhao Shiqi frowned. Is this what you want to tell me? If so, you can leave. He looked down at her and saw tears in her eyes. But he really didn't feel like entangled with her at the moment. He turned around and was about to leave. But Nan Yan kept pulling his sleeve and refused to let go. She looked obviously anxious and trotted forward with him for a long distance. No. No. 17. Wait a minute. I have something to give you. Don't leave yet. Wait for me. Okay? Zhao Shiqi stopped again when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Nan Yan, watching her jogging to the steps not far away. Then took out a cleanly wrapped food box from the side, and hurriedly ran back to him. Then handed him the food box with expectation. I made delicious locust flower desserts for you. And I spent a lot of time on it. You know it's July now. And the locust flowers are gone. These are the petals I sealed up last year. In fact, I save some in advance every year. Just for. She was still mumbling. But Zhao Shiqi just felt it was troublesome and simply interrupted her. I don't like sweet food. And I don't eat anything made by strangers. Stranger? But she is not a stranger. Nan Yin was stunned for a moment. Probably because she didn't expect to be rejected. She suddenly showed a little aggrieved expression on her face. She turned her fingers over and stretched them in front of him. Her fingers were red and swollen, looking a little pitiful. I worked hard to make this. My fingers are all burned red. Can you eat a piece? Do you really not remember it at all? This was the day before our wedding. You said you wanted to eat it. So I kept remembering it. Zhao Shiqi's eyes fell on the pair of soft and slender fingers. The fingers were a little red. He looked away with some discomfort and refused directly. I said I don't eat food made by outsiders. Don't bother me anymore in the future. I really don't remember the mess you said. He ignored her and turned to leave. If he hadn't pushed her that day and made him feel guilty, he wouldn't have been delayed by her at the door for so long. Zhao Shiqi pursed his lips. He really had to go back to see how Yan Yan was doing. Nan Yin still held him tightly, and she became more and more anxious. And her grip on him became tighter and tighter. Do you really not remember anything? Zhao Shiqi was really fed up. I don't remember. What about this? She said, as she took out a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to him. Her eyes full of expectation and nervousness. Do you still remember this jade pendant? You have worn it since you were a child. You gave it to me as a token of love before you got married. You said that the jade pendant was the most important thing to you before. And I will be the most important thing to you in the future. You said it yourself. How could you forget it? She was almost crying as she spoke. Her eyes were red. And she began to rummage through her pockets again. Then took out a pearl hairpin and handed it to him. And this one. This pearl hairpin was also what you wanted to give me. On the day you disappeared. How could you not remember it? Think about it. I am your Yan Yan. Zhao Shiqi's eyes fell on the jade pendant and pearl hairpin in her hand. He didn't expect that she had prepared everything. One ring inside another. If he hadn't remembered anything, he might have been convinced. Zhao Shiqi looked at the woman in front of him with a cold look. Okay. Stop pretending. I don't remember anything you said. You may not know that after returning that night, I asked someone to check your identity. The fourth lady of Qixia Villa. If you want to avenge your father through me, it's impossible. In fact, he always wondered why she could call out his name so accurately that night. So he sent someone to check that night. Not only did he find out her identity, he also knew that she had lived with the man that night for a year. And the two of them were also husband and wife on weekdays. So how could such a person have those messy involvements with him? Later, when he found out her identity, he understood that this woman probably wanted to avenge his father through him. After all, Qixia Villa was destroyed by the Pingnan Palace. This time, Nan Yen couldn't hold back her tears. She shook her head and cried helplessly. It's not like that. It's not like what you said. How can you not remember it at all? This is clearly the token of love you gave me. Just at this time, the housekeeper came out again, and when he saw Zhao Shiqi, he immediately stepped forward. Oh, my prince? Why are you still here? Miss Yen just woke up and is anxious to see you. The princess is also urging you to go back. Please go with me to take a look. Zhao Shiqi immediately said yes when he heard it. He easily broke free from Nan Yan's fingers and walked away. But the person behind him was still pestering him, trying to pass the jade pendant to him, crying, Look carefully. It's impossible for you not to remember. Zhao Shiqi was really impatient with being pestered, and subconsciously waved his sleeves to get rid of her approach. He didn't really use much strength this time, but the other party might not have stood firmly, and the whole body was thrown by him and staggered, and instantly fell backwards uncontrollably. And this time no one could catch her in time. Nan Yen accidentally fell down the steps, and the jade pendant in her hand snapped and broke into 2 pieces on the ground. Her palm hit the steps, and she didn't know where she was injured. A trace of blood flowed faintly between her fingers. At that moment, he didn't know what happened. Zhao Shiqi only felt as if his chest was stung by something, and suddenly there was a sharp pain. He subconsciously reached out to support her. Nan Yen shrank back unconsciously. This also froze Zhao Shiqi's finger. Nan Yen raised her head. Tears still hung on her cheeks, but the light in her eyes seemed to be completely extinguished at that moment. Her dark eyes just looked at him quietly, and suddenly he felt that the person in front of him was very unfamiliar. Zhao Shiqi didn't expect things to turn out like this. He pursed his lips, and for a moment, he was really like 17's anxious and nervous look. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it this time. He didn't know why he felt flustered at this moment, and his chest was empty, as if he had really done something irreversible. Chapter 110. Nan Yen seemed to have not heard what he said at all. She sat stiffly on the ground, her eyes slowly shifting to the jade pendant on the other side. Zhao Shiqi also looked over. When he saw the broken jade pendant on the ground, his breathing was a little choked for a moment, and a sharp tearing pain suddenly came from his heart, as if his chest was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and an unprecedented panic surged into his heart. He clenched his fingers tightly, and was even a little scared for a moment. But he didn't even know what he was panicking about. This kind of strange, unknown emotion kept rolling and spreading in his chest, suppressing and dulling him so much that he could hardly breathe and felt very uncomfortable. Zhao Shiqi subconsciously covered his chest, looking a little confused at the moment. He didn't even know what was wrong with him. Was it because of guilt? Maybe it was really because of guilt. After all, he accidentally hurt her again, and he pushed her away twice, and her fingers were bleeding. Especially when he saw the blood, his chest was full of sore and swollen emotions. He must be so uncomfortable because of guilt. But deep in his heart, there was a subconscious, unknown voice faintly ringing in his ears. How could he push her? How could he hurt him? How could he do this to her? Even he himself didn't know why there was such an inexplicable thought in his head. It was like it came out suddenly. But when he was about to think about it, his brain was like being hit by a stick, and a severe pain suddenly came, as if the blood vessels inside were about to burst, forcing him to stop. Zhao Shiqi's nails almost sank into his flesh, and his finger bones were pinched until they turned white. He tried hard not to lose his composure, took a deep breath, and tried hard to suppress the violent reaction in his heart. He subconsciously reached out to pick up the jade pendant. He was thinking about whether he could find someone to repair the jade pendant, but he didn't expect Nan Yen to push him away and snatch it from his hand. Don't touch my things. The expression on her face was a little nervous and strange, and there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. But the look she gave him was unprecedented indifference and defense, completely different from before. She stared at him coldly with her black eyes, fearing that he would break her jade pendant again, and shouted at him, "That's mine." After she finished speaking, She carefully pieced the jade pendant together. But it was broken. And no matter how she pieced it together, it would not be complete. At first, she was a little anxious, then sad, and finally desperate. And tears slid down her cheeks one by one. She cried silently, which was completely different from before. Obviously, before, when she cried, she would deliberately cling to him and deliberately show a pitiful expression to provoke his sympathy. But now she was so sad. But she didn't even give him a glance throughout the whole process, and never looked at him again. Zhao Shiqi felt his heart trembling slightly for a while. He looked at his palm, which was still stained with blood from her skin. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and help her up. "Your hand is bleeding. I'll let the doctor help you first." But she slapped his palm away without hesitation. No need. Her force was not light. And the back of Zhao Shiqi's hand was slapped red by her. His palm remained frozen there. He opened his lips, feeling a little sad for a moment, and wanted to say something to apologize. But when his eyes touched that expressionless face, he felt that all the words were blocked in his throat. His chest was dry and stuffy, and he couldn't say a word in an instant, and his eyes just stared at her blankly. Nan Yin slowly raised her head. Her black eyes soaked with tears just stared into his eyes quietly. Strange, indifferent, without a trace of love in them, as if she had never known him before. She shook her head, as if she was apologizing or talking to herself. "I recognize the wrong person. You are not him. Not my 17. You are obviously not like him at all. How could I mistake you for him? I'm sorry. I delayed you for so long." She frowned and climbed up from the ground with some effort. Her body was a little unstable, probably because she accidentally pressed the wound. Her face suddenly turned pale. When Zhao Shiqi wanted to help her for the third time, she avoided him without hesitation. She pursed her lips and refused to let anyone touch her. Then she stood up shakily, picked up the pearl hairpin and half a jade pendant scattered on the ground before leaving, and took away the carefully prepared food box and snacks. She never looked back at him again, and stumbled away. Zhao Shiqi, who was left standing there, stared at her back as she left. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. His heart felt empty, and he had an inexplicable urge to chase her regardless of everything. But as soon as he recalled her strange and cold eyes that had just looked at him, his whole body seemed to be nailed to the spot, and he froze instantly, unable to move at all. He found that he was afraid of seeing such eyes. If it was just guilt, would it be so uncomfortable? Zhao Shiqi's eyes followed her figure all the time, and he looked too intently. For a moment, he felt that even his breathing was stagnant. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He just felt that the panic in his heart was still spreading, as if there was something that he could no longer grasp. And he didn't know where this emotion came from. The housekeeper behind him called him 7 or 8 times in a row. But he didn't hear it. It wasn't until the slender figure could no longer be seen that Zhao Shiqi finally woke up completely. Then he heard the housekeeper beside him say, "Prince, please go and take a look. The princess and Miss Yin are waiting for you." He was stunned for a moment, then reacted and responded with a low hum. His eyes unconsciously fell on the scattered food boxes on the ground. The housekeeper was also very considerate. He thought that his master was bothered by those things and immediately asked, "Prince, do you want to order someone to take care of these things?" Before he finished speaking, Zhao Shiqi blurted out, "Don't throw them away. Pick them up first and send them to my room later." He said this without any hesitation, almost subconsciously, but after he finished speaking, he realized what he said, and his face suddenly changed slightly. He was surprised by his attitude. Wasn't he very annoyed with those things? But why? Inexplicably, he didn't want to throw those things away. Even he himself didn't know what he was thinking at the moment. The housekeeper and the guards were also a little stunned. They originally thought that the prince didn't like those things and was planning to throw them away. But what did the prince's attitude mean? Is there really any connection with that woman? The surprised eyes around him were also the confusion in Zhao Shiqi's heart. He felt as if he was trapped in a fog and couldn't struggle out. At this moment, he was a little bit wrong. It seemed that whenever he met that woman, he was abnormal. He would feel uncomfortable in his chest for no reason, and he would unconsciously want to care. Even the most basic emotions could not be controlled. This was wrong and abnormal. There must be something wrong. Zhao Shiqi left here almost embarrassedly after realizing his change of mentality. He was vaguely uneasy in his heart, and his brain was even more confused at this moment. He needed to sort out his thoughts. What happened to him? Why did he become like this? In the following time, Zhao Shiqi was absent-minded. He was the same when he went to visit Duyan. He didn't hear what his mother said or what the doctor said. Maybe he didn't remember it. His thoughts were still immersed in the chaos just now, until his mother called him several times. Shiqi, Shiqi, what's wrong with you today? You didn't respond even when your mother called you. Did you hear what the doctor said? Zhao Shiqi finally came to his senses and looked over with confused eyes. What's wrong? The princess shook her head helplessly. What are you thinking about so much? Did you hear what Dr. Zhang said? Zhao Shiqi seemed to have just reacted, and his eyes fell on the doctor in the room. Dr. Zhang was the Dr. Zhao Shiqi invited from Lincheng to treat Duyan. His medical skills were naturally not bad. The old doctor sat in front of the bed and carefully felt Duyan's pulse, then shook his head and sighed. The girl's disease is from the womb. The princess nodded quickly and said yes. Duyan's mother died of dystocia when she gave birth to her. The child was stuck in her stomach for a long time and couldn't come out. Finally, there was no other way. After the mother died, they had someone cut open her stomach and took the child out. It was precisely because of this that Duyan's health has always been poor. She has been nurtured with precious medicinal materials for so many years. She was fine on weekdays, but she was frightened after leaving the house 2 days ago and accidentally caught a cold, which is why she fell ill. The old doctor nodded, stroked his beard, and put away the medicine box. He did not say whether the disease could be cured. He turned around and talked to the princess about another matter. I wonder if the princess has heard of General Feng in Lincheng. The princess had of course heard of him. The general was the general guarding the city next door. As a princess, she had naturally met many wives of officials in the court. It was just that the general seemed to have a sickly only son in his family. However, the child's reputation in the past was not very good, so he was not very popular. The old doctor asked a strange question, but the princess didn't avoid the question. Of course I know him. Dr. Zhang, please speak up. I wonder if General Feng has any good medicine that can cure my girl. The old doctor nodded again and explained. Yes, your daughter's illness is the same as General Feng's only son. Mr. Feng was also kept in confinement for too long during childbirth, which led to his weak body and many illnesses since birth. Although I can't completely cure him, I know something that can extend your daughter's life for a few years. The princess was overjoyed when she heard this, and hurriedly walked forward a few steps and asked, I don't know what the method is, but please tell me the truth. The palace will reward you generously after you recover. The old doctor then told everything he knew. In fact, he was able to cure the son of the Feng family by relying on nothing else but the unique life-extending recipe of Qixia Villa. The recipe was not difficult to find, but one of the ingredients was made from goo worms. This goo was not an ordinary goo, but a life-saving tonic that was slowly grown by feeding goo worms with various precious medicinal materials. Moreover, this goo was difficult to cultivate. No one knew how Qixia Villa cultivated it. It was said that it took more than 10 years to cultivate only 2 or 3. But now even Qixia Villa is gone. And he, an old man, didn't know whether the goo was still there. He could only tell the method first, and that was it. Sure enough, the princess was disappointed when she heard this. She knew about Qixia Villa. It was there that her child was almost killed a year ago. The prince was furious and ordered people to destroy Qixia Villa. Although the wives, daughters and family members were not killed, Qixia Villa was now deserted. It was said that the owner Yi died in prison. She had no idea what happened afterwards. Now she was told that another child had to rely on Qixia Villa to survive. What should she do? In a hurry, the princess could only subconsciously call Zhao Shiqi a few times, wanting to ask him if there was any way to find the precious medicinal materials to save Yanyan's life. It was this call that made Zhao Shiqi come back to his senses. He heard them talking about Qixia Villa, and his expression was a little dazed for a while. And he immediately thought of Nan Yen, who he met at the door. She was from Qixia Villa. Zhao Shiqi lowered his eyes. At first, he thought she was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge, but it seemed he had misunderstood. She really just recognized the wrong person. Duyan, lying on the bed, looked a little pale. She coughed a few times, and seeing that Zhao Shiqi was a little absent-minded, she reached out to grab his hand, but he subconsciously avoided it. Duyan was stunned for a moment, and when she thought of what happened that day, she suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Shiqi, what's wrong with you recently? Zhao Shiqi was also a little stunned, and he didn't know what was wrong with him. But his body would have an inexplicable rejection of this sudden approach. And sometimes, he might not even realize that his body had already avoided it reflexively. Just like in the beginning. Every time someone approached from behind, he would always want to strangle the other person's neck uncontrollably. It took him nearly a year to make himself less sensitive. But when he thought of that woman, thinking of her approaching an entanglement again and again, why did his body never reject it? Zhao Shiqi looked over calmly with his black eyes. And when he saw Du Yuyan's aggrieved expression, he came to his senses again, then turned his face away and explained perfunctorily. Nothing. I was thinking too much. And I didn't hear the sound for a while. Do you have anything to tell me? He asked subconsciously. Du Yuyan pursed her lips, not knowing how to talk to him. She looked at his expression with her eyes. She was actually a little uneasy in her heart. She always felt that after seeing that woman last time, Shiqi's state had always been a little wrong. Maybe even he himself didn't realize that the way he looked at that woman that night was always different from the way he looked at others. Otherwise her first reaction that day would not be to doubt him. Du Yuyan lowered her eyes, feeling a little depressed for a while. The princess thought she was worried about her health, so she didn't notice the strange atmosphere between the two. She turned her head and saw Shurqi, who was expressionless, and couldn't help but mutter a few more times. You kid. Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what Dr. Zhang said? Hurry up and find someone to inquire about the news of Qixia Villa. Hearing what his mother said, Zhao Shiqi didn't think much, and almost subconsciously replied, I know where the people in Qixia Villa are. In fact, when he said this, he didn't think about what medicinal materials he could get from her, but that he finally had a reason to go find her, and inexplicably had an urge to see her. But it was obvious that the people in the room didn't think so. Especially the princess. After hearing this, she felt relieved. She wanted to say something else to instruct the child. But after Zhao Shiqi finished speaking, he turned around and left directly. He returned to the room and saw the food box on the table. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he went forward and opened the lid. He saw the broken cakes inside, which still exuded a little locust flower fragrance. He was a little dazed for a while, and picked up a piece of it and put it in his mouth. It tasted very sweet. He ate several pieces in a row, and then he found that he didn't seem to be so disgusted, especially at night. Zhao Shiqi seemed to be in a nightmare. He saw a girl in a red dress with her back to him in a sea of flowers. A delicate pearl hairpin was loosely pinned on her black hair. The hairpin seemed familiar, but before he could remember, he heard someone calling her, and then the girl turned around happily. She ran towards him with a smile, holding a handful of unknown wild flowers in her hand. Her fluttering skirt brushed against the green branches, just like a fleeting light, and looked particularly beautiful in the sun. She called his name gently. 17. He thought she was going to throw herself into his arms, but for some reason, she actually went straight through his body, and then accidentally fell into the bottomless cliff. The sudden impact startled Shurqi, and he subconsciously reached out to grab her, but he couldn't catch her, and didn't even touch her sleeve. He suddenly shouted, Don't. Zhao Shurqi woke up trembling all over. He covered his chest tightly, and suddenly there was a kind of pain in his eyes that was about to burst into tears. The palpitation seemed to be branded in his limbs, making him tremble all over. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was a nightmare or reality, and his heart was beating violently uncontrollably. He tried hard to recall the scene in his dream, but for some reason, he just couldn't remember her face. Every time he thought of the most important part, his brain instantly became blank. He only vaguely remembered that the pair of eyes looking at him were sad and desperate, which made him even breathe fast. Why couldn't he remember? On the other side, Nan Yin estimated that her story in this world was almost over. But before that, she had to think about how to leave a deep impression on the other party.